Insta. I had to put them in his place, you know.
It's 1280960.
Happy birthday, Maverick.
My YouTube channel is cancelled, sorry.
Taz, welcome back.
Yo, hi. Nice to be back.
Yeah, it's so cool. So how's everything going? You can be honest.
It's nice.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying being back and looking forward to first games on LAN. Hopefully, they will be different than online.
Hopefully. What happened there? Was it just too late?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
You didn't watch it, right?
Well, I was asleep.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you guys as well.
I was asleep as well.
Oh, well, there you go.
For the second game.
Yeah. I mean, it was very late.
Yeah, I don't know, like kind of late hours, but still we should be able to beat the teams. But I think that we didn't have much time to practice. We didn't have much time to actually build a team. And I think it's extremely big challenge for everybody because it's like different regions, different style of play, different approach to the game. Also, if you see on one side you have big stars, on second you have like up-and-coming young players. You have Mutiris who was IGLing always like not the higher stars, but he was like more of IGL of people. So we are learning each other every day, and I think we are doing good progress. It just it's an unknown if we will be ready for tomorrow.
Who knows? It's a pretty cool matchup versus Legacy, I think.
Yeah, they are crazy, you know. Yeah. They like to be very annoying. So
shout at each other?
Who?
Like the players, you know.
No, we are not shouting. I never shouted at anyone.
Not you, but maybe some of your new players.
It's toxic, you know. We are not toxic.
Okay. No, not at all.
None of our players are toxic.
Okay.
And you can try to find the proof.
I will tomorrow. But
don't.
Okay, don't. I think I will be right. Final question: is it harder to manage the egos in this team than it was in G2?
What egos?
Excellent answer. Thank you, Taz.
Thank you.
Hello, Simple.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Great. I just talked to your coach a little bit. We talked about the matches that just happened online. Do you have anything to say about it?
No comments.
Okay. Do you have any comment about IEM Krakow then and the first big event with this team, with these new members?
Yes, I'm happy to be back in Krakow. Last time it was 2017 and it's actually a beautiful city. And yes, we will show what we are capable of.
That's awesome. What do you think about the new Anubis?
I like it. It's more fun to play on middle now and a bit dangerous to play towards cave. And I think it's fun spot for mid-round and clutches as well.
Do you think it's improved for the CTs or not?
No. It became much worse for cities, but yeah, maybe it was a good idea if they change spawns, you know. Mm-hmm. So it's gonna be deeper spawns for T. Maybe it's gonna be more balanced.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hello. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fine. Tell me about the excitement, about the work that you're doing with the new members and the big event that's coming.
Oh my God! I mean, everything is new right now, so it's every day. It's a tough day, a lot of work. So yeah, I'm just excited to play another tournament, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I know you have a lot of history as a player, like tons of history yourself, but now you're getting to play with like Simple and Electronic. What's that like?
I mean, for me, it's unbelievable because I never experienced playing with such great players. So for me, every day is like a learning experience. Mm-hmm. And of course, I mean, it's just learning, trying to adapt and trying to get the best from them.
Okay. How do you think the kind of newer players to Tier 1 are going to do on stage maybe, but also here on the LAN environment?
I mean, right now I think that everything is new for us in terms of comms, new team. So maybe at the beginning it's hard, but I hope that in the tournament we can show the real power that we can have. So I don't really know what to expect, but I'm just excited to play.
Just happy to be here.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Obrigada.
Thank you.
We're going to walk and talk with Hooksy right now. He's not getting away that easily. This isn't the social, but we're walking and talking right now. You did get ambushed. I was like, are you about to take photos with a backpack on, but you're already done your photo?
Yeah, I already did all my stuff. I have to go to an interview now.
I think you're doing social media stuff.
Something, yeah, at least, yeah.
Who was it with? Was it with Fozy? Did we leave behind?
Yeah. It's with Love, yeah.
Well, we'll have to. Okay, now he's with us. Now it kind of works. Okay, so brand new roster, mate. You're starting again.
Yeah, it's nice to, you know, freshen up a bit sometimes. Okay,
that's an interesting response right there, because I was going to ask next, was the team at the end of last year with the major just dead? Like, you know it was dead?
Yeah. We already knew that something has to happen, and I think we needed some new, young, fresh blood with some hunger, and that's what we got, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, well, you do seem happy. You got a smile on your face. So how's practice been going? Obviously, getting thrown into the first event, not easy, but now you get a little bit more time. You take on Pain in your opening game here. You think things are going pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, I think things are going as expected. There's some inconsistency here and there, you know, but I think that we're showing that we have a huge potential in like top level, and I think that's the most important part. Then it's just about actually, you know, raising the floor a bit.
So I guess making sure you get enough VRS to qualify for the major, and then you get the time after the cutoff to, I want to say warm into things, but, you know, really get the team going, right? So an event like this, how important is it for Astralis to do well?
I mean, as you said, like VRS is important. And besides that, I don't really think we think too much about result-based stuff right now. We just kind of want to do our things and make sure that we do them right.
Okay, let's do this as we walk down this, because we're making it tough for the cameraman here, Ross. He's doing a really good job right now. Yeah. But can you name any of the players up here?
Well, yeah, obviously, like, I'm not sure about, like, that's Taz, right? Young Taz? Or
that's young Taz with Neo next to him.
Yeah. Yep. Holy shit, it's Neo. I couldn't even see.
With hair, Carmack said.
Yeah, that's why it's real tough. I can't remember this guy, but
this is Six.
Yeah.
Yep.
Six, yeah.
That's more. Yeah, that's Taz again, right?
Yeah, I see. And there's obviously, you know, Get Right, and who do we have? Edward over here. Yeah. So yeah.
But what? You're not on this one, mate. What's going on?
I mean,
well, Justin, he's not even at the event.
No, but I mean, Justin is Mr. Katowice, so it makes sense that he's here in Krakow as well, no?
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I bothered you enough. I'll let you go to your social. Fozy, any quick comments?
No, it's good. He's a great leader. That's why I was walking behind him right now, you know, so everything's good.
Perfect answer. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Oksik. How are you?
Hello, fine. What about you?
Very good. It's a new year. Do you have any resolutions?
Always same.
Always the same?
Always same. For 7 years, I think it's same. Mm-hmm. Everything, all settings, never changing.
And what is it?
It's 1280960.
I didn't. That's so fun. That's such a gamer reply. Oh my god! I legit didn't get it. No, I legit didn't get it. I meant like your New Year's resolutions. Gamer moment.
Oh, we're not cutting that one?
No.
Okay, that's good. Basically, what I'm aiming for the New Year and wishings, yeah. At least bunch of tier 1 events, trophy that I can wish for it. The rest, I think, is on the flow. Like the life is same. It's not like too many changes at the moment, since everything like kind of stable. Yeah. I only like wishing for like some trophies and endless money. Endless money. Endless money and endless happiness as well.
Me too. Endless money and endless happiness. For everyone. Yes. 1980720. Teşekkürler.
You're welcome.
Hello, Major.
Hello.
It's very nice to see you. How are things?
Pretty well, I think. Well, yeah. Not the best way that we start this season, but obviously this tournament is very important for us, so we're going to try to show better face than we start.
And now it's also on LAN, everything. It's in a new venue with Krakow and everything. So you think you're going to be able to tap into the excitement with the group being on LAN? You play better, I think, there, right?
Yeah, if you told so. Yeah, I think we play better on LAN. We will see. But obviously it's very good everyone here to be here. It's a very big tournament, and for every player it's very important. And try to have some fun. Yeah. The most important thing is that, I think, and we'll see.
Okay. Do you have any New Year's resolutions?
Yeah, losing weight a little.
Losing weight?
Yeah.
Me too. I'm calorie counting.
Yeah, me too also.
It so sucks. What is like the best breakfast for calorie counting? Because
I think eggs, no?
Yeah, eggs, but then your cholesterol goes up.
Yeah, for a man it's okay. Yeah. The cholesterol. Maybe not for a woman, but for a man, eggs is perfect, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have eggs tomorrow.
And, I don't know.
Strawberries.
Strawberries, yeah, blueberries, maybe.
Avocado?
But it's a lot fat. It's a lot of calorie. Yeah. Pancakes with Nutella, maybe for you.
What? I'd love that. But it's so hard on the road, right? Don't you think it's so difficult to stay healthy on the road? And you travel so much.
Yeah, and also my teammates like a lot of fast food, McDonald's, pizza, and generally at night, when it's 10 and I don't want to eat, and the pizza is coming, like I said to myself, don't eat. In major, don't eat, but it's too difficult.
It's the same with the casters. After a show at 10 p.m., they're like, we ordered 17 hamburgers. I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's about CS, so good luck this tournament.
Thank you.
Snacks here, he's walking fast. I'm going to have to catch up to him. It's the walk and talk. He's going quicker. He's running away from me, but we'll get him eventually. He's going to photos. I know exactly where he's headed. Snacks, we're going to walk and talk. 8 years, 6 months ago, you were in the playoffs here at the PGL Krakow Major 2017. 8.5 years have passed since then, man. That's wild, huh?
True, actually. I didn't count it like this way, but yeah, 8 years. It's wild, no?
Yeah, and then I was just looking at it. So Hypex, he was 13.5 years old back then when you were playing in those playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, he's still just a kid, yeah?
I think so, yeah. You got good memory? Well, I don't know, maybe not good memories, but you've got some memories in this arena, right? Does it feel like you were here just yesterday?
No, I've been here, I think, like 3 or 4 years ago when Pasha was fighting here,
Oh, this is where he did the MMA fight. Okay.
Yeah, one of the two, I think. I mean, I remember it was a very good tournament and the crowd was insane here. I mean, actually, we had the booth that time, but this time it's not going to be the case, yeah?
I don't think so.
Obviously, if we qualify to playoffs, yeah, but it's going to be easy task, no?
Well, yeah, I think so, right? You got the Polish representation. You got you and Hypex in the server right now. You get there, get in front of the crowd. Why not? Anything's possible. It's Counter-Strike. You guys can come in. It's all right. We'll get out of the way. Yeah, it's all, I'm taking up space here. You're back in GamerLegion jersey, mate. How's it been so far? You just over there in Malta?
I mean, if we start about the Miami we play with Eric, I would say we did our job. We qualified to Kraków, and we are here now in Malta. I mean, obviously the online stage went, I would say, pretty smooth for us, even with the days we put into the CS as a team. For now, I'm happy with the results. We'll see here. Obviously we didn't have much time after Malta to play, but I would say with the lineup we have right now, I think we can surprise.
Yeah, you got some sharp youngsters in the team. Now, you guys are playing Aurora in your opening game, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that matchup? They obviously changed Joda. They got Soulflay in there now.
I mean, it's very hard to say because we played against them online, and on those tournaments it's a little bit different, obviously, than online. I mean, I rather play offline than online, so I'm looking forward.
Okay, nice. All right, let me jump in here and steal one of your other lads here for a chat. Hypex, I think, Yeah, I think so. Oh, you bring him over here? That's nice. Yeah, look at that. Hello, sir. I was just discussing with Snacks, when he was in the playoffs in Krakow for the PGL event back in 2017, you were 13.5 years old, or something along those lines. Were you watching back then?
Yeah, I was watching every game back then. I remember it like it was yesterday, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
So it must be pretty cool to be in here now, that where a major final was once played?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I can't really say more. It's just like a dream being true. Yeah,
because just as we were driving up, the Spodek, it's very iconic, but this is huge. This is twice the size of the Spodek.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say, to be honest. I live here, so I've seen it before. Yeah.
Okay, well that makes it less impressive, I suppose. But you get to play. Adela's looking at me like, can they? Am I getting in trouble? Am I slowing things down, guys? I always get in the way, Okay, I haven't caused any problems right now. Now, look, you got Snacks calling the shots now. How's he been as a leader?
Yeah, he's been good. Yeah, but I think he's just going to get better and better. He's coming back into the game after half a year of break. But yeah, he's very good.
Wow, high praise, mate.
I mean, I paid them to say like that.
Yeah, nice. Okay, well, is it good having someone you can speak Polish with?
Yeah, I feel like my home now also. IMD and the coach. So yeah, we speak a bit Polish, but we try and keep it English for most of it.
Oh, that's nice, yeah. All right.
You can keep the London accent as well if you want.
He's really got these. When I spoke to him first, I was like, "Where's this guy from?"
Yeah. Try. Ask him to do it. He's very good.
It's already thick. Can you put it on thicker?
I mean, when I play CS and when I speak to the guys, I don't have an accent. So when I do the interviews, the accent comes out.
Okay. Well, is it natural or is it intentional?
It's natural. But when I play CS, for some reason, it's not natural. So.
Okay. All right.
Look, did you enjoy your Christmas break? What did you get up to? Anything exciting? Go anywhere? Holidays?
I went to Vienna for the first time, so yeah, it was very nice. I went with my girlfriend for 5 days, I think. Okay. But then we finished the break quite early, 26, I think. We came back to playing before Miami, so yeah, that was about it.
Okay, so it's been pretty busy start to the year already.
Yeah, exactly. But it was still a nice break because we went out quite early as well from the major, so we started early.
All right, you guys got any nicknames for your teammates? Because you got Torsen, and I saw he had like Mike Torsen, which I guess is like Mike Tyson, which I think is really cool. Mm-hmm. Are there any nicknames within the team that they get called?
I have one for actually Tyson. I'm not gonna say it. It's a secret. I'm sorry.
It's a secret.
Yeah, it's a secret. I maybe Olda would like to say it. I don't know. As well, you dodge it. Okay.
Okay, we get. Is there anything you can share with the class?
I don't think so. I think we keep it private here.
Okay, all right. Well, gentlemen, that's all right. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Maybe we call Benny Arnold.
Arnold? Yeah.
From Germany, you know.
Yeah. No, I see it. Yeah, okay.
I rather don't say his surname, you know, like the Arnold guy.
Yeah, fair enough. No worries. Thank you, boys. Have a good one. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Good luck in the tournament.
James, the brand new champion of Blast Bounty. How are things?
I feel amazing, incredible feelings, awesome.
Yeah. Do you think the expectations will now change and it's going to be much more dangerous for you here at Krakow?
Yeah, of course. I think for us, no pressure. No goal to win this championship, you know. We just want to show our best and we're a bit tired. We don't have break, just another tournament and it's hard for us and we just want to enjoy our game.
Okay. How many uploads can we expect for this tournament on the YouTube?
Uploads? What is it?
Yeah, videos. Your videos. How many during Krakow?
I don't know how many videos. I don't know.
No?
One maybe?
One? The crowd wants more, you know.
For my YouTube
yes,
channel?
your YouTube, of course.
My YouTube channel is cancelled, sorry.
It is?
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm green. I'm with my team. We're playing a lot CS and 1 year only 2 video and one from 1 year vlog. Okay, nothing for you, sorry.
We understand it. Good luck. Dastan, you said you missed the ESL event?
Of course, yeah. ESL for me, like all the guys around ESL, who admins, you, everyone for me, like I'm 10 years always on ESL. And my last event was Dallas 2024.
Whoa, so long ago.
Yes. Yeah. It was a long journey to return.
It is.
Yes.
But we're so happy that you're back and also so happy that Paravision is doing so well. How are things?
Nice. At least one day I'm happy. Counter-Strike life is depressed, but these days I'm happy that we managed to win. And this arena also is important because first CIS team and first time 3 Kazakh players, Adren, Mo and Hobbit, also Zeus and Dosia won first major trophy. It was unbelievable and they make this Tauron arena is very important for our scene, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a bit iconic. So how have things changed now? Because of course you've gone up in the HLTV ranking, incredibly so. Everybody's looking at you. How are you managing, you know, the expectations of the team and especially the younger guys?
I didn't talk with them. I will talk with my guys later today. And I don't think we are elite tier S level. There is teams like Spirit, Falcons, Furia, Navi, it's elite teams. I hope we will be good top 10 team. Yeah. No expectations. First of all, go to main stage, then try to go playoffs, but no pressure. And I told to our region is very big. A lot of people supporting, and I trying to tell them that our team is youngest. Maybe team Bait is more younger, but we are very young and. I hope this for new players. It's for example, all of these guys watch these ESL events from home on TV. It was a dream, and today they are here, and I'm happy with them. And also for me, I'm feeling like I'm also young with them because they are like young, they're fresh. Everything for them is new, and for me, it's same.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Do you think it's also having a good effect on James? Is he being energized by this young energy and all this new energy?
Of course, I think for James it's also important because for example, when we played that final, after first month he told like, now guys, it's your moment. You need to carry me now because he needs support from these young guns. They can they're shooting hard. They need to. We also need our small superstars to be strong in that games.
People say you don't really have a superstar, but it's like everyone playing together, the team play and the strategy and everything.
No weak player. We don't have like low-rated player. We have good average. It was my goal because IGL system when he's sniper, it's guys on rifles should play better. It's a space for them to show themselves because they shouldn't like coordinate everything like Kerrigan or Major in Aurora. That's all.
Yeah, it's a different way, of course. But still, I saw James going for like 1v3 clutches and stuff instead of saving. What's going on?
For me, it was like IEM Rio moment on Overpass. It was semi-final, kind of the same moment, 1v3, and he won that clutch. And when James winning these moments, it's also more hyped because everyone expect from superstars like don't want to say, new highlight, okay. But when James, it's also supports the team. Everyone was happy.
Yeah. I have to let you go. You have to do stuff for Media Day, but this was great talking to you. Thank you very much. Good luck. Hello. Hi. How are you?
Good.
Good. Have you basked in the victory of Bounty? How's the energy coming into Krakow?
I was sitting 30 hours in the airport before.
30? What happened?
Our flight was cancelled.
Because of the snow?
I don't know.
So when did you end up here then? Last night or?
Today.
Oh, today?
Yes, at 10 a.m.
Oh my gosh. I heard from James that it's been a lot, it's with the travel and then Bounty and everything. So you think you're going to have energy problems or is it going to be fine?
It's going to be fine, but not for today.
Okay, not for today. So you're saying you don't want to do an interview or is that what you're saying?
I don't care.
You don't care. Okay. I heard from Dastan that he's obviously super happy, right? You guys are super psyched. Is this changing anything in your expectations of you two?
I'm just so excited to play. It's no goal, I don't overthink too much about the result, I'm just excited to play.
Result,
That's it.
Okay. I also heard that maybe some of you have been watching ESL events when you were grinding towards Tier 1 and also how is it to be here at an event like this for you?
I'm happy as I have an opportunity to play against best teams in the world.
That guy was Bilchonok. When I met him, he was on previous teams and sitting, ordering pizza. Oh, ESL event, I'm not there again. And now he's here.
It's true. I was watching all these events, Tier 1, from home, and in my mind was, why not me? I want to play so hard, and finally I'm here.
It's crazy. Is there anyone you really want to play that you're looking forward to the most, or is it all?
Not really. No.
Okay, cool. Good luck. Thank you.
Today were inspired by those who came before them. Now it is their turn.
This kid is the real deal.
The confines of what's possible being brought into question.
Decade-long pursuit realized. The curse crushed. 2025 is theirs.
They're gonna be sorry they were ever born. Who? All of them.
Greatness. You can't mess with
legends clash in pursuit of Counter-Strike's oldest trophy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Chex, and the City of Krakow.
The Intel Extreme Masters has arrived in its brand new home of Krakow, Poland. It's an event truly filled with history. Only a select few players have ever managed to lift the trophy, and even fewer have managed to do so twice. One of which, though, is the wonderful Dupree, who is joining us this year on the analyst desk. First of all, welcome to the Hall of Heroes. How does it feel being here as an analyst instead of a player this time around?
It's definitely different, but I'm very honored to be here. You know, as mentioned, like it's only a couple of players and people that get to go here so many times as I've done. You know, it's always a place that I've felt is more unique than others, and coming here and also working on the opposite side of the monitor is just going to feel great. I'm very excited to see what's going to bring.
As we talked about, 2017, 2019, you guys hoisted the trophy in that prime Astralis era. Which road was tougher, though, just in terms of the opposition you had to face to get to that trophy? Which one was the harder fought battle?
I think both of them had their own story. I mean, in 17 it was more about that we had just won the major. We wanted to go in and prove that we can continue our strive, and Katowice was an event that we all looked to be winning and something that we hadn't achieved yet. So going into that one and fighting off, I think we played Fescan obviously in the grand final, and that was a very hectic grand final. I created one of my most unique plays in that one. So obviously that one was special, but I mean, I have to be honest, like 19 is always going to be the one that matters the most to me. It's the event where my father just passed before that. It's also a major, and it was a chance for us to go and prove once again that we were the best team in the world. So 19 has and will always have a special place in my heart.
And now, obviously, we're in a brand new arena, albeit just down the road from former Katowice here in Krakow. We obviously had the major back in 2017 here as well. What's it like kind of being a part of the new history of IEM Winter Championships?
I think it's awesome. You know, it's great to see that it just feel like it's leveled up. You know, I'm sure Katowice has always had this place where it's been very unique. It's been having a legendary status. Now we move on to Krakow, and I don't think anyone should be looking at this as a downgrade or anything. It's more like an upgrade. It just feels like we've moved up a couple of steps up the ladder. Everything seems to be going in the right direction, and I think it's going to be great, and I'm so excited to see that it's going to come.
I'm very excited to take a sneak peek behind the curtain over there to see the inside of the arena as well. But Dupree, I don't want to humble you in our first segment together, but you're not the only former champion in the building. We do have the duo who won in 2020. That's Simple and Electronic on the side of BC Game. 2023 victor as well. That's Hunter, still wearing that G2 jersey. But before all of that, it is time to welcome the first Counter-Strike champions of 2026 into the building. It's Paravision.
So here's a little story all about how Paravision went to a major, flunked out, crashed out, and then this guy Zwei came along. Zwei having played 12 maps with Paravision, 11 of them winning. Zwei, that's got to feel good, don't it?
Yes, it feels good.
It feels real good. You go and you guys play a tournament, you win, 11 out of 12 maps, you win the whole tournament. How important was it for you to win that Blast Bounty?
it's the first tournament of season, so I don't think it's that important as it could be. But I guess we can still show the way we play the Blast Bouncy here, and who knows what's gonna happen.
Well, look, I mean, you had to play Spirit Falcons, Furia. I mean, those are no light names to be taking down. Were you surprised at how that result came?
Yeah, of course. I knew that this will come in the future, but not that fast, you know. So if it happens, it's great.
And if it doesn't, it doesn't. That's the way of the road. Let me ask you this, because James has said in a way, he kind of downplayed that you guys won at Bounty. Do you feel that there's something there? Do you feel that makes sense?
Of course, I can't even say that we played our best. I guess we can play better, even better than we played in Blast Bouncy, and I hope we're gonna show it here.
So, last question I got for you is about Heroic. You're going up against Heroic today. Tell me about them in the server. Everyone calls them onliners. What do you call them?
I call them Youngstar Goat.
Yeah, straight up. All right, Sway, anything you want to say before we get going?
No.
Bet. Thanks very much, Sway.
Well, exciting times ahead as the dawn of IEM Krakow is upon us, Hugo. And I couldn't be more thrilled to be a part of these opening set of games because we've got bangers from the get-go. Look, the place may have changed, but the legacy remains, right? This is a highly illustrious trophy from the humble beginnings all the way back in Hangover to Katowice and now on to Krakow. The journey continues and the stakes just keep getting higher. This is a bigger arena, more capacity, more people, pressure getting dialed up to 11, and we're going to be seeing some of the hopefuls taking to these opening games any moment now.
Yeah, even more history than before, 20 years in the past since this one started, and we still tell this story now in Krakow. And so many teams to talk about, Harry, because I think it's so interesting to look at the invites coming in off top of the year and say, hey, this is the one event in the year where we are guaranteed the top 24 VRS teams in attendance, right? We have absolutely no missing pieces, no denied invites. We have former champions on the desk, in the server, behind the teams, all around here in Krakow. And we're kicking things off with Aurora versus GamerLegion. Polish legends in their own right, and Snacks being one of them over on the GamerLegion side versus an Aurora that have made changes as well. Soulfly coming in, been all over the place, have Aurora grinding last year, but maybe wanting to reach new heights here, and maybe Krakow is the place to do it. Let's take a look at the veto and see what these teams are bringing into the game today.
All right, so we won't be seeing any of the new look Anubis. GamerLegion have decided as much. Gonna have to wait a little while to see that one put to work.
It's been interesting, right? Because Aurora obviously was so excellent on this map last year, but even they didn't go for it back when we saw them the other day in Bounty. So maybe getting it ready, getting Soulfly acclimatized. It was a great map for Jota. Nuke and Dust 2 being the picks off the top. Maybe even an Inferno punish, although I'd imagine Aurora to ban it out. They can leave it through Inferno as a decider. It's been a difficult map for this team, but hey, new player, new year, set new goals, new aspirations, and maybe that's what Aurora are doing today. Nuke to kick us off on the series.
Even that's kind of interesting, right? A map that we haven't seen this new GamerLegion squad really play yet. Only one map logged for this version of the roster. And so picking it versus Aurora, curious to see what it is that's giving GamerLegion the hope there. What have they been cooking? What's Snacks been up to? Because, you know, the desk might have opened talking about the former champions. Snacks with their Katowice win back when it was a major.
2014.
Over a decade ago.
Wow.
That's how long, you know, we've had our watchful eye here, and there he is. Now, when we saw this squad playing back out in Bounty, the GamerLegion camp, I think they would actually get themselves in a really good situations. It was late round that was letting them down. They've had a little bit of time in between those tournaments, not long, but I think there were promising signs for this team back at Bounty. And if they're able to kind of shore up the final 20% of the round, I think they could be a real threat, because you can't argue that this team didn't constantly find themselves in good positions on their Bounty run.
Yeah, two teams in very different positions. Aurora, who've had even more time after failing in their first outing of the year, versus a GamerLegion who at least made it to LAN, and they're back again here in Krakow to kick off the year at Intel Extreme Masters. Aurora v GamerLegion, a BO3 to open up stage 1. 16 teams look to progress up against the top 8 in the world. We're going to find out who's meeting them there.
All right, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's kick off Krakow in style. It's a pistol round coming up, and little util exec out towards A just to put pressure on. But GamerLegion, they've got their sights set on this yard control. Zantares caught sleeping at the wheel. Little slow to react there as they drop on down. That's a 5v4 mopped up. But Madger and co might have something to say about that. They've got Rez pinned in over here towards Hell. Let's see if Snacks can exploit this attention. The gap that's opened up. Snacks collects a freebie on his move out towards ramp. And right now, if you're Aurora, you don't really know where this pistol's ending up. You've seen players at lower. You've seen guys in the yard. It's all one big question mark to the side of Aurora. Let's see if they can piece it together.
Oh, Soulfly does recover. It's a stable shot. Snacks is down B meanwhile, and the bomb is coming in, but they don't have vent control. Can Aurora sneak down in time? USP trying to cover. Snacks with missed shots. Those Julies getting closer and closer, and even support in the form of Woxic. A fearless rotation from Aurora, but one that's punished. Hypex holds it down, and with the door shut, Soulfly's position on that B bomb site unknown for now. He's going to perch himself at the back of B. 20 seconds. GamerLegion essentially have to go. Do they clear this?
Oh, they've got him spotted. Soulfly can't get out with anything. And they hear this vent rotate from Woxic, so it's not really a surprise where he's going to be appearing. Snacks is shutting that door on him.
Oh, dear.
Literally and metaphorically. And it's such a Snacks way to win this round. What are you going to do? Finally gets through the door and will get past Snacks, but he's wasted a lot of time here for Woxic. Bomb planted in behind this silo. Hypex will have to swing him.
Doesn't buy it.
But doesn't even clamp down on that first tap, and so this should be a done deal. GamerLegion will find success in this pistol round. Woxic gets out with both the kills, but that delay play in at the door from Snacks is enough to shut Aurora out of it.
Just an insane way to start off the tournament. Snacks on home soil in his home city as well. Able to put up a sneaky ramp move, and then just the door stuck, slam in the face of Woxic. No entrance. And no pistol for Aurora. GamerLegion start the series off with a bit of a smile.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
It's a really good buy for a second round though, right? Woxic saving the Kevlar. 2 rifles, 3 SMGs. GamerLegion have still got to watch out in a round like this. No AKs on them. And Woxic, this feels like a position able to grab a free kill, but GamerLegion looked to path close.
Rez is looking very ready for a peek up here. Feels like he just cleared it though, and right as he goes back to get the util, Woxic just going to tap him out of the round. Puts that M4 to work.
Annoying way to start the round, considering Rez just checked it out, but lots of util on this top side. They're going in for the main split. Clear is lazy for Torsen. It takes Snacks to make up for it. And what was a 3-on-5, GamerLegion need multi-kills. Only 1 for Hypex. Up the vent denied. And 2v2 for GamerLegion, but they've never cleared the site. Woxic was here the whole time. Bomb loose in lobby. PR 1v2. He's meant to be the star of the show here for GamerLegion. What's he got?
Up and over ain't bad, especially while Soulfly is still so far away on this rotation. Quite soon he's going to hear the ladder, tries to use that moment to battle forward, but the rotate arrives, and there's Woxic's support. That's what he was waiting for. Man, credit to Woxic. That's a really, really potent rifle in the second round. Puts it to work out in the yard, steals away the 5v4, and then instantly commits to a rotate away, right? Changing position. It's a similar vibe to when he's donning his AWP. The instant repos gets in towards the back of the site, and you saw how unexpected it was. You know, no one was considering that he'd been hiding there the entire time.
Woxic does love dropping backside with the AWP, right? It can limit you a lot of times, it can leave you out of the action, but on those top hits, very good at putting up multi-kills. GamerLegion broke. Snacks has found the money for PR.
Oh, all right, Snacks. That's nice. He's going to be very happy with that.
I want to see the Xantara's reaction after that kill. Just jump spotting, dead to a deagle.
Oh, it gets
kill.
even better in slow motion. Yeah, that's a tilting death for Xantares.
Nice. Now just ramp pop for 2 here, Harry.
Yeah, Madger up on the boost. Support in from Soulfly as well, able to keep this to Aurora's advantage. Could get caught with the nade out, so just tried to get it in there fast as possible. And from the high-flying Deeg that opened things up, it doesn't go much further for GamerLegion.
A good gamble there for Aurora, realizing that they're probably not going to go outside after that kill. They're still on pistols at the end of the day. We have rifles, so group up on ramp. Probably no util for the A hit. It is their best option. So a nice read from Aurora. Puts them in the right place and gets rid of that force buy round. One more eco for GamerLegion. Aurora right now in control.
You do kind of hope that Snacks is able to keep up the look from these early couple of rounds. Because, you know, I think we've gotten very, very used to seeing a largely nonchalant Snacks, right? He's always been a guy who's felt very cool and calm under pressure. This is actually getting a little nerve-wracking, isn't it? But should get mopped up now. But, you know, seeing him here with kind of a point to prove. Home territory. You want Snacks shooting for the stars.
Yeah, and I think GamerLegion are in a weird position, right? You've even heard from PR in this interview talking about how, you know, insinuating he want to play with better players and a better team. And, you know, we've seen the talent from him last year especially, but at the same time, Snacks is going to need to perform as an individual in this roster if they are to make any runs, right? It's one thing when you're on G2 and you have a bunch of stars around you and you can fill in the gaps, but we still need games out of Snacks and performances if GamerLegion are going to make a run here. This round looking simple right now, and yes, Madger makes it so.
Very well handled.
Yeah. Well, good morning, Madger.
Yeah.
Too easy for him.
That's the old breakfast 3K from Madger.
Nice start, all things considered. That pistol was hectic. But everything since has come up for Aurora.
Woxic, who is 7-0 and was instrumental to the early collection of rounds for Aurora. He gets to don his AWP now. And he won't have any contest from Hypex on the other side, not for a while anyway. So a chance to move up the board even further. Sure, Xantares has been getting kind of wrecked to open up this game, but with Woxic showing up in fantastic fashion to begin this series, he should be able to bridge the gap in firepower there. Soulfly, quick death as the entry comes through into this top site. Xantares, there's the lineup.
There he is.
And now he gets rolling as well. A Rifleman, their Rifle Star, getting online with a big 3K in the first rifle round. And it's very, very quickly laid to rest for GamerLegion. They're back down to the pistols. It's been familiar territory to open up this game. Unable to find a way in since that pistol.
Say his name and he shall appear. Triple kill on the top side from the Terminator. massive from Xantares when you consider GamerLegion found that quick entry. That was looking problematic for Aurora. But Xantares enters the series, enters the tournament with a bang. GamerLegion just left broke. Nade cycled outside, but Rez is aware of this. He's crossing late, not been spotted, trying to sneak down lower. Is patiently waiting. Oh, but not forever. Does spam him out. Did
That's
the
just
smoke fade?
crazy, isn't it?
I think the smoke must have faded, maybe. Because there was none in the kill feed. So Rez just a little bit too late after those well-timed nades from Aurora. Slowed the whole thing down, and now with no one in lower, Aurora should realize GamerLegion a full lobby. There's no good answer for this position. The gap is ramp, but even then, it's the AWP. How much of a gap is that? Woxic smoking like he's not AWPing it. Oh my...
Okay. Well, it turns out it's a pretty huge gap. Caught with a knife out on a reposition. Xantares already down here at lower one to the dome straight away. Hypex even getting it on that AWP. And a pickup on the Tech 9 from Snacks as he goes chasing for a big double. Torsen has Madja boxed in over here at ramp, a fight he isn't able to close upon, and that's going to leave it on Hypex with this AWP. Time is his big enemy right now. And that's before you take into account these two enemies ready to hound him down at the moment he goes for that plant. They just put the fear in him and leave him in a position now where he would have to commit if he wants to win the round. Instead, it's an attempt at the save. An attempt really is the key word there as Wakadia comes in for the hunt.
Oh, disaster. Death after time as well. It doesn't get worse there for Hypex. Just gets run at right by the vent. And sure, Woxic, huge mistake. Not sure what communication came in there to make him run knife out towards his ramp smoke. But even though it's punished, it's still Aurora, despite these early disadvantages winning the round. Xantares 1 deke outside, Woxic ramp push, and GamerLegion still can't convert on any of these advantages. Oh dear, and Snacks with a jump. Cheekiness doesn't always pay off. There is a second rifle outside and it won't survive for long. Cross does come through. Woxic trying to battle out of this position. Bomb makes it down secret, but Woxic is just feeling it right now. 9-1. And picks Rez off the roof as well. GamerLegion just getting drowned right now.
Oh, PR, all right. Suddenly you're right back in it. They lurk into the yard. They just weren't ready for a player here so late in the round. Woxic's been dispatched down towards lower. 2 guys to try and contain. Soulfly still roaming the yard, cognizant of this PR flank. GamerLegion still hold their positions, waiting to see either if PR's given something on this lurk or if the 2 players in at lower are fed a kill. And it's looking like it's going to be the latter. Soulfly, good choice to not go towards the single door. Not that he's supposed to know that.
Oh no.
Heading into the vent, they're going to try and come up to join up with the A-site play. Soulfly gets the spot. And now they know where the round is ending up at least, meaning Woxic gets ahead of this. With the form he's in, he is interested in this 1v2.
Cover is there. PR's already dropped back sight. He is right on the hut right now. How could Woxic know this? It's a great position taken. The trade is ready to be swung. They are so aware where he's coming from. PR has heard this rotate. Woxic, quick shot. 1v1, nades pulled. Woxic gets a second chance at 10-1. You don't want to give this guy another go. Torsen rotates out, moves away. Plays the clock. Woxic, a very difficult clutch now with no information. He could be anywhere. Back time, but he flicks in time. 4 kills and all the glory for Woxic. An unlosable round lost by GamerLegion yet again.
He gave you 2 chances to finish the job, and if you don't take them, Woxic will punish you for it.
That is sickening. That's that high DPI right there. Fast as hell.
Wow. Wow, that is the quintessential Woxic round. Gets to show the flair, gets to show the style, the flicks, everything about that.
Oh, what are you meant to do? GamerLegion just can't convert. They can't get on the game.
This was their problem back at Bounty as well, right? When you think about the run that this team had, and when they finally got put down, it was admittedly to the big dogs of Vitality. But there were moments in those games, both maps being really close, where they had them on the ropes, where they would get to favorable positions. It was in the round closes. It was letting clutches slip through. It was letting man advantages get away from them. That was what lost GamerLegion the series. And there's been a lot of that in this. Open up their run here in Krakow.
6 rounds of it, to be honest. Woxic is obviously going to go for the pick. And can you blame him with a game? And he finds Torsen again. He's in his nightmares right now. Back-to-back rounds. Woxic 12-1. Outstanding debut in Krakow. PR's had enough. He runs out the door, but on top of the hut, Soulfly. Valiant defense. 8-4 from the new boy.
Like, there's 2 players in this Aurora team that you really don't want entering that flow state. Obviously, Xantares is one of them, but you were able to kind of slow his roll at the start of this game. The other name is Woxic, and the thing I think that's so threatening about Woxic finding his form like this is you never really know where this guy is going to pop up next. You're always left looking over your shoulder. In this round, they will get past him, but Soulfly able to contain this top site spillover down through the vent feels like the best and maybe only option for GamerLegion. Even then, it's still a battle. Maggia rotates in over to ramp. He's got Xantares in the sidecar. Snacks having a hold on to vent, is baited out. Tunnel visioned on the vent angle.
Ouch!
And there's no road left to run for Hypex. He is fully boxed in. Spam from everywhere. Flash is connecting, and he will get overran. The score is kept squeaky clean for Aurora.
Yeah, forget that pistol round. I'm not even counting it at this point for GamerLegion. 7-1 scoreline. Hypex overwhelmed by every bit of utility in the book. And Aurora, even though they had no one B, no one ramp ready to rotate, they are so quick to deal with that. They are feeling it right now. Dropping down vent even before Wacardia came through with the cover. It didn't matter. They're not getting punished for anything in this game. Another buy-in for GamerLegion. The bomb plant allows that, but gonna need something to happen here for GamerLegion if they don't want to get swept on their map pick.
Well, you know, said it coming in when we talked about the veto. We haven't really seen this version of the GamerLegion squad play Nuke, right? They had their first official on it the other day. They were handed an L. By a team I doubt you've heard of, Hugo. And so, you know,
still got it, Harry.
Now getting to bring it in versus Aurora, maybe not wanting to run the risk of retreading the ground from their series win back at Bounty.
Ooh. Hello.
Drop down for Wacardia, only going to get out with 1. Here's Woxic. Again, that AWP seeks to punish, but he's trapped in the smokes, runs the risk of getting overwhelmed. Rez breaks through with a triple set of entries. And so now you're left looking on at Maggia, 1v3. Look, you've won a bunch of rounds you weren't really supposed to if you're Aurora here. And so even though Maggia's meant to be the calmer head at the top of the operation for Aurora, I think he's very, very interested in giving this one a look in. The fact they haven't planted yet even is kind of setting the tone. He knows they're nervous, that this round could still get away from them. Now, there was actually a chance to punish the plant there. Maggia never took it. And now that they get the spot, he's in a bit of a rough situation, is old Maggia. Util comes in, brings him down a half. And even though he's anticipating the peak from Rez, he won't get given it, and he knows that. So save starting to feel like the only option here for the captain of Aurora.
Shame to see. He had a good idea what was going on. He's shaking his mouse on Rez's position, but nothing he can do. Rez's triple kills enough, and Madja looks to hunt these saving players in the lobby. Rez remaining aware will find 4 of his own to put the game on for GamerLegion. Poor Woxic felt like that was a multi-kill brewing, but he shot the blood of his teammate on the wall when he came out of that smoke. Saying earlier, him dropping back sight, definitely potential for multi-kills, but missed connection here, and GamerLegion get in the game. And safe to say, it's always salvageable on the T side of Nuke. 5 would be absolutely fine. But it is, as you alluded to, Harry, maybe that lack of experience on this map with this roster. It was a map that they really liked, or at least ETR really liked under GamerLegion. He called some really nice paced outside rounds, something we've not really seen yet from GL. Different variants of smoke walls, a lot of conditioning. But let's see what Snax is cooking up on these T sides, as GamerLegion desperately need these last few rounds.
You just got to tell yourself here, you know, the half has gone really quite poorly, but it's still, you know, not beyond recovery. Rez finding a great timing on this cross in a main, but a hell of a spot from Soulfly at the back of the site means that Rez loses that element of surprise and will get cleaned up. Woxic's Orb even going to follow up, extending this advantage 5v2. And when you look at kind of the amount of kills that have gone down and just how little space, how little you kind of have to show for it, it's a very, very suffocating round.
I like the AUG buy for Madja. I want to get ahead of this and just say that I've been playing it a lot. Harry, this gun's actually really good right now. It feels like a good buy. When you're controlling the economy on CT side, you have a lot of money. I think there's a very good argument to buy this weapon. You know, jokingly, it's the old man gun, right? We always said, we saw the Carragans of the world use it, especially in-game leaders, but at the same time, I think it can provide a lot of versatility. It's got one-shot headshot up close. It's got a big mag, close range, far range. It works. It's got the scope. Spray is pretty easy as well. So, especially for certain positions like the ones Madja's playing,
yeah,
I think it could be very valuable. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more of it here in Krakow.
Yeah, I think it all started with Grim really trying to get it out there, right? And I feel like others have started taking note. You're dead on. It's the one-shot potential at close range mixed with the scope to give you a lot of versatility at longer ranges.
A very easy spray as well. Like, you'd expect people to be scoped in. I actually don't even think you need to scope in a lot of the time with that gun. Like, sure, if you're playing hell to yard, yes. But anywhere else, you can just hip fire with that thing. Let's see what Madja can do with it. He's rotating down B, and he will be called upon as GamerLegion make the cross down secret. 2 players playing delayed. Again, looking for the late yard rotate here. Will Aurora move through the yard? Doesn't look like it. Woxic takes up ramp. He has been everywhere on this AWP, and Madja anchors B. So might force GamerLegion's hand into this lower site. It's that or a vent climb.
Well, I mean, if they do go into lower, look at what they've got to contend with. Right now, it's only Madja down here, but who's his next point of rotation? It's going to be Woxic with this AWP over at ramp. And I know if there's one guy you're really looking to avoid at all costs in this game, it is Woxic on that AWP. So a fake plant in at lower from Snax, hoping he could bait some type of reaction. His teammates, meanwhile, taking main, but Snax will decide to just take this bomb plant while it's being offered.
It's crazy. You've got 3 lurkers right now. Only 2 players on that bottom site. They're flanking ramp. Huge kill for Snax. Ricardi doesn't know he ain't getting down that vent. And there's a flank on ramp that Aurora have to worry about. Snax careful, can't afford to die.
Still just playing a delay. Woxic gives chase, break on the smoke, trade in on Rez. It's down to these later arriving players. Hypex out of the single door and Torsing getting in ramp side. It all was a little bit chaotic, but it was chaos by design from Snax.
I think a lot can go wrong there in that call, right? If your B players die too soon. Snax is playing inside of the smoke in the site. If he dies insta, they can get on that bomb. It could be a big problem, but it's an open plant for ramp. There's flanks on flanks. Aurora can't safely rotate anywhere, and when they do, they get shot in the back. So there is method behind the madness here for GamerLegion, but there is a lot of madness. They need it to find these 4 rounds.
All right, eyes set on a topside play, or at least the util for it. Gonna start streaming in all these mollies, but a missed one on top of the heart. That could prove punishing. Means that they have to go and clear Soulfly manual mode, and that allows the rest of Aurora to come through and set up these crossfires. You battle it into a 2v2. But you look at who's left standing. It's some heavy hitters for Aurora. Repositioned down through the vents, trying to get ahead of these rotates and give yourselves the best chance in this 2v2. Right now, they are ahead of it. They will have this plant at lower. Going to take some time for Aurora to get into position, especially with this recommit to a yard wrap for Madja.
This is audacious for Madja. It leaves him completely out of the play. Woxic on
and
his
he's
own
running
right now.
too. He's heard by Hypex here, knows that if he's just patient, he's got a kill on a silver platter. And at that point, you're now firmly in the driver's seat. Woxic has had some absolutely phenomenal rounds in this game, but this would have to be his best one yet. Tap on the door, puts the fear in him. Once more, Snacks playing around with this door control. Woxic, the no-scopes won't land, and so GamerLegion somewhat on the path to recovery. 4 rounds picked up on their new look Nuke. Can they stop this Woxic showing and look to come back now on the CT side?
Aurora rock up and rock the boat of GamerLegion. 8 CT rounds on Nuke. It's GamerLegion's pick, and you would barely know it. Recovering by the end of the half, but far from thriving here in their debut at Krakow. It's Aurora with new boy Soulfly looking solid so far.
Yeah, and I think as far as they're concerned, they've got a bit of a score to settle, right? This was the team that stopped Aurora's bounty run in its tracks. Just shy of making a playoff appearance themselves. But different maps this time around. The decision to come to Nuke for GamerLegion. A map that we haven't really seen this version of the squad play all too much. And they've been dealt a rough hand to open things up. Won the pistol in that first half, if you can believe it. Let's see how they fare in this one. Soulfly dead at the dawn of the A exec. They managed to get players in, but it's by design for GamerLegion, who are always prepared to retake should it come down to it. 5-on-3 now. We've said for GamerLegion, one of the problems is getting to good positions, but struggling to close. You really hope this is not another case of that. Xantares! Oh my God, had to get put down quickly, because if you let him pick up too much steam, he's on his way to that 1v4. That would have been an ace clutch for Xantares. Thank goodness Rez gets there in time with a 4K of his own.
This is just the Rez life game day again. Another 4K for Rez to find a very important round for GamerLegion. It was getting scary there in an essential 1v5 for Xantares. Not going to happen though. It's GamerLegion, big pistol win. Retake on that top site, and we have a force buy for Aurora. Only Xantares' Galil is a pretty weak buy otherwise. Prioritizing some utility. And heading outside.
Oh, a nade on the smoke arrives a little too late, and even the punish from Xantares as he falls off the top of main.
Audacious.
He's rewarded a 5v4. And look at the amount of control you've taken down towards lower. You've got players down the vents. Wakadia made it down here. Madja led the charge in through Secret. You're already in a really strong position here.
Save, maybe.
Could be brewing for GamerLegion. They've played to contain over towards the top site, and with the bomb going down in at lower, Xantares still roaming the yard. You're going to be hard-pressed to do anything here. It might just have to be that save and out of necessity.
It's worse than you think as well. With 4 players lower, I just don't see a way the GamerLegion could get back into that round. And it's annoying because it's not like they're even up against the biggest of guns, but positions are enough. Xantares holds for a CT save, but GamerLegion go the other way. So they will get another chance with these 2 M4s, but that is a robbery round again from Aurora. They've won both force buys after losing both pistols in this map.
Yeah, 100% round 2 break percentage for Aurora.
Terrorists win. It's a worst way to start your halves, GamerLegion. Would have rather get 1v5'd. I can't believe Xantares with the rifle drops off main roof. Snacks had shadow as well. He knew it was coming. Did nothing about it. And PR right now is 3-12, Harry. Touted at one point last year as the next big thing, is a future star of a potential top squad. And he's had some incredible events last year, but coming pretty cold to 2026. GamerLegion need him if they're going to get out of this stage. It's a hyper-competitive stage 1, Harry. I mentioned earlier, with all top 24 teams in attendance, top 8 in stage 2. You got Heroic and Pyjamas on the same side of the bracket. Of course, a lower bracket with full BO3s in this event, but nobody wants to go down there. Hypex scout outside, scaling roof again. Only a spot for Wakadia.
I don't think you're going to anticipate that Woxic's got his hands on an AWP already, and he's made some sacrifices to do it. He doesn't have head armor, which is pretty big on the T side, right? He's vulnerable to the M4s, vulnerable to the SMGs. But with the game he's having, his priority is putting that weapon of choice in hand fast as possible. Rez, good reaction here out through Secret, answers the outside play with a double kill, and it is 2 heavy hitters removed. The Woxic Orb brushed aside and forgotten about, and Zantares also picked up in the chaos.
These smokes really allow them to cross into Garage, so Aurora wrapping this topside again.
Defense is split up here with PR already down at lower, so you've only got 1 man to worry about. If you're able to deal with Hypex out here in heaven, which is going to be the position Aurora scale for, there's very little left to play for in this round for PR. And a close check. No scope might have connected. Has to follow up with another. Second man in through heaven. And he heard the vent drop down, so Magic just collects his free kill. PR moves in, up through the vent. Can't quite convert. 3 health remaining on Magic, and it will make a world of difference.
Just disaster after disaster in this game for GamerLegion. I feel like it's a match they'll leave and just say, hey, whatever. So many unlucky moments, so many unconverted advantages, so many winnable rounds. But Aurora, with a lot of flair, just surviving on 3 health. PR can't catch a break. Very winnable round for him, but Aurora 10-5, break the money fully here of GamerLegion. It's going to get worse before it gets better. That's the only certainty here.
So the worst game for PR ever I've seen him have was 4 kills. 4 and 14, and obviously you'll remember this one, Hugo. That was the Falcons out in Melbourne
Playoff
in the quarterfinal. His first time on a big stage.
That whole team got wrecked, really.
PR right now, 3 and 13. This could be his worst performance ever.
Well, there's still rounds to recover, but are they guaranteed? Rezdig, Snacks falls. Zantares scales up above. He's got to look down in the locker if he wants to find Rez, who is considering everything. Can't really do much to stop Zantares. Gamble on B is misplaced in this position. As the bomb comes back up with Maja and goes searching. They've locked a player in main. Deagle revealed. Zantares waiting in. PR, another unwinnable round.
And Aurora just have so many chances to lock in this map. And then, you know, if you kind of start thinking ahead, you start thinking to what lays in wait in this series. This is where the decision to depart from the veto when these squads met at Bounty could really be punishing for GamerLegion. Trying to change things, right? We said maybe not wanting to retread old ground with the Nuke pick to open things up. But when you look at Dust 2, not only has it been one that GamerLegion have had their struggles on, but even thinking back to that head-to-head between these squads, this was the map that Aurora won. And I'm going to say this, with the form that we're getting out of Woxic right now, thinking about him taking to Dust 2 as an individual is a very, very scary prospect.
You hope you get the Rez that played against Vitality on that very map, right? Back at the finals, but at the same time, it's across the board a different game here for Aurora. 11-5. And I want to say the scoreline is maybe not as close as it feels. But at the end of the day, I mean, GamerLegion, just because they've had the opportunities, they just haven't closed on any of them.
Yeah, I think there are some teams you're willing to give the benefit of the doubt in that regard. The idea that, you know, you kept getting to man advantages and uncharacteristically they got away from you. And so, yes, the scoreline doesn't show how close it is. But sadly, this is starting to feel a little par for the course for GamerLegion. Getting to winnable positions, getting to favorable positions, only to have them get stripped away from you.
What can they do here? Final ditch attempt, or their map pick is gone with the wind.
Yeah, and it's far from, you know, the perfect proper buy. You've already burnt through almost all the util right off the top of the round. You didn't bring a lot of it with you into play.
PR in a battle of patience against Zantares. Xantares goes to clear. PR needs this kill, but it's a Xantares peak. Of course it is. Almost nothing can be done. 5v4, and there is a molly and a flash left on GamerLegion. They're rotating vent. That's just unrealistic. Feels like they know it's done at this point, and it may well truly be. Torsen top sight, headshot by the AWP. That's the guy, that's the third guy behind two teammates.
Dude, he had to thread the needle perfectly on that. He had to shoot through two of his teammates. The gap looked tiny. We saw it from Torsen's POV.
Couldn't even really see Woxic. And yeah, you're saving your AWP, Hypex. You don't get to play this round. Aurora 5 up, plant the bomb, and lock in 12.
Another thing, you know, when you kind of zoom out, you look tournament-wide as a whole for GamerLegion, it's a little worrisome that... Because I think there's always a bit of a fear of the unknown, right? Whenever you have these rosters that have even the smallest change, coming off of a break as well.
Sick highlight.
Dude, it's a classic Hypex save sequence. No one gets save sequences as clean as this guy.
Dude, 4 kills. A glad Snack saved his AWP. He's earned it there, getting fully run out, if not for the bomb.
But, you know, I just worry, like, with kind of showcasing now to the other teams here in this opening stage that your Nuke maybe isn't up to snuff, because there's been some really uncomfortable moments in here. The res rotate down the vent is only the latest in a line of awkward rotations, missed opportunities for GamerLegion. You worry that if you show other squads that your Nuke isn't up to par, will they look to use that against you? PR gets out with 1, so it's no longer his worst game ever. It's tied for it.
It's a perfect call for Madger. Run through the ramp smoke. Full disrespect at this point in the game, and Aurora at least trying to have some fun on the way out, trying to up the vibes going into a second map, because 12-5 up, everything's working. They rush through that smoke, they get a bomb plant, and they thrust GamerLegion into another very uncomfortable position. There is not any hope here. They are blocked by 2 smokes. They have 1 kit. Hypex's ramp with an AWP. He is taking too long, unfortunately. This might be the end of GamerLegion's pick. Dust 2 up next as they fall 1 by 1. Woxic flanking down the vent, but time is on his side. It is not on GamerLegion's.
Gonna get yourselves another kill. Gotta get past Xantares. That miss from Hypex might just cost you dearly, as now it tees up Woxic, and there simply isn't time for Snacks. He's got to grapple with this, got to come to terms with it. Nuke has well and truly gotten away from GamerLegion as Aurora come through swinging to open up their run in Krakow. And what a performance it was, man. Woxic from the get-go set the tone for this team. He was lights out. These were vintage Woxic rounds on the AWP. It was stylish, it was flicky, it was fast. You never knew where that AWP was going to crop up next.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot here for GamerLegion to feel that good about. They've got to try and reset now, going back to the drawing board, facing Aurora on Dust 2. A scary map, and one that Aurora were able to best them on last time around. There's a lot going against GamerLegion right now.
Got to have a lot of soul to be Fly, isn't that right, Soulfly?
Yeah, it's true.
Absolutely. I'm glad we could start that off on such a high note. Let's talk a little bit about Aurora, though. Coming off the Blast Bounty wasn't necessarily the highest of notes. Tell me about your experience.
I mean, it was my first tournament with the team, and I was kind of nervous, and I had to play with another. I have to play in Turkey, and my team was in Serbia, so I played not good PC, and I had some loss internet issue, but this is not the excuse, obviously. But after second game, I felt a little bit better, but end of the day we couldn't manage to win. But all good, we learn, we lose and learn.
Lose and learn, that's very poetic. In fact, you've nailed that. Tell me a little about playing, with your teammates, but they're not there. It kind of does something to the vibe of a team, right?
Yeah, obviously, because for example, when the map ends, they're always talking to each other 15 minutes. So I cannot talk with them. So I'm missing so much the communication that they had. So, I mean, we fix everything in the Turkey, so it's not going to be issue again. So that's all good.
So we were just chatting a little bit before we got in front of the camera here. Tell me a little about playing alongside of this Aurora team. What that means to you? What does it feel like? You're in the big leagues, it looks like, right?
Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I was watching all the time Space Soldiers and seeing the players achieving so many good things and playing these kind of tournaments. That was my dream, to play on the stage. I mean, I start new. I get the offer, and I was kind of surprised and not surprised at the same time. So yeah, they're legends, So I'm learning a lot from them, and the mental side, the game side. So it's been really good, and it will be good.
And finally, someone else gets to do the interviews, right?
Yeah. I mean, I noticed that as well before I joined.
It's true. I think Major just likes doing the interviews. For you, how do you like your chances against GamerLegion today?
I don't like to talk a lot on the game, but previous game we watch, and as I said, we learn, and we know what we did wrong, and we know what we did right. So I think we found the balance now. I hope it will be good for us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Sig needs to save them here, and Jewel Beretta's running out of ammo. Icy gets another. Taurus got this safe pair of hands. Blix! Oh, he's just an animal! Robotic from Zentares. He welcomes the duel, controls the spray. It's Zentares, it's his playground right now, and Ace.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing the behind the scenes, how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Oh, sir, I was just discussing with Snacks, when he was in the playoffs in Krakow for the PGL event back in 2017, you were 13 and a half years old, or something along those lines. Were you watching back then?
Yeah, I was watching every game back then. I remember it like it was yesterday, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
So it must be pretty cool to be in here now, like, you know, that where a major final was once played?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I can't really say more. It's just like a dream being true.
Yeah, because just as we were driving up, like the Spodek, it's very iconic, but this is huge. Like this is like twice the size of the Spodek.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, not much to say, to be honest. I live here, so I've seen it before. Yeah.
Okay, well that makes it less impressive, I suppose. But you get to play. Adela's looking at me like, can they? Am I getting in trouble? Am I slowing things down, guys? I always get in the way, you know. Okay, I haven't caused any problems right now. Now, look, you got Snacks calling the shots now. How's he been as a leader?
Yeah, he's been good. Yeah, but I think he's just going to get better and better. He's coming back into the game after half a year of break. But yeah, he's very good.
Wow, high praise, mate.
I mean, like, I paid them to say like that.
Yeah, it does. Okay, well, is it good having someone you can speak Polish with?
Yeah, I feel like my home now also. IMD and the coach. So yeah, we speak a bit Polish, but we try and keep it English for most of it.
Oh, that's nice, yeah. All right.
You can keep the London accent as well if you want.
He's really got these. When I spoke to him first, I was like, "Where's this guy from?"
Yeah. Try. Ask him to do it. He's very good.
It's already thick. Can you put it on thicker?
I mean, when I play CS and when I speak to the guys, I don't have an accent. So when I do the interviews, the accent comes out.
Okay. Well, is it natural or is it intentional?
It's natural. It's natural, but when I play CS, for some reason, it's not natural. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Look, did you enjoy your Christmas break? What did you get up to? Anything exciting? Go anywhere? Holidays?
I went to Vienna for the first time, so yeah, it was very nice. I went with my girlfriend for 5 days, I think. Okay. But then we finished the break quite early, 26, I think. We came back to playing before Miami, so yeah, that was about it.
Okay, so it's been pretty busy start to the year already.
Yeah, exactly. But it was still a nice break because we went out quite early as well from the major, so we started early.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Gentlemen, excited for the show? Don't shit yourself. This isn't the quarterfinals. They'll pull through. All right, boys, buckle up. Our objective? To yoink Blade's scrapbook. The crown jewel of strategic documents. But where Blade goes, his scrapbook goes with him. To make matters worse, his hotel room is a fortress. Equipped with generational security.
This woman was suspicious her hotel mirror was a two-way mirror and someone was watching her.
The final catch, at night, his room goes into full lockdown. That leaves us one window. Blade's midday nap. Navi's performance coach has been bragging on socials about the team's sleep quality, and by the looks of it, Blade's out cold for a solid 15-minute window.
Okay, so the plan is break into this room while he's inside.
Oh, Sasha, please. Sick plan.
Don't worry. Whilst Blade has Gen Z security, we have Gen Z stars.
Look at me, Blade. I'm the captain now.
I'm at the top, it's lonely still. No, I don't flex, but broski roll. It's like I went on a hike, cause true, I'm king of the hill.
Put down the weapon.
You're not here to kill the guy.
Sorry, boss.
Oh, and don't forget the dupe. Good luck, boys.
Oh, Sasha, please. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. Sasha.
Boys, low quality sleep aboard.
No! Sasha, please.
I repeat, abort. Hide, hide, hide. You're not here to kill the guy.
Look at my blade. I'm the captain now.
I really need some sleep.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Boss, we got it.
Hell yeah.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Aurora came into this one looking for a spot of revenge after getting bested by GamerLegion back at Bounty to kickstart their year. They've shown up with a vengeance, right? Running away with Nuke, and it wasn't even close. You're most impressed by what Woxic has brought to the table, and there might be even more in store. Dust 2, our second map, best known as an Orpa's Paradise if they're feeling it, and he certainly is. GamerLegion won both pistols, able to convert on none of them. The gamble of Nuke didn't pay off. They've got to hope for a resurgence here on Dust.
Yeah, 6 loss streak on this map for GamerLegion, and 2 of those are to Aurora, including a 13-1 back at Bucharest at the end of last year. They even couldn't pick it up in Philadelphia, losing to a litany of teams. GamerLegion going to need to play their best Dust 2 yet. Rez on your screen, he was a guy who popped off against Vitality on this map the other day on LAN, but going to need that and then some more for GamerLegion up against a red-hot Aurora, fresh off the press with a new addition in Soulfly. It's going under the radar right now, Harry, but that's, I think, a good sign. He was never coming in to be the star of this team. When you have Xantares, when you have Woxic, as long as they're performing, Aurora look good for the job.
Said in that last game, PR was looking real rough around the edges. It ended up being his 3rd worst LAN performance of all time.
Oof.
And so hoping to change that here, but not exactly the dream start for him in the pistol as he gets tapped out to open up Dust 2.
Rez missed that nade to break the mid smoke so they could help fight middle. So the plan's gone wrong for GamerLegion. Fake mid to B. Won't change much here as Aurora just pummel up the catwalk.
Going to require a massive individual effort. Bit of util to try and help out Hypex. That's courtesy of Snacks out here on long. But in comes the wrap as the captains clash. Madja out ahead of it. Good kill back from Rez. Lends a little bit of intrigue to this retake now in a 2-on-3. They'll creep up close. Chance to boost for the site player, but that just thrusts them into the vision of Wicardia. And now Aurora have the info. They know where the last man is. Tap back for Rez. But what's he supposed to do here? Man to deal with in the site. Cross being held from long. Far from a winnable position here, and he will just get strung out into the open. Both players fight him together. Aurora win their first pistol of the series to start off their pick of Dust 2.
Oh, it's an even better sign for Aurora, like things could get better. I didn't expect that after the first map. Wicardia Dance of Death on that A site, and just really hard fights. If they're not given away, you see Aurora play very tucked in there. Resistant to give GamerLegion away back into the round. GamerLegion here to take it. Force buy in the second. Don't see that a lot on Dust 2 on this CT side. Mag 7, of course, for Snacks. And a short setup, but let's see if Aurora use their util well. Will it just be dry contact into this stack?
Oh, there's the scout to cover. Snacks was thinking about going. He saw that molly come out from the door. Instead, his round ends shortly after the swing from Rez. 5-on-3, Aurora in such a strong position here. And they're not going to kind of throw it away by any type of a misguided round here, taking their time to go and group back up in the tunnels. They know wherever they go, they're fielding the advantage. And so now they're committing to B. Torsen will get tucked in, but he is the only line of defense here, and he falters immediately.
Simply done. Nothing to it. The kills come to them. I think maybe a bit more patience for GamerLegion would have gone a long way. With the map so quiet, surprised to see the call to push up on Catwalk. 2 kills fed, and Aurora just walk it in. GamerLegion tested their patience here. No need to go hunting any further.
This is the first pistol round we see get converted as well.
No surprise that it's Aurora. Ooh, careful.
And I think, you know, one of the problems you're going to run into is Aurora just haven't really felt pressured at any point in the series thus far. Letting this team play without pressure is a very, very scary position to be in. You know, you don't want Woxic and Xantares feeling like they can do anything, because then they will. And you won't like that.
Some say group stage is where Aurora do their best work, so comfortable here with that knowledge. Ooh, bit weird with these pistols, but when the smoke and molly comes down, there's nothing GamerLegion can do but blind spam. Flank well timed. Pressure from Snacks could make this interesting as Hypex walks it in from behind. Hello.
Everyone else for Aurora is still so far away. It's actually only Xantares in the site now with this bomb, and they try and swing them together. They're going to get past Xantares. The rest of Aurora now start to arrive to this B site, but very late in the round. They've got a 2v2 in front of them. Woxic donning the scout is hardly the ideal gun for the job. Caught with util pulled. It comes down to a 1v1 narrowly. Soulfly gets them that conversion. That's the new addition, not crumbling. While the rest of his team get cut down, he will be left standing a shot away from death at the end of that round.
Oh, so heavy on lurks, and they're just wondering, why is the map so quiet? Why is it so clear? Because all of GamerLegion are in the B bomb site. Really nice try for Hypex. 3 kills on that quick tunnel flank. But still, it's the full conversion here for Aurora. It does just set GamerLegion up for success if they are to win this first gun round. That's still an if. PR pressured at long, put down very low, and needs support now. Missed shot, that's all it takes. Soulfly gets in and gets out. He's going to go back with more. Flash comes through, Soulfly gets that long control, and Hypex is forced to smoke it defensively. This has gone horribly wrong for GamerLegion. And Soulfly, great little move. Even the car molly misses. Oh, Woxic doesn't.
That's brutal.
Another mess of a round here for GamerLegion. PR crossing in front of the long doors, punished, and Hypex unable to bail him out. Both players pay the price.
And so all that legwork he did in the previous round doesn't really come to matter for GamerLegion. 5 alive at the end of this one for Aurora. Suddenly any threat of, having your economy broken is out the window. Meanwhile, GamerLegion, at least getting out with these guns, can try piece another buy together. It should have all the pieces it would need outside of an AWP. You're certainly seeing frustration set in now for GamerLegion. A matchup they were able to take just the other week. Now looking to be very punishing against them.
Well, hey, small benefit of, going out early in the online stage of Bounty for Aurora. They got more time to prep, and Prac coming into this event. They certainly do look comfortable in this head-to-head, considering they just lost it, as you say. This is a very different day, a very different Aurora. It's their first matches of the year. Can they keep it together? 4-0 lead on Dust 2T side. They got great long spawns in this round. It feels silly not to take them.
Util there to punish. Snack spam won't connect onto anyone, but PR playing it forward around this smoke. Comes off the back of a really, really rough go at that first map. And it's not going to go much better here as he tries to swing for the long fight. They've done big damage around these smokes. They still have Xantares boxed in, trapped at this smoke out behind blue. Soulfly trying to come in and help him, and I can't believe Soulfly is still alive.
What is going on?
I'll decide eventually fighting this hard for long simply isn't worth it.
I'm shocked there's only 2 kills. Lots of damage done, but Aurora get out on the worst end. They were not on the same page there about whether they wanted to fight or escape. Just given the AWP by Woxic on full health.
Soulfly's been a bit of a slippery fish out towards these long doors, man. They just can't get a grasp on him.
Ooh. Surely cancel this play now, Aurora. Re-smoked as they try to go back to long. 2 players still here. Dedicating this long is quite a commitment for GamerLegion. They seem to believe it's going to be a long take, but now, with their own smoke, they push Aurora out into a mid-to-B.
The only thing here is you're kind of hoping that so much time has elapsed that Aurora don't, clamp down on the info they got earlier, which is there's a lot of players fighting for long. They are, however, following through with that, right? Mid-to-B smoke lobbed in. There's only one B-side defender because GamerLegion never rejigged the setup.
Oh, dear.
Even with this long aggro now, you at least know this B play's coming in. Torsen catches a keen double kill. Magic cut down out towards middle. And all right, it's time for that new boy on the block to show what he's got. 1v3 rolled out in front of Soulfly.
Yeah, hardly a simple round. He's on 3 health. They're going to just swing him together. Soulfly sprays for a double, and Snacks at least is able to trade. Beautiful spray, but too many targets here for the one man. My goodness, takes everything for GamerLegion to win that round.
Man, if he didn't kind of give them a bit of a chance by bringing himself down in the molly to 3 HP, you wonder if surviving 1 extra bullet there could have made any type of a difference. Because that was a ludicrous double kill to open up that 1-on-3 attempt.
Shame no one's looking at window there. Good reaction for Torsen to swing up and just try and peek Aurora rather than just get crunched in B. Doesn't know where they're coming from. Just back to long with a vengeance. More util, more problems. Jumping through the smoke, Snacks. A bridge too far, perhaps. PR traded and Rez will survive. But it's Aurora again in control. It's freaky, but Wakadi hears him on Cat, so he's just going to go hunting. He's missed that mid player, but he is right behind them. They have no idea. Eyes on at least, but knife pulled. The worst timing here for Hypex. Missed his shot. And a gap opens up. Torsen looks to close it.
Yeah, might have to play the big hero again. Will Torsen would take another multi-kill for this to happen. At least Draws some attention away from Rez, keeps pressure on Aurora, forcing them forward, going to fight the catwalk. Rez replies, and now you're left looking on. Madja, 1v2. They've closed in quickly out on long. Wasn't ready for Torsen, so deep in behind enemy lines. And, you know, I think at times some of these GamerLegion players looking a little fearful, a little scared. I like that Torsen has come through now with this series of ballsy moves, ballsy peaks, and they have been difference-making ones at that. From the double kill out of the window, double kill here on a fast long flank. Once that realization comes in that they're getting dealt this A play, it was him who pushed through this smoke, right? Just after Wakadia tried to catch the short players falling back. And so, you know, we thought we were looking at the most pivotal move in the round. It was actually Torsen's that ended up doing the damage.
Attack from Aurora. This GamerLegion have broken in with a couple of difficult rounds. Like what we're seeing out of Soulfly right now, right? It looks like he's willing to do anything for the team. I think you come to this squad and you're expecting to be made the kind of lowest on the totem pole to a degree. Dropping guns, playing the worst weapons, going in first at times. It's almost expected. Execute here. Torsen with a strong position, but will still need some support from Rez. They come running.
Molly from Snacks out towards mid is pretty huge, or Rez rather.
Meant
to have slowed the roll. Again, a multi-kill required from Torsen, and he struggles to get out with more than one.
Could have squeezed it a bit more there. If you're gonna let his teammate die, hold on for a bit more. Bomb planted, but a kill through the smoke as it gets broken gives a chance. Oh. Flush through the window, not fun. Okay.
Okay, yeah, the swing from Zantara is going to give them a reason to go for this. Waits for the second flash, tries to play in on the back of it. Hypex hits his, and now Soulfly overran Hypex with a brutal sequence of 3. He's had some really rough swings and misses in this map, but that 3K, a thing of beauty from the first catch on the smoke break, and then the 2 to follow up. They were crisp shots for Hypex, had to be quick on the trigger for all of them.
Yeah, Madja runs back into the site and then jumps, completely gives away his position. Hypex hears the drop and just, that's an easy opening kill. Second one is remarkable, but the first one just handed to him. So a bit of a thrown away post-spawn here for Aurora, who had the advantage on that B-bomb site. Aurora squandering their strong start. Relying on a couple of hero guns here. Santara sent to roam. Good setup on A. Hypex at least gets one shot. Will he be a victim of the Xantara's peak? Nice tag. Nade even better. Aurora spent a lot of time just getting this cat control. 40 seconds on the clock. They've got to go.
Flash to tee up the mid play. Rez spotted out here in the window, still gets his, and Torsen might be blind. Doesn't stop him from delivering another double kill for GamerLegion. Time even to put a fresh mag in the gun, and time running low for Aurora. They've got to move quickly. Good pickup for Xantares. Knows about Torsten at the car, but if he never gives away this fight, Xantares physically can't win the round.
Perfect game for Torsten right now. That is a lovely round from him again on the car. Supportive flashes, and also the position is so strong. We see Soulfly hit him multiple times with the Deagle, but he's hitting through the metal of the car. He's not doing full damage, and Torsten gets away with 3 kills.
I hope we just see Aurora go back to the long control. It's an area on the map they were able to have whenever they wanted it. They have good protocols to take the space. Obviously, you are a little bit spawn dependent if you want to try and go about it quickly. Ooh, all right, Woxic.
Can't hold B now.
And that's the big problem piece gone. Top performer Torsten dead on the cross.
Sick. Look at Snacks go as well. This is audacious once again. And now he's going to have to escape. Position revealed. Perfect time to go long there, Harry. Nobody home. Hypex making up for the pick at B. Gives Aurora a chance to pop through the doors.
Snack's still hanging around here out on cap. He's been burned by this aggression, but not in this round. It's Xantares caught on the jump up. It will be back to that long control for Aurora. And where they've been burned in the past is actually the extremity players, right? Committing to flanks, committing to these lurks. That's what's dealt with the long players. Well, the guy that would do that died right at the start of the round. So you feel a little more secure in this site take, even though you're going into a stack. 3 players here. Woxic Scout delivers a second. Wakadia unable to capitalize on all this chaos. Will get thrown through a bit of a loop here, Aurora. Maja low on health, trying to close the distance, but he's got 2 players still to move past. The Scout continues just to chip away at GamerLegion. And I wonder, Maja not prepared for a second man out on Cat, caught on the jump up. And there just isn't time for Woxic to win this round. He might end up saving this Scout into the next one.
It's not ideal, is it, by any means? And even Snacks knows he can really punish Woxic at the end. But save will be allowed, and GamerLegion take the lead back. This is a 4-0 start for Aurora on their map pick, on a map that has been troublesome for GamerLegion. 6 loss streak of their own. Started by Aurora. And it may be ended as well. Fantastic recovery in some of these rounds. Some man disadvantages. It's kind of the opposite of Nuke, right? Aurora have been favorites in a lot of these rounds that GamerLegion have won. Another B hit. They know they got to a great position last time. So tempting again, perhaps.
To this 2-man B setup. Torsten, who's been problematic. Rez puts a lot of damage downrange in the hold. Still going to get overran. You look at Xantares now, who from the get-go was playing to deny rotates. Faith in his team that they would take the site away. Forced wide by the util and right into the hands of PR. Wakadia going to commit to a lurk of his own. That leaves Woxic with low health in the site itself. Question for GamerLegion is how quickly they move in on this B take. If they lend Wakadia some time, the round is right there for the taking. Extra couple of seconds, and that's all Wakadia needed. A collected little 1v2. Doesn't get stressed out when he loses. Woxic doesn't start doubting the play.
Almost disastrous. They nade out Woxic. They just jump the gun there and go in. That's their round. He's too far out. But Wakadia lines him up and delivers Aurora their 5th round. Round of applause from Maja. Happy with how that one turned, considering they come in with no rifles.
You saw a literal sigh of relief from Maja, because he knows that that one was up in the air, right? He knows it hinges on the out position from Wakadia, the attempt to get ahead of it, all working. If they had played instantly on the back of that kill and tried to force a 2v1 in the site, Wakadia likely loses that round. And so it's thin margins on the play, but it's broken the streak of GamerLegion at least.
Been waiting for this. Woxic long spawn with the AWP. Definitely going to take that here. You said it's been a way in for Aurora. How about just a straight up pick and escape? That's what Woxic gives us. They don't need to play it insta. They've got the 5v4 delivered on a platter. PR 3-8. Another difficult game from him.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice realization from Aurora, this idea that, okay, look, we're winning the long fight a hell of a lot, and if we get the spawns, we're going to take it. We're going to play for that space. When we do, however, we need someone covering for these, you know, re-aggros, these recommits to aggression on the other end of the map. And this time it's Arcadia, entrusted with the tunnels hold, just to make sure that no one's able to get in behind enemy lines. If you're able to turn what was an advantage for GamerLegion, the idea that they have these aggressive moves to pull out after losing the first player into a problem, you very, very quickly start to restrict what this CT side can do once they lose that opening man.
It's quite a gamble here, called by GamerLegion, and it will leave them likely just saving. Cat control coming out, Aurora just storm into this site, and it is completely empty. Oh dear, he can't even save the AWP. Cardia red hot, and 5v3 forces GamerLegion to play that last round of the half. That's part of the decision. When you make a call like this, you're hoping for two things. One, you're hoping for Aurora to overcook and just go from long to B, but you're also acknowledging, hey, the only way we get rifles in the last round is if we hold on. And so either we kill them all on B or we save our guns for the last. Not the end of the world here for GamerLegion, just would love to get that AWP. Arcadia will not let it happen. Very good move, because the bomb could have blown it over. Not anymore. 6 rounds to Aurora, looking for a solid 7 rounds on the T side.
Terrorists win.
I think if you're GamerLegion here, right, your life's hanging in the balance. You are desperate to tie this up on the half. CT side's been where they largely do their best work here. Even thinking back to that Vitality series from Blast, the 13-11 loss on Dust 2. In that game, they only found 2 T-side rifle rounds. The other 2 coming off the back of the pistol, but we've already seen they've had struggles on converting them in this series. So you need every little nudge, every advantage you can get. This started off as a really, really strong start for Aurora. You slowed their roll. This round decides if you leave the game open in that second half.
I like that they tried that. Soulfly just walked out mid to see how far he'd get. He read it right. There was no one home. Spotted from the window, they smoke it and they relax. GamerLegion panic. They even threw their smoke in the B doors. So they're already burning almost all of their util. Snacks has everything left at long. It's cat control here for Aurora. Just going to pop Scout and PR. If there was a time for PR to come back in this game, it would be now. Can he get to a better position? Yes.
Good catch on the drop down. Soulfly tries to run it into CT, but it's only one from PR as the danger man. Adja, he dropped down and then has second thoughts about it, hopping back up just to play around this bomb. Seen some overzealousness, and these post plants get punished for Aurora.
What's Woxic cooking? That's exactly what he wanted. Off angle, Hypex does find a scout shot, but Woxic is not missing a beat in this series. He is just farming them over eagerly, giving away in, but not enough to take back the round. It's Xantara's triple kill to put 3 in a row there down the stretch for Aurora. This series looking good for the Turkish team. A roar from Xantares signals 70 rounds here on Dust 2. A fantastic start to the series over on Nuke from Aurora, and they've kept it up here on their pick as well. It's been a strugglesome map for GamerLegion, safe to say, and a strugglesome day in the office from PR. Is there hope left in this series, or is stage 1 going down to the lower bracket for GamerLegion? That's in their hands. Oh.
I love it, but will serve the purpose. Tap through for Woxic. Doesn't come to matter. And Cerez, you don't get to play this pistol round, buddy. It's onto the spectate screen. He's going to hope that the rest of his team fare a little better.
Aja has a nade. He's looking to take fights, though. Nading on the short side, not the smoke, letting them cross into the bomb site. Retake setup here for Aurora, but they've got the headshots and they've got a flurry of them. Double for Xantares. Hypex in the sight, but not long left on his life where Cardia just runs him down. And Aurora have just been strangling great GamerLegion in this game. Running at them, fearless. Another pistol for Aurora. They took the first and converted it.
I mean, PR's really got to pick it up, you know? Like, it can be hard when you've had a disastrous opening map, but when you're supposed to be one of the stars of this team, a player that was talked about to no end in 2025, right? You kept thinking, yeah, this is a guy for the future. This is a guy who's going to go on to big things. Having your third worst ever LAN performance now heading into map 2 and still at that same kind of level, it's really not what you want to see. This feels like, you know, if he was just giving a little bit more, some of these rounds maybe get capitalized on even better. GamerLegion could be in a good position right now. You don't want to have something like your 3rd and 4th worst LAN rating in the same series. That just spells disaster.
Oh, what?
Well, that's a good nade.
Is that the best nade of all time?
That is all your nades for the week locked in that one round right there. That's all the damage you needed.
How much? What, 300? More, maybe?
They were all like 30 health. That's, yeah, I think a 300 damage HE.
350, Jay says. He has 393 in the map. So, it's up there. Crazy. No one on his team has more than 25 UD. And he has 400. Thank you very much. Contact up Cat. If they just execute, they're going to catch him setting up. We're all cycling nades. I hear this.
Yeah, Zantares really wants to do that again. He's now kind of chasing the dragon of getting away with all this nade damage.
Oh, but it's right there, Harry. I can reach it.
He's down here, right? Juggled the other one a little bit further up the ramp, so going to be a hell of a journey to go get it. Still brings down the bomb planted at half health. A man up in the retake, damage done on the util. GamerLegion, it feels uncomfortable right now. They don't have control fully over short. Rez alleviates a lot of the pressure there with 2 kills found on this smoke push. Gets through and deals with PR before Torsen can shut it down. Madge has now crept into the site, suspicious of these smokes, but eventually might just have to get on that bomb. Hughes being held. Torsen's got to line this up, and he's not on the mark.
I think they got it. The defuse comes in.
That is
the round.
So close.
Woo! Milliseconds of difference. Aurora steal it inside of the smoke.
That's crazy. I really thought Torsen had got there in time, but no, you are dead on. Maja, milliseconds the difference on that defuse.
And if I'm PR, I'm a bit pissed. He comes through the smoke, he kills me from behind. Torsen gets a trade. It's too late. Well, whoever it was. I lost?
Even he was convinced
shocked
that he just won that round.
I lost. I don't blame him. And yeah, PR just gets sidelined. Not even down to him in that round. Dear, oh dear, it's all going wrong.
Yeah, there are some games where you can try and run it through down mid here. This is not one of those games.
Yeah, he just didn't even have his gun out. He just swung suicide after doing the nades.
Oh, they've tried it again. PR gave it a go.
What's happening here? Double break on the smoke. I mean, the first one, the smoke wasn't down. Snacks just peaked. And now PR walks in. 5v3. Madge has got the AUG back out, Harry. It's just a good day for Aurora.
I mean, essentially, you feel like your round's over, but you never got to play. Two of your teammates took the fastest routing to a gunfight with no gun ready to fight.
It's called suicide for a reason.
Exactly.
A lot's gone wrong.
They weren't discreet when they named the call. If you're looking for something resembling a benefit, it's that you've learned about the double AWP. And so now you've walked out through mid, you know you're closing in on the site of these AWPers. Good pre-fire for Torsen. Hell of a clear on Soulfly, who never got the chance to shoot back. Oh, surely you don't win this one. This was a 3v5 in the first 20 seconds of the round.
Never give up, Harry. The round is never over. The mid to B, the only way to win that. The gap. And Aurora with no eyes on that one as they walk through the corridor smokes into that B-bomb site. The run and gun entry for Torsen, who has been the brightest spark in this series for GamerLegion. That's one way to do it. GamerLegion refuse to surrender and find a 6th round when all is said and done. Look at this entry. No info, just going. Good read. Well, they found Hypex and Orb at least. Long explosion respected by Madger. Just no one here to stop it. It's got to be Woxic. Soulfly. Eager flank.
The smoke was lobbed in by Aurora, but it leaves me a little nervous that it's going to make Woxic's job a lot harder now. He was in position with that AWP. You still have this flank on the cards, and he'll be waiting to come through. Hope is that Woxic can draw enough attention away, and Soulfly gets activated to find the AWP at the back. Oh, Torsen blind, still delivered the kill.
Another 3 on 5.
Snack's dead at the cross. PR in the sight, in the smoke, side by side with Wakadia, caught on the flick. And now it's just Torsen 1v3. Hope that molly would force someone into the open, get him the kill that kind of gets the clutch rolling, and with that not coming through, how are you supposed to get past this hold? You know there's a man in the sight somewhere, you're worried about the Woxic Orb holding onto the cross. It might just be a save for GamerLegion as Torsen reluctantly gets down into the pit, trying to get out of the round with the AWP, give GamerLegion something to fight with in the coming rounds ahead. 11 on the board for Aurora as they make a break for the finish line in their debut here in Krakow. I mean, what a debut it's been. You know, the Woxic show, map 1. Don't worry, he's not gone anywhere. He's still just as threatening here on map 2, but now he's got even more of a supporting cast around him with a strong game from Xantares, who did, you know, kind of got dealt a really, really rough hand at the opener of map 1. Just had unfortunate kills going against him. Good to see he's rebounded. Wakadia up there alongside them. And for the side of GamerLegion, Torsen's played well. Hypex has had some nice moments, but also within that, some huge missed opportunities. And PR has had back-to-back horrendous maps of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, not a fun start to the tournament here for GamerLegion by any means. Blink and you miss it, this game might end. Aurora, 2 rounds. We got 4 players here in the suicide now, Harry. They really want some vengeance. Wakadia hit that. Full running. PR's just unlucky now. Now he's just unlucky. Bullet Magnet. How the hell? And why the hell? GamerLegion, 4 players fighting down the mid doors. They know they're going to get the fight, and they got what they wanted. Madger picks up that AWP. Xantares has got a second head.
Yeah, it's a fake dink, and those can always feel frustrating. Rez thinks he's done big damage onto the A player.
Okay, Soulfly, time to step up here. He can swing with his teammates. Xantares just calls it, and it's a nice trade, but more where that came from. M4 not up for the job. Madger's going to probably save this. Money is gone here for Aurora. Look, Snacks is making a crazy call there. So, guys, 4 of us drop down mid and fight this AWP. But it worked. Never seen that one before. Thoughts?
Look, man, Snacks was playing in the era where you would have 4 guys fighting mid with snipers trying to take it head on.
Auto snipers.
Yeah. No, it's certainly ballsy. And I mean, at this point, you kind of have nothing left to lose, so screw it. Try something out there. Try something wild. It's a conversation we've had a couple of times already, but this idea that over the years, you know, you kind of watch players change, develop. Thing with Snacks is he's always been one cheeky MFer, and that remains.
One of a kind.
Terrorists win.
I mean, look, Torsten's been doing a phenomenal job of keeping this game alive for GamerLegion. It was him who got the ball rolling on the CT side in the first place, right? If you remember, his flanks out towards long, able to shut down those long take rounds early from Aurora, and it really did disrupt their game plan. I think in the world where they just kept taking long, they would keep getting the space. I actually think they would have had an even better half. But the flanks from Torsten, the fact even that he was left as a solo B-site player in the majority of those rounds to free up extra resources, they've lent on him and his ability a hell of a lot in this game, and right now it's kept them in it.
You could make a compilation of PR coping in this game, kind of like shrugging and laughing his way through his deaths, because what else can you do? But they're still here, Harry. 11-7 and low economy. Certainly not out of the realms of possibility here for GamerLegion. So you can't lose faith yet. Orb fires off at the long side. Woxic, quick rotation. He just wanted to fire so he can put that orb somewhere else. Santara's waiting for the long smoke, but GamerLegion in no hurry. They've got res down lower. Good block, but is it? Because Woxic's on default, and he's just been smoked off.
Woxic says, cheers, bro. I'm glad you can see long with the USPs, Antares. I guess I'll go somewhere else.
Kind of unhelpful.
Hang on, wait, the bomb's going B.
Oh, well, none of this matters. Oh, yeah. Okay, missed that one. Madja spammed. Snacks just trying to sell this right now. Flash through the smoke. Soulfly's got a 5-7. Why not? Why not get crazy? Why not win the round? All on his own. Flying high in the sight. An AK pick back up. GamerLegion panic stations. 40 seconds to run around the map.
They tell Antares there's guns dropped at B. Soulfly has rolled out the red carpet, and he might just be on for the ace. 4 kills deep in this round. Starts with a 5-7. And with Hypex now spotted, is Antares going to try and hand the ace over? Say welcome to the team. Welcome to Aurora. Give us more of that, please. That is a fantastic round from their new addition.
Ice cold. He has an armorless 5-7 and a smoke, and he just turns GamerLegion into plant food, compost. Body shots all the way to the win.
Even the sequencing of those kills is just incredibly fortunate. He kills the second guy in first, so then the spacing is off for the trade. No one can believe that.
I'm just shocked. He's like, how have you even gotten one? Dude, 5-7, it's busted. And so a GamerLegion, hope dying after a dismal push through the smoke.
And I think, you know, there's probably something in the grand scheme for Aurora that feels really nice about this, that you can, you know, lose a player like Jota, someone who had strong performances in the Aurora jersey. You know, this was a team where, back when they were under the Space Soldiers banner as an example, where like they would really, really struggle to find the talent to actually elevate their level. The idea that you've done a bit of a plug and play swap, trying to bring in a new piece, and he's just won you around like that, I bet that makes them very excited. In the big picture of Turkish CS, this is looking like a convincing close for Aurora. They wanted revenge after GamerLegion bested them back at Bounty to deny a playoff run, and they just might get it in a clean 2-0 finish. Only Snacks remains. One of the Polish legends cut down, and that will be the killing blow. Aurora dominant 2-0 victory to open up their run in Krakow.
Just a beautiful game out of Aurora, winning the rounds that they had to win and winning the rounds that they shouldn't win. And all the meantime, Woxic is performing with the AWP. A great start to the tournament for Aurora. If you're a fan of this team, then you are very happy. Woxic informs Antara is recovering from a slow start, and Soulfly, with kind of low expectations, I'd say, and even kind of a shaky debut back at Bounty, looking really rock solid, holding down the fort, doing his job in difficult positions, and putting in a highlight as well. GamerLegion down to the lower bracket of stage 1.
Yeah, and you know, talking GamerLegion, it was a bit of a rough showing. Outside of Torsen, there wasn't a whole lot to be hyped up about here. You know, PR back-to-back stinkers. These were two of his worst maps on land back-to-back in the debut at Krakow. So hopefully he can bounce back. They're going to need him if GamerLegion want to complete this lower bracket run. For now, let's hear from Soulfly, that latest addition to Aurora. He just had a fantastic ending to this series.
Fantastic ending to this series here. Obviously for Aurora, when we look at Soulfly though, hey man, sometimes a 5-7's all it takes, right?
Yeah, I mean, this round I was thinking about to buy Deagle or 5-7, and of that I decided to buy 5-7, and it worked.
Yeah, Deagle right there I don't think does it.
Sorry?
The Deagle right there doesn't do it.
No way. I thought like maybe I can play like from side and try to one-tap, but I think I did the right choice.
So tell me a little bit about playing against them today. Obviously, you guys had all the tools firing in the right direction. You know, Woxic coming back and doing his thing here. Tell me about playing with your guys today.
I mean, all of them, I'm really proud of them because we showed really good mentality, which sometimes we lack of. And yesterday we had a talk about we should be strong and we need to be kind of a lion on the game, you know. We need to always scare to enemy with our voices. End of the day, like Woxic, like all of these guys, like insanely good. I mean, yeah, what can I say more? They're legends.
I think the one thing that's on everyone's mind is what's for lunch now?
Formaggi pizza, I think. Yeah, quattro formaggi.
Anything you want to say?
Yeah, thank you guys. Keep following us, keep supporting us. That's really matter for us. I love you all. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's right. Aurora finding that success. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, for Aurora, that's a step in the right direction, exactly where they want to be as they got things going here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Now, coming up after them and after that match will be the Astralis Pain. That's going on over here in the A stream. Meanwhile, over on the B stream, we're looking at Pyjamas versus Heroic. Pyjamas win map 1 in Inferno, 13-6. Heroic pressure back on Dust 2, make them look a little foolish. That's going to leave Ancient as the decider. Either way, you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, Krakow 2026.
Next, I'd like to refer to Article 4C. The APL catering menu from Saturday, 4th of October, which reads as follows: German sauerkraut, British with boiled potatoes, or Turkish doner kebab with crispy, caramelized lamb slices served with a delicious garlic and cocktail sauce, fresh vegetables wrapped in a crisp handmade dürüm. Gentlemen of the jury, would you be surprised if I told you Mr. Burchill opted for the British
Racist. Guilty.
Chill, Zanti. Let me flush you out first, then you headshot. British boiled potatoes with minus seasoning over our sacred kebab.
What?
Finally, I present Article 5A, the racist manifesto, published on Mr. Birchall's Twitter account.
Fisher's Playground 2 team lineup has aged really well. Sure, no Vitality, Spirit, or Mouse.
But I'm keen to see the Mongols back in action.
Furia are looking like an early call for a major dark horse. FaZe, showing a bit of life since the Jacob edition. And of course, Falcons' unrealized potential.
Gentlemen of the jury, in a tweet about exciting teams, not only did this man not even mention Aurora, he mentioned FaZe and Mouse.
Racist.
I know what I've done is wrong. Not mentioning Aurora after I mentioned Mouse. It's an oversight. After all, given your talent, your potential, your absolute gift for shitting the bed, I'm gonna call you Turkish Mouse.
Guilty. Guilty, Mr. Birchill. You sentenced to max notification, 170 DMs, and 70 long quotes. Take him away.
You're auraless. You're absolutely auraless. You're a joke. You're Turkish Mouse. You're playoff jokers. You'll never win.
Bring in the next racist. Now you got some explaining to do.
Bro, you still doing that?
Yeah.
You need to step your game up, bro. Yes, trust me, this will do the job.
Yes, the GOAT energy is incredible.
Goats! Where is Zone Terrace?
Finally, good to see you boys. Come on, right this way, sir. Cristiano, mate, sorry. Yeah, if you could just get off set. There we go. That's better.
I'm gonna float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
And to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Today, we're introducing iPhone.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
My name is Damien Deloitte. I'm an award-winning filmmaker specialising in undercover investigative documentaries. In this film, myself and my sound recordist, who will remain anonymous for his safety, have gone incognito. Posing as a corporate video crew, we've infiltrated the inner workings of the DHL Esports Logistics division. What follows is an expose that plunges deep into the dark heart of esports logistics, unmasking the covert power plays and perilous secrets that shatter the industry's glittering facade. This is The Dispatch, Exposed.
Hi Chad, just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your role here at the company.
I am officially the DHL Esports IT Infrastructure and Digital Resilience Officer. Have you heard of the Pentagon?
Yeah.
NASA?
Yeah.
Kind of like those, but for esports. Side, dead, nice! Let's go!
Do you like working with your colleagues here at DHL?
Some of them, the Commander-in-Chief, Alex Machine Richardson, or Mr. Richardson, as I like to call him, the original Esports Innovations Manager. He's the greatest boss I've ever worked for. A really stand-up guy.
1. 2B, man, what the fuck are we doing?
You have Trace, or Stunner, Senior Competitive Logistics Coordinator.
in my mind, still a junior, a lot to learn. Hasn't been at the company for anywhere near as long as me, but yeah, he's an interesting fellow.
Honestly, ever since this whole camera crew started coming here, hard to get any work done around here these days. Camera guy.
What about the rest of the team?
I like the cut of Hugo's jib. Good kid. Bring him in as an intern. We call him a trainee around here, but I think that he's part of the next gen, as it says right here in the title, next gen.
No, thank you. Thank you for being a customer. You have a great day. No. You fuck yourself, sir. You'd already hung up.
And what about Harry?
Harry.
The longer we spent submerged within the team, the more invisible we became to them. It felt like time slowed the deeper we sank and the more we discovered. That's when their true colours began to show.
Hugo, in here.
Thank you.
Good temperature in here?
A bit cold.
So, I mean, you know why you're in here, don't you? Well, this is the third time. This is the third time. I've asked for a coffee in the morning, you agreed, you said you're going to pick it up on your way from work.
Yeah, your order's quite convoluted.
A mocha chocolate matcha frappe is not that complicated.
How many shots?
Yeah, we do 3, and then it's the matcha that has to be whisked at a particular temperature. No, but this is serious, Hugo. I need someone to be punctual.
I will do whatever I have to get ahead.
Punctuality. Stay on point.
Thank you.
Those new shoes, Hugo?
Yeah, I got them just for the internship.
Don't get too big for your old ones. All right. Wow. Are they normally that big? So you guys are here for the documentary?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I was wondering, Alex, would you just tell us a little bit about yourself and your role here at DHL?
Yeah, sure. So I am Alex, Regional Esports Innovations Manager. Yeah, been working here most of my life. It's not my company, but yeah, it's full of my people.
Triple shot, red velvet, caramel frap, vanilla shot, extra cream. No, of course not, no.
But more about you. Who are you guys? Like guns for hire? Mercenaries in your craft? How long have you guys been in the game? You call it a game as well? We call it the game. Here.
Yes, that's right. 5 triple shot, red velvet caramel fraps.
Day to day? Yeah. I mean, I try and nurture an environment of like, you know, it's not a family. It's like a family, but the children work. You know, not like child labor, like in a factory or anything, but like, you know,
You can do it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Great. How long? Okay. I'll be there in 90 seconds. Bye. Can't talk, coffee.
So this is Michaela. She means everything to me. Kind of my whole reason for doing this. And I didn't think I would be where I am without her.
Everyone can talk about this as chicken. Like I was the star of the show until this chicken showed up. Sick of it. And it took twice as long to do her scenes. I've been waiting around for 25 minutes. I've done nothing but squat. Joke.
Oh, fuck.
I know, but just for the sake of this, we do that close.
He's always got an opinion, this guy. Like, how special is it? Okay, guys, let's do another one. Did you get that? Put it on sticks. If you think about it, me and Tom kind of have the same job. Like, obviously,
guys, hold the chat, please, and thank you.
mine's more important, but
Okay.
it's not funny, is it? We're on a time schedule. Like, I run my ship tight.
Good, right? Let's get chicken in, let's get Michaela
This
back
guy's
in.
just running around, chickens. Calls himself a professional.
Pull out there, Jake. Yeah.
Think you could do a better job?
Wait, I mean, most people could. I think the chicken could, to be honest with you.
Kind of looks like a chicken, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's a bit of a cock, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Yeah, me again. Four more, please.
After 2 weeks of documenting the department, our own perceptions began to skew. The parameters of normality were no longer apparent. We were so embedded in the madness that we began to lose our sense of self.
Miss Spears, yeah, she likes her peace and quiet. It gets pretty busy around here. So at lunchtime, as far as I'm aware, she likes to rejuvenate, make sure she has the juices for the afternoon ready to give it a roll.
In the blistering heat of Mirage, amidst the thunder of grenades and the rapid staccato of headshots, Doja's avatar moved with an undeniable, raw magnetism.
So, like, do you need to go to, like, director school? Is it a schooling thing, or could I just, like...
Yeah, no, producer.
What do you produce?
The film.
Yeah, but not like, it's not, like, related to, like, a greengrocer's kind of produce. Spelled the same, though, right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spelled the same. Because director sounds more important. Who's paid more?
I'm actually not too comfortable answering that question. It's quite a personal question.
Yeah.
Ethics.
Oh, you engaged?
Each flex of his sculpted arms ignited a surge of desire that pulsed through every pixel of the battleground.
Mr. Allison. Hey man, Chris. Alex. I am the manager, Alex. Alex is the manager? Chris. Pleased to meet you. I'm in charge. Yo, get right. You get that, right?
Maybe I misunderstood it for some other session. Do you still fucking up your whole CS game? No one. It's only Patrick Forrest. I know Exist in town quite often because it's the coach of anything. You still hang out, Patrick? I haven't seen Patrick That was the last time I met him in January. Oh, really? But it was weird enough. I think it was last year, 2 years ago. We met each other 4 times that year. And every time was outside of Sweden. And we live like basically 20 minutes away from each other.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Alex.
Oh, hi.
Regional, DHL regional manager. Lovely to meet you. I know who you are.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Would you mind giving me a signature, please?
Yeah, sure.
Could put it to Alex.
To Alex?
DHL Regional Logistics.
To Alex?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Likewise. Have a good one, okay?
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
We had come to expose the machine, only to realize that we were now cogs within it.
It's you again. Get out! I told him to get out!
In the end, were we uncovering chaos or becoming a part of it?
He has been electric. I'm hoping for more of the same. The response, of course, from Nilo in that second map was great too. So more of the same, please, as we get underway. Ancient now. And, well, I really have to ask questions when we look towards in particular, Paravision, what's the response going to look like? It was a very, very poor showing. And one thing that's been poor for them is the pistol script. We brought this up a couple of times. Pistols haven't looked great for them in this series so far. Aurora have got their number. Will it be more of the same? We're going to find out. Nilo hidden away. Maybe a bit too hidden. Will get taken down. Trades are in. Xfloud, however, on the USP runs out of ammo eventually. There's just not quite enough numbers. Trades are pretty good, so it is Nilo who is playing the antiest anti-flash you've ever seen. That may well make the difference here. Youngster, his step going to be heard now. They've got a good idea of where he's at. He's got a moment to isolate, but not going to happen. Glocks get it done. Paravision with the pistol. Yeah, really, really needed as well. You know, we already just brought it up. It's obviously been a struggle for this side. They've obviously had a bit of an issue when it comes towards the pistols, and that's where Heroic have been gaining, if we're being frank, you know, some pretty stark advantages in towards each and every half. This is how you now start to respond. You start to bite back a little bit. Not expecting that much of a bite to come through, and that'll be the case for Heroic. They go for a complete non-investment. In rounds like this, I don't actually mind there being a flash. Just one flashbang, play as a 5, and just try and hope you can catch a couple of people, make it a little bit expensive. Something unorthodox here, though. 4 in towards Cave. All tucked on that right-hand side. Will it be cleared? No, down goes Zelo. And I think Jay making the smart choice, I may say, of getting out of there. But he sticks around as he throws the HE, and he nearly gets caught on the retreat. Nearly. Youngster going to go down. So those are the numbers coming back to Paravision. But they're moving quick here, and this bomb kind of isolated. Oh, man. A little dodgy here. He will call on some assistance, and indeed they're able to just about keep it together, but panic sets in there. Could have made all the difference. Not going to be the case. Nearly very, very expensive, but it was a nothing round for Heroic. No investment. This is the one that we now take a real look into. By coming back in for this side, and they streaked so well on Dust 2. Chaining rounds together, the real consistency that we found from him. I thought Krisen's calling was excellent. He just had James' number in terms of reading into what he was doing. For more of it here. Mach 10 flying out, though. Bonus buy, so why not utilize it? The pace of the Mach 10 takes mid-control. Unfortunately, Heroic don't really have a way to respond there. Krisen going to try and do something around the edge of this smoke, but Belginok, seems privy to the fact of that possibility. Prison. Waiting around here at the front of Cave. Don't see too much action just yet. Paravision stacked up inside of this smoke. I think, unfortunately, that's the perfect move for them. Heroic now going to have to respond, and easier said than done. Krisen known about light rotations coming in, desperately attempting to recover things back. Oh, and Krisen just slips the net over here. So maybe we are slightly back on. The HP bars are so rough for the CT side, though. They don't have a kit available. Just don't really fancy their chances unless they are gifted a free kill. And maybe that is the activation that they need. They start now to pick up the pace and move back in, and it is falling apart. James left to clutch things up. Certainly doable here. He's got info. He knows what's up. He doesn't quite know those HP bars, though. Still looking for clean headshots. No kit. Hold onto the bomb. I mean, I don't know about this. They don't have that kit. He's got to give it a little bit of a look here. Isolates the fight, but cannot win it. And it's Susp with a huge round. How have they actually walked away with that? They were reeling. Health bars so low, as you touched on, and somehow they've recovered that. Krisen's finding towards ramp is so important, but it just felt like Paravision just weren't aware of where those rotations could come from. They looked so shocked by the fights that they were taking. Really nice first round put on the board by Heroic, but they never really should have got it, if we're being honest. It's not completely financially ruined Paravision. He squeezed together a buy, but it's a double AK. Hope for James, of course, but a double Tech 9 to round it out. So a little funky. Very James-esque in a way. Responsive though, Paravision, you lose this round.
not only is the game tied up, but it should be given over towards Heroic as your finances run very thin. This is the round that keeps the pressure on. A big swing round we like to call. Winner of this generally takes control of the econ for the second round behind it.
Oh, Nota entries in almost dry. I think a small assisted flash, but nothing too substantial, and he will mow 3 down like it's nothing. Youngsters here pretty quickly could make all the difference. Oh man, nearly 3 for him. It's Nota that's on for the ace here though. Prison's also close to the action, tries to spam away, not going to happen for him. Smoke goes down, flash is good, and Jame is left to pick up the pieces. The fake flash. Prison moving fast.
The scope.
Jame, nice and calm. Not a lot of time available. Gonna have to make the move. But the missed shot will make all the difference. Trying to close this gap now. And Jame just ring around the rosy. Whacks out the no-scope. Close as damn it, despite the 4-piece from Nota. But it is Pyrovision.
I actually feel that, to be perfect, I actually feel like Kristen did quite well there. You know, he hears the scope, so he's trying to bait out the shot. But Jame just doesn't fall for those gimmicks, and a no-scope, a little bit of fortune, but he was more or less touching the end of the barrel, so it was a sure thing. Third on the board, but it won't come without a pause. Dastan doesn't like what he sees so far. It's too janky. It's a little bit too on a knife's edge, which is not how Pyrovision like to play things. They deal in absolutes, and neither of these rounds have really felt, man, they're absolutely in play for them. I still feel like it's, compared to what we saw towards map number 2, there's still obviously a lot more to like here from Pyrovision. They looked completely checked out for the entirety of that first half, more or less. At least they've got out the gates going here. They can build decent foundations on this T side. Even something along the lines of kind of 5 rounds. It's not perfect, but it actually gives you a decent foundation to work on. You get 6 or kind of more for Pyrovision in this first half, and you're loving life. Need to be careful. 5 for them isn't bountiful either. MP7, MP9's out as the SMG buy, but it's not exactly pulling away from the fight. Youngster for 2. Sospop here with the MP7, deals damage, but he can't find the kill. Bomb will go down.
All plans. AK to join. And Pyrovision make it look easy. Perhaps back in their groove here now. Heroic. Certainly not struggling. Bringing things a bit close, and there's a clutch or 2 in place that's made a difference, but not quite as strong as they were on Dust 2. Pyrovision preferring maybe the ancient reset. Rolling in real fast, back to this Inferno style of working out and execute, working out a game plan, and just kind of sticking to that until it stops working, I suppose. Really quite effective thus far. We do have the low buy-in from Heroic. 4 on B, could net something, but the weaponry, the armor, is certainly lacking.
Shot from Jame. Holly will come down as well. Will force Krisen out of that cubby. Should have been hurt as well. Zelo want to see. Yeah, Zelo knew all too well about that. And there's Krisen. Same should be for Youngster. He'll get 1 before traded. It's a low buy, of course. So we're not expecting loads from Heroic here. If you can get 2 kills in a round like this, though, we can take a small silver lining. Should be a 5th for Pyrovision, no bother, especially in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, should be fine here. Maybe want to try and deny guns lost.
Yeah, yeah.
We're really being picky. All the same Counter-Strike players, they love an eco frag. So there's a soft hunt going on here to try and find these remaining 2 players. Just take them out of the round. They know that that gun is safe. Oh, Zelo head rolls. Jame looking. This is the shot. Trying to maybe create a bit of that space so that Belchonok can get out. Not going to find the kills then. They lose a couple themselves, but moving up to 5 already on the T side. I think things got more even on this map for sure.
This is Basement Dwellers' first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Stayer and Astralis join us here in Krakow for the Intel Extreme Masters. Man, look, let's go ahead and just jump right back into the bounty. You guys, you had some ups, a lot of downs there. Talk to me about what happened against that Perivision.
I think it was just a tough match. We met them on Dust 2, and James is a very good Dust 2 player and has his kind of way of playing Dust 2, which works very good. As we also saw later in the bounty, they went on won the event, so I think it's no shame to lose this big against the strong Perivision on Dust 2. And then our map pick, we could have went better, but I mean, they had a strong tournament and they're in form right now, not much to say.
So when you say the form, you attribute a lot of that success over there to how James is kind of maneuvering those pieces, right? Would you say the firepower as well?
Of course there's firepower. I mean, I think it's a mix. I think the way James likes to play as well, he also, let's say on Inferno does too, he's on the stacks, and then even when the guys are 1 or 2, like alone, they still get the multi-kills, which makes them actually win the rounds in the retakes. So I think it's for sure also the firepower. They have 4 extremely talented boys over there, so can't take anything away from that.
You got some talent over here for you guys as well.
Indeed, indeed.
So let's talk a little bit about it. Astralis, from you guys going here to now, what have you had the chance to go into the server, retool anything, reconfigure, get ready for Krakow?
I mean, we had some practice because we didn't make the land sadly in the bounty ride, which is actually also fine, but it's kind of funny. It's the first time we meet now. We didn't have a time for a boot camp because bounty was so close and we couldn't really get anything set up. So it's the first time actually meeting in real life, which is just amazing. You know, seeing the boys in not only online and talking to them, but actually face to face and get to know them more closely. And then we also had some good practice. So I don't mind that we lost to the best team in the last bounty at least.
Well, who's giving those good vibes over there? Who's bringing in the energy? Who's making it a very fun experience over there when you guys are in that boot camp?
I mean, who doesn't? It's more the saying, you know. Everyone is enjoying the time. Everyone is distributing good energy and just having fun, and that's how it should be, I think.
Any final words? And by that I mean about Hooksy or anybody else over here behind me.
Final words? No, I don't know. Just watch out for the 2 new guys. I mean, you only saw them online. Now it's LAN time. Let's see if they're real LAN players.
Thank you very much.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Astralis versus... Astralis versus Pain as our second game here at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, where I get the honor of welcoming you for the very first time from not only a brand new city, but a brand new analyst desk. Not only have we managed to drag Yanko out of his winter hibernation, we've also got 2-time Katowice champion Dupree in the building. I've had the pleasure of working so many events with you, but how does it feel being back at an IEM event this time as an analyst?
It's a true honor. You know, it's different sitting here, getting to look down the dial here, looking at all the players, looking at the banners, you know, getting to be part of history. But I'm actually just happy that I get the experience of paying a little bit back, you know, from all the emotions and all the things that I've got to experience through these type of tournaments. So I'm just straight up excited for this one.
I'm looking forward what it's going to say about me on this lower third. You know, it's great that we have, you know, 2 of the guys most responsible for Astralis' success on the desk, Dupree obviously being part of the lineup, and myself as coach of FaZe MIBR, you know, in 2018, 2019. I feel like I played a big part in that. A thank you note would have been nice or something, Peter, but never mind. Perhaps another time.
He's not bitter at all. He's absolutely not bitter. Peter, we've got to talk about it though. The fact that we're seeing Astralis back here very much in a different state than when you were on the side of them. But I want to take a trip down memory lane and kind of relive not only 2017 but 2019 as well. Those victories, of course, paramount in that Astralis domination period. What is it like for you being back here and now getting to kind of reflect upon those, which is, 9 and 7 years ago now? That's crazy.
It feels like it's an eternity ago, and it's like when I look back at it, looking back at our victories and the moments that we spent here, it feels like it's kind of a dream. It's like something that is living in the past of mine. Obviously, it's something that I hold very dearly to me, and it's an event that you as a player want to go out and to make sure that you put yourself in the history books. And one thing is doing it once, but doing it twice, is something very spectacular. And obviously, I'm also at a state where I'm very proud of what I achieved, because there's so many players, so many elite players that are still looking to clinch this kind of victory and put themselves on the cup. I've done it twice. I'm very honored about it, and obviously it was a time where Astralis was looking quite different from what we're looking at right now. But overall, I feel like it's a new path for them, and it could be good.
Even someone like Apex, right? Like last year was the first one, and he's been talking a lot about Vitality, Astralis. We'll leave that for maybe later stages of the tournament, but I think also for your particular lineup, 2017, the major into Katowice, people forget, your lineup, you struggled to make it past top 4 for a long time, and that's where the floodgates open. Of course, took a little while to really establish that sort of dominance, but then 2019, for all sort of different reasons, I'm sure it was very special.
Definitely. I get 17 was more about winning the major and coming back, showing that it was not just a fluke. We actually had a team that could go out and win other big trophies, and at that time, I think it was more of a dream for the team to just go out and see we can actually also win Katowice. It's a prestigious event that so many players are looking to clinch, and we did that. And from there on, obviously, things did take a different turn, but for the greater thing of adding Magic and then going to 19 and winning as well.
Current situation of Astralis, though, because you're totally right, Peter, very much a different time, a different period of different, nationalities coming onto the roster. Before we talk about that, though, I want to get your initial takes coming out of the Star Ladder Budapest Major. I was asking the guys on the desk, what changes do you want to see? They weren't entirely sure. Does this make sense, the changes that we've seen for your money, Anko?
I think it speaks more to where Astralis is as an organization than anything else, right? Like losing two big name players in terms of Device and Magus, Stone not coming back into the lineup, going international with Ryu and Fuzi. Those names are not going to get anyone mega hyped up about the lineup, but it was obviously necessary. The biggest point for me was Huxi comes in as a stand-in for Astana. They look great. He secures them the major after, 5 consecutive misses in 2 tournaments played. He gets the job done, and after that, it's just dead inside for the team. Like on player cams, the body language, it's horrible. You can tell that this team just didn't care enough for whatever reasons. We know there were changes in the organization, but it was clear and obvious that they are just getting through the motions. They're trying their best under the circumstances, and we'll see if these 2 changes are enough for that change in mentality as well.
I really feel like you hit it on the nail when you literally said the fact that when you get Fuzi and Rio into the team, that is probably not the names you'd be looking to say that, hey, they're going to make the big difference. But I'm actually on the different side here. I actually think that this is actually really good for them. I know that these are not the names that you probably wanted, but I think this will bring energy. And I heard that Huxi as well mentioned that the energy has been low, the hunger to actually go out and succeed with Device and Magic. My former teammates that we have clinched pretty much every single trophy out there. To get new blood in, to get someone that actually wants to go out and prove themselves, I think that's going to be very instrumental for them. And you can divide it into one thing, or 2 things in this regard, that you have the fans. They're very upset that you don't have a full Danish guild. It's a Danish core, but it's not a full team anymore. But then you look on the other side, on the more the sports side, where this is actually a needed change, because Astralis have tried every single thing to actually get back to their former glory, but nothing has worked. So this was the right step for them.
I wanted to pick your brain about the kind of, countryman perspective. What has actually been the take? Live from Denmark, finger on the pulse. People happy? People sad? What's the concern?
Riots in the streets.
The first thing I did when I came to the green room, I went to Dust2.dk, which is a Danish news site for Counter-Strike, and I looked at the match page of Astralis vs Japan, and I scrolled down to the first comment, and the first comment that said was, I really hope that Astralis can do so they can go back to having a full Danish team. That kind of says the temperature check on how the fans are feeling. So the fans are obviously very upset about the fact that we don't have this dynasty of a Danish powerhouse anymore, but that's just how it is. They have to make a change to make things work, to try something new, and I hope, I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out, because it didn't work with the last team, and it is difficult when you have players like Device and Magic that doesn't seem to get things working inside your team. What do you do then? You do have to look somewhere else.
I'd really like to ask that guy, which 2 Danish players would he get? Because there's not an abundance of talent right now in Denmark, unfortunately. And also, listen, Huxi did some of his best work with Copenhagen Flames. right? Like with players who were unknown at the time, and he had full control. And I think motivation was a big issue. And this is the guy I'll keep an eye on too. Yabby, he was one of the players that even on server, like just the lack of discipline and everything. So yeah, just as a whole, looking at Astralis and how will they looks coming out the gate.
Just touching upon Trace's interview with Stare before that as well, you pulled a little grimace face when you heard first time actually meeting as a team. Obviously they played Bounty, didn't qualify for the playoffs, which was on LAN. That was all online prior to that. Is that going to present any issues in your opinion, Peter?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it's always good and exciting to get new teammates, and sure you want to get to meet them in real life, see how they are, because people can be different when it comes to the online part and then how they are in real life. But obviously, I think Astralis has put in the effort to become as good as they can possibly be here. And sure, going to have a boot camp, I mean, with my time in Astralis, it was very notorious to go and spend time off the PC. I don't think that's like the approach they've decided this time. I think it's been more important for them to actually just settle down. What do we have to work with here? What are the type of players that we've gotten? Because it is probably new players. It's probably a new system they had to implement with how they want to approach. So it's not going to be an issue for me. I think it's actually just going to create more like, hey, now we're actually together. Now the team is here as a full. Now we can actually get to work and actually get into the stage that we actually want to be in.
I think Pain on the other side, it did the reverse Astralis, right?
Yes.
They went from international, albeit all South American lineup, to bringing back two Brazilians, VSM and Pyria, and you know, just going back to their roots in a way. I'm not sure what the expectations we should set for them, because they've been one of the more disappointing lineups of last year, really. In a way, we've seen Snow get a slightly more active, bigger role. I think that's a good sign, right? But there's just going to be a lot of question marks about how they're going to look like moving forward.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that sentiment. Like anytime I see Pain at an event and it's a positive takeaway, they immediately go to the next one. It's like, okay, bombing out last place. Or there were so many unfortunate times last year where there were certain players that couldn't be attending events and they'd have field stand-ins, all that sort of stuff. Do you have any expectations for this version of Pain, Peter? I
think they put it themselves, like the interview with VSM, he clearly put it out that they're not where they're supposed to be. Obviously, it's still a very new team. And I think for me, when I look at Pain, it's like history just keeps repeating itself for them. Like they make two changes. I think they've done it 3 seasons now back to back where they try and change something. They even try to look outside the Brazilian core to try and see if South America has something else to offer. I still think they find themselves in a position where they constantly try to fix and find that final solution that can actually make them even better, because we did see last year that they did have some upswings. They did a really good at the Austin Major, and they do occasionally have playoff appearances where they look good, but then they seem to fall and they don't seem to get onto the same page. They can't really seem to fix their issues, and then it seems like the best fix for them is just changing players. And I'm not sure that that's always the right approach. Sure, if you continue in that department, you do eventually run into a wall, and I think that Pain now has put themselves in a place where, okay, we go back to the Brazilian lineup, and if this one doesn't work, how do we look? Do you have to go to Europe? Do you have to go to North America? Whatever it is, you know.
I think to some extent it's just half measures, and I think in a bigger scheme, like we're seeing in Europe happen what was happening in Brazil for a long time, where just the transfer market, the buyouts and everything, like a lot of teams couldn't make the changes they wanted to make. And that's been the story of Brazil for, I mean, ever since Immortals, you know, got into the scene, getting MIBR started, because everyone was just trying to get that cheese from them, right? But wasn't the case, so we'll see. Nothing from these changes makes me think, wow, Pain 3 months from now is going to be in the conversation for like a perennial playoff team.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a tricky one. We're going to roll the vetoes in for this series between Astralis and Pain. Didn't even get to ask you, Peter, how do you feel about Anubis being back in the pool? Do you like it?
I feel like I've been asked this question quite a lot with how I like Anubis or not, and it's been one of those maps that I've just not really liked as a player. I have not liked as an analyst as well, so the new changes might do something to me, you know. It's like the new changes might do something, but we don't get to see it actually since it's actually bans it out. So, you know, they got my back, they know that I don't like it, but bringing it back is like when the map pool changes, it's always like it's going to favor some teams, it's going to be a disregard for some others, but obviously the fact that we don't get to see it here, I have to wait a little bit with my disagreement.
Hate Anubis. We're just going to put that out there. I was wondering what Astralis is going to do, because they were playing with a 7-map pool last season, even with the whole Magus coming in for Stone's situation, and here we see them get rid of Anubis early on, right? Maybe changing their approach with going international, having 2 new players, probably weren't able to get well drilled on a lot of these maps, so narrowing their focus, I think it's a good decision.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts to kick off game number 2 here in Krakow. Dust to Overpass Nuke, if we do so need it, with Harry and Hugo.
All right, here we are. A little bit of Astralis taking on this Pain squad. New looks for both of these rosters. And both teams, at their first outing, falling shy of reaching LAN out at Blast Bounty. So a chance to see what they can do. Playing the top level of CS on LAN, Hugo.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we heard it from the interview coming in. It's a chance for these young rookies to prove themselves here at a top event. So let's see what the new international pieces of Astralis have today versus a new look Pain with just as much to prove.
Yeah, you know, if there was one takeaway from the early games right at the top of the year for Pain, it's that Pyria looked really, really solid. Someone who's been around for a while now. First time you might have seen him might have been back in the Academy days where he was on that Furia Academy squad. Was actually the guy that a lot of folks thought would be in Drop's position with when they took him out of their Academy team and put him into the main roster. Pyria was another strong talking point.
Oh, it's not about Pain in this pistol because they are getting melted by what might just be a flawless round from Astralis. Great start. Hooksy getting hyped. And he seemed very keen to play with, you know, new, younger, hungrier players. It's all the rage these days, with the Paravision proving that themselves just the other day. The future is now for Astralis. Can they grab it in Krakow? And as they crack on with a pistol.
Sawdust 2 be a real sore spot for Pain. What ended up being a disappointing major, a major that led to changes for the squad. They didn't win it once throughout that event. Losses to G2, Na'Vi, and Bait here on Dust 2. And I also hope they weren't looking at the Astralis results from that Blast Bounty, who lost this to Paravision, if I'm not mistaken. Paravision are an exceedingly good Dust 2 team.
Yeah.
And it was a super one-sided loss. 13-1 in that game.
That'll do.
But, you know, heading into that one, it was Paravision, a tournament they went on to win, as we all know. And this is very much a home map for that squad.
And a similar conversation maybe here for Astralis in that we just had with Aurora, right? Losing out early online, not making it to LAN, and then coming up and leveling up for the next event, having a bit more prac time and prep time. So it paid off for Aurora. They looked a lot better here than they did last week. Well, Astralis as well. You'd like to think so. The bar was pretty low. This is a different side to expect the boost on. I wonder if that green tarp blocks a flash. Gonna shuffle their way out of there as cat control comes in. No way to escape on that corner. Snow popped up cat as well, so methodical here for Pain.
Good thing they did dismantle it because it wouldn't have blocked that flash.
No.
That one trickles along the floor.
Hooksy in a nice position here. He just has to believe in it. Can't afford to move. Util doing some damage early, but Pain are coming out long with the bomb. Hooksy hoping they check right.
Yeah, not as in check correctly, as in clear the other angle.
And he might be right.
Pyria with the clear and important pickup, and that's going to get you out long. 40 seconds now as you set your sights on this A split. Fuzi in position with his AWP. Takes it around towards the long position, looking for an opening. There's Fuzi with the first. All the other kills have come in for Pain in the downtime. And with Fuzi just falling shy of kill number 3, that one quickly gets away from Astralis.
Hey, it's a nice try. It's just a shame no one from his team could get a single kill in their positions. Everyone crumbling. Fuzi's the most exciting addition for me, right? Obviously, Ryu has a lot more to prove. Fuzi has been around for some time. Mr. Worldwide, played in all the regions. He's been around the block, that's for sure. From NA to EU to China.
if we see a lot of abuse at this A site, that to me just suggests that Pain went and looked at the Paravision game and saw how they were exploiting Astralis. This A hold was like a sieve in that match. It was constant short plays, constant short execs out of the Paravision team, and Astralis never once had an answer for it.
Well, at least that gives them something to work on quickly in their first officials. Bigu on the MP7. This is going to be used a lot, I think, this event. Looking really good, this buffed gun. Potent and very affordable. VSM, front of the pack here. Orb trying to cover, but just falls off as Stair takes the line. So VSM, can he catch him off guard? Hooksy's throwing nades. Not the best flash. Stair waits.
Waited for the second flashbang to try and set him up. Orb on the line, Fuzi with a missed shot, and you've got to think about saving already. Pain in with a second round. Both the entries coming from VSM. I think it's well worth talking about him as well, because we got to cover a good chunk of Pain in their opening games on the year. He's a character, is VSM.
Yeah.
And in kind of his heyday, he was a real force to be reckoned with. Someone who got sent back down into lesser teams, had to try and, kind of keep grinding his way back up to the top, but he's gotten this chance now inside of the Pain squad. And I'll say this, I wasn't really blown away by him at all at Bounty. I think actually my expectations were higher than what he brought to the table. But as we were talking about with Astralis, with Aurora, you've had an extra week or so to get acclimatized, to get accustomed. And I want VSM to have some high output games here, because Pyria very much stole the spotlight out of the new additions.
Yes. Was extremely reliable, on T-sides especially. It was a nice call from Pain after they got the 5v4. They didn't rush, they just waited behind the smoke anti-flash, and as Astralis throw a second flash for Stair, everyone's ready for it. Just dealing with the reaction, forces the save. Orb goes into the next round here. So Astralis have got to do more now with less. Obviously saw the veto earlier. This is Pain's pick of dust too. Astralis have gone with Overpass, Nuke Decider. Obviously Astralis never touched Anubis. Even tried to avoid Overpass when possible, but now putting it back in their pool.
And I think, that Overpass second is very, very interesting to kind of gauge where Pain are at. Because it is a CT-sided map, but their T-sides in particular stood out as being really, really rough. And when I'm saying that, I'm thinking back even to that Rivals event in Hong Kong where they played Fury with the insane Quesorato CT half, where he just kind of would multi-kill what felt like every single round, and they never had answers. They'd already done almost all the work to close that game. They were massively in the lead, and it got away from them on the T-sides, and you were just crediting Pyria as an addition for being a strong output on those T-halves. So that'll be a cool one to check in with Pain, see where they lie, see if Pyria's been a big enough boost to their T-side performances.
Ooh,
here in this round, it's Big Azera showing off that new MP7 buff.
Yeah, it's really strong, right? I think it was already pretty good, but the fact that, it's more affordable and now it even does higher damage, less damage, fall off as well. I mean, 3 different buffs. Very, very potent gun. Even into rounds like this, where Astralis don't have helmets, some run and gun factor to worry about. Able to force the miss shot and follow up. Ryu, nice kills here. Maybe he could grab that AWP on Cat, is what Ryu's thinking. VSM doesn't want to troll the round, so he backs up, allowing Ryu a chance for an upgrade. AK grabbed, or blocked, and Ryu's out of there, hopefully. Just can't go lower.
Oh, it's not guaranteed. VSM denies the AWP save at the end. And so now, not only have you taken the lead, but you're really driving home this economic advantage. A punishing hunt, going to keep the AWP out of play for the side of Astralis.
The view model makes it look gross.
Dude, I think, you know, MP7T side, that's actually like the place for it.
It's true.
For Pyria, there's an entry. It will get followed up onto by Stare. That buddy system employed out towards long. It allows you to keep this even at least. And I like this decision from Astralis. They've been missing on this a little, right? The decision here, they know they've kind of given up long after losing Hooksy, so they're going to try and re-aggro short. This trade of space is very, very common when you give up long control. Big Azera goes down without getting anything done. And so now you just have a bit of a safe nook to play from, right? A little cornerback here to kind of hide out in and go about this A defense, play for a retake. They actually try and bring the fight longside, flashing back in for a peek, and that's going to give away a kill on Fuzi. Yabi's just been wallbanged. He never even got to play. And so what started off quite nicely for Astralis after that 4v4, for a brief moment fielding the advantage, now hinges on this boost, finding a kill. Head spotted and ripped clean off. It's a double kill from VSM. Stare tries to escape, but you can't get away from him right now. These are the VSM performances we wanted to see.
Yeah, hot hands coming hunting for those last couple of kills. I can't believe he's ready for that boost. They thought he was planting safe. A little jump up would have meant a bomb denial. Instead, VSM uncrouches into 2 kills. And when he's on a heater, these are a couple of players, him and Pyria, that are going to be very hard to put down. Doesn't overheat, team fighting with him. 4 rounds here for this T side of Pain. Astralis, full broke. They bring some pace, it's contained. Pain don't even take tunnels. That cautious as the mid smoke comes in that there could be a lower rush. So they relinquish control, hand it over, and play a slower round with all the advantages. This is nice and calm for Pain. They can speak Portuguese now.
All right, VSM's been fantastic to open this up, but there's 3 guys around this corner. Like, that's too many even for him, surely. And he might never even have to worry about it. If they go mid to B right now, there is no one here. Yabi pushed into the tunnels right at the start of the round, and so his position might catch them off guard. But if they just trade places with him and go and take B, you're in the spot to win this round. They've dodged the stack on short. They've spotted the tunnels flank. Now they should know that B is clear. And even though Pyria falls out there in top mid, round should be safe and sound for Pain. They push through after a missed shot, and oh no! Suddenly armed, suddenly dangerous. 2 versus 4. You got to resist the temptation to go for a swing here, because Stare, he would love that. He's holding onto the window, waiting for a reaction, waiting for someone to try and force this fight. Pull of the util would be the time to do it. Snow plays it forward. Flash follows up. Snow dead. You're looking at Big Azera. Captain's got to do this one all alone. Likely can't believe it's gone this far. And so Astralis pull up only with pistols, close on this defuse, but it looks like they've done it. 3 rounds secured. A missed shot from the AWP, and that will cost them dearly.
The worst part is that flick up in mid actually legged the top mid player, right? If you got a kill, suddenly the numbers aren't as bad. You're 2v3 in that post spawn, you're fine, but Astralis just have the players to cycle through that window, winning on the eco. It felt like everything was coming up Pain there. They had the timing, they found the gap, they had an empty B bomb site, and Astralis steal it right away. Hell of a round to pick up here. Just talking about their economy getting crushed. Well, that will do a lot for it. So Astralis can sit back and catch their breath here. Fuzi's AWP on long. And Pain taking mid control. Ooh, Flash at least provides enough distraction. This push on long is audacious for Hooksy, but he announces it with a step. Superior just plays to contain. It's going to be quite a standoff here, as Hooksy won't make that move, not yet.
You know, for now, one of these A players is locked in the long door standoff, and so you might just look to follow through with this A play. Now you got that much less to worry about in the site itself.
Spotted, maybe? That felt very close. Stepples another nade, and it could be his undoing, because Era walking through, catching the kill is Stare. Pop through the smoke, no time to dilly-dally.
Fuzi follows up. That one's a swing and a miss. Tag put down range on VSM, but him and Pyria battling back in this round. Bomb now planted. Pain a chance to get comfortable and set up here. It's not much breathing room as the flank is closing in up through short. NQZ, the only guy with health. You'd love a clean finish on these kills, but it won't come through. Ryu grabs two back. And now looking on, it's Pyria all alone, flanked up close, Stare through the spawn. It's well handled, well contained. Ryu with a couple of keen multi-kills in these rounds as well, going a long way for Astralis.
Yeah, he's been hyped up a lot by, you know, his teammates on Astralis, and even people talking about him coming into this team as one to look out for. Saving Astralis's bacon in some of these rounds. That was really messy on short. You just need one kill at least to set yourself up for the clutch. Just a bunch of whiffing from full health NQZ. He's an AWPer, not a rifler. So Astralis fight back again. Picking up another difficult retake. I feel like we're going to see more Bigu MP7 than we are going to see him on AK. And at least these T-sides have been methodical, right? The way that Pain stage their rounds, get this mid-control, take Cat, has been slow and steady.
It's a minor detail right now, or there's plenty of time left, but since the start of the round, they left the bomb back in spawn.
Yeah.
NQZ still floating around in top mid. It's just, with how everyone's playing, they're very much set in their positions right now.
Might be Pyria's job. NQZ's backing up though. Someone's got to get it. It's always the captain, isn't it? Fine. Back from his B-lurk, VSM joins for the late long take. 40 seconds.
Kind of need everything to go right here if you're Pain. You know, if you get bogged down, if you get stuck fighting for this control for too long, you don't have the time left to win this round. Astralis see you coming out the long doors this late in the round. They hang around to try and fight it. Fuzi playing around the long corner smoke, gets out with his, and stares one out. The fight onto the lurk in the downtime very quickly. Time is the enemy of Pain. There's no time to be cautious. No time to set up util. They're left running into the open at long, and that will leave them with a save.
Yeah,
AWP gets out of there, and Astralis take the lead.
The long corner smoke is nice in the sense that it stops Fuzi from covering his teammate. They can isolate Hooksy and Pit, but like you're saying, with time that low, if you're dropping a long corner smoke at 30 seconds, you can't wait for that to fade. You have to come through into multiple Astralis players fighting, and Snow gets nothing done from short. So it all goes a bit pear-shaped here for Pain on a very late long take. You don't often see players committing with 4 out long with 40 seconds on the clock. So disastrous round to lose, and Astralis building momentum here on the CT side. 3 rounds in a row, 2 of them being very difficult post plants. And now a more inspiring win with only an AWP saved out of it for Pain.
I think you're still kind of feeling the scars of that lost round to the Eco, right? Like this idea that if they played it a bit more safe, they likely don't make that mistake. Because I would say they made some pretty audacious moves in that early collection of rounds that they got, thinking about some of the VSM just run and gun rounds. But that's changed across the last 3 since they lost to the Pistols. They're trying to tighten it up, but all it's really doing at the moment is leaving them with little time left to end their rounds.
Now you have to give NQZ the room and respect to find you an opener. Fuzi has been keen to take this short line time and time again. Lower jump spots the AWP though. NQC has a bit more room to move. No one giving anything in middle. Maybe Payne just walk through. Waiting right now for a kill that will not come. So as they try to force it, mid to be smoke. Bomb still outside of tunnels. Be ready to block the door. Force them through the window. Ooh, this is fun. Oh, second too late.
Trying to bait them with a shot on the pistol. Oh, it nearly worked, and instead, tunnel visioned on the promise of that kill. Walks right into the prying eyes of Fuzi, who was waiting at the car. Double nades ring out into middle, and Snow is also picked up on the back of the HEs. That AWP is now out in the open. Stairs got eyes on it. 3v5 here for Payne as they're shut down out towards middle. No smoke even to block off the spawn, and so you're left with a last-second decision to go and regroup in the tunnels.
Got to save this AWP, surely. Looking for that back pick. It's a nice play again for Payne, but I don't think you should commit with the AWP here. 20 seconds and 2 players in the bomb site. Blind comes in. And yeah, send the pistols in maybe, but this AWP needs to get out of there. It's going to go very wrong. Easy kills for Yabi. VSM once again walks away. And even then, nothing's guaranteed. Does the AWP not have ammo? He'll get it. 6 rounds though for Astralis, considering there was a 4-round streak here for Payne. Coming from their first gun round, Astralis have recovered very well.
All right, long pick for VSM. Won't survive the crossing as there's a lot of players at long ready to receive that exact play. So that's the top performer for Payne, dead first as he tries to take his spawn. Yeah, be up close here in middle.
Who's ready for this?
Superior is solid, clear, great check, and it's at least given them an option here in this 4v4. Fuzi's just missed that timing, but he saw 2 players on the reposition. Here he is going to hear the drop down. Here's the flank coming in through the tunnels. Payne just follow it forward. Into Ryu. Another multi-kill round required. He's had them in spades. 2 quick kills on the B defense, and now NQZ, big nade, knocks out Stair, and the follow-up is in. NQZ, big smile on his face at the end of that one. Everything aligned for the Brazilian AWPer.
How back and forth does it get? I mean, the cover on the flank is all because of Piria's lurk in mid, hearing Fuzi drop. It gives him a free opening kill on that flanking player. And despite a beautiful double kill in the B side for Ryu, 12 and 5, none of that is enough. The nade perfectly timed, and the round just comes to him. Frustrating round to lose for Astralis. It was all going so well. NQZ getting in the game just at the right time to split this half. Ooh, jiggled.
They never saw Pyria get out, but there has been timings open, so it's something Fuzi's got to be considering in the long run. Flash around the corner, Hooksy went to clear it. Still that Fuzi AWP bested. Pyria jiggle, absolutely nails him. So maybe there's still some hope here. It's the two fresh faces, VSM and Pyria, also the two top performers left in this 2v3.
Oh, pressure put on by Stare Up on Cat, and he will survive the fight. That gap realized by Pyria that he can just run it up long right now. He'll take it. Smoke down. Stare back on the bomb site. And a lurk up short. VSM needs to find this kill while Stare is in the open. They've got a brief window of opportunity, and VSM seizes it. 2v2 through the molly. Bomb can cross after the break.
Yep, he's been able to work his way in close, but Pyria goes for the check. Manual mode. Leaves it on Ryu. Been spotted out here towards long. And look what he's picked up. MP7, not what he bargained for. Going to elect to play with the Deagle, closing the distance in. Onto a rifle now. This guy's been full of multi-kills in this game, but how's he supposed to get this one? They're ready to double swing, ready to double peek, and it's not even required. Pain will level out on the half after that initial streak of 4. They finish things off 6-all.
Well, if there's one thing Astralis fans are used to, it may be pain. But right now, Astralis are making a case here on the T side, finding 6 rounds, or moving to the T side, in fact. A solid defense, a solid B anchoring from Ryu. He stood up, stood out for this Astralis team, as Pain are able to squeeze a couple in and make it an even game. Pyria, eyes on him, definitely as a very young and inexperienced player. Showcases some very strong mechanics. Battle of the new boys on both these squads.
Yeah, 2 changes for either side. And strong showings from all the new faces here. Fuzi, tap down range, just going to try and harass Snow in at the back of the plat. He gets out with his 1. VSM also holds down the fort for a 1-for-1 trade. You're left in this 3v3 now. Util on NQZ. And so certainly down to give this a try.
Smoke for the car. Got to deal with that later. Yabi on the corner. High flash, hears it, turns back and able to squeeze a kill with Stare. Odds dwindling now with damage done. Thrust into a 1v1. Fuzi fights out in the open, risks the round, but takes it with him. Astralis with a pistol. That's both locked in.
And I like that from Fuzi. You know, it's a little risky taking the fight straight up, looking for the confirmed close after he bests the window player, but, you know, didn't really have a whole lot of options and just backs his aim. And honestly, I think that's what you want from Europa here on Dust 2. Now, Bigger's error is really trying to get ahead of the curve on the MP7 meta.
The whole team are. He's made it a mandate. Triple MP7. I mean, it's cheaper as well, Harry. Keep that in mind. $1,400. It's, you know, an economic weapon. If you're on a budget, on a force buy, give it a go. Oh, spamming the smoke, but Astralis make it in. 3 MP7s. It's like in the Negev. Yeah.
Boost up. Hoosey.
About to win this.
Dead as he tries to go for the bomb plant.
Uh-oh.
Are they ready for a player who's just been sat in elevator the whole time? NQZ. Able to keep pressure on these players in the site. Otherwise, this angle down into CT spawn is a good one to fight on. You can see Fuzi still trying to commit to it.
Flank is so late. They just have to run through the smoke together. Another boost up and another spot for Stare. Mauls it. Long contained by Ryu, and it's okay. Pain, force buy, gets an opener. That's it. Astralis, nice slowdown there. Letting Pain search for kills. It's been a minute. But honestly, I mean, it's hard not to be, but more optimistic for this Astralis lineup than any of them last year. You know, adding Hooksy added, you know, brief uptick for this team. He had some great individual performances as well, but he's regressed to the mean. And it seemed like the vibe wasn't there for Astralis by the end of last year. That's sickening.
He was spotting the arm.
Yeah.
The entire time, and so just guns it out towards mid. Hooksy thought he was being slick. Ends up getting slimed. And so now a 5v4 for Pain in their eco. We've had an eco win already.
This would be crazy though. But Triple B, it's got my attention. You feel like it will just come down to which site Hooksy calls from dead cam. Up Cat. Best way to avoid this stack. With only P250s and a P2K on Bigazera, no hope. Astralis seem to have called their way out of the danger zone.
Bigazera hiding in this smoke.
It's naughty.
Could get weird. Plays it through, but a missed opportunity. Are they ready for NQZ in at the ramp? He's been spotted now and should get dealt with pretty cleanly by Yabi. VSM really taking his time on the backstab. Could prove to be worth it. This Pyria scout, kill to the good already, arrives over on short with VSM in tow. Snow trying to close the distance up through CT. Yabi makes quick work over that push. And so jobs are good and for Astralis. They find these conversions and they largely get through it unscathed.
Just a sigh of relief with a bunch of missed shots here from Payne. Astralis able to get rid of that eco. This was crazy. To tank the molly and still find the headshot on the jump. Lovely stuff. Orbs out.
Fuzi's had a pretty decent grasp on the game thus far, outside of the 4K round from NQZ. Fuzi is taking a lot of the attention, but I think it would be a marvel if he's able to keep that up now, moving to the T half.
Payne gave NQZ a lot of room to look for picks and to play slow rounds so he could find openers. He couldn't really pick players off though. Will Fuzi get a better chance? It's going to come down to how much Payne are fighting in middle, and VSM is playing a dangerous game right now. Slinks back to the B bomb site. Cat control taken. No flash used by Fuzi, so Astralis don't announce it. They save more for the exec. They've got a lot of nades right now, 45 seconds. Mid to be smoke keeps these B players attentive.
And we are getting a look at a B split for Astralis. His rotates are far away and will be locked out by this util, so you need the B site to withstand this. Good control for Snow. Even able to get that third. Fuzi in hot water now as he's cognizant they could just push through CT, and time is a big problem here for Astralis. Now that they've lost Fuzi, it's going to fall to Ryu, who might have made it through the B site, but what can you really expect from him here? Bomb lost in mid, crossfire set up for Payne. The rifles come out and they immediately leave a good impression. That is a fantastic hold from Snow.
Huge multi-kill, just spraying with the A4. 3 kills on the top as VSM dies for the setup. Snow makes it worth his weight. Excellent spray, and Payne continued to keep the pressure on, flashing through that mid to B smoke, not letting Fuzi escape with the orb. He's got to rebuy it now. Astralis, fun starting to run out. Orb crossed, VSM's got his, and he re-peeks into Fuzi, who is hot on the shot. Missed chance for NQZ, this double orb looking to be costly here as Payne surely can't retake this site. It might be a kill and a round to come of it. That's all it takes. So hey, they give Fuzi what he wants, the chance to open up the round, and he wins it. Worth hunting guns here for sure.
Yeah, just a feel-good round for Astralis. You know, whenever he hasn't had the spawn, you see Fuzi kind of fall into the more support AWP kind of vibe, right? It was him teeing up flashes, teeing up util when they tried to take Catwalk in that last round. But here, gifted with a B spawn and just given the runway to go and take that fight, even the idea that he's clashing with the second AWP, right, for Pain, facing off against VSM, you want him to feel comfortable there. You want him to feel like he can force those openers. And Fuzi succeeds, and you were dead on that. One kill just decided the outcome of everything. The double AWP is already very expensive.
Long spawn.
Another spawn for Fuzi, and another chance to play early, but they've made it past him.
Yeah, saving the double AWP will be interesting for Astralis. What are they going to do with this? Pyria? You would just never expect this. Throws himself through the smoke on long. The last thing Astralis are thinking of. That is a ballsy play. And it's not going to stop. These two new additions for Pain playing fearlessly. Not feeling the pressure of the bright lights and the stature of their first Krakow. A 5v3 for Pain, they just sit back and relax. Just blown to bits.
Shame for Ryo as he's left in another one of these, you know, just rough endings to the round. Everyone else has died around him, and even though he's clearly feeling it in this game, some positions are just unwinnable. And this 1v5 meant to be one of them. Swing on out, Bigazera there to punish. And so that double AWP, chance to run it back again, Pain decide against it.
I wonder, because they actually picked up two AWPs and then they dropped them both back, so maybe it was a miscall, maybe they actually wanted it. It all happened very quickly at the end of the round.
Dude, the death from Hooksy feels like a bit of a head scratcher, right? Him not even considering the lower tunnels push, but I wonder if that's actually a symptom of that Pyria crazy aggro on long. You might have thought they had extra players there, that they'd committed to a long take, because otherwise you're left wondering, why on earth would he push that far? Whatever reason, Hooksy deciding that lower tunnels was clear, just hoping it was, ended up digging a deeper hole for Astralis in that round. Now it's down to this. B-pop, VSM, first shot lands on the spam. Snow might be blind, but still offering up resistance, and they get destroyed trying to come out through the tunnels. Hooksy is not long for this world.
VSM, what a map. You said you had higher expectations of him than you saw in those first couple of games at the Bounty, but right now delivering on that. He was destroying domestic competition in Brazil for some time after years out of the top. And Pain felt like, hey, not only would they rather go back to a full Brazilian lineup, but why not give this guy another chance to prove himself? Right now he is seizing that opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, you kind of take the chance, you take the risk on it under this idea of, well, surely he's hungry, right? Surely he's really keen to take this opportunity. And hey, right now, feels like they're right in that assessment, because I don't think it was the best initial outing at Bounty. It's clear he's put some time in between that tournament and this one to feel properly ready for IEM Krakow. And yeah, just showing up with a fantastic game. Money now broken for Astralis, so Pain are about to level the playing field. ID delivers you an opener.
No gun though. Fuzi's grabbed the Deagle. Can't quite get that rifle in middle, not yet. Trying to hold on to it as NQC in the open is Pyria, and it doesn't seem to matter. Triple spray, perfect.
Where others would go back and just try and play the crossfire, Pyria is so willing to just back his individual skill in a number of these spots, from the crazy long rush that started this streak, now a swing out wide into the open, a fight the pistols on Cat.
The long thing is so cool because it's like, you know they're not expecting it, but also you don't have the experience at Tier 1 to really know that. Just trusting your read of the game. That is the last thing anyone would do. And right now, it's put Pain back in position. 10-10 as Astralis call a timeout. Can they stop this journey of Pain? 3 rounds straight.
And I mean, what really kind of stands out in these last couple of rounds is it feels like it's Pain really controlling the tempo of this game. Whenever Astralis have tried to be the ones initiating, thinking about some of these tunnels pushes, they've often just had it decisively go against them. Here, another example of tempo setting from Pain, aggression from VSM. Just sets a tone for the round. A 5v4 picked up early. And so now Astralis pretty reluctant to move too quickly. They're already a man down, just trying to take the standard positions right at the start of the round.
Yeah. That wasn't even Hooks, you know, rushing the job down lower. He was just holding the stairs, and VSM peeks in and finds a perfect headshot. He's feeling it right now. Pyria the same. We've seen his spray control. What's he got on this long position? Oh.
Flash is good. Flash is great. Stare teased them up for success.
It's the turn that lets him down. If he just sprays blind, maybe a multi on his plate. They're going to rotate around the world. This is decisive from Hooksy. The sooner they go, the better. Pain are getting inquisitive in middle. Right now they think it's long. Are they going to clear B? Snow is looking. VSM back in time. No way they've read this. What a move to make. And Yabi might get caught, bomb in his hand, but finds a headshot. Just VSM now.
I really don't know if you're going to expect him here. You might think that's it for the B hold. Dead down in the tunnels. VSM, a lot of work to do. And as the AWPs rotate in, and that's AWPs plural, double in for the retake. They lose one straight away. And QZ, moment he plays through the window, he's got 2 players to fight against, and his gun only fires 1 bullet at a time. So going back and dealing with Fuzi's nice, but there's that backstab stare arriving a little late to the party. Really comes as a surprise to Pain.
Team Flash kind of ruins the round there because VSM was already fighting, and then he gets full blind. The enemy gets full blind, he repeaks, it expires. If that flash comes a second later, or if he's hidden for a second more, couple of kills available for him there. Desperate spray. Fuzi saves it with that kill. Awkward round to lose there. And Astralis just taking the lead back in round 21.
And look, I mean, this is now really important for Pain. This is their pick in this series. Their Overpass, at least with the old roster, never felt like a safe bet. Break on that smoke, and Fuzi's delivered yet another opening kill. And so even though I was excited to see how Pain look on Overpass, it's more because, you know, their T-sides had huge problems, and these 2 changes almost feel like they are tailored towards upping the output on their T-halves. That's not to say that the data puts them in a tremendously strong or fighting position in this series if Dust 2 gets away from them. Pyria doing what he can out here on long. Big Azera lobbing in, supporting Util just to try and buy him more time. Make no mistake, Astralis are coming for this long control. Corner smoke in, allows them to ice out the pit player.
Oh, it's getting hectic now. Double up from the CT side. There's a lurk out mid that does catch Snow. Could they take the bomb back? They would need to run right now. They know VSM is on the A side of the map, so cutting him off is Ryu. This bomb, it's a long road. Trying to move it fluid with his teammate. Might they just go cat together? They know VSM is spawn. Astralis don't want to overthink this, but crossing is a high risk, and so VSM hears them coming back.
Absolutely manipulated Astralis now. Had them worried that he was ahead of the curve on that B rotation. An important pickup for Fuzi and Astralis. Map point, 2 chances to close on Payne's pick.
It's the 2 new boys who save Astralis when they're getting shredded on that A split. They pull back and they close out that 2v3 with 3 frags from Fuzi. He's 4-0 on openers as well, Harry. Just been nailing them. Well, Hooksy is being a liability as an individual. He can't kill anyone. He's getting picked numerous times. He is never getting traded. Right now, Ryu and Fuzi dragging them over the line with some great rounds at a stare as well, must be said. Map point for Astralis on a must-win map for Payne. As Astralis look to finish, they still have one more fall by to get past. Really good long spawns for Astralis, though, you'll note in this. If they take them, might be out of Payne's hand. Only 2 players dedicated to this side of the map. NQZ's AWP. Corner smoke, must respect it.
Out of all the times to send the AWP long, this is probably the best time to have done it for Payne. Pyria likes to play aggressive here, likes to be involved in those long fights, and so those flashes would have ruined his day. At least with the AWP, you're able to go through the motions, fall back a little bit here. These flashes for Pete's are nothing more than a ruse.
Not again.
And nearly caught with Util out, stare on the cross, blowing open that smoke. It's all getting a bit chaotic. They've crossed into the site. VSM, Big Azera playing close to this smoke out of the spawn. Flushed back by the Util. That rolls out a red carpet for the bomb plant here. Astralis, this is a golden opportunity to win out on Dust 2.
You've got the AWP flanking right now. That's just not going to work. Fuzi's in pit, refusing to give away this kill. Forget about this fight alongside. It's a 3v3 for the game.
Backstab for Yabi. Ryu watching for the smoke push. And time is starting to become a very big problem for Payne. Need these kills and they need them quickly. Noise made on the long side. Fuzi's got NQZ's number again. And for Big Azera, try as he might, there is no winning that 1v3. Astralis pull up to Dust 2. Took him a little while to get going, but once they did, there was no stopping them. Strong land debut as well for guys like Fuzi. He outclassed NQZ in that AWP head-to-head, and it wasn't even close. Now we're looking forward to Overpass, Astralis' pick, one that they've looked to do solid work on, and a strugglesome map for Payne. Their future is uncertain, and it's time to really limit test what these upgrades for Payne are capable of on their T-half of Overpass.
Yeah, truly the story of the newcomers from both sides of the equation, but for Astralis, managing to quell any comeback from Payne. That was on their own map pick as well, so going to be fixing things up sharp as we move on to map number 2 of Overpass. But gentlemen, initial takeaways from what we saw of the Astralis side on this one, Peter. Do they feel different now that it's not fully Danish blood?
One of the things that stood out the most to me was actually the energy outside of the server. Like, you could definitely feel that the vibe had just changed into the better. You know, they didn't tilt as much. They were hyping each other up when it was actually needed, and they told themselves that, hey, we actually got something rolling for us, instead of always falling back into things that, hey, we don't actually get to play the way we want. We actually want to showcase that we can actually play good with this new roster, and I think they did. It looked a little bit like they wanted to play maybe a little bit too much off the book at the beginning, but once they got onto the T side, they shifted into where they allowed the individuals to go for the openings and try and play a bit more pacing.
I think also, most importantly for me, they played with more discipline. You know, they had too many games last season where a player would just be like, I'll just swing here and see what happens, and of course he would die and the round would fall apart, especially rounds with advantages. So they were able to tighten it up. They were able to sort of bounce back in both halves, make the necessary adjustments. I think especially in the second half, because there was a couple rounds where Payne was really aggressive on the CT side, like Astralis couldn't sniff the bomb site. It's easy to sort of, for the game to slip away when that happens, but they were able to adjust and close it out in the end.
Just to bounce off your point, Janko, I'm interested in your opinion of this, Dupree. This isn't to throw anything at Device or Magic's way, but do you think it's easier, having played with both tenured, experienced players and newer, players that are a bit more like a sponge, I guess, easier to soak up information? Do you think it's easier when you have some sort of lesser known names to maybe get people a little bit more well-drilled and a bit more polished in that department?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the expectation is just lower when you have names that you don't have that much, expectation from, and obviously also the fact that now they have actually dare to make this change and going international, that has also put them in a position where there's this room for error, at least in the beginning, but it's also where people are maybe easily judging them by saying that was also the wrong approach, right? So I think for Astralis now to have this international lineup, to get a good start at this tournament, showcasing that regardless of how they actually maybe finished some of the rounds, they did lose a couple of entries and they did look a little discombobulated, but they actually managed to find the solutions even when Huxik went down in the beginning of the rounds. And that's a really good sign, when you lose a guy really easily off the bat, and then you can actually recreate the things. That's where sometimes the last Astralis maybe looked to be a little bit more shaky, where, hey, we're actually not in a position where things are going how we wanted. How do we actually bounce back? And I think they actually managed to pull it off pretty well in this game.
Speaking of starts, Astralis win the first pistol, convert. How to Pain answer back, Janko?
Yeah, they got on a run in the first half, and a lot of their T side revolved around long, whether it was early going out long, delayed in whichever way, right? And I think what was important for Astralis is, like you said, Peter, they were maybe trying to do a bit too much early on, right? So they had to switch up somewhat in terms of setups, tighten it up, right? So if we do go to the round in question, we can start talking about how it looked like early on for them, and maybe that greed coming in a bit too much, right? So in the first gunner, you can see Huxi's position. I'm going to start playing the clip. The op was on short in this angle. Fuzi falls back after this Molotov. Snow gets short control, right? But the setup from this point on is a bit problematic for me. Why do I say it's greedy? If you look at the minimap, they're basically playing 4A, right? With a player boosted on middle boxes, and Fuzi is here as well with his team. And I think the reason for that is usually you would have Fuzi play long corner. I think that's a great setup here, because also when you play op long corner, they expect a player to be over here to the right. They don't expect a player necessarily blue container. So that would be great bait. And Fuzi is still mobile. He can go back to help Richard. He can flash for his teammate. But I think they wanted a player in Goose, and then in Fuzi's playing slow, they're not going to expect perhaps a player in Goose. But what happens is Huxi is just, there's no one baiting for him on long. He's on an island with an MP9. Astralis also just smoked short themselves, so you'll see once Huxi drops, now they're in that worst case scenario where you don't have short control, you don't have long control, and they're going to start scrambling, to find an adjustment. They re-smoke, they smoke sight, they try to do this flash play on shore, but it's really tough to get rid of this guy. He can be in so many spots, and this is where Snow and VSM do a great job to sort of punish these aggressive plays, cut off the rotations, and it was an easy round for Pain in the first gun run.
It definitely looked like they had some sort of read that obviously was going to be the A-bomb side hit, but it looked like they were more ready for the cat hit, and they would leave Huxi alone by playing blue container out of long. And when he goes down, and also the fact that they just smoke catwalk, that puts them in a really, really, really bad situation, because whenever you lose long, you need to try and gain some space somewhere else. And the fact that they just smoked short allowed them to not only, they couldn't really get to space because they smoked themselves off, and now they were just in for a sandwich. And that's just what unfolds from here. As soon as they lose long, and the fact that they can't get the control and catwalk back, that is why they just get sandwiched. They do try to make a reaction once they lose that kind of thing, but they just find themselves in a misread situation.
Also, if they go short, what is Huxi gonna do? With the MP9 on long, he can only push out long and try to do something, but yeah, it was a bit of an awkward situation.
Did you like the amount of MP7s we saw in this one as well, particularly from Pain?
Yeah, I was actually kind of impressed with how they decided to go for it. We do know that the MP9 has been nerfed and the MP7 has been buffed, but they decided to go for the MP7s above the MP9s on the CT side in the 4-star rounds. And I think I think it was Harry or Hugo mentioning that we were in a position where maybe we're going to see Picosur play more MP7 than Mac 10, which is a weapon that he's been using a lot. And it's cool to see that we have this adjustments in weapons, and both in pricing but also how the guns work. So it's nice to see that the implementations for Valve is actually being put into fruition as well.
Back to the first half though, obviously Pain, they managed to go on a little bit of a streak after this one. Then we get to round number 7. What goes right for Astralis in this one, in your opinion, Janko?
I think just overextension from Pain, and completely unnecessary in a round where you're going up against a half buy, really. I think you just need to not overthink it, right? You can see they're out mid, Pyra gets a kill here, he's going to get flanked. Why is the op closed doors holding the flank, right? And there's a player next to him. I don't know if the goal was, oh yeah, I'm gonna stay and cut rotation, but then they realized, well, I'm on an island here, so the rifle stayed with him, and they both get caught out. And then in the 2v4 3v4 for 2v4 for Pain, right? It gets a little bit difficult. It's still winnable, but a good retake from Astralis, and I just feel like those two guys should not be in mid. Just run towards B, play it safe. They have pistols, and they threw that one away.
They get a little bit oversaturated with how the round is going out. It feels like they are, okay, we just want to try and not let them pick up the AK top mid, and that just ends up the AWP is being in an awkward position. The rifle decides to face without getting the proper backup, and then it just scales and runs out of pace in that decision. And it's these type of rounds where you're going to be looking back when you go back to the practice room thinking, what were we actually thinking in the situation? That's the thing that you need to be looking at, because you cannot afford to lose these type of rounds because you get a little bit too greedy, and that is what I would probably say, that they got too greedy about the situation instead of just relying on, hey, we need to clinch this round that much.
It kind of reminded me of, I think it was an interview that Payne did after Blast Bounty, where a couple of the guys were saying, you know, it's basically agreeing on an approach and the fundamentals that are being an issue for us, which, I don't know about you, Janko, I've never played in a team. That sounds like the first step, right? That sounds a little bit worrying.
Doesn't sound great, and even more so when you consider that the core of the team is still there. I mean, Snow, Bigu, and NQZ have been together for a long time, and they're the main guys on the lineup too, in a way. So why are the two new kids, like, not kids, but, you know, two new players sort of disagreeing with anything? Maybe it's not a matter of disagreeing, just getting used to playing in that way, right? But that's one of the things that's actually what Counter-Strike comes down to for the most part, right? Like, it's how do you see the situational Counter-Strike, the 4v4s? Like, are you a team that always likes to move and do stuff? Are you a team that likes to be more patient? Brazilian teams historically more on the patient side, right? But that's where mistakes happen, and that's where fumbles happen, is when you're split, when half of the guys think, oh, we should pounce now, like, we got this kill, we should just keep rolling, and the other half is like, no, we got the kill, the pressure is on, then let's wait. And then if you're both can work, but you need to be on the same page.
I want to pick your brain because you have had a history of coaching. What would you say to the guys if you lose these type of rounds? What's the go-to thing you'd say?
I was always like, your mindset needs to be, what's the best play that I can make for my team to win this round, right? And in the example that we've shown, that's not to stay in middle, considering the macro situation in the round. It's to fall back, and it's like, listen, guys, let's worry about guns, and also as a team, like, you're not there yet. Let's just play it step. Let's stay true to the fundamentals and worry about some of the details a bit later on. It's
funny, like, because as a player, I mean, you come to this kind of tournament, you're a new team, you're a new player, you want to make a name for yourself, you want to go out and showcase what you can actually do. It has happened to me, and it happens to players all the time, that you get carried away a little with the situation. Hey, they have an eco, I can bounce, you know, I can get a little bit of frags here, I can look good on the scoreboard, it's going to give me some confidence, and it just happens maybe, I mean, it doesn't happen up. It happens maybe 5% of the time that then you do actually fumble these type of situations. And that was probably a clear picture of a situation that you're not supposed to be living.
And also they're like, well, even if I die,
that's what I mean.
We're still in a 3v3, you know, in the bomb. But all of a sudden, oh, that guy is 5 HP. Oh, this guy is also kind of out of position, and it falls apart.
Everything kind of unravels, right? Things looking kind of rough, I would say, for Payne, because Overpass is on the horizons. You got 10 seconds to pre. What do you want to see from Payne's T side? Because we know it's been pretty shabby, right?
I just wanted to be a little bit more pacey. I think it was too much by the books on Dust 2. I wanted to be a little bit more pacey and then just give up the freedom to some of the individuals to maybe create a little bit more openings. But it's going to be interesting to see if they can make that one.
Good luck with that on Overpass.
Can come true, yeah. I was going to say, fast Overpass, not something I've seen too frequently. You're going to have to wait for a little break to go down before we're diving into map number 2. Astralis versus Payne. It's going down on Overpass.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
and talk with Hooksy right now. He's not getting away that easily. This isn't the social, but we're walking and talking right now. You did get ambushed. I was like, are you about to take photos with a backpack on, but you're already done your photo?
Yeah, I already did all my stuff. I have to go to an interview now.
I think you're doing social media stuff.
Something, yeah, at least, yeah.
Who was it with? Was it with Fozy? Be leaving behind?
Yeah. It's with Lova, yeah.
Well, we'll have to... Okay, now he's with us. Now it kind of works. Okay, so brand new roster, mate. You're starting again.
Yeah, it's nice to, you know, freshen up a bit sometimes.
Okay, that's an interesting response right there, because I was going to ask next, was the team at the end of last year with the major just dead? Like, you know it was dead?
Yeah. We already knew that something has to happen, and yeah, I think we needed some new, young, fresh blood with some hunger, and that's what we got, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, well, you do seem happy. You got a smile on your face. So how's practice been going? Obviously, getting thrown into the first event, not easy, but now you get a little bit more time. You take on Pain in your opening game here. You think things are going pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, I think things are going as expected. There's some inconsistency here and there, you know, but I think that we're showing that we have a huge potential in like top level, and I think that's the most important part. Then it's just about actually, you know, raising the floor a bit.
So I guess making sure you get enough VRS to qualify for the major, and then you get the time after the cutoff to, I want to say warm into things, but, you know, really get the team going, right? So an event like this, how important is it for Astralis to do well?
I mean, as you said, like VRS is important. And besides that, I don't really think we think too much about result-based stuff right now. We just kind of want to do our things and make sure that we do them right.
Okay, let's do this as we walk down this, because we're making it tough for the cameraman here, Ross. He's doing a really good job right now. Yeah. But can you name any of the players up here?
Well, yeah, obviously, like, I'm not sure about, like, that's Taz, right? Young Taz? Or is
that's young Taz with Neo next to him.
Yeah? Yep. Holy shit, it's Neo. I couldn't even see.
With hair, Carmack said.
Yeah, that's why it's real tough. I can't remember this guy, but...
This is 6.
Yeah,
yep.
6, yeah.
That's more, yeah, that's Taz again, right?
Yeah, I see. And there's obviously, you know, Get Right, and who do we have? Edward over here. Yep. So, yeah.
But what, you're not on this one, mate. What's going on?
I mean...
What, Justin, he's not even at the event.
No, but I mean, Justin is Mr. Katowice, so it makes sense that he's here in Krakow as well, no?
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I bothered you enough. I'll let you go to your social. Fozy, any quick comments?
No, it's good. He's a great leader. That's why I was walking behind him right now, you know, so everything's good.
Perfect answer. Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Thank you. Vibes looking good in the Astralis camp, and there certainly should be after that first map. Dust 2 comes through, clinched out by Astralis despite Pain and their young players throwing it for a bit of a whirlwind. Some aggressive CT moves eventually punished, and Astralis take their opponent's pick. Can Overpass be the same? It's been a source of disappointment for Pain's previous roster, so we're going to again look to the rookies to step up, really for both squads.
Yeah, you know, in the same way it feels nice to see Astralis slowly but surely working their dust in the right direction. How's Pain's Overpass going to fare? This first half feels like it's going to be of high importance. The CT side is the only kind of verifiable bright spark for Pain that we have to go on, and so you want to get off to a good start here. You want to collect as many rounds as you can and just make life easy for yourselves in that second half of play. Towards Long, and this pistol go in to the quaddies, waiting for them in the toilets. Chewed up by Snow and NQZ. Yabi now stands as the sole survivor out here in Long. Fuzi trying to alleviate some of this pressure.
Relax.
Give the bomb away to get the hell out of here, because you don't like what you've seen.
Oh dear, they're chasing down the low player. That's a smart move here from Astralis. The smoke gives them a bit of room. They won't commit into the bomb site, although that felt very open. Pyria goes back, just in case. Let Julius join him. It's now a very weird mid-round, but if Pain play passive, they can play to the advantage of the clock. So Astralis have a lot of maps still to clear. Ryu out middle.
I think, you know, the mid-rounds is where Astralis have found a lot of their success. It was only when Pain kind of took the pace out of their T-side back on that first map that Astralis found any type of leeway. And so here would be another chance to demonstrate that. NQZ, has he just found a masterful gap? Two players back turn, only going to get out with one. Could have been the end of the round right there, but now it's still alive.
Oh no.
Pick up for Ryu. Again, it's these two fresh faces for Astralis trying to battle back in, and they'll go into the crossfire. VSM there to shut it all down. Pain breathe a little easier that pistol doesn't get away from them.
Yeah, moments of worry there for Pain, certainly, but the huge 5v3 advantage taken on long is enough to finish off. This has been a map you alluded to last map that has had some trouble for Pain, some T-sides especially. Only playing it a handful of times since it got reintroduced back into the pool. Astralis at least have a bit more experience on it. Because error.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the things with the Anubis change, bringing it in, is like teams who could kind of afford to neglect Overpass a little bit. You know, now you've been forced to pick one. It's you either learn Overpass or you get to grips with the new Anubis.
Well, Pain, they don't have a choice. Astralis' first full buy round here. Still MP7's in play. See, Harry, the MP5 has been buffed as well. No one's playing that.
Problem with the MP5, and we all know it, it's the sound.
Sounds awful. MP7's got that dog in it. Sounds like an M4.
Whereas the MP5 sounds like if you were doing like aqua therapy with a small dog, letting it swim around, you know? Just the little splashes. So yeah, no one likes it.
Ryu removes one of the two. Does Astralis get out long? Oh, this could go very wrong for Fuzi unless he peeks immediately. Does miss that toilet player in the flick back. Too late. 40 seconds, and Astralis again have a lot of map to close up on. That smoke fought behind it by NQZ. His teammate needs to go back to the bomb site. Right now, it's a big gap. Ooh. Astralis have smoked themselves.
Oh, they're trying to go B right now. That's because Yabi's
no.
made it out into the B side, but they've been blocked in it connector. Reason he's got all this B space is because, well, Pain went and fought for short. Snow has ended the round right here. There just isn't time for Yabi to win this anymore. And so that decision to change their mind in the mid-round with the final, 20, 30 seconds left, it comes back to haunt you. Yabi might have had the room, but you didn't have the path to rotate.
Yeah, that explains the front side smoke, but yeah, they had a free open bomb site. That's a couple of rounds now. Astralis have had way more room than they thought.
Dude, if I want to look for some nice signs right now for Pain, I actually like that they've been so dedicated to fighting early and mid. It's something that you've seen a lot of teams have kind of moved away from, playing back within the sites themselves, largely looking for info. I think squads that set a precedent early of, hey, we're going to fight you for the bathrooms, we're going to fight you for this control, it's only good in the long run because you still have that option to go back, play within the site, play for the information. What it's going to do is Astralis now have to clear toilets properly every time they go there, through fear of this setup, through fear that Pain are going to be fighting for the control. And so what you've essentially done is taken a lot of the pace out of the game. You're going to have to burn util, you're going to have to waste time clearing these positions.
And the late toilet reaggress is a classic Brazilian move, right? If we think back to the LGSK of old. So Payne, again, 3 players on this top site, a weakened lower site. But Astralis don't really have the weaponry nor util to offer much of a threat. 1 smoke, 1 flash. VSM committed monster side with a bit of cover from Snow. Molly ready to go on his contact. There it is, perfectly timed. Snow takes some damage, but there is no punish here. They're even going to swing back out for the fight. They're not trying to escape. They're trying to box their way out of this corner. Astralis, 1 good flash, but I say good. I regret it. It's the entry that does the damage. Fuzi with a double up. Ryu's taking space. Headshot with the Deagle. Big Uzera clutched up, but that nade could kill the planter.
Alex not to throw it in, not straight away. Fuzi still dead. The HE rains down. And now Ryu locked in this 1v1. His aims look solid throughout the series, and he's going to demonstrate it there. The killing blow dealt to Big Uzera. And once more, it's the 2 international pieces, Ryu and Fuzi, to help get Astralis on the board.
Just a straight up 2v5. No funny business. Just Fuzi business. Out Monster with a brutal double, and Ryu took all that space back. Clutch in the open. And Astralis get in the game with that round of all. That heavy A-side stack. Live to regret it. Oh, uncrouch on the flash, but Yabby's ready. It's a sharp shot. NQZ's AWP floating on the top side. And Yabby keeping control of B, looking for his lurk timing again.
Here's the example of like having to pay respect to these toilet setups, you know? Like you have to get that front bathroom smoke in, you got to get the divider molly in. Even now when you move into the toilets, you've still got angles left to check, so there's more util coming out just to remove options. But this was all a matter of the conditioning that Payne have laid on early. You've burnt through almost all the Astralis util. That aggression from NQZ wasn't ready for Ryu, pushed in deep.
It's very anti-AWP utility for Astralis there, right? Even just that front side smoke that lets them scale up with the deep toilets, Molotov. They're expecting the AWP. They just didn't expect it to do that.
And, you know, pending a big moment from Big Uzera, this is a save brewing. He's the only guy over towards the top site, and he hears Astralis moving in.
Ooh, it's a good exit to allow these saves. But you're right, there's no win in this. Ryu, nice luck with the utility there. It does feel like a crazy move for NQZ to try and thread the needle with the AWP of all things. But feeling like if he sat in the bomb site, they could have just walked into it. Feeling like he had to make a play, and it's that play that gets Astralis back in with another round. Just when you're out on Astralis, they pull you right back in.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I just need to kill that saving guy.
Going to plan right now. And no money here for Payne, just those saves. Pace. It's a quick toilet smoke for Hooksy. Yabby is just a nuisance on this B site right now. He again catches Snow off the boost. It's a boost or a jump, either way. It's a perfect headshot, and Ryu follows up. That's sickening. I thought you couldn't hold angles in this game.
I mean, I've been very, very impressed in this series by what Ryu's brought to the table. Just been very pretty to watch. So often feels like he'll get 2 where a lot of players would struggle to even get 1. Thinking about some of his tunnels holds back on Dust 2. Feels like he doesn't even know the meaning of the word Pika's advantage.
Getting this smoke up front side, Stair could just walk through it right now. Piria's on a boost, does have the element of surprise, and so Astralis were going B anyway.
Yeah, and even learning about that, but now it just kind of galvanizes your belief that B is the right call. You know, there's 2 players up at that top site. You know, there's not a lot to worry about in this round, and so don't overcomplicate it.
They won't. Bomb goes down, plenty of time. Util in the way, this is a save. T-side looking pretty good. Oh, Ryu. Oh, it might go wrong for him here.
Astralis are very committed to the idea of hunting. But with the decision to go long, you put enough distance between yourself and them to not really be worried about it. Should be 3 guns getting out here for Pain. Even heard when we got to the cameras earlier, the talk about hunting those saving players down. Something that will prove important. If you're able to take control of the money on T side Overpass, you are in such a strong position.
One bullet. Yeah. Good spot. Fuzi had a strong conversion rate on the opening kills last map. Especially good on T-sides. It's just what Astralis need. 5v4.
This round, or, you know, like save depending, I guess, the next round, or arguably the defining rounds of this first half. They get to decide just how much Astralis get to push the boat out on this T half, on this T side. If they win out the half on the harder of 2 sides, there's very little left in this for Pain, and it's a punishing B play dealt the way of them here.
I love that mid-round call. I mean, they just see the short push and Yabby calls, they're on me. And Astralis just speed up, rush out the monster, players looking the wrong way. Pyria gets a really pretty double.
If they save on NQZ here, they can get a buy in the next. And so they kind of get to offload the big problem of this round onto that next round with the chance still to fight. But Yabby, if he just turned around here, he would have spotted NQZ, who's now gotten away from him. This save is huge. If you get out with it, 4-gun buy in that next round.
Yeah, worth going for. Astralis showing a variety of paces here. Been fine to bleed the clock. Also have just thrown in a couple of quicker B hits to keep Pain on their toes. You can never be too sure what's coming your way now. Some stress for Pain in this opening match of stage 1.
Yeah, and, you know, so you kind of have pushed the burden of last round onto this one, but now this is like the round for the entire half, really. We've been saying that Pain struggle on these T sides, that they've notoriously had a rough time of getting the ball rolling on their T halves, and that no scoreline has felt super safe. Well, you run the risk of getting beat hard in this first half if you don't win this rifle round. It means Astralis are going to be and just continue to maintain this power position where every round they win is leaving Pain with these desperate cobbled together buys, or you break their money entirely and then you get a 2-for-1. This round decides if Astralis get to that power position, get to keep Pain really on the back foot. And so if there ever was a time to perform, it's now. NQZ gets his AWP, you've got all the bells and whistles. If you want to be competitive on Overpass, you've got to stop this B rush.
Oh my goodness, it's coming in hot. Great grenades at least do damage to Astralis, and VSM holds strong with a double. Volleys come in, both players get burned. NQZ has to reposition. He can't afford to miss a single shot, and he nails that kill onto Stair. Reflash to get the trade, but they've got to clear the pit of Pyria, who has been here the whole time. Astralis could slow down if they want. They could reset. This bomb is still committed. Ryu is looking for a headshot, but going past this pit, he doesn't know that Pyria sits inside. Fuzi has the cover, and again, these two additions in the late round prove to continually be the source of rounds for Astralis. Fuzi waiting, he's going to nail it, isn't he? Big Uzera swings in, and Fuzi is so reliable to shut down these rounds. How many 2vx's are we going to get from Ryu and Fuzi today?
Yeah, I think if you're Astralis and you had any, type of doubts about the move to international, is that departing too much from the DNA of Astralis? You just can't argue with the results that these two guys keep giving you. These are feel-good rounds because even when things aren't going picture perfect, you've got these two guys just to bail you out of seemingly any situation.
Just rough rounds to lose, man, because in both of these B hits, we've seen great doubles, one from Pyria, one from VSM in that previous round, and it's still not enough. Astralis getting out. Fine and dandy. Triple boost to B, put the M4 to use, but it's going to get avoided. Astralis go back to A. They've just hit 2 B rounds fast, back to back. And then they go back to what was working initially, which is just this slow toilet clear. Using a lot of util.
Pain have just dismantled the triple B stack right as Astralis change their mind and look for the B play.
And now Connector as well would have just been 3 kills, maybe 3 kills. Smoke up heaven, and Pyria, yeah, you just got to drop in, you got to hope for the best here. Need someone to have a crazy moment for Pain. Won't be Pyria. Bomb going to go down, and again, time remaining. Room for error. Perfectly called T round here for Astralis. What more could you want? Pistol converted by Pain. 6-round streak from Astralis on the T side of Overpass.
I mean, at this point, you just got to shoot for the stars. The longer you can keep Pain here, the better. You could go on one hell of a streak right now, Astralis. They've made sure of as much. You really see the air of comfortability they have here on Overpass. Pain, at least this time, don't feel like they're working with limitations. They've got everything they need, but this is where Astralis might just run back one of these up-tempo B rounds. Fuzi with the front spawn, it takes that AWP quickly out towards short. And now that you've got him holding this line, these players over towards Monster feel a way bigger degree of freedom to start to play early. There is a mistiming here. VSM should have a kill on a platter. Fuzi dead, and there's nothing he could have done about that. The cover wasn't there from Stair. He even misses on the attempt at the trade.
Oof. That's quite a standoff. Hooksy wins it, but he's not ready for a second, so trade must be found, and Pyria disallows. Denied. Pain do pick it up on this B site. I like the opening move. Fuzi getting aggressive there and trying to find the pick. It's something Yabby's done a couple of times with rifles and been able to find openers with. But yeah, the smoke down and connector, VSM moves through it, and Stair never sees him. Even a bit of spam might have dissuaded that. But Fuzi has no cover, no one with him. It's a nice move from VSM, not afraid to make plays as we've learned in this game. So Astralis, when in doubt, what do you do? Rush B. Fuzi tries it again with a rifle.
They're running back the exact same round. Stare again, covering down in the connector. This time an entry gifted to Yabi, and because Fuzi doesn't have that AWP, he doesn't feel as restricted to hold the line. Instead, he's actually going to creep through the short smoke.
Whoa.
And into the open, nearly a catch on Pyria, out towards CT. Util to follow up here. This time you've got that man advantage in the bag, and so they just play it forward. Yabi, fantastic set of openings. Very quickly looking to put Astralis back on the path to a victory.
Just a save force. You don't even really care about the money at this point. You just can't win the round. Really pacey round from Astralis. And yeah, the fact that they run it back exactly the same shows that they know what they wanted to do. They just It was just a con play for VSM, and he's not in con this time. He can't do it. Stare has the cover.
Yeah, I think that's likely almost the exact conversation they had heading into that round. You know,
it's a
like
good call.
VSM's not going to do it twice.
Yeah.
And so, you know, everything else about it, they like the look of.
And the difference is, like you said, no AWP. Fuzi just able to walk into B. They've got entries out Monster. It's a bit more aggressive. It's a bit more pacey for Astralis. And it certainly works. Exits are nice. They change nothing at this point in the game. Astralis can buy full, so can Pain. 70 rounds overpass? God damn. Maybe even 8.
I mean, the thing that's also nice about this back-to-back B assault is now you've likely put the worry in Pain. The thought is at least going to cross their mind. Well, do they do that again? Do they just go back to the B hit? One of the things that's kind of been letting them down is it feels like wherever they've stacked their resources, it's been in the wrong place, and Astralis have dodged it. Run boost for Pyria.
Yeah, over the molly. Astralis threw 2 mollies. They threw one in front of barrels and one on the short side. Fuzi's first miss on the opener, all series long. NQZ shuffles in, and out short, Stare finds a response. B is looking tempting. Oh, careful VSM.
Oh, he saw him in heaven. There's the spot. Bigazera caught by the boost. And now you start to feel very claustrophobic if you're one of these monster players, one of these pillar players. Snow playing up close to the smoke, trying to block them as they come through the monster aggro. Can't hold on. And for NQZ, a tricky 1v2 in front of him. Time's on his side here. He's here very, very quickly, but giving up a lot of ground. Full belt a util for NQZ. Does he value the element of surprise, or does he want to get this util in? Astralis know that this is by no means over. Stare plays it forward, looks for the kill, but can't convert. And so now you've got all that util to start putting to work. Flashes come out, nades to follow. Slowly but surely you're cutting off angles, places where Ryu could be. NQZ needs 2 shots downrange to lay Ryu to rest. And this guy's been a hard one to get past. Latest addition to Astralis holds his nerve again in another clutch. And he'll continue cooking up rounds. A fantastic T-side out of Astralis. Pain now move on to the tougher half. Do they have it in them? Astralis in pole position and hungry for a 2-0. They move into a very comfortable half here. CT side of Overpass. For Payne, swing and a miss in that first half of play. Success in the pistol, but not much to look forward to outside of that. And a tall task now ahead of them. This is their most troublesome side on a troublesome map for this team. This is a very comfortable Astralis. If you do want to come back, it's got to start straight away.
Yeah, they lost both pistols and dust. At least they got one here. That's all they took. And a single rifle round. Pressure on Payne, blocking the monster, or in the short tunnel, Ryo almost gets fed to the wolves. Able to get out of there, go back to this B stack. Payne do look interested in what this site has in store. 4-man B hold, Fuzi jump spotting on A. It's a pretty good setup right now for Astralis. Ready to deal with a probable B pop, but that bomb rotates out. Payne, no, they've been spotted. Jay, I'm watching you, man.
Period. Really loud on this rotate back up.
It's got to go.
And so Astralis have a bit of forewarning that this play's coming in, but only 2 players in the site itself. Fuzi just about gets out of there. And so we'll be alive come the time of this retake, which is dawning upon Astralis now. Bomb planted, that earlier damage to VSM leaves him a little squishy in this post plant.
No kit, no nades. How do you win this?
No flank either, so if you do want to disrupt the toilets post plant, you're going to have to go fight for it. That hinges on not losing too many players early in this retake, and that's not panned out for Astralis. Oh, Big Azera goes on a tear. Captain puts the team on his back in that pistol round with a big 3K.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, you said it was a necessity to get back in this game, but I'm still want to see these full rifle rounds for Payne because it's on a map they've had trouble on. It's a map they've avoided at all costs. And so they're going to need more than just a pistol. They're going to need some depth on this T side. Astralis don't force buy, getting their guns in ASAP, trusting in their rifle rounds. Oh my. There's a new triple boost. Every bloody day on this map, there's a new boost. You're going to use it on a full eco? Almost feels wasteful. Not if you win it. Fuzi spots someone. Got to hit the double dink here. Flash, but no one's clearing this from Payne. Fuzi waits for the guarantee, and he gets it as well. Where's he gone? Snow's lost. More damage done, but he does respond on long. NQZ multi-kill.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, the USPs are coming through, and maybe it was all worth it. After all, with the bomb down in mid, Pyria has to save them the reload. I think he gave position. Do they realize they should? They get the bomb. They forgot the bomb. They ran past the bomb. He's got a chance. Stair thinks they've got the bomb. He is rotating out as well. This is a mess of a round. It was only pistols. They can just run away.
Hanging around to fight is VSM. Oh, spotted down in the connector. This time he'll just play to evade.
That's it. That's the round. You can't walk through that. You're not meant to walk through that. Oh dear, if Stair stayed around, he has fights right there. Favorable fights, perhaps. Ooh la la. Only an eco, but certainly a good run. Oh, if he found 2
that was
kills.
like that was the Olaf Pass experience. They didn't know where they were getting shot from. They couldn't figure it out.
Do you think they'll go mid 12 more rounds in a row and never realize it, though? That's a true Olaf Pass experience. Why didn't they go long?
Well, tech issue on VSM. He dropped out right at the end of that round.
Scary.
During the break, just because there's no way anyone could know about this, VSM was like trying to raise spirits just by doing some weird little crouch thing with his view model, but I could see on the cameras, I could see looking down over the edge of our little commentary perch up here. It had the whole team laughing. They were all joining in with it.
Vibe merchant, perhaps?
Yeah, well, I think it's just a nice thing, you know, to have someone that can have a bit of a joke, have a bit of a laugh, just to try and raise the team morale.
Sure. They need it. They went on to convert their pistol.
Snow especially was loving it. So if he suddenly has a massive uptick in performance, you got VSM to thank and his little weird crouch joke that he was doing. It was funny. I'll give him credit.
I'll be doing that myself.
I've never seen the model move like that.
Yeah. So they do it down in Brazil. All right, very important first gun round to set a precedent here for Pain on this comeback. Astralis with 8 T rounds, got to be beaten. Nice off angle, and the punish from Ryu. They combo well there. And with no B pick, Pain is still coming back. It's a weakened sight, sure, but this info coming in for Yabi, perfect time. Ouch.
And I mean, look at the reaction from the rest of Astralis, right? When Yabi feeds him that info, yeah, it's like 4 dudes at short. They've got the bomb here. There's instant aggression from the rest of Astralis. Stair goes to try and take space back over here in mid. He knows they've only just cleared this position, and so it's not expected. Stair deals them a very rough hand, leaves it all on BSM. The AWP moves in, and Fuzi just isn't missing.
Blocked.
Smiles all around from Astralis as that one comes together beautifully.
Such a great bit of aggression that you note there from Stair, getting into a very committed position where you need a multi-kill, but man, 3 kills and further damage. Job done. Round delivered.
Just a great way to play around the info, you know? Like, I think it would have been easy to maybe just rotate an extra player, play a little back within A, but no, he uses it to fully lock him into connector. Denies that path to come back.
And QZ, if he just full sends right now, he's going to get behind all of Astralis. How quick do they rotate back? Stair is moving from connector originally. He will take it up. Very good timing check for Stair. That was a chance for NQZ, who tanked the molly, to be in the A site. Now he's called it off. Almost goes very wrong for Astralis. Still can scout tag. Oh dear. Oh no. AWP low. Pistol's getting close.
Deleted. NQZ. There's the opening.
Cheeky.
And Hooksy realizes he's in this fight all alone. He's going to play it forward into the toilet smoke. Big Azera has figured him out. Even though Yabi arrives, the site's already lost. The round was meant to be over. Will that double from Yabi give Ryu reason enough to go for this?
So far away, he wasn't even thinking about this, but he is now running a flank with no kit.
Perry should have heard this, right? He made some steps.
I thought he would, but he's not looking like he
and now he hears the steps at long. Big Azera coming back. Ryu, 2 kills right here. So close. Big Azera just keeps that one safe for Pain.
Yabi looking like a nice try, bro. I mean, that was right there. Really nice try. I'm with you. I don't know how Pyria didn't hear that. Maybe communication. Felt like he ran enough. Back's turned. A very nice try for Ryu, who's been the master of the late round, the closer for Astralis. Just denied by that new MP7, Big Azera's favorite gun.
And I mean, dude, a great round from Snow, you know, like the scout tags he puts down range, the whole reason you're able to kind of keep that site under pressure, all of that coming from the scout, the investment pays for itself. It just won you that round. And so Pain are remaining competitive here. The harder half, harder side, and a chance to break Astralis' money. That would put them on a level playing field here.
Suddenly you're not thinking about how, oh, you need 9 T rounds on Overpass on a map we don't really play. You're thinking about, you're only 4 away from the win. So Campaign break the money here and now. It's already on the edge. Smoke pop, they saw feet. And QZ doesn't get the chance to shoot. Flash scene, Fuzi. Covers the playground push. They've had enough of that. Even Hooksy's able to escape with no punish here from Pain. Oh,
that's
ugly.
really, really rough looking. Thankfully, Fuzi's here to keep everything in check. AWP will prove to be one bridge too far, but that double kill at least keeps the hope of this round alive.
Third player toilets, though. Are you ready for that? Ooh. Okay.
All right, solid dink, put down range. And for Hooksy now, just play to evade. Doesn't know whether mid is clear or not. They haven't had info on middle, on connector.
Oh, no.
Trying to remedy that now with a com push. VSM goes back. That's Yabi brushed aside. He's even going to hang around. Smoke comes in, but it's going to bounce down those stairs. Lent Vision arrive for an extra few seconds. He just wasn't able to spot VSM.
No rush, because Hooksy actually has sight right now. If he could put up a couple of kills here, it's doable. 4 and 13. He's had a really poor up series as an individual, but this could save them. Good flash lineup. No, falls too short. Hooksy's got a 1v1 now.
That's going to pull VSM out of position as well. Now he's not watching the connector. Suddenly the Ryu flank comes in and is that much more effective. You could see exactly how this one would fall apart. Hooksy pulling the strings and Ryu there to help walk that one over the line. An important round mopped up by Astralis. Their money was on the edge. And they've just kept this whole game in check on the back of this round here.
And you saw how close that flash was to nailing Hooksy. It falls a few centimeters short. If that gets him, surely the entry for Pain. Great support from Ryu, who doesn't rush that flank. Lets VSM make some mistake. And Astralis do not go down without a fight. They do not get their money broken yet. It's Pain on pistols. Stare, risky. Low health. Got to get out. They're running him down. AWP needs to provide cover. Astralis still have a chance to call this off. Go back to the bomb site. Relative safety.
Yeah, just any extra mileage you can put between you and these Tech 9s is worth it. They've even brought a third player up. And so running this into A, no longer as simple as it once was. Not quite as good as his almost unshakable record on Dust 2, but Fuzi rather, still been solid at hitting these shots on the AWP. And so what you'd love is if he's just able to get one, fall down, be alive by the time the exec gets rolled out, that would be perfect. It doesn't hang around up there too long. He feels this sight take looming. He feels the play coming in. Gonna direct his attentions out towards the long side and he nails it. Now the rifles, the SMGs here to try and stop the spillover, and even though Snow has made it in, he's behind enemy lines. 1 versus 3 required from Snow. And as he goes chasing that kill on Stair, a missed shot costs him dearly.
It's a jump. If he's not jumping, it's probably his kill, but there's still no time. Astralis are right there. Barbarians at the gate. And on the edge of taking this map and series as a result, 11-7. We wondered about Pain's depth on this T side, and to be fair to them, they didn't really get a chance to show it. No buffer, no room for error with an 8-4 first half. And so they eco for the last chance. Glock storm long, but we already saw Stairs internal timer deal with this last time. He'll do it again. He's back here just before they are. It's not even about kills as much as it is just knowing the rush is coming in. And okay, they do find the frag at range, but it's just going to force a full rotate from Astralis, leaving Ryu alone at B. And not having any of it. Astralis just shut the door on Pain. Can they throw the gun away? Yoink. Back to B. Yabby's back. Ouch.
Well, great timing on that nade.
I hit him. Physically hit him.
So this will be Astralis with all the chances to close this series. Strong debut showing from them.
Just Ryu taking the, I mean, both Ryu and Fuzi taking the cake, really taking all the attention here for Astralis. Stairset coming in. Let's see what these guys can do on LAN here. They had their online debut. Forget about it.
And dude, even though I think, you know, VSM and Imperio were both kind of keeping up with the strong starts from rookies on map 1, they've dropped off a little here come the turn of Overpass. Meanwhile, the output you're getting from Ryu and Fuzi is crept up, if anything, on Ryu's side. He's had some very pivotal rounds in this game.
Because Eris just stopped rifling. It's just straight up MP7 to buy nades every round. Forget the Galil. VSM needs to clear this corner. Stair has been connector in many of these rounds, but VSM lurks through the smoke like he did in the first half. He's found himself in a good position, but they still haven't cleared con properly, and Stair's tucked in. Take that kill while you got it, but there's more as they come running down. Yabby, committed position.
Yeah, very committed position for Yabby, and he's going to get peaked on 2 angles of elevation here if they try and clear him together. You might not suspect him playing so far forward in a 4v4, but he's been locked into this position from the moment the round started. Seen the shadow now and out with a swing. That's all the info for Yabby. Only going to get out with the 1 kill.
Big molly.
Uxie haven't arrived down in this B site, and Ryu with a great game leveled against Pain right now. Still feels all right for Astralis. Ryu holds the line. Won't be able to get that reload off, and so this is it. Fuzi and Uxie swinging for the fences, hoping to close this now in the 2v2.
VSM walking up onto the orb, but Fuzi has just not been missing until this moment. Uxie's still here. They never cleared him. Bomb loose. No time. VSM has to clutch up or Pain go to the lower bracket here in stage 1. Astralis not only survive, but thrive in this BO3. A 2-0 victory. They keep it going into the top side of stage 1. A debut on LAN for this roster. Astralis breaking away from the Danish scene and going international, and right now proving to be fruitful. A dominant win, a good look from Ryu and Fuzi. All in all, things are in order for Astralis.
Yeah, you know, just a good showing. I think, you know, the result here on Overpass, a little more anticipated, a little more expected. The thing that takes the cake for me is turning around your Dust 2 woes, right? Able to level up here with your new additions. It was that map win that put them on the fast track to victory. And for the side of Pain, back to the drawing board. This was a better look from VSM Imperia, but gonna need to see a little bit more if they do want to survive the dreaded lower bracket.
Pick onto Pain, and it's Astralis to be shining bright here in Krakow 2026. The young guns really firing on all cylinders. Of course, Stair, a known quantity, but both Ryu and Fuzi showing what they're worth here on the LAN debut for Astralis. We do indeed have a winner in the house. We got none other than Huxley. Congratulations. How does it feel to actually get to play with the new guys on LAN for the first time?
Oh, that feels great. I think we mesh well together, and we're having a lot of fun already, which is always a bit of a concern in an international roster, I think. But yeah, it's going well, and I mean, I'm kind of doing a G2, you know, like I'm just not shooting anyone. We're still winning, so that's all good. The Giga Chat is back.
I'm sure you're happy about that. Tell me a little bit about the process of getting to Ryu and Fuzi, right? When you go international, obviously such a huge pool of players, at least in theory. So what made these guys stand out, and how involved were you in the process?
I think I had a lot to say. And I mean, yeah, it's a huge player pool, but also there's a lot of other things you can just pick from every player. But I mean, you know, with the economy and also who wants to actually play with our core. So, I mean, in the end, I think Fuzi has been showing a lot of good things, and he's been in a lot of different weird rosters, and now I'm like, I hope we will get like a stable, good roster for him where he can actually show off what he's capable of. And I mean, Ryu, does he even need an introduction? That guy is so instant, it's crazy. And I mean, I'm really surprised about how well he's communicating. I actually thought he would just be a headshot machine, but he is really helping out as well to make the big picture come together.
I got to think about it in the in-game scene. You said that you felt a little bit of bad energy when you had like the last team. Now you've gotten, I wouldn't say gotten rid, but you've changed out device and matches now. What do you feel like do you feel like the energy is different in the team? Is there another vibe to the team? And can you try and put some words into what these guys bring in terms of their hunger? Does it change something within you and the rest of the camp? And how does that feel?
I mean, I feel way older now. Like
you're at the right place.
I'm just hearing 6'7" and all this bullshit. And I was like, I don't know what's going on.
So that's fine. You're not that old.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's also just the whole thing of now you actually have a long-term project that you can commit yourself to, and it's not, you know, get the best out of a bad situation all the time. And I think that also changes a lot. But I mean, it's also, as I said, it feels like we just kind of clicks. It clicked from the start, and everyone is on the same page, and we're having a lot of fun together, which I think is super important. So yeah, it's definitely different.
Has anything had to change from your perspective as an in-game leader? Obviously, when you're integrating two new players, you expect them to kind of take up the Astralis system, but has the Astralis system changed at all in your mind?
I mean, not really. I think I'm still learning a bit like what their strengths and weaknesses are. But I think with a core and like a coach who still understands how I like to play and how we like to play, I think it makes it way easier from the get-go. So no, I don't think we needed to change a whole lot. Obviously, Valve made us change some things with, you know, Anubis coming in and all that. But yeah, also coming back from a break in general, you just have to kind of get going. So yeah.
We saw you banning that in the first wave. You like Anubis, not like Anubis? Any takes?
I think it's still hard to tell with the changes, but I definitely like what I see from Valve trying to change it up without, you know, changing the map completely. And I'm looking forward to see more pro games on it.
You hear that, Peter? You like that?
I mean, like, I'm all in for the changes on Anubis. I think they might be doing something good. You know, it has been the city side that's been my struggle when it comes to the map. So there is a case. Just lastly, Huxia, I'm curious to think of how far do you think you can go in this tournament? You know, winning against Pain, they also have two new players, and obviously it's a battle of maybe trying to not always try to play perfect Counter-Strike, or just try and let your individuals work off. But now that you got off this win, how do you see your chances of going far in this tournament? Do you think it's actually possible to get as far as playoffs?
I mean, if we are getting momentum and we are hitting a good day, sure, we can beat a lot of good teams. I've never really been a result-based kind of captain, so I think it's more about us bringing what we are doing in practice and not losing to ourselves and all that here in the start, and just improving game to game, and then we'll see where we end up. But yeah, like I think the potential is huge, and if we hit our ceiling, I think everyone should be scared.
Well, Huxi, I'll let you go. Congratulations. First win on LAN for this new Nuke Astralis.
Thank you so much.
Looking forward to seeing who you're going to face in the next round as well. Congratulations. Speaking of that, I believe it's going down on the B stream. Did NRG actually 13-0? Can anybody confirm or deny that for me? I don't. They 13-4'd. They 13-4'd. Okay, well, that's kind of good.
Energy won 13-4.
Energy won 13-4.
That's sick for them.
They got smacked. So that's quite a comeback.
I was like, are you getting fed the wrong info? What are we trying to do here? Like, you never know. But hey, great way to bounce back against one of the more informed team, I guess. But Bait is a whole different conversation with what they did with their roster. We'll get into it at some point.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to be the opponent that's going to be facing Astralis tomorrow. For Pain on the other side of things, though, Peter. Obviously, we knew Overpass always been kind of tricky for them. When we kind of got to this map, felt like it was going to be a 2-0. Are you reading too much? How much, rather, are you reading into this result for them?
The biggest reading I had in that game was at least that the two new players inside of Pain look good. I think the core looked more unstable than before, and whether something has been changed or players are not feeling comfortable yet around their players. I mean, they did mention in the interview that they are still not really on the same page, and they do have a lot of conversations about how do we actually get there. And it is a big challenge to go like a tournament like this and actually having to prove yourself and show that you have actually made the right changes. And the two new players in terms of Mirage and also VSM, they definitely played better today, and they definitely showcased that why they have been picked up by Pain, but there's still a long way for them to go.
I think the problem is, like always, you know, Pain is not 2 players away from being really good and being a contender, right? Like, yeah, they change players, but like when you watch them play, it's always, in this game they win both pistols and that's it. There's nothing there, you know. You always feel like there's nothing that makes them stand out from a macro perspective. They just try to do kind of what other top teams are doing, but they can't do it as well. Instead of perhaps finding a niche and finding what could potentially work really well for them and try to move along in that way.
Well, we can see exactly how that does set up the bracket as we move into the later stages of day 1 here at IEM Krakow 2026. But Peter, we've got a very exciting game on the horizon right up the top there. I want you to tell me, why is this next one exciting? Who have we got coming into the booths?
Well, we have Simple coming in with his newfound Portuguese core. I don't think it was on anyone's bingo cards that we in 2026 would see Simple and Electronic play with 3 Portuguese guys. And I think we're at a state now where we have to try and see if things has they picked up this core to be able to go to tournaments where they actually feel like it's fun to play, they can actually make a name for themselves and actually showcase, or is it just a matter of actually just, you know, do they actually believe that they are good enough to actually play alongside them? And I think that's the big question. I think we all know how good Simple can be. I am in a position where I'm worried that Simple at this stage, I wouldn't say have fallen off, I know how good he can be, but we're also at a stage now where Simple finds himself alongside Electronic in a position they've never really found themselves in before. They are in a position where they are, usually they have been among the best players in the world, but nowadays they're not, and that is just going to be extremely tough for them.
The tense music very apt for this situation now, because indeed we are going to see Simple Electronic inside those BC game jerseys taking on Legacy, but not before a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
We step up individually, guys. Yeah, just make sure we listen to each other. Like we said in the break, whenever we make a plan, whoever says it, let's go through it, or we say cancel and then we make a new plan. Good job, we got these last rounds. Let's have a good CT side and we're all good.
Hey, Rush. Straight in. Breaking door. Fuck me in. I'm blind. Out.
Hard. One close to Tetris, I think.
Let's see one. I think both.
It's okay.
You're stuck.
I'm gonna...
Nice pussy! In the absence of others, it's Mezzi that stepped up for Vitality. A must-win pistol. Converted.
One fire and one main, okay?
Almost fast radio.
Talk upside. Get on me. Outside, some.
Guys, I'm walking that out, guys.
Yeah. One main.
One more main, the one in config as well.
That main.
AC.
Say this.
You're just gonna have to give over 10 rounds. It's critical right now that they hold on to this. Take the random kill main.
Definitely works to know because I know I've opened.
Go loud on the cross, the rest not so much.
Rob's pushing ramp, Zian hard.
Yeah, Rob's going to clear through lobby. Magis is going to have a test.
Oh, the pre-aim was there, he just second-guessed it for a moment. Robs will profit.
Here's the acceleration, they have to go.
They're coming.
Level.
Zywa reveals him, jump scare. Oh, kicks up, gets the bomb down.
It's planted.
On the top of his head, Nico, Goomba stomps.
Invent, Stansted. One secret.
Saving.
Get back. Be ready, be ready, be ready.
Nice. Under heaven, guys.
Yeah, he's going, he's running.
Yeah!
Nice! Let's go! Nice. We keep going, boys.
Goodbye, guys.
Let's go. I buy your scout. Robin will do the flash delayed ramp.
Yeah.
They have shoved all in. The investment, the MP9s. There's a tag, but you need a miracle because Tazaz, he's just ripped away the opener.
Nice. It's full buy probably, boys. They have 2.4 or something. Just take it slow. Let's go secret, okay?
Make a plan, guys.
I'm gonna try to go down.
Yeah, I'm gonna come with you though. One in secret and one secret.
Shots. Messi dips away, removes Monacy from the pack.
Scout was under heaven. He might be holding you, boys. Let's try to go back down. I can try to search main a little bit and you guys be ready to go down.
Dead ramp, dead on low. Nice. The pick back lobby?
Yeah.
Main.
Calzo just cleared lobby with a scout. So much going on from behind. Kingston makes a meal of that.
Bob's going big.
He knows what 2 of the 3 are. It's just Flames, the unknown entity. Kingston onto Rob Shaw. Flames in the perfect position. No one's looking. Tezos just turns around just in time. Has he got it in him? The bomb will go down. A clutch that would have to save Vitality.
Probably no kid. I'm going against Peter, okay?
Nico's low. Tezos alive. Elevated position through the smoke. It will be about tracking a reaction. Good shot. Oh! The aim! The brain! The game saves them!
Simple is about to take to the server here at IEM Krakow. And Simple, I want to start with the fact that you're returning to Krakow. It's been a while, but also you're continuing to the IEM Winter Championships, which of course you have a lot of memories back in Katowice. So how many of those memories and expectations are coming back?
Oh, I don't know. Just want to play good as much as I played before on those kind of tournaments. So yeah, just step by step as always.
Yeah, step by step as always, but of course in that part of your career you won everything there was to win. There is so much to look back at. Do you see this as a continuation of the story, or do you look at it as a new chapter with new expectations?
I think it's a new chapter for sure, because first of all my main goal together with the team is to play as much Tier 1 events as possible. That's only way how to get better form, just to play against among with the best teams. Among the best teams, and just play and practice all the time.
Yeah, how do you feel in this part of your career and in your development of character that you are able to adjust to new players with new personalities, new systems of communication?
I mean, sometimes it's a bit hard, you know, so from some point I'm becoming teacher to younger players, but individual level is on the point, I feel it.
Do you enjoy that part of being a teacher a little bit?
Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Sometimes I need just focus on my crosshair and game. But yeah, it's always fixing mistakes and becoming better as a team. That's the most important.
My final question is about you as a person. You're someone who is constantly in the public eye. People are looking at everything you do, and you've done that for so many years now. Does that make everything a bit more stressful sometimes, and how do you deal with that?
Sometimes it makes a bit stressful, but I get used to it, you know. Usually I don't listen other people because they're watching me playing, right? Not me watching them playing. So I'll try to show everything on server.
Thank you very much and good luck.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
The CSGO Go is truly back in the building as BC Game now turn to take on Legacy in their first foray here in Krakow. And gentlemen, we've got so much to talk about in this one. I want to dive straight into it. How weird is it for you to see Simple and Electronic with this roster in BC Game?
I mean, this might be the weirdest roster of all time. Probably not, but when it comes to recent memory, I can't think of something more weird than this, right? Because you have, Simple Electronic, not the Simple Electronic of old, like you alluded to, right? With a Portuguese core from SAW, right? And just coming together. Taz is in there as their coach. Like it's all over the place. But I think that's just the landscape of the VRS and sort of what it does. That hunt for the invites.
It has to be.
It does the teams.
I mean, it has to be part of the reasoning. I mean, as I mentioned before, I don't think that Simple Electronic would specifically look at the Portuguese players saying that I think these guys will be able to bring us back to the top. It is probably a conversation, as you mentioned, with the VRS playing part of it to allow them to come in and play the better tournaments. Simple touched upon it that's himself on the interview that they need to be playing tier 1 tournaments to get that experience and also for them to individually bounce back. So obviously there's probably more to the conversation than just adding Portuguese to the team.
Yeah, 100%. I want to pick your brain, Dupree, because we saw a little graphic just floated there. You had a short, I'm not going to call it sweet time playing with Simple, let's be honest, with that Falcons roster. But what was he like, first of all, as a person, as a player personality inside the server, right? Because you always hear these things about he's got quite a big personality, maybe doesn't take to criticism all too well. What was your experience with him?
I really believe that I can speak for all the players that are given the opportunity to play with Simple, that you are excited about it, because Simple has and will always be a massive legend within Counter-Strike. We know how good he has been and potentially still can be. So when I got to learn that I got to play with him, I thought that was cool. I've played with the likes of Device and Sawu. Now I also get to play with Simple, and it was interesting. Let me just put it like that. It's in both directions, both positive and negatively. He's definitely a guy that has this sixth sense of understanding the game and knowing what to do, helping his teammate. But it's unfortunately also just one of his dark side is also his ego, and rightfully so. He is a player with a big ego, and he can also just turn up in a way that he applies pressure to his teammates, and that's probably one of my worrying things when it comes to this team, that he's playing with very inexperienced players, at least in the department of going to big tournaments and playing with big names like himself, that he will probably add a little bit of pressure to them. He wants them to perform, and I'm curious to see how that's going to fold out.
I think adding pressure, to some extent is fine, and having expectations and wanting to win, right? But that makes sense when the pieces around you are similar and you're capable of doing that. It's like, you could even hear it from yourself. I mean, goal is to attend as many tier 1 events as possible, right? And we're talking about a player was always chasing trophies, individual accolades were coming, by the loads, but chasing that team success. So how does that what are the expectations you put on Aragorn and Mutiris, right? Like, how does that work? I think it's just a massive disparity, which why this team feels, fortunately, like your iteration of Falcons, where it's like, we're getting this core so we get to some events, and hopefully we can change a bit by bit as we go while staying in the invite bubble, and we end up with having, a proper lineup. But even in the case of Falcons in 2024, not necessarily how it panned out. And they had a stronger core on paper, right, with the end score.
Yeah, no, 100%. Simple mentioned in the interview with Efira as well, the ability to be a little bit of a teacher for some of these players. Did he ever teach you anything, Dupree, in that short stint?
I think of this very notorious clip of him backseat gaming me when we were at the major in Shanghai, and I think he got a lot of backlash from that, because he's like, how can you talk to a five-time major champion like that? And I mean, in that given situation, I didn't pay too much attention to it. I was just like minding my own business. But it's
you gotta
like,
just shrug
one thing is doing it to a guy that's like super experienced. Another thing is doing it to a player that hasn't that much experience and is probably a little bit nervous when he enters this kind of stage.
Which was also criticism, for the old Navi lineup, and then some of these lineups when players come in, or whether it's SDY or MPL, right? And how did he get acclimatized? And I think the reality is, with Simple, is like, it's not enough that you're just a good player anymore, right? It's not enough that you can reach that like peak level, because there's a lot of good players out there now, right? And it matters what kind of a teammate you are, how you fit into the culture of the team, right? In practice, outside of the game, all that stuff, how you get along. And for me, it was always about two things. First, seeing if he's going to get back to grinding, because that's when Simple was at the height of his power. He would come back from NA and stream the same day playing Face It Pugs, right? Like, that's one of the things. And the second one, can he evolve as a person and as a teammate, right? And just sort of hold in check some of his first instinct is to maybe, you know, criticize a player somewhat, or to maybe approach the issue in a certain way, and sort of to take a deep breath and kind of let maybe the coach or the IGL take care of that, and you to focus on maybe how you can make those guys a bit better.
But we also need to give it to Simple, like in this regard, like he also needs to be out and be this kind of teacher for the young guys. You know, I mean, if you could pick a guy, sure, it would be nice to be taught by Simple how to play Counter-Strike. Sure, maybe he's not always doing it in the most appropriate way. It's also about how you actually send the message, but it's also just as much as how you receive it as a player. Can you actually look outside the criticism that he gives? Because it is harsh, you know, he's from Eastern Europe, you know, it's a little bit more harsh than what we're used to. And it is very needed for Simple to also go out and say his opinion, because if he just sits back and actually doesn't communicate what's wrong or what mistake they're doing, then they will not move. And I believe that in his interview, it was very honest about, like, he knows that he's probably in a position now that he wants to go back and play like he used to do.
Yes.
We don't know if he can actually do that. That is the big question, right? But he's at least looking at it as a new chapter. It's not like he's trying to be Simple how he was back in Navi, where he's going to be fighting for the HLTV top 1. He knows he's in a different position now, and he's actually looking towards a chapter that I believe is probably going to be the toughest one in his entire career.
No, 100%. I mean, there's a reason why we put him on such a pedestal, right? Basically, all of us, maybe bar Jason, say that he's the CSGO GO. Actually, maybe you can settle this with me, Dupree. Jason said it's Device is the CSGO GO. Everybody else pretty much says it's Simple. What would you say?
I mean, it's all up for debate, because do you look at the individual prowess, or do you look at how the team has been performing? I mean, regards to...
You know what HLTV looks like.
I know, right? But regards to teams, then there's probably a case where you can say Device. And I have to be a little bit biased. He's my old teammate, yada, yada, yada. But, I mean, we do know how Simple has been performing in CSGO. And he has always been a force to be reckoned with. He's been destroying my team multiple times by himself. He's been winning series by himself. So there's a case to be made that he could be the CSGO in terms of individual powers.
So you and Jason basically...
I mean, like, I don't know if I want to agree with Jason, but, you know...
You're leaving your cards open.
I'm leaving it open. I'm leaving it for the up to debate.
You never want to agree with Jason. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit about the having to play against Simple in his prime, because you both did it in different facets. What's the most traumatic thing that he's ever delivered to you, Janko, in your coaching days?
I think from what I remember, I think it's just those rounds where they don't have a full buy, but he has an op, or sometimes he has a deagle. Like Simple, what made him great was he would take every inch of space available to him, and not just on the map in a 5v5, in clutches too. Like the way he was putting pressure on you just by, you know, being aggressive in those situations, like players would start to feel it, and just knowing they're up against him, it would make them nervous, and that's when you end up making a mistake in him capitalizing on it. So just being clutch in more ways than one is how I remember it.
And it's also just the way that he's always make the most work out of the least expected. You know, he has a deagle, he gets dropped an AK, he can always turn the rounds around. You know, that's also part of the gameplay they had back in the days. They would always just, you know, they would invest into giving Simple the better weapon to also go and create the space, and he would just do it time and time again. And you never really felt safe whenever you went up against him, because he always either had an AK, then he'd create something, he would save the AWP, he would create something, and then obviously also just his sixth sense about understanding when the next fight, where is the next fight is going to happen. He always had this idea of how the round was going to unfold, and it could be either him going first by opening up the rounds, but it also just have someone in front of him, and then he would do the effective trades.
I guess this is like the transition conversation, right? Because we were chatting about it in the shuttle coming here. It can be difficult if you've been so renowned back in CSGO, you're so used to being on the top, and then having to transition into CS2. Obviously, it's been a while, but still being able to kind of let go and embrace this new style of play. We have seen, obviously, Simple playing for a couple of teams throughout the duration of CS2. Do you think there's any kind of remnants of the still wanting to play like old CSGO style, or is he kind of fully embracing things?
I think it's going to be extremely difficult, and that's also what I try to touch upon with that being the most difficult chapter of his career, because he kind of has to reinvent himself, and he has to do it in a team that probably doesn't have the firepower or the tendencies to actually, you know, contribute in that sense. And I feel like when I look at Simple, knowing how he was back in the days, he probably still thinks that that's going to be possible. Like, and that's what I did as a player, you know, that you think you can go back to what it once was. But people are getting better. He's getting older. He's maybe not investing as much time in it. Everyone is grinding. Everyone is trying to put in some fire. And it's just very hard to just realize and maybe also come to the acceptance that you are not what you're supposed to be. But obviously, he's still giving it a shot.
It's a bit of a shame because the game is tailor-made for him in a way, right? Simple doesn't lose that clutch to X7 in Katowice Major in CS2, man. But, you know, that's why you wish like he was picking up the game from the beginning and getting used to it and everything like that. But we'll see how it pans out. This is their sort of last opportunity, really. I mean, they're not going to be at Cluj. They're not going to be in Pro League, right? Like, they need to gather all the points possible. Their org is capable of sending them to all these open lands, so you have that going for you. But like Simple said, you want to be at these tier 1 events. And I mean, I want to talk about this guy that's talking right now for a minute. Taz, after the G2 stint, you know, being back as a coach of this lineup, man, I thought I was playing the game on nightmare mode. This guy is taking it to a whole new level. Like, it's was very surprised to see him sort of, because you're wondering like, why would you take this job? Obviously, the bag is there, right? Like, you're getting.
You get to coach Simple as well. But as a coach, you probably also going to be.
I mean, is that terrifying or?
Such a mix of like, there's so much going on. There's like, how do you piece it all together? We just talked in the previous segment about getting people on the same page, right? Like, this feels like very difficult to do with a lineup like this.
It's going to be extremely difficult. But I mean, like, if there's a guy that I think that, I mean, obviously Taz has had some criticism about his coaching capabilities. Obviously, it's also now looking like he's picked up a very difficult situation. But I do think that if there's a guy that is supposed to maybe help control Simple, help control Electronic, it could be a guy like Taz, a guy that has the legacy, a guy that has achieved something, a guy that has something. But obviously, it's not going to be as easy as just, you know, showing up and just telling that, hey, you just guys be quiet. I'm the one that's actually going to take the reins of everything. But Taz is now looking at a project that, first of all, is he going to be part of it for the long run? Is it just like a quick fix? How are things going to pan out if things are not working out at this tournament? Are they going to go down to grind online tournament to actually go get the VRS points? How's that going to affect Simple? How's that going to affect Electronic and the rest of the team?
Yeah, do you think that's something that Simple could cope with having to do? If
that's what he had to do in the previous lineup, right? And maybe he's had enough of that, and that's why they went out to get a core so they could get back to these tournaments. But ultimately, all this talk about VRS, invites, well, you're here, you're there, that's all fine. You need to win, right? If you don't win games on a relatively consistent basis, it's not going to matter necessarily, right? And then that's what they need to start doing. We saw that they failed in the online qualifier, right, to no-name teams more or less, but you know, here is where you expect them to do better, both sides, Simple and Electronic, but also the SAW core, right, who was on the rise, and Mutir is getting a lot of praise for his ability as an IGL and to constantly find success even though he lost players. I mean, he lost 2 of his best players and was still able to bring SAW back on the map.
Yeah, it's very true. Just not to skip over, obviously, the other part of the 2020 duo, that is Electronic, who's obviously also had a little bit of a conversation about his sort of, I guess, approach to other teammates, how he was kind of in-game leading before. What do you think about that?
This is the only team he could have joined. I don't think there's anyone else out there who wants Electronic on their roster. And that sounds crazy to say after a couple of years, right? But it's just so many rosters after that Navi one where it's like opportunity after opportunity as a player, then as an IGL. Like, he's aiming for the IGL or he wants the control, and it's just from bad to worse with every stop, right? So I think this is sort of a gift from the heavens for him to get this opportunity and maybe showcase that as a player he can still bring value.
There might be a case where this is like his last actual shot at being inside of a top team. I mean, for Electronic, when he was brought into VP to be a leader there, a lot of people are thinking, hey, this is actually going to work out, this is going to be great. But we've seen snippets of how the communication and how the vibes within the team is going to be working. I don't think he's been functioning as a leader, not a leader that I would like to work with. And that's always tough. You know, you have to have a leader that can stay calm and stay composed in the most critical situation. And I don't think that's what he has. I think it's a good sign now that he doesn't have to necessarily lead. I think it will help him hopefully find back to a little bit more like neutral kind of way and contribute in the fracking department, which we know he can do.
That's why I was a bit disappointed, man, with how this whole BC game thing unfolded with getting the SAW core. I wanted them to go full dark side, embrace the poison, embrace the toxicity, just get all the like players that are deemed too toxic for teams, get them all together and let them feed off of that, and maybe that would have been the way.
You just really want to watch the world, don't you? Pure chaos. I mean, what? I'm sure you've been in a couple of situations, Dupree. You mentioned one before where Simple does get maybe, let's just say, a little bit tilted. Maybe he's a little bit skew with. What do you think will happen in a situation like this if we see that old, simple kind of emotions, I guess, rearing their head?
I really hope he can control it. That's my honest opinion. But we know that Simple can get carried off with emotions and carried off if things is not going his way. Specifically, if his teammates is not contributing and playing the part in the victory. So I hope he can keep the composure. I'm worried. Honestly, I'm not worried for Simple himself in terms of his individual, because he's a guy that can still tilt and be super frustrated and still deliver on the server, but I'm worried for his teammates, specifically the Portuguese guys, that if he cannot control his temper and things start spinning out of control, that's where it's going to be difficult. But I hope that he can live up to the things that he said in his own interview, that this is a new chapter, this is where we are here to play some good Counter-Strike, we're here to learn and not have the expectations of actually just showcasing that they are actually a super great team.
And someone who doesn't have problems being on the same page is their opponent, Legacy. Like, they do really feel like a team. They've been one of the revelations of 2025. Obviously failed at the major. That one's gonna sting. People had them packed maybe to go to the playoffs. They didn't make it out of stage 1, and they also have a lot to play for. They'll have more opportunities than BC Game, right? They're gonna be in Cluj, they're gonna be at Pro League, but that Rotterdam invite, that's the third one that carries a lot of weight for the major invite, and which stage you're going to start off from. And right now they're outside of it. They would need to go 2-0 here. Basically, it's a head-to-head between them and Liquid to some extent, who are in a lot of trouble themselves. So for Legacy, getting off to a good start here would mean a lot. And they're a team that's nice to watch. They're a likable team, right? I mean,
that was very polite.
You have Duma and Lato in the lineup. People know I've been waving their flag, for a long time. But just you see them, they never give up.
Yes.
They're always in it. Like, they always hype each other up. They have that camaraderie within the team, a little bit under the radar. They have a new head coach, right? Who hasn't necessarily coached in CS2 or for a long time, Rivas. So we'll see if maybe that's something that can give them that extra step.
I think that's why it was so nice back in Austin, Peter, to finally see kind of everything come together, the Cinderella story, particularly for Dumao and Lato, because we were terming them as kind of forever talents, right? It was so good to see them really be catapulted to the very top when they weren't even meant to be there. Did you have any takeaways at all from maybe, I guess, a less than satisfactory result, some may say, in Budapest to end out the year?
I mean, that's what happened, probably also because they had the expectations of going to recreate what they did in Austin. I think ever since Legacy has what they showed me in Austin, I think it's a team, and you touched upon the camaraderie, that they always believe in themselves, and they're just playing brute force Counter-Strike, but they're playing it very effectively, and they're playing it together as a unit, and that's what makes them so good. Been very notorious for playing Inferno. Obviously, that's also the map pick they go for, a map that they punished Vitality in the opening game of Austin. It's a map that they really like, though they can contribute with that aggressiveness specifically on Banana. So I'm all in for Legacy. I think Legacy is a great team. They just need to find the consistency.
Overpass pick from BC Game. How do you feel about that?
I feel good about it. You have Simple on A with Yop, Electronic. Throughout his time as always that B anchor can be very dangerous. Having those experienced pieces in those roles could help them perhaps get going on Overpass.
Well, it's time to get this show truly on the road. We've got BC Game versus Legacy with Chad and Alex.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one. Getting to cast Simple in that BC Game jersey, looking to start off with the W. Legacy, though, I can't help but feel they're coming in as favourites. I mean, the desk has talked about it.
I think so. BC Game have had about, 25 days together, under a month.
5 maps played on the officials.
Yeah, and online. It's been pretty rough out there for them, losing to no-name Russian teams. And now they find themselves at IEM Krakow 2026. Batman and Robert are back. Against Legacy, who...
And they're older than they were.
Yeah, they are, right? We're definitely...
Time waits for no one.
Definitely going to see if age is testing these two. But T-side start for BCG and Legacy. Do they want to set the tone? This is Overpass CT side. Yeah, they do. This is a heavy con fight with 3 players. Monitoring that will just be one individual over towards Long and retake B setup. So trying to stall PCG out before they get space towards Long, before they're able to really get connector or bathrooms controlled. They want to make sure they can't execute onto a site with a setup like this while being able to rotate towards B.
I like the idea, and it's going to work out wonderfully. Lato taking out Crazy on his early excursion, and he spotted a whole lot more. Going for the fight, though.
Mutiris will get that claw back, hoping to be overlooked is Doom out. Going to try and catch that timing flank. Sadzin tasked with defending this site. Held. Oh, the timing. Awful. Gets the job done with the backstab. Doom reveals his position, but they're in to the site. Simple. It's messy on the P250. Looks like he could get overrun, but support arrives in the form of Electronics Glock. Should slow down a moment. Bomb's going down, and Doom out tasked with the retake. Nissim on the bank side is the last man standing. Oh! Quick double. Just Simple to find. Spots him out. Getting cheeky, not planted. Fight comes his way, and he can't clutch. Simple will deny a real shot at the clutch from Nissim.
Okay, well, the conversation is about Simple being back in the server, but for me, an Overpass picking up the pist around on the T side, that's a step in the right direction. I know these rounds are worth their weight in gold, tough to come by, and almost losing a 1v3 would have soured the tone that Desk was talking about immediately.
He had 39 HP. Did Nissim not hit a bullet in that fight there? I felt like he had the advantage as well. Simple just quick. Beautiful. Not a single bullet grazing him and already getting the boys G'd up. T-side take the pistol.
Well, we do know a little bit more about Legacy and their Overpass than we do about BCG and theirs. 4 spy on the CTs, here they come, B pop.
This is a big test for Nissim early. His pistol looked pretty good. 5-7 does deliver in large capacity. No! BCG crumble.
Oof. Not using any of the advantages that you just accrued by winning the pistol round in terms of weapon and utility, trying to pounce and hope that your utility is good enough to get you into the site, and they're caught off flashed. And now it's Simple and Electronic partnered up in a 2v5 situation to salvage what is about to be a fumbled second round.
Well, especially because the Desk were just talking about how, you know, Simple can still hit shots when he's tilted, but I think it was Dupree that raised the problem of, well, not if they're tilting at the 3.
Yes, and
Saw core.
This is a lot of the criticism of this roster move online, and then it's Taz's job to try and hold this all together. So here we go, teed up, giving it a look. Their own utility being used against them here. So rerouting, gonna try their luck through Monster, or are they just hoping to save? All right, I think we'll call this one off, shall we?
Brutal. I mean, truly. How has that round gone from a great success, you know, denying the Nissim clutch, to moments later into the next already having to pack your bags?
Yeah, they didn't monitor the situation at all, right? They didn't spread out to see, okay, you know, is there a scout on A? Let's take some map control. They just went to go an early pounce on towards the B site. And if you don't get the entry, you can see what happens. You get held at the door. Those X's on the radar all trying to entry in through Monster. And that B duo, it's going to be Nissim holding Monster and Dumal holding short with your rotator of Lux. So
I just spent the last week watching Jame cast and, sorry, not call Overpass, and I don't think I saw one of those calls. Not a single one of, we won the pistol, let's rush B.
You're going to get lots of that. I know you're talking about Jame right now, but just some fun history. Back when Simple was doing his stand-in stint with FaZe, they played back at the Austin Major, and this is where we had Simple and Dumal yelling back and forth at each other. I don't think Simple enjoyed Dumal just constantly with the same release of energy.
And every time we ask him about it, he makes it clear he's doing it for his teammates.
Yes.
Anyone else getting mad is a byproduct.
I asked him if he wants to turn it into smack talk, but he said no. So he is just going to keep it on the positive side. Missed Incendiary. Simple has a little bit of rope to work with right now, as this time it's going to be very, very heavy over towards A. No contact just yet, as the CTs are playing an anti-force setup.
Logically just sound. It's just going to be a question of that timing. How quick are they on long, and will Lato be able to get that info?
Mutiris is actually trying to pip that timing you were just talking about. So they're here relatively quickly.
And he's gotten himself forward. The whole squad now. Lato unawares will take a look. Hello. Spots the bomb, spots the majority of the forces. Sadzin, it's not the perfect weapon. Maybe it is. He gets the first headshot onto Mutiris, a second onto Crazy. Shut down. Opportunity for Electronic goes awry. Job's done. Just one casualty. Legacy handle that with ease.
Yeah, you could see on the cams there, Lato screaming with just how many bodies he spotted. Quick transition with Sadzin, so good understanding of the way they want to approach that situation, but then to deliver 2 kills with the scout headshots in that type of range, that's masterful from the sniper.
He's supposed to be compromised, right?
1 is great, 2 miraculous.
In the fire. He stands, he lives. And I like Lato's reaction as well. Sadzin, he's got so much trust in his scout, he goes and heads for that fight in toilet, stops that from being a problem.
I think if you are BCG in that moment, yeah, that's less than ideal. You have to go, okay, that's a little bit unlucky, right? The round that we flubbed was the second round. The third, it was always going to be tough, and Sadzin hit some bangers. So we'll give him that one, as they do now stomach the eco.
Yeah, and they're not playing this one scared, our Legacy. This is also where you can kind of build up some confidence. I think you already are feeling pretty confident after Dumal's performance in that second round, but you know, he's not playing scared. He's already telling the boys there's nothing outside Monster.
Well, this is what I was hoping to see from Legacy, and this is a tougher map to do it, as he does grab Simple, then goes down. But, you know, setting the tone. On the CT side, of course, you can play and connect, you can push up forward and take fountain fights and playground fights, but eventually the util phase and you have to drop back.
Look at this. I mean, Dumal push and now Nissim a solo push. They are making sure they're informed.
Yeah, well, they've got full control of the map right now, and that smoke will secure. Be even more so. Lato, set up for success is to just be able to farm up these. This is everyone's favorite kills.
Delicious ecos. Oh, and the little donkey gets it clean.
Okay. So the pistol round, it was a clutch. Came down to a 1v1 that could have been a 1v3 for Nissim, but since then, Legacy have responded with 3 straight rounds, and now we do see the guns equipped. No AWP T-side overpass going into first gun round. However, Sadson has his, so there's a big difference, right? This is going to mean you need to be very diligent with your util. You don't want to be giving away a pick to the CT AWPer. It's also going to be tough to push him and keep him off lines. You might see run boost coming into play. But from BCG now, we might get a look at what their default T-side setup will be.
Lato with the fountain aggression, facilitated by that forward smoke. He's alone and won't commit. Default spread is Aragorn and Mutiris working through Con.
I think Try's got a nade break lined up here. Simple will be able to... Simple also has some flashes, so it looks like, yeah, B pop, but there's 4 holding B right now. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, that HE could find Sads in. Oh, he's got a little bit of health left. They go swinging on the flash, though. Lovely reaction. Duma will activate. Duma with 3. Defending their site. Nissim finishes off the job. And again, BCG just disappear upon entry.
Now, you were saying before with James, you know, you didn't see any of those second round B pops against the anti-forces. You saw that from Paravision. That is a really well put together round that I marveled, right? They get the timing with the nades towards wood. Your monster players start to scale. And if there's anybody there, they're stuck, and you're able just to deny. But this aggressive maneuver from Dumal on short cuts it into pieces.
Such a good reaction.
Yeah, beautiful work.
And the flash was ready, like it was cocked. They were ready to react and did so valiantly. 4-1 scoreline, T-side on overpass, and again, it feels like, you know, when T-side overpass goes wrong, it can go really wrong.
Yeah, and I think that there's obviously different approaches to this map, but fundamentally speaking, you want to be able to do a bit of a 3-1-1. Oh, hold up, we're going to fight here. Lato going to farm up a couple more on the light by 1 and done.
Whew, we needed to hear that. Sadson could be punished here on the retreat. He's sticking around. He knows he's going to have to fight for his way out, and looks like they're going to be throwing out a couple of nades for that swing. Sadson gets blinded off, but does manage to tuck into the site. Lux a forward position. They're not playing scared. They want to fight. They know they've got the weaponry advantage, and now, well, a bait from the AWP shot. Maybe they push into Lux.
Okay, well, called it off, and understandably so when you've got this flank right now. Nissim is closing the door on this. There is a gap down connector back to B. Oh, never mind. He's actually addressing that right now. So, thought he was going to go the long way around, but he's just going to deny. So, boxed in, waiting for the play to come their way.
I'd love to have hit that one and actually cost them Dumal. Good punish from Mutiris. Maybe there's something to be done, especially if Lux goes down. He does the opposite. Stands on top, the elevated angle, and will spray down 2 of them. Simple left in the clutch. He's already got 1 so far, but not this time. Nissim's flank will connect. And another round for the defensive Legacy.
All right, well, the guns will now be invested upon, and I'm curious to see if Simple starts to bring out the AWP and how that informs the calling of Mutiris. I think it could even be a good moment for a tactical timeout, just to slow the pace of the game. This has been quite rapid ever since you lost the second, and it was called. Freeze time at about 5 seconds left, and it's finally been punched in. So Taz gets the 30 seconds to either just say, hey boys, we're on the pistol, bit unfortunate. It's going to scale out of control. T-side overpass, if we can just get 1 to 2 more rounds. I think because BCG haven't been a team for very long, I'm going to change the buffer. If we can make it 3 to 4 more rounds, I'm looking for 4 to 5 on the T side, right? Which is more than what I would normally put on most teams. But I just think the lack of time together is not going to give you the stone wall on the CT side that you can rely upon.
Right, there'll be more gaps. There's less polish.
So unless Simple starts activating and going nuts, but this is where I think you want to take the pace out of the game, go for a default. The problem is you're going to be testing your fundamentals, and Simple
has invested upon the AWP. Has Kevlar, no head armor. There's a couple of M4s on the board that could cause him an issue or two. Orb looking to start connector.
Does he have anyone to meet him down there? Yes, he will. Lato descends the staircase, throws out that initial incendiary. There's that lovely flash, deep one, and cover from Aragorn. Important. Opening kill for BCG.
All right, so a move to find the opener, gives it over. With the man advantage, this is where... Oh, there's a chance for Simple. Had an opportunity, not an easy shot to hit. Information nonetheless, as this one does start to slow down.
Speaking of information, Sadzin just lost his. The smoke in towards the front of bathrooms limits his options and has him feeling in the dark. You can see the reaction.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble right now coming out. So the push-pull, Legacy are going to stack over towards A, leave Nissim to his own devices, and at the moment it looks like the right call.
Flash has Sadzin on high alert. Is Aragorn really going to walk into this? He's managing his angles well. Sadzin, this is a very audacious stick around. His backup has arrived, though. 3 members about to clash. Aragorn leading this pack. Nice find from Doomau. Just like that, a flurry of frags in favor of the defense.
Love the reaction. Sure, there's this angle through long that is open, but Mutter is aware that he has to drop some type of defensive smoke to plant backside dice.
Oh, how does Doomau react to that smoke? He's perfectly positioned, but a nice headshot from Crazy. Maybe there is a conversation that the second round for BCG is available in this number discrepancy.
Crazy has a molly for the bomb. There's no smoke for the CTs.
Okay, especially if he... Oh, Muteris. Back turn! He just in time! Lux nearly had him. 7 points of health, but he does even it up. A 2-1-2. Nissim makes his way in. Crazy! Oh, he got caught off guard there, just walking around. An easy find, and with low HP, Muteris, not going to be easy to stop that defuse now. The kit on Sadzin and Nissim, and that's the round. CTs will take it. It got a little more interesting with the plant and the frags, but that is going to be a 6th. Legacy sitting comfortable, sitting pretty on this defense already.
Yeah, and it all comes down to the reaggress, right? The gamble to stack the players over towards A, but not just to hold the site, to take some initiative. Sure, they're able to get in, they get the bomb down. That will facilitate another buy for this T side because of the loss bonus situation, but it's all about Legacy keeping this motion moving. And when the fight comes your way, you know, you're not expecting that type of a play. You think you get some staging area, you might be able to set up for the finish. So no AWP this time round. Bit of a gap in that smoke for Simple to work with. And Lux is the rotator. So you can see they want to unravel any A default. Highlighted there by our OBS team. Lux will be playing over it and could activate. If he feels there's too much pressure being called out from his teammates, he can start to walk around to playground, take a gap, and probably find a player in the back here, Simple or Crazy. They're really waiting for this long reaction, aren't they, over towards A? A couple of nades, big damage done to Nissim, but now Lux activates.
Is he still being held? Looks like he is. Doesn't actually go down. It was Crazy, struggling to find the lethality necessary. Fading smoke, missed shot, Sadzin under scrutiny. He'll back away. In fact, no, Simple will accelerate.
Yeah, good acceleration. You know you spotted 2 on A. So they think that there's a bit of a gap to work with right now.
Rotation has come through. Lato tucks on truck, and whether or not that angle favors him. Yep, no, Simple has the jump scare, doesn't have the spray. Takes a dink, finishes the job.
I'm going B.
It is, pivoting in. Sadzin will find the Simple. Into the site, Doomau tested, passes it comfortably. There's Aragorn looking for that belated trade. They're running at him. Good find. A 2-on-2 with the bomb now being planted. Muteris gets that code in. Nade can hurt. Oh, okay. Bomb's planted. A second nade leaves him on a scrap of health points. 2 to work with. That's inaudible. Finds that rifle. Better than the Tech 9 on this retake. Coming in from short side is Lux.
Not being considered.
He has surely got Muteris dead to rights here. This could be another for Legacy. Would have to do something crazy. Muteris not looking, just staring at the boards. Aragorn to do it all. And he's got the first. Awkward now, running at him. Low HP, Lux has got it. Time after time, these rounds get close, but Legacy prevail once more.
Yeah, a couple of details there, right? So Simple's holding 2 players on A with that fight, and they're able to surge in towards the B site. So it means that rotation is delayed. And I think the double nades coming in makes them believe, okay, both players are entering from CT. That's why, was it Mutiris in the site?
Yeah.
Was not considering short at all. Thought both would either be coming from heaven or over towards hell.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Yeah, the double HE.
So, yeah, unfortunate, but now starting to run out of opportunities to pick up these rounds. Second tactical timeout being called. Obviously lost bonus, bomb going down. I think take a partial, bring out the AWP, but doesn't look like that's the call. Want to run rifle heavy as the newly appointed coach over there at Legacy gives a smile to Pain Gaming, who are walking past. I don't think that was to his opponents at all, but he's got a whole lot of reasons to be smiling. Mr. Rivas, R-I-V-A-S.
Rivas.
His last name's Rivetti, so I imagine...
Rivetti sounds sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big Rev. Big Riv. Either way, first name Bruno.
Bruno Rivetti. Does sound like he'd be part of like a crime family.
Jamal was calling him Princess yesterday while he was in makeup. So,
love that.
Yeah.
Lato, you're very alone. Come on now. He will turn tail. Looked like he was going for a solo bolo adventure, but has thought might not be the best of moves. Completely detached from anyone else. The rotation has returned though, so he'll have some support from Lux.
Yeah, AWP starting B, but plenty of time to rotate because there's no pace in this. One of the problems with Overpass is the only site you can hit with any real quickness is B.
Which we saw fail twice now as far as pacier Bs. Understandably focusing more on the extremity here, long.
Alex, this is so tough. Just look at the utility available to finish this round right now if you're BCG. Not only do you not even have bathrooms and divider control yet, you're working with 2 HEs, a flash, and a smoke for your round finisher. This is a really, really tough position to be in on the T side. It comes down to, and it is reductive, but winning out these fights. You need to find the opener or trade effectively because you don't have anything to go with the push-pull.
Sure.
Lux will be in position. This block smoke's lined up. Lato and Sadzam both playing on A, so they have quick rotation. Counter flash ready. This is perfect.
It's actually going to be ahead of the play. Goes swinging and does spot them out. Wow, quick from Nissim. Done very well. Great output too in defense of the site. Lux advancing. Free frag available. Crazy covers. Low HP on Electronic. Finished now by that Dunker Doom out. Oh, he's slinked so nicely into barrels, undercover. He's going to be overlooked now. Simple and Crazy are in that 2-on-2 now. Backwards turn. Simple to react, Simple to trade. Looking lethal with the AK-47. One to find, gets swung on. Lato puts him down and Legacy find another.
Another clutch situation and just too many places to consider there for Simple as the stress now being shown.
Nissim's my goat, man. I mean, just the fact he gets 2 in that situation, goes swinging out and not like focus purely on the first body he sees, he adjusts, he's ready for the short presence. Love that.
I think that there's some keys on this CT side so far from Legacy that have really pulled them through in scenarios where, you know, it starts to get calm, right? Everything starts to get calm in the round and they're taking initiative and playing ahead and unraveling BCG before they can actually find the finish on the timing they want. The timing is coming to them and it's catching them off guard. It's only a handful of rounds left as this one will be a partial. But I think if you're BCG, you're thinking, damn, we were so close in a few of these situations. If we converted the pistol, if we forced them onto an eco, if we'd won one of these 1v1s that have unfolded, it could be a completely different half. But this is the lay of the land. Back into a B-pop, Nissim and Doom out to be tested.
All right, well, they've passed every test so far. How did this duo fare this time? Flashes have really connected. Nissim could get caught out. There's a tech line right in front of his face. Crazy finds Doom out. Nissim's still alive. They know he's around here somewhere. Finds range, knows he's got that advantage, and he just sweeps on through. Mutiris is lucky to be alive. It's just delaying the inevitable. Simple goes down. Another defensive B. 9-1, dude. I mean, that was more promising. There was a way in. Nissim's got a massive smile on his face. Him and Doomau are putting in a shift. How many? 25 frags between the two of them as the B defenders.
Yeah, having a good game right now, aren't they? But it's looking like Legacy have picked themselves up and dusted themselves off. Obviously, the major Budapest Starladder didn't go their way at all. Austin felt like a breakout for them. Bestia couldn't go. They jump in. They take the spot. They have a great run. They show this momentum. Lux is an in-game leader. The storylines, they're coming out the wazoo. But to start this year, they chose not to play Bounty. They played more domestically and haven't even found success there. So they've at least gotten in some LAN reps. Bounty wouldn't have guaranteed that. This Lux... yeah, you're right.
It's an easy opening for Aragorn. Good clear. He got the advantage. Sadzin just fell off the angle as the test comes Lux's way. He still wins it out. Simple, unable to find the head. Couple of body shots. Lux beats him out. They're asking questions of Nissim. He's alone on B here. Dumao has rotated a reaction to the friction on Con. So a real opportunity for BCG. Nissim, oh, his position's known. He fired a couple of shots and that seals his fate. Surely round 2. Look at Lux's health. There's just nothing you can do. This would be impressive for BCG to lose.
You can hang around and give it a go. You've got so much money for the final round to play, but it is extremely difficult to get back into. So you should know, if you're the Portuguese core, that they could go for this. So don't start vacating the premise here. Make sure you leave somebody, or at least a crossfire set up. Yeah, multiple bodies sticking around the site. Sadzin is going to give it a look. Launches himself in, but Aragorn, who found the opener within this round, will shut things down and grabs another for his troubles. That's 4. The man's done it on his lonesome there to get the second. That is only their 3rd opening kill of this T side.
Oof, all those bomb deaths as well is actually going to be a bit ugly as far as what you can cobble together.
You're bang on. 3.8, 4K, 4K. That's going to either mean Galils or AKs with very limited utility.
Nice from Aragorn. This is how it started. Clears out Lato. This little spam from Nissim completely removed any chance of him doing anything.
If you think about it, right, he's on the B site on his own, but he doesn't want them to think the B site is under defended. Right. So by spamming, you're showing a little bit of confidence, but that's when it comes back to bite you in the ass.
I mean, it is only the 2nd round. Aragorn takes 4. BCG take 2. Sadzin smoked off. Looks like this forward position from Dumao, I don't know if he's going to try and take any further fights or if he just sticks around here as a bit of a off angle for the short hold. Simple trying to work party. He's going to have to try and get past that Sadzin AWP line if he does try and venture further forward. Progress and pressure onto Lato. He was the opening death in the previous. Can he get anything this time? Looks like he's going to have backs turned. They think that Molly cleared it out. Nice find. Lato opens up the account this time for Legacy. Number 2 available. Bomb under his grasp. He's just trying to take another with him. Mutiris will claw it back.
Yeah, I understood he couldn't get out because of the party play potential. So 50 seconds. Round opens up now. Still 3 players towards B at this juncture for Legacy. Sadzin, the canary in the coal mine.
Just doesn't leave, does he? He's always on the line. Aragorn this time, lackadaisical walking in. Feels so uncomfortable when that 4v3 gets sealed in.
Yeah, now you just play 2-2.
That frag right there could very well have secured the 10th on BCG's pick. Another one coming his way, no flashbang. Oh, it was there, but the barrel betrays. He knew it, catches the timing, pulls the trigger, and seals the deal. Not looking good. Absent of BCG, it's 10-2 on their map pick. All right, guys, what do we think? We've got 2 flashbangs, we've got 2 smoke grenades, and we have a Molotov cocktail purchased for Legacy as they swap over to the T side, chat. B-Rush, B-Exec rather, or map control, taking space slow and methodical?
This is the thing. Do you want a prediction?
I do. I want to hear what you reckon. When you're 10-2 up against BCG on their map pick, what would be your call?
I think that it's going to be a slow A control round finish.
Yes, I do too. I do too.
And we're wrong.
Yep.
Okay. That's all right. You know, we got a chance to be right.
We did. It was about 50-50.
Keeping up the pace.
Let's go, Aragorn.
He's on his own.
Oh,
Alex.
and they've missed their molly. He's got a
his own.
chance. He's got a chance. He gets to stand here. No flames at his toes. He's flashed. He's dead. And Lato's found electronic as well. Okay, Simple with 1. Backstab. Beautiful from Lux. No one's looking. Nissim puts a pin in it.
The B-Rush Deluxe there. Yeah. Look, I thought, okay, they'll just take it slow, methodical, so they don't lose to any CT aggressive maneuvers.
Right.
They can putt this one in. But I suppose this is the DNA of Legacy, isn't it? They have strong individuals. They like to play with a bit of pace. Not always, but they like a little bit of flavor. And they're in your face. Now you have to force buy out the game.
Yeah, I mean, that should really, really make this one quite an open and shut case for map 1. No lack of confidence and no lack of mechanical ability from Legacy. BCG, if you want to hang with the big boys, you've got to get through. Legacy, somewhat of a gatekeeper. You highlighted their Austin run. Obviously, that's a great example of them taking down big names. BCG not necessarily in that category, but Legacy have the capacity. You know, you have to work for it. You have to be able to shoot just as well as them.
I think they also want to prove to themselves coming here that the Major was an off tournament for them. That's not the type of Counter-Strike that these 5 gentlemen are able to output on the server. There is an opportunity for aggression through long.
My answer for why that Major was bad was actually, you know, armchair psychology.
Okay.
Because that was the first time they come into a tournament, everyone was predicting them 3-0. Every tournament prior, they were predicted 0-3 and they smashed.
And now they're back where everyone's like, okay, they're a good team, but...
Yeah, and now there's doubts and now they'll play well.
It's kind of like Falcons during the whole bounty situation.
It definitely does something to the brain, and so does the bullet out of the Deagler. Simple.
It's the bomb.
Okay, well, this gets a bit weird. Nissim trying to claw something back. Does enter into the B site nicely.
You've got 45 seconds to head back towards A to get the bomb, and you're currently on the B bomb site.
Oh, it's not looking good. In fact, this is nightmare fuel for any T side on Overpass.
He's going to need a whole lot of help.
How do you even get out of these stairs? Like,
there's flashes, but still there. It could be a save.
Honestly,
I know that seems crazy to say, but I think it's a save. Yep, it's a save.
Wow.
Oof. All right, so both teams winning the T-side pistol and then losing the follow-up, but in 2 completely different fashions. This one always looks sketchy with the bomb at the back of the pack with a MAC-10, but that's because of the CT setup we could see. Right, there was 3 Molotovs invested for Legacy out the gate to garner map control. Right, one was no con push. One was over towards balloons to make sure they couldn't jump on the fight that early, and the other one was over towards short, which is very standard. And they had a whole lot of space, maybe too much. Maybe they were trying to do too much there within that round. They must have known that BCG were going to force out the game, or it's always an option, right? So you want to play with that in mind. And now, do things start to teeter back the other way? This would be very impressive. Now, keep in mind, this is a squad of Brazilians that have been together for a year, going up against a team that have been together for less than a month, and is kind of this Frankenstein project due to the VRS cause wanting to get spots at the big events. So you've mashed Batman and Robin, arguably the greatest rifling and AWP duo of all time, with 3 guys from Portugal.
I like your description. Frankenstein's monster has won the second round of the second half. Buteris, if you jump, you
He
might
would have
spot
spotted him, yep.
Okay, I've seen 2 of them.
Guys, they are boosting.
Do you try a wall bang with a MAC-10? I don't think you do.
Would you give him an opportunity?
I don't think you do.
How long are you going to stay here for, Lato?
Yeah, he's sticking around. No, never mind. Slips off the head. Does feel like this MP9 setup very potent. It'd have to be some great flashes out of Sadzin, or Lux is doing it dry. Lux is doing it dry, and Aragorn profits. Only kill for BCG. Jobs are good in here. Block. Dumau, you don't want to push through that. He's trying to push through, and he actually does well to find one. Not bad, not bad. It's only Simple that keeps BCG in it. Nice double kill in denial. Sadzin remains with that bomb on his back and a bullet between the ribs.
All right, Simple's the first one to get to double digits for BCG, up to 10 kills now. Aragorn, the next closest with 9, and he had that massive 4K within the first half to really help them shut things down.
All right. Well, those are the first 2 steps to making this a game.
Yeah, the first flash missed as this rally. I don't think it would have cost them too much. And speaking of flashes, 1 brought in. So where's the pounce? Sim's going to head over towards B. They're going to try and just flash and push.
I like the angle from Simple, and he's reacted well. Just going to farm himself up a couple of eeks. He's sticking around. He wants a little more and takes the head off of a 3rd. Job done. Eco bashed. A couple of extra for the tally as well. The only one in a positive KD for BCG.
This is the thing. Back in my day, you know, the scoreboard would be reset at half, but you have to be able to hit tab and look at how despicable your first half was.
Yeah,
but
depressing.
You know, I'm one of those guys. I'm probably the guy who bangs on about this being a very CT-sided map, talking about par for the course 9-3. To have them come back isn't impossible, but I just think with the lack of time together for this unit, it is going to be very tough, right? We're taking a look at the setup and how it's starting to shape up for this CT side. Looks like Aragorn is anchoring Monster. Electronic will be taking Shore. Mutiris will be the rotating player between the sides. Simple, the AWPer, right? So predominantly towards A. And his sidekick will be Crazy.
It's surprising to me they didn't kind of partner up, you know, like kind of when you've got a 3-2 division. Simple Electronic in one side, Portuguese on the other, but I mean, understandably, you've got personal preference to play into it as well.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to build inter-team relationships, and you have to talk to each other if you're playing a bomb site with one another.
I mean, one of these duos has, you know, played together at the highest level.
That's true.
Feel like, you know, they've got that synergy that doesn't get formed overnight. Well, like you highlighted, less than a month together, this BCG roster.
Did have a bit of a boot camp, right? And then obviously Taz has been brought in as this final piece. He's going to have a bit of a tough job ahead of him. I think Mutiris is 33. He's a seasoned in-game leader. So, look, having Taz there to be able to assist with that stuff, that's all great. But I think the biggest thing that Taz is going to have to deal with is the emotions of the players. And Taz can be a funny guy. So,
I mean, all of Taz's tasks have been he hasn't been handed any easy.
They're tough coaching tasks, aren't they? So we'll see how this project goes. I think one of the unfortunate factors is time is not really their friend, right? The cutoff for the major is the 6th of April, and as far as events go for BCG, they are outside of where they need to be for invites to tournaments. So they need to be able to accrue VRS points here. So that not only is there pressure, new roster put together, big event like Krakow, but major hopes and dreams potentially on the line as well. So rifle rounds, short space. Mutiris might not be ready for this as a monster push comes through, sector clear.
Okay, I like what Aragorn and Electronic are cooking.
Oh, the reload.
Miss him. Oh, he's had a bit of a mare there. Mutiris finds him.
Lato is about to be a dead man walking.
Yeah, we're looking at a 5-on-3.
Oh, they could farm him up here. Electronic could mow this down.
Oh, he's got him booked.
Oh,
little bit of trigger
Alex, you're gonna line up.
Gets himself 2. Number 3 on the plate as well. Oh, Electronic. A massacre in aggression from Electronic. From 5 frags to 8 and another round. Number 6 delivered.
Okay, it felt like there was a gap there for Nissim. He takes down Mutiris. Then this monster pushes between 2 mines. They might get caught as rotating players come back. Not ready for that. Instead, Electronic pushes up, gets some sound cues. I thought he was just going to wait. He could have had all 4 players on the screen because the fact he wasn't cleared, right, they're going to be lining up as they're heading towards the stairs. That could have been a monster mowdown from Mr. Electronic.
It certainly could have been. I reckon for Electronic's logic, he just saw 2 and knows if I kill them both, which I can, the round is over regardless.
True, yes, you
He just wants to win the round.
You're bang on.
And he doesn't want to be on Reddit, front page, as someone just turns around to, like, you know, role play a conversation and he ends up getting none.
Yeah, fair. So has guaranteed the 6th right now. So BCG building back into this, and Aragorn will get the final frag. And can grab himself an AK-47 for his troubles. Okay. Maybe he's an A4 guy. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with being an A4 guy. Not the sheet of paper, but the rifle. Here it is again. So first Walters by. And then just, yeah. Must have been a jump scare in that moment for old mate Lato.
Yeah. Here it comes. Whoop.
All right, partial buy.
Always the nonchalant fragger.
So there's only been 4 kills in the last 4 rounds. So they are limiting them. This is great. This is what you need to do on the CT side when you're down in such a hole. Make sure that the Ts are not applying pressure. You don't need Famises. You're not missing util. So this is looking good as far as win conditions for a comeback go.
Yeah, you just no margin for error here, really.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said win conditions, should I? Sort of just conditions for a comeback. But in MR12, how quick the score can change. Here they come.
Yep, flash is there. Aragorn, a reactive incendiary, but they both fall. Nissim and Dumao, the B duo, this time on the T side. Mutiris is not looking. He reacts in time. Messi from Lato on the Deeg and low HP for his teammates.
There he is.
Nice shot from Simple's AWP. Really uncomfortable for the T side now, despite that double entry. It's been stabilized nicely. Oh, Lux tries to close that gap, but it falls apart. Too many bodies, too many bullets. Simple will finish the job with that body shot. A bit close, a little threatening.
Yeah, definitely a bit close there. It looked like they were handling it well, right? The incendiary drops, they should be able to mow them down, but all good, right? As I was just talking about, they've been keeping it clean. They haven't given away many frags. This happened, but it's going to happen. These pesky pistols and timing. As Aragon called for aid, and Simple came a knocking. Attack timeout called. Pressure starting to be applied now to Legacy.
Gondor stuck.
This is where the new coach gets to really, I want to say put himself on display. We don't know what he's saying.
No.
We don't know what he's bringing. But we know what the result could be after the timeout in a moment. So let's see, shall we?
Let's. 10-2 half. Legacy set a pretty high bar for the CT side.
Yeah, mate, 10-2 and you win the pistol. That's it. Like you're putting it in. Like,
yeah. I mean, there's a little firm breeze could get it in. What's going to be round 19? Very heavy B lean for Legacy.
They're blocking door and extinguishing the short incendiary. So they are trying to batten down the, well, not batten down the hatches. B bomb side better batten down the hatches because this pop is coming.
It's popping. Yeah, we're going to have lots of layered flashbangs as well. Aragorn, he has the support of Electronic. He's got info over the smoke, should have a chance. He's not going to be flashed. Oh, and he's delivered. Massive double. Nissim and Dumao cut out of the round with empty hands. It's exactly what you want to see from your Bianca. Aragorn top of the tables with Simple. Mutiris with a chip in on the short side. Lux goes down. Looks like a comfortable BCG round.
Look where Simple is. Aggressive with the AWP. He was in the back lines already, so he let them know it was definitely going to be a B play, and now they are locked in.
Yeah, you ain't leaving. You can even see that little flash of the carve of Lato. And they're just going to run at him. Wow, 5 alive. Fair play. That's a bit of a convincing one. And now the scoreline is 2. You know, it's not looking like it's an open and shut case anymore.
Especially after the previous round with the pistols, they lose those 2 casualties. This time around, they just shut it down. And here it is, a bit of a round recap of the scenario so far.
Neither team able to convert their pistols.
Yeah, it's wild to think of for Legacy, right? That the game has now gotten to this and you are stressed. You are really lacking getting that bomb down, Alex. That's one of those key conditions with max loss bonus to rifle rounds. So you're going to be rifle partial until you can start getting the bomb down.
As someone that has watched an awful lot of Counter-Strike, we all know that when we start believing, 5 Tech 9s get a cheeky pick and suddenly the whole house of cards comes tumbling down. It's certainly a possibility. Whether or not Electronic's going to allow that, it looks like he is in a position to go for a little late, quiet peek out, catches Sads in lining up. Nades, jobs are good, and do they accelerate off of that? Looks like Nissim wants to. Good angle, well played. Aragorn has handled this well. Looks like the Tech 9s are going to find absolutely diddly squat. Pressure keeps being applied, a Molotov, a bit of space for Dumao. Long-range Tech 9 removing Simple. That will get him frustrated if they convert. Would need a whole lot more. There are 3 CTs in water. There are 2 CTs in water. And there's one of them that finds a quick one. Aragorn Electronic securing the site. A little bit scary, a little bit sketchy. But Legacy still unable to break through on the half-buy.
Just taking a look at the opening kills right now, Aragorn has been doing a really good job over towards this B side. He also got a couple of them within the first half too. They only managed 3 opening kills in the entire first half. T-side overpass is going to be difficult. Now combined, they're looking at a total of 9. So they've had 6 opening kills within this second half of play. So turning the tables on that stat line. And
this could become a one-round game.
Yeah, for sure.
Guns are out.
Simple's here.
Gonna have to be good. Simple. Oh, he nearly gets caught off. A quick reaction from Simple. Dances around the tree and delivers a double.
Yeah, there's the signature wiggle as well. Another opening.
Oh, that's a bit of a risk. Crazy's actually given one back. Crouching into the angle. Lato can't believe his luck.
Okay, how can this one go wrong? Right, the round starts, your sniper towards long, under pressure, hits 2 shots, completely stunts any of the assault from Legacy. Crazy, like the namesake, gives away back in to make it just a one-man discrepancy now.
Those are those deaths where you just immediately, as you take the fight, you know you've made a mistake.
Well, Simple could be set up for another here.
Yeah, but he's trying to spin 2 plates at the same time. He's worried about the long gap, and now he's worried about that walk up. Perfect! The signature shockwave wiggle as he finds a third. Nissim goes down. And now, oh, whoa. Sadzin's getting cheeky around the smoke. He may very well meet Mutiris in a moment's time. Here's the rotation of Simple. Will that be enough of a distraction? Simple spots him, gets the info with that safe jump. And now Lato going to walk straight on past Mutiris. Looking good, looking great. A one-round game, ladies and gentlemen. From 10-2, it looked like it was going to be Legacy. And now BCG, their map picked for a reason. This CT side with only, well, less than a month with this roster already looking quite strong.
Yeah, so this was always going to be tough, right? Especially knowing that you had to win the force buy in the second round. I thought you were just going to be force buying the game out from that point. Where they get the pick over towards A, the bomb gets scuttled out, there's no way to pick it up, they save the rifles. And again, another round where the bomb doesn't go down. This is very, very concerning. At least there was a handful of rounds where BCG were able to plant, which gave them a couple more rifles alongside of the loss bonus. So you are stressed if you're Legacy at this moment. You're feeling like you've fumbled the bag. But you can still close it out. You could wipe this stress away. They're going a hero AK. Tech9, couple of Deagles, Doom out in with a Galil. So Lux will have to make a sacrifice into the next round if they don't get this bomb down now. Oof, just spam through the boards right there over towards B. Nissim trying to take space. They know nameplate Counter-Strike dictates that the classic B anchor, or at least space taker and controller, is gone, and it's going to work electronic into action. He's going to take that room.
They're taking liberties, aren't they, as far as knowing it's going to be quite slow towards the A side of the map? That was just crazy. You're just solo for the initial 30 seconds. They haven't even started to take bathrooms control, so it's all worked out wonderfully.
This is them playing around quite nicely against what is an expected partial, right? And again, we return to what's more likely. It's probably a B pop. So as long as you don't lose the round to that, and you keep in mind the earlier round they had where they lose 2 players piping through Monster, they've really made sure they've shored up that side of the map. And now they find a free opener with a wall bang, and you can really count your lucky stars. You can even hold on to your U2. You know, you go for your jump spots. You can make things really annoying late. Legacy don't have anything to be able to pressure you. It would have to be a really banger shot or a misfortunate timing from BCG on one of these sites where they're jumping between a position or they've got a knife out and then they cascade kills. But 35 seconds, running out of opportunities and time are Legacy. Now they're being blocked. You can hear the CT nades starting to land.
And that was the last of the T-smokes. A single flashbang on Lato. It's just so hard to see how they managed to break past this defense. Still util available. And Crazy's even found the frag onto Doom out. Pressure relieved, and even more so as Satin's caught by the AWP. A little attempt from Lux, but a quick scope to seal it. It's all tied up, folks. 11-11, and Legacy the ones on the back foot.
And Simple getting fired up there as well. You love to see it. 21 kills and counting. Aragon with 17. It's the 2 of them right now who are laying down the law.
Yeah, I
mean, this one might get a little bit wobbly. See, that CT smoke hasn't landed as deep as you would have hoped, so kind of opens up some avenues for pathing out of it, but Simple. A couple more classic shots for him, as that was a partial. This is the buy round. Legacy, are you really dropping the ball opening game against BCG?
Ain't that the question? Or is all of this hard work on the CT side been for naught and Legacy able to stabilize? Mutiris, a timing HE, does significant damage. Catches 3 of them. With some shrapnel, resmoke Monster, Nissim ahead of it. They're pressuring B, popping in. Electronic under so much scrutiny, needs the help of Aragon. He's there in time. Falling apart. Electronic with 2. Legacy thought they could turn up the heat. Thought the B side was the weakness, but Electronic and Aragorn again able to defend comfortably. Just chaining flashes. It's simple to set him up. A full white screen for Sadzin and 12 map point for BCG.
In this 10-round run, I think they've given away only 9 kills.
Woof.
Sorry, 11 kills. 11
Still.
kills.
Still.
Sounds less impressive than 9, but yeah, you've basically given over 1 point something kills per round in a 10-round run. This is a shutout. This is not a single round with the bomb going down. Nothing that's felt even remotely threatening other than the pistols through Monster.
Simple's nade does chip onto Sadzin. Some well-placed HEs from all of BCG. We saw Muteris in the previous soften him up, and now it's just, I mean, for Legacy, you're sitting there going, we had a 10-2 half. Why are we playing to survive? Why are we playing for OT right now?
I think in this moment, it is so difficult to call anything if you're Legacy, right? Nothing has worked. Not any of these rounds you've even been remotely close to winning. So what can your call be justified for this final? You need someone to step up and deliver you something. Space taken by Nissim, out Monster, B pressure, boost up, defensive smoke dropped, and a minute on the clock. This has to be individual heroics.
It's Nissim that's going to be the first searching. Forward maneuver, still with that stubborn boost setup, and now Muteris will spot it out, confirms the presence. Misthrown Molotov from Sadzin. But options for a plant here if they can just get around that corner. Limited util, there's no smoke. It's not going to be easy, you need frags. Nissim the first to provide. Looking good on the rifles, but Nissim's deagle keeps us level. Awkward, a little uncomfortable. Flank from Crazy, could find Lato, gets jiggled out. Bomb to be planted, finally a bomb goes down in their favor. Electronic caught out. Just the one from him, it's Crazy in the clutch to try and close it now. Legacy. Saving their hide, saving themselves. We need OT.
Oh, there you go. I said it needed to be an individual with some heroics. This one with 3 in the final round.
Did he have a deagle?
Yeah, okay, they break in. The hard work done there from BCG to claw this back and, well, push it into overtime short. It felt like they were done and dusted in that first half, but the blue wall was erected. Banger of a shot onto Muteris.
Love that. And he gets more. He gets that rifle.
This is the crazy moment there. You see the teammate of Nissim. He can't actually trade him.
It's just a solo fight.
Yeah, so Nissim has just gone, screw this, enough of this.
Ego chow.
Exactly, that's exactly what that play is.
This is, okay, that feels like it might be a little bit of simple ego here. He really wants to try and make an opening gambit. Eats the flash. He's so susceptible to all of these fights. But they're channeling themselves quick up long. Little duo. Making their move. Dumao and Lux. Partners in crime.
Massive gap on this timing. Yeah, it is huge, right? You saw them staying to that left wall to not give sound cues to players up on party, and they have so much room to work with. They seem aware of the possibility.
Don't know whether or not.
So close.
Yeah, they're quicker than they might be. Ready! Ooh, Simple doesn't pull the trigger in time. Nice off angle. Crazy Profits needs 2. Gets it as well. Wow, that shuts him down. That shuts him up.
The follow-up is here.
Yeah. Ready for it on the double truck setup. They've even got support on Bank from Aragorn. I think Legacy know that they've kind of drug their heels a little too long, and so not going to rush into this stack.
Sadzin's waiting for the jump spot. So if there is one, well, doesn't need to be. Info play comes in, turns it into a 3-on-3. Flash to follow. The rifles need to progress off of this.
Not a move out of Nissim, just hoping that another one overextends. Crazy, I think, after his double kill has done enough.
They could try and contact him, but this is going to be difficult to break crossfires. You're just moving over towards Bank. Electronic's position will now be noted off of that smoke, and the nade confirms exactly that.
Solid connection with the HE.
It's going to swing.
Swing from Muteris. Good timing, just as they were departing. Nissim gets caught out. Double from Muteris. Mission accomplished, and Sadzin Schuster, dead man orping.
Oh, Simple, yeah. That's what you want to hear, right? Good job. Getting a good job from Simple?
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
Come on, mate. There's a very short list of players that have been given the firm attaboy.
We'll have to ask Dupree if he got a good job from Simple when he was in the server with him. Did Sasha ever say good job?
Yeah, that's a good question. Did you get one? Because you'll remember it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Framed it.
Lovely from Muteris.
The TeamSpeak clip, put it on the wall.
They've been catching these like proactive, like as the fight's coming, they already.
That's what
bringing the
Legacy
fight.
did in the first half as well.
Yeah.
Here's the Molodoy.
How far does it get him?
Oh, nowhere.
Nade?
Oh, somewhere.
No one. Short, quick. Nissim's hoping to catch something here, and he does get spotted out. It's an equivalent exchange. The nade favors him a little further. Forces out some util.
Yeah, and I think at this moment we're starting to settle into more standard overpass play, but Nissim is very, very active trying to prod this B side. Here he is again in the fade.
He is playing some confident Counter-Strike, isn't he?
Exactly
Completely alone, yeah. Here he comes. Electronic finds him comfortably, just the barrel of the Kalash poking out.
But this is a classic 3-1-1. Well, now it's a 3-1-none, and Electronic keeps putting, again, right? Oh, we know Nissim, we know we've got pressure also on the map, they've taken Con, we're playing passive on A, great assumptions being made. Again, it just feels hopeless for Legacy.
Ooh, Sadzin did not react. Simple gets the info on the jump. And a flash to get himself out of the line.
Just gonna be piping into this.
Yeah, it looks like Meteorus is
ahead of the flash.
Ooh, quick shot from Doomau. Overlooks crazy.
On B.
They're pivoting B.
Oh,
hang on. Electronics in that power position. He's got him dead to rights again. Just overlooked. Positionally sound Counter-Strike out of Electronic. Masterful. Oh, it is the quad. Goes slashing for the final frag. Sadzin literally cut down.
It's Simple yelling across the fence, give him a taste, throw medicine there. Don't hear the Doomau scream anymore as Batman and Robin, they're back, baby.
Yeah, what
21-21.
What the hell? I mean, Electronic, we know he's no slouch, but, you know, it's pits and troughs, and he's absolutely peaking right now.
All right, well, can it be flawless in the first half of OT numero uno?
How does your morale not get broken after that?
I think it's in the bin, mate.
Yeah, this whole like second half into OT, and now they're just, well, vacant. 14-12.
So
opening kill would go a long way.
You've won one round of the last 13.
Oh.
That could be bad maths.
Well, it was the
first day back on the job
and then they won the pistol, so I see where you're going. Yeah, maths adds up. Well, I can do maths. 14. If they win 2 more rounds, they're going to win overtime.
Yeah, and yeah, this is just such a shutout. Once we flip over, the problem for Legacy becomes, okay, well, we already saw you do it once, but as you mentioned, the morale, it's the mental battering that they've just taken, whereas BCG are currently riding a high.
Yeah.
So it's... I wish we were robots. It would make life a whole lot simpler. Not as beautiful.
Nice. Good catch.
They're trying to contact into A. Dumau's got a lot of space. A couple of flashes to finish on Sanson.
Feels like Simple's destined to find something on this exit.
Flash should get him.
Ooh, he actually does clip Dumau's wings through the corner of the truck, and Crazy will finish off the job. Nice little 1-2 punch. Setup working. Meteorus swinging, and now he's gone down awkward. 14 seconds. Sadzin's got the bomb, just wins out the duel. It's coming into the clutch now. 2-on-2 with very low HP. Coming in on the flank is Electronic, removes him. It's just Lux, 21 points of health to try and give Legacy just a round on this T-side. OT can't control the spray. He's ready for the reaction, and it's Aragorn, restrained in his approach, comes on in to close it down. That is a flawless CT half out of BCG.
Okay, well, just one round now, and it's difficult to look what BCG can return to as far as their calling, because the one round they won that was a rifle round was Aragorn getting 4 kills, and the other round was a pistol round.
Right.
So, in terms of what to expect if you're Legacy, it's going to be tough, but you need to take your mindset back to a whole half ago and what it was like when you were getting the W's. Because right now you're being absolutely bopped on the nose. It's Inferno up next, your map choice, but this team talk, if you drop this one, is going to be rough.
If they were robots, they'd remember that they had a really good CT side.
Yeah.
And they'd just do it again. Fortunately, as you highlighted, morale's going to be in the bin, and Sadzin is going to try an aggression. How long can you stick around here, though? The playground timing is going to be there. Slips away just in time. Lato, that's an aggressive swing, if ever I saw one.
They've done that before, right? It's with the HE flash combo. So they know he's in con. They don't even box, so he will get away.
It's important. Certainly a potential vulnerability there. Gosh,
There's the maths for
what
you.
a tough round.
Much better than the one I did, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, both teams have just shifted into much more classic Overpass, right? Slow, methodical, using your util, the map control on their T sides. And they're given a lot of respect now. Sure, there was that early jaunt in connector, but look, you've got all the bathrooms, you've got connector, you've got short, you've shown presence long, and you still have 45 seconds to find the finish with a decent amount of util. Not in a bad spot right here. Having to rejig off of that block smoke, quickly trying to piece this together. Simple doing an awful lot of talking right now.
Looks like they wanted fake an exec. Bombs going perhaps through toilets, and it is not fake. They're going to commit.
Yeah, it's going to be like a double pump.
Yeah, okay, so util lands, Sadzin's ready, primed and ready, but a missed shot whistles past. It's good from Lato, strafes on into Mutiris, comfortable, keeping it level. Legacy are holding on. They just have to find him hiding, scoping in the sight. Sadzin a quick one. Doomau a double. Legacy extend play and survive the first of the 3 tests ahead of them.
Ooh, that was a stressful situation there. It was quite erratic to try and find the finish from BCG. The block smoke comes in, they throw the nades, they reroute, they're coming to the site. There's not enough flashes there. Fortunate that the opening shot is missed, otherwise I think they get shut down before they're able to get close to the site. But yeah, that kill there from Doomau stops the bomb going down, doesn't put Mutiris in a winnable position in terms of a clutch.
Don't know why that didn't feel sincere. It's just like, I have to say it.
I haven't done it in such a long time.
Just lacked a little bit of conviction behind it.
This is the classic problem you find yourself in, right? Do you want to do something more pacey now, or do you do a default again? You got the space. It was just the final finish of the round, that block smoke coming in around that 30-second mark that caused you the most grief. Or do you want to operate now with something a little bit more pacey? Because if you go for pacey in the final round, they're going to know it's something with pace is coming out, right? Like,
yeah, if regulation is anything to go by, though, I feel like Nissim and Doomau made a pretty good job of kind of making it clear the B site is not a good idea early. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any attention given from BCG towards that site. Instead, it's actually going to be quite a quick jaunt, an extinguish no less on the playground Molotov. They're going to try and boost the AWP for an early pick. It's cheeky. No one home. Sadzin's actually elected to start on the long side.
All of these moves save you util. Right, so instead of having to smoke front bathrooms and then molly divider, they're able to hold on to it a little bit more. That's why you see the run boost out long. As another example, don't have to use flashes to force the AWP deep off the line. Right, there's a whole lot of different ways that you have to get creative to push players back or to clear angles on Overpass. Otherwise, you'd be left with limited utility to find the finish. You can't clear everything with nades, otherwise you have nothing for the bomb sites.
And they will invest a flashbang to clear out the long bathrooms. That'll be audible.
But look, there's nobody connector, nobody short. So this looks like it is going to be quite a direct and quicker finish over towards A, right? We're being given the respect now. They're not pushing us. Let's just take the staging area and go.
And here comes that util. Sadzin, what's your reaction? He partners up with Lato, trying to throw out nades. He's going to have his back turned. It's too easy. Electronic and Crazy break into the site. Mission surely accomplished. Legacy left wanting a 3v5 in order to save themselves. Looks like BCG displaying resilience and tenacity on their map pick. It was not looking good, but it's looking great right now. Chip damage lands onto the face of Doomau. Missed shot from Simple's AWP. That's the first brick in this wall tumbling down. Flank from Nissim as well. Looks like he's going to be able to make this a 3v3. Has that element of surprise. Has multiple backs turned. He's exercising some serious discipline. Fumbles the first. Finds the second. It's up to the one-on-one, but there's just no time here. There's just no time. The fight is brought to him. Crazy closes. BCG will take it.
And the conversation has been all about the mental. Electronic and Simple in your team. How are you going to handle it? Well, 10-2 down first half, their map choice. And Simple even throwing out good jobs. There has to be the question for Peter when we throw this to the desk. Did he ever get a good job from Simple?
Did he ever get the attaboy?
A pat on the back?
I mean, that is the question, and we're going to throw it over to them now.
Well, Peter, you can confirm there was at least one instance, right?
As a matter of fact, Chad, it has happened once. At least once, I do remember that I did get a good job for winning a pistol round. So I mean, I have been praised by Simple, but it's meaningful when it comes to these guys.
That's an accolade in itself. 5 majors are a compliment from Simple. I know which one I'd be picking. Either way, though, what an incredible bounce back from BC Game. I'm not gonna lie, I was ready to write them off after that T-side. It felt so flat. They were struggling to get any openers. The individuals felt, so lackluster. And then we switched to that CT side, and it felt like BC Game were ready to give Legacy a taste of their own medicine, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is one of the biggest question marks we had about this lineup. Like, how are they going to get on the same page? How are they going to build some of that camaraderie? And sure, the first half was rough and all of that, but in the second half, they really did get rolling. They absolutely, their CT side felt more dominant than Legacy's, right? Legacy couldn't get to the bomb side to get the bomb down. Honestly, it also felt a bit one-dimensional, or there was no creativity from Legacy, even when it comes to opening moves, to try to find an opening kill, to try to get some sort of an advantage early, BCG just completely turning the game on its head.
The highlight for me is clearly the mental state and the mental game from BC Game. That was probably the one thing that I was mostly worried about, especially with how the match developed when they found themselves behind 10-2 and even 11-2 when they lost the pistol. They bounced back, that is both teams sort of proved how not to play Overpass on the T side.
I wonder to some extent, for Simple mostly, but to some extent Electronic too, just being here after, the last 6 months or how the year has went for you, maybe now you cherish it a bit more, right? Like, especially Simple having to play tier 7 Counter-Strike online and, not even sniffing a LAN of this magnitude, and being here and sort of, hey, like, I need to take advantage of this opportunity. I don't want to go back to playing those online games, right? And he definitely did it on the server too.
Yeah, you truly don't know what you got until it's gone, and Simple Electronic taking full advantage of that. But Dupree, as we were talking about backstage, it wasn't exactly easy to start off with. Legacy coming in with a really strong CT side of their own. You could have picked many around, but you went with round 7. What was so distinct about this from Legacy?
It is so Legacy-esque to play like this, and they do it constantly time and time again. Round 7 is a great example of them doing it once more. They do actually lose the first kill, but Overpass is a map where you do want to try and get the first kills, but the regress into toilet is what actually makes them come back into this game, and it's necessary. Obviously, it's a gamble for them to go and rotate and actually try and get space back, but they instantly recognize that with what has developed throughout the round, we need to do something. We need to be proactive, and the proactivity of Legacy has always been one of their cornerstones to why they have been so good, and it's just beautiful to see a team that is obviously maybe not playing their best counter, but they still understand that their fundamentals is what actually wins in the rounds. They had multiple occasions where they actually pushed. Not only this round, they would do it also if they had the advantage. They love to play for the information, and they would much rather go and have that brawl, fight for that information, fight that situation before they actually hit the bomb side, instead of just falling back and letting the gamble pay off.
And also the connection between the aggressive side and the passive side. They sent, 45, they sent an extra player to A, so it's Nissimol on his lonesome towards B, and as soon as the A players have contacts in toilet, he drops a smoke monster, right? Because maybe the BCG gets a read, all right, they're doing this, let's just pop on B, that's probably where they're weak. So if they do that, they have to come through the smoke. You have a chance of at least getting some kills, buying some time, right? So that tells you that they were very connected in the first half, but second half was atrocious.
And it felt like it fell so quickly in the second half for Legacy, right? You talked about kind of the flatness and the lack of inspiration from their side when we moved into that second half, and I guess that does come from, BC Game maybe taking a little bit of inspiration from that aggression. How much would you weigh up the differences between Legacy CT side versus BC Game CT side and that approach we saw?
I kind of feel like Legacy was being more proactive, specifically in the beginning of the round, where I feel like BC Game looked a lot more composed when they actually, whenever they fell back to the side. We didn't see them go for these like playground plays or running down on the ground or pushing out catwalk or short all the time. It was more like whenever they got and fell back into playing together, they had their the plan set up for them. They had the crossfire set and they actually knew what to do. And it was a beautiful thing to see that Simple was being very proactive. He moved around. He was just having this play where he would constantly be moving towards B. He would go back to the A-bomb side, play behind the boxes, moving players around. And it's just in general nice to see that BC Game can overcome this really bad start, bounce back, getting some composure, getting some how do you say it, confidence back, and actually, bringing the game back.
Yeah, and I think also in some of these rounds, and when they did go for aggressive plays like the electronic push, it worked wonders for them sometimes it's just sloppiness from Legacy, right? In the round where they want to execute B, Aragorn is playing barrels. He gets a defensive smoke from his teammate because Legacy throws the smoke heaven. But, you know, that's the tell. That's when BCG threw their defensive smoke. But then by the time the flash is coming, he's already in a really good position where he doesn't get blinded and it's easy for him to get that initial double kill. So, I don't know, you almost wish like they would just group up a bit more. Overpass, it is a tough map on T side.
Yes.
When your default is getting shut down, there's not too much that you can do, right? Outside of something poppy on B, which is easy to read for the CTs, and they will open for B potentially in those rounds, right? Not too many options, but go for a 5A default, right? Like try to brute force your way in, pick up the pace in taking map control so that, all right, if they're there, you at least have the numbers to get the trade kills and make some movements happen on the map. This way they would just give openings, not gain any space in return, and slowly the round would fizzle out.
Which I don't feel like is so typical from Legacy normally, right? Like, I think that was something that really, I know we're talking more than 6 months back now when we refer to the Austin Major, but that was something that really was able to put them on the map, was their reactivity to a lot of, you know, we're talking top tier teams as well. Like, no shade on BC Game. What they showed here was incredible, but this felt uncharacteristic for me from Legacy.
But it's like they've always been really good at playing the numbers game, but as Janko mentioned, if you get shut down in your default and you actually get the trades off, then it's just really hard to put the puzzle together and see what is actually the right play. And then it turned into the individuals trying to go for plays. We did see that Nissim tried to pick up Catwalk. He tried to sit in the monster smoke trying to play out. And if this guy goes down too early in the round, if he's eliminated, that just gives BC Game the opportunity to actually push out. We saw Electronic do it twice. He went out through the smoke whenever he was eliminated and got into the position not only to get the entire information for the team that, hey, they're probably hitting A, but if they actually rotate back, that is exactly where he's going to cut them off. And that's it. That is just how Overpass sometimes functions. It is so hard to sometimes puzzle things together if you can't get the things rolling. And it's a map where you need to be very proactive as CT because you get so much information, and if you can be very precise about your information, you'll also know when to apply your utility and cut things off.
Just circling back to the stakes of this matchup as well, you touched on it before, Janko, the fact that the VRS points are just so important for BC Game in this one. I don't want to get ahead of myself. This was their map pick. This was only the first map of the series, but to be starting off like this, it's got to...
Yeah, I mean, it's the major before the major for them, right? And I think it's just really important that they want a map here, to, especially the first one, to kick things off, because they had 2 bad losses online to, you know, no-name teams / players. You go to a boot camp, right, and you give your best, but it's this result. All right, like, we can do this, especially a comeback win. Like, now everyone's feeling good, the energy is flowing, the comms are going to be flowing. So I think that was crucial for them. They need momentum. Like, this lineup will need momentum in order to achieve any sort of success.
100%.
It was just great to see that Symbol was feeling it. You know, he was high-fiving his teammates. He was yelling back across the line. He was, you know, he was feeling it, and you can see that he actually enjoyed playing the game. And I think that is maybe something that Symbol haven't done in the last couple of months. Like, he's really enjoying his time. You know, as you mentioned, he's maybe a little bit grateful for being here. You know, he's not, maybe if he didn't play well here, he maybe wouldn't be here next year. He maybe wouldn't be there for the major. He knows what's at stake, and I think that actually does something good to him.
I liked the shouting here because I kind of forgot about Simple when he was on FaZe in Austin versus Legacy, and just how loud it got in that room. That was amazing. Let's talk about map 2 though, because I think we need to potentially reset our expectations. Legacy, Inferno, we know they're really solid on it. I feel like this is going to be going to 3 maps.
I know, but it's still very concerning, you know, again, the lack of creativity and finding a solution. I mean, they didn't get the bomb down. And even the last round they won to get into overtime felt like accidental. Didn't feel like they did anything super differently. They were just able to hit that 1 extra shot to get the 1 extra kill, to put the bomb down and sort of defend the retake from that point on. We're talking about a team that's always in it, that's very resilient. I mean, they were the ones with the lead now, and it completely let it slip away. So I'm hoping that this is a wake-up call in terms of mentally to get into the swing of things.
Well, Simple & Co. showing resilience in buckets and spades, but that is going to need to continue as Legacy map pick lays in wait. That's Inferno coming your way after this short break.
This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Welcome back.
Yo, hi. Nice to be back.
Yeah, it's so cool. So how's everything going? You can be honest.
It's nice.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying being back, and yeah, looking forward to first games on LAN. Hopefully, you know, they will be different than online.
Hopefully. What happened there? Was it just too late?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
You didn't watch it, right?
Well, I was asleep.
Okay.
I mean, maybe you guys as well.
I was asleep as well.
Oh, well, there you go.
For the second game.
Yeah. I mean, it was very late.
Yeah, I don't know, like kind of late hours, but still we should be able to beat the teams. But I think that we didn't have much time to practice. We didn't have much time to actually build a team. And I think it's extremely big challenge for everybody because it's like different regions, different style of play, different approach to the game. Also, if you see on one side you have big stars, on second you have like up and coming young players. You have Mutiris, who was IGLing always like not the higher stars, but he was like more of an IGL of people. So we are learning each other every day, and I think we are doing good progress. It just it's an unknown if we will be ready for tomorrow.
Who knows? It's a pretty cool matchup versus Legacy, I think.
Yeah, they are crazy, you know. Yeah. They like to be very annoying. So
shout at each other?
Who?
Like the players, you know.
No, we are not shouting. I never shouted at anyone.
Not you, but maybe some of your new players.
It's toxic, you know. Yeah. We are not toxic.
Okay. Not at all.
None of our players are toxic.
Okay.
And you can try to find the proof.
I will tomorrow. But
don't.
Okay, don't. I think I will be right. Final question: is it harder to manage the egos in this team than it was in G2?
What egos?
Excellent answer. Thank you, Taz.
Thank you.
We are so back.
Are we?
Look at that smile. I've missed that smile, Justin. Apologies are in order.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I did overhear that.
Russell Twists Van Solken.
No, we're cool, man. I meant.
Let's not forget Gigabot, Rasmus Hooksy Hoyland. He's gonna get what's coming to him.
No, bro, I thought you meant yourself.
Come again?
Justin's got to be done at tier 1, man.
It's got to be Jova. It's over now.
The way G2 ended and the way that this one ended, it's over.
Mate, you're on FlyQuest.
The one person who had faith in me, and you betrayed me.
Come on, Justin. Mate, I was just having a laugh, mate. Jesus. Tough crowd.
All right. Next.
Now let me guess. Your mates betrayed you, and literally nobody has faith in you anymore.
Well, it's certainly not simple.
This better be the last one.
How long has it been since your last confession, Mr. Birchoff?
It's been a while.
Yeah. It still hits, though. That
out
one
of the
still
boots
hits.
these days.
I like that skit. That gave me a hearty, sensible chuckle. And probably the same for BC Game. They're going to be feeling pretty damn good about themselves. The desk has discussed it at length about just how important it was to start this tournament off on a better foot. We also got to hear from Taz. New coach, 3 days on the roster. So this is all very fresh. Their first big win. And let's see if they can actually convert the series. You've taken a map.
It's very impressive to me, Alex, that they did it with 10-2 down. I know it was their own map choice. I understand it's Overpass. It's just impressive from the standpoint of having the mental to claw yourself back into the game. Yeah. That's the key.
They're still using my cam. I designed this one.
Oh, really?
I told Jay Raz, look at this cool truck angle.
Maybe he thought, you know, where Alex is here, I'll show him his truck.
It's cool to see.
Nobody
the
went
fruit?
through second
Yeah,
mid, though.
It's a shame. All right, what we got? Simple goes searching towards App, a 4-man stack towards the A site, and I'd be a bit nervous if I'm Aragorn. I don't think they're stopping. They're not stopping. He's supposed to be able to spam away with the dual Berettas. He's done significant damage, but they've lost the site.
Pick up Banana, though. This is very fast.
Yeah, no kit. Gonna have to do this quick. Doomau, this is a ballsy angle to be adopting, and it's worked. He has been overlooked. Ooh, I spoke too soon. Utiris will find him before he could connect. Low HP, man down, but still a 10-second defuse ahead of the CTs. How do they play this? Sad's in next one for the fight and does well. Removes the header Simple. Dancing around that new box, gets away, extends play. Time on their side. A nice shot from Lux. Just on the fadeaway. Still falls to Nissim in the clutch. They have to get on that defuse. A 10-seconder. Need the cover from Aragorn. He can't mess this up, and he doesn't. Massive from Aragorn. Solo on the B site. He gets his, and he gets the round done.
Yeah, and that was down to the wire, and Taz making some noise, but to G up the boys, not to throw the smack talk to the other side. Taz a bit coy in that interview with Shocks.
Yeah, I like the questions. I liked what Effie was going for. And Taz, he handled that like a professional. Damn, Aragorn. I am impressed. That could have
done
been
very well there, hasn't he?
So easily could have been a Glock headshot through the smoke, right? And round would have been a lot more difficult. He does significant damage. He survives. And we're going to be seeing the Force buy. Heavy focus on the utility. Oh, and heavy focus on aggression. Aragorn's not going to let them take Banana with ease. He wants that info. He wants that space. Quick pop mid, perhaps? 3 members of the CT side here.
Sidebar, haven't seen an MP7 yet in this game. A little bit disappointed.
Where's the MP7?
There was a lot of it earlier in the day. All right, A-Pop, here they come.
All right. Got Simple on the long side. It's his responsibility. Looks like there will be a Tech9 asking questions. It's Lance at short wrap. Good burst to their face of Nissim, but long-range UMP! It's the UMP! Don't sleep on the SMG. Sadzin breaks in onto Electronic. He still gets 2, but they've got the site and they've got the plant. This Force by second round, by the way, not a single second round converted by the pistol winners yet in this series. This could be the first. It would have to be a successful retake. Mutiris on 4 HP. He's got to find out.
Very noisy.
I mean, a single bullet from either of these weapons and he is a dead man.
How's Aragorn meant to assist up the short side now?
Yes, him on that 14 HP. Little miss. Good shot. Mutiris on the 4 HP. Now clearing the pit side. They spot him. They frag him. And we have a conversion. It's BCG, the first to buck the trend.
Okay, that was stressful. I'm curious now if we see Legacy double dip and go for a Force again. You take 3 players with you. You get the bomb down. Do you want to keep the pressure on? I think conventional wisdom would say just take the partial, get the full into the next. But this was so close. Lux does a great job there on that UMP. I love the detail of having the Moto Molly thrown from brackets control. So the long player's thrown that. It's for Simple sight side. He gets caught, also takes vision completely off. So the strategy was good. Holding on to the post plant, less than ideal.
I mean, just the fact that Lux gets that double headshot on a UMP just looks like a drive-by. Very impressive. Still not enough.
Okay, so they are just going to piece together a partial.
It's an interesting kind of double dip, as in, is it a partial?
Yeah, look, they're making sure that they have enough money for the buy into the next, right? The loss bonus is going to get them there.
Okay. But yeah, they want to remain threatening and Simple. He's going to pull out his signature sniper for round 3.
He has a good mid-spawn too, so if he wants to go for the pick, he could, and he knows that he's not going to be going up against the AWP on the other side.
Yeah.
His biggest threat would be, in a round like this, a Deagle or a Hero AK.
A random Galil from Lux in the last second out of spawn.
It's 2,900 into the next, right? So, should all be good for the buys. And this is like, when a team is monitoring the purchases well, right? You know when you can take liberties like this.
This is a liberty, isn't it, from Electronic? You'd have loved that clean. He's got to try and back away, and it costs him everything. He goes down. Simple's going to try and stick around. That AWP firing off a shot. He's very vulnerable to a Tech9 running at him, but he's sticking around. He's got the confidence in his ability to not only get a one, but get away as well.
So it feels like they were hoping to take advantage of the light by here, but also if there was a pocket strat, which we can see there clearly is, if you get a pick early, you're going to completely remove whatever that spawn call was, and they have to readjust. But right now, BCG in the 4v5 have to claw this one back, and they're actually gambling towards B. It's just crazy. Left to his own devices. Simple's rotated over towards the B site.
Misread?
Well, there's no finish just yet, but they have got brackets control looking to pipe through. So if they wanted to set up a mid to B thinking they'd play a 2-2, the setup could work.
Oh, Mutiris, you've got to get your ban out. Crazy's done well.
They are going back to B.
They are going to pivot. Aragorn's just peeling away now. It puts it all onto Simple sniper rifle.
But it's so quiet. There's no follow through. There's no util. Simple knows they're coming.
Simple's ready. Aragorn sticks around and he's going to track one. Catches Doom out. Someone slipped the net though and they're closing that gap. They've got to get past Aragorn. But it's Simple catching everyone. Lux goes down. Just Sadzin remains. He's going to try and force that fight with the plant. Simple doesn't want to take too many risks. Just runs it in with a USP. Solid 3K out of Simple. First round with the sniper, map 2.
Yeah, okay, so that's worked out beautifully, hasn't it? Because the gamble call, if they just went in towards the A site, brute force their way in, Legacy didn't know, but that would have been their round, assuming they're likely playing a 2-2 defense. So bomb going down does facilitate everybody with everything they should desire for Legacy. Looks like there is one AK lacking for Lux, but Galil with full set of nades, all good in the hood. Now, this is one of the maps that BCG has played online, right? They have officials. Now, those officials, one of them was Giga late at night. These are against teams that no one's heard of.
Simple's ahead of the mid-smoke. This could catch them off guard, but no one's looking. It's Nissim coming in from second mid that could catch him with that scope heard. Nissim's got him booked. Ooh, mispredicted Simple's path out. Gets away with his life. Lux has taken heavy damage here towards the top of Banana. Aggressive pathing from Nissim, but it's just a kind of a solo adventure right now.
Well, they've done a good job of making sure they don't give anything away just yet, BCG. Sure, there's a little bit of damage done, but they've maintained somewhat of brackets control with this setup porch side, and now as the smoke starts at lobby and they know something's coming, who's playing anti?
So Molotov available on Lato. Gonna force a retreat out of electronic, extinguish to block, vision from Crazy.
You can get off and they can reset up.
I like Simple's proactive nature here, sticking on that boiler slip and might catch that bomb leaving. Lux has it on his back. It's gonna be a 3v5 on the A site.
He's gonna catch him here on the fade if he hangs around.
Yeah, aggressive AWPing. Simple's not playing scared. Takes down Doom out, trade provided. Important from Lato.
Electronics in a strong spot for 2.
Crazy tugged on site as well, somewhat of a crossfire. And that smoke's actually going to help him. He doesn't have to worry about the long side so much.
How good's the flash?
Does it catch him? Yes, it does. A beautiful flash. Everyone's doing the dance, but Crazy. Crazy profits the most. A double kill, comfortable defense, and BCG, they're vibing high. The frequency raised. And now we're getting weird for Legacy. Your overpass was a bit of a heartbreaker. You saw the stern team talk they were having between maps. This is not what you were talking about. You do not want to be getting into a deep hole early.
And you're seeing that Simple confidence as well, right? Sticking around, looking for fights, wanting to be that jarring force, and he's throwing some sauce back over the fence. He's loving life right now. I like the way Yanko put it. You know, maybe now that they've been out of this environment for so long, being back in it, right? They loved it like they once did. Because
the hunger.
When you're doing it week in, week out.
But also, you know, when you're forced to sit it out,
exactly.
You're watching others do what you want to be doing. I think that does kind of bleed into some increase in hunger.
They played through the mid-lurk smoke quick on this.
They are. Simple's in a prime position, though, and he's jiggled out. Spots the Tech 9. He's not playing scared.
It's all a bomb.
Big HG. Fighting forward. Bringing the fight. Flashing support as well. Simple dispatches of one. Lux is gone. Apps from Nissim. Maybe he could catch something. Mutiris hears this. Worried about the arch slip. Lato and Nissim winning their duels. A nice one back. Mutiris positionally sound. It's that bomb, though. Sadzin trying to find the gap, but Aragorn slips in just in time. Looking great. Looking brilliant. Nothing from Legacy. They tried to kind of concoct some chaos. And it's not going to work out.
Yeah, you bang on with the term chaos there, because it existed for a moment, didn't it? And then the response from BCG, just happy to take these fights, the pieces in the right place, and another timeout taken. So the pressure already starting to mount
I didn't notice where that flash came from. Like, am I tripping? Was that short player Simple killed flashed? Doesn't see that. I don't see the flash in the feed. Maybe I'm making it up. I thought I saw him doing the dance. Regardless, another convincing one.
So 5-0 start, really running with the momentum they accrued in the CT hold of Overpass. These rounds have been a little bit closer at short. Duma yet to find a frag. It feels like BCG know that Legacy really love to run Dumao at Banana looking for those fights. So if they don't give him the opportunity to win out those duels and you stunt them for top Banana control, sure, you're in the black box, but what do we always say? You have to maintain Brackets control then. And we've seen them with Brackets control set up, boosted on Porch, under Porch, Simple playing the AWP aggressive, looking for fights in middle.
Looking for fights at B. He starts the AWP there, but he's not going to overcook it. Smoke towards the half wall.
So the tempo of this might have to change a little bit for Legacy. If you're hoping to be able to brute force with utility and these rehearsed patterns of openings, you might not get what you want because they're not trying to fight fire with fire. So lots of U2 hold on for both teams as we're a minute 25 on the clock now. Starting to limp that in. Bringing the AWP for a fight. Simple is going to cheek into this.
Oops, spotted 2 nades leaving logs. A lot of info as to their positions. Heavy nades back and forth. Oh god, Aragorn's ears are ringing. The boost should have him. That's nice from Sadzin. More where that came from though. Simple and Mutiris still have the B defense on lock. Opening kill though for Legacy, and they've got a minute to find the finish. Lock smoke, that'll take 20 off of the clock. I love the absence of fear in Mutiris right now.
Yeah, knows he's got Simple behind him with the AWP to mop up the mess. Starting to dart back now. Lato and Nissim are going to join Zoom Out Lux and Sadzin as the tail of this Banana piece. Mutiris has left Simple. A fake with long smokes. They have no info right now. BCG are in the dark.
He's ready. They're not going to boost. They're going to swing, and he nails it onto Dumao. Dips away. He's done this before. They're trying to amplify the pressure. Catch him alone, and they've done it. Lux with a jumping AK frag, and the bomb can go down.
Should be the save right now. I understand that they've had this nice surge, but still, think about the cash. Think about the long game. This is still CT side of Inferno. You don't want to be throwing away rifles in a 4v3 number disadvantage retake of a tough to retake site. So they're going to hold on to their goods.
And that's the second time Legacy have managed to, manipulate the defense to the point where it is simple solo B. This time, however, it's not the simple 3K.
Yeah, Lux right there, running through the flames. He knows he has to track down Simple in that moment. If he gets a chance to reposition Nubox, he gets at least 2 more peaks from that spot. And it was a great move there from the IGL. He'll even scavenge the AWP to give to Sadzin going into the next. And this will now limit the options of Simple. Oh no, they left it. Okay, they left it in Banana. They don't want the AWP. They're going to keep it rifle heavy. Simple should be able to get an AWP dropped. Mutiris has 7k, so he can hook him up. But also, the CT side don't have to roll with this AWP setup if they don't want to. So we'll have to wait and see what the this here, just you're surging through. And you can see how disconnected he is from the rest of his team. He dies there, then the whole round probably stalls out. So very, very important trade in that moment. Attack timeout called. Taz on the mic. And they do get Simple the AWP. Okay. So want to continue to prioritize this in his hands. So as mentioned, it looked like a lot of the game plan was, all right, we can give him Banana because we know there's going to be these HE Molotov rallies. Let's make sure that we're vying for Brackets control. They shifted after they were successful with that, hoping to search for AWP kills and beat a nuisance within the mid-rounds over towards Banana. Didn't go their way. Legacy held them at bay, and now let's see if we have a game. One more of those, and there will be questions about the finances, depending on the save situation. So, considering how Inferno goes, probably going to be a save or 2 if a site does get lost. 2-3 start, Electronic and Simple starting on A. Portuguese over towards B. Saw call. Electronic's on his own here, needs to be careful, but wants to slow down the default. Right, that incendiary. In play to stop the boiler jump up. Knows he's on a timer now. Sweeps out safely. Now it's 4 strong on A. Good off angle.
Head to head. Electronic surely fading this one, yeah. Further away from the angle.
I feel like if there's a top mid smoke, you know something's up. You shouldn't go for that pick when the top mid smoke is in play. And bit of a miss from Simple.
Yep, that's a little awkward. Good find. Wow, Electronic actually makes it fine. It gets
look
awkward.
At this push. Look at this push.
Crazy.
This is masterful. They just got blocked top B. There's at least 1 kill. Does he take it?
Surely you just have it. Everything's fine.
Yep.
Simple was dead though.
Yes.
We may have seen that.
Sorry, boss.
Oh wait, actually, there's a world where Aragorn gets a freebie here.
Yep, that's round. Is he really going to do it?
That's going to really sound. And that's 0-7. James Bond's getting knifed in the back. Ooh. This is like the opposite of Overpass.
Yeah, okay.
A very strong start for BCG. Extra AWP funds accrued by the knife kill.
Yeah, okay. 6-1, your opponent's map choice. Winner of this takes on the winner of Foot versus 3D Max, which is currently raging on our B stream. Not impossible for BCG to make stage 2 here at IEM Krakow. And we know they are thirsty for those VRS points, but this team, together for a short period of time, Simple Electronic reunited.
The major before the major,
with the Portuguese core.
I mean, a win would be some real chunky amount of points.
Look at the risk they're taking now.
I mean, understandably confident.
But completely on his lonesome.
Yeah, this is a completely individual play from Crazy. What an angle.
That's a kill.
Not ready for that. He can't quite believe it. Crazy. True to his namesake, a forward solo play to find the double. Weird from Lux and Crazy standoff here. Does he take that Molotov as an invitation? He certainly does, with the waiting for the team flash, so they get info on 2A. And they're actually going to ask Electronic. Oh, yeah, he spotted it. Peeks out. Goes down. That's a big pick-off. Makes it a 3-on-3. Are they really rapping?
Okay. Hoping to catch players in rotation. They're not finding what they're looking for, so they've hit pause, right? Lux is still dealing with any moves over towards A. Sads are bringing the bomb back now. Dumao is selling the mid to B with that flash, so Mutiras has to go back and deal with that. Duma's not actually going to investigate. He's just hoping to keep boots planted, which he's pulled at least one player away, but Crazy anchoring Pit. If he gets one, they won't expect Aragon up in apps.
Yeah, they're going to kind of bait him out.
He's going to play through Boiler. The timing could be perfect.
Yeah, Lux might just walk past the Boiler door. Just looks away. Aragon with the timing. We can't have back-to-back.
Don't. Just kill him.
You win the round if you kill him. You win the round if you kill him. Gets it. Lux goes down. 15 seconds for the T side. Sure, you got the plant.
Teammate just smoked him. What?
It's being punched. Bomb is planted. Flash available. Dumao, do you swing off of it? The second one's there. Opportunity for something. Gets nothing. Just sat it in the clutch. Going to get overrun. It's Mutiras to close it down. Shut him down. BCG with a 7th on the CT.
Simple and Electronic watching that unfold. They're going to be nervous, but happy that their boys are able to pull that one off. I think Aragon wanted all the kills for himself. He smokes his teammate out in Pit there.
Crazy. Crazy gets a firm pat on the back for that double kill in apps.
Yeah, great round. And then he survives in Pit, right? So not only is he finding the opening incisions that throw the round into disarray,
he doesn't get the bloodlust, he doesn't overplay.
That's what you love to see. So very, very well done. This 6-round gap and in the bin right now at Legacy, hoping to hit the ground running in 2026. Domestic competition, unable to get the better back home. Opted not to play Bounty, so this is their... They didn't even come to Europe early to boot camp, right? They've come straight from domestic LAN. They did a LAN boot camp at home. They've come here and hoping to be able to run with the momentum. You draw BCG, who if you look at their online results, they'd played 5 maps in total. They get eliminated by 2 Russian teams no one's heard of. And then they come into this and everyone thinks it's just going to be a dysfunctional family. Well, at the moment, it's functioning quite well.
Truly.
Got this tech time up for a moment. As you can see on the camera shots here, everybody, a Liquid starting to take to their booth. The same to be said for NIP. That is our final match of the day on the A stream for day 1 at IEM Krakow for stage 1. 8 teams will be progressing to stage 2 with the big boys away. Your Furious, your Vitalities, your Spirits, your Falcons, your Mausers. FaZe Clan, don't forget about them. I'm forgetting about someone, so...
It's hard to, though.
Na'Vi.
There we are. So someone's kicked out the power, I reckon.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, just needed an extra 5 minutes to kind of get their head screwed on properly.
Lucky Yanko's here.
Yeah, he'll be on it.
Yeah, we got our best tech guy to fix the problems. No, so last time, IEM Katowice last year, Vitality win. Last time Simple was in Katowice. It was 2024 with Falcons at a Challenger event. And they came last place. They lost to Sora and Eternal Fire.
Okay, so looking to kind of... yeah, do better than that.
Yes, and now he's back at a...
IEM Winter Championship.
And it's starting pretty damn well, I would say. I don't think this is the expectation that anybody had. So to see them taking it to Legacy in this fashion...
Also, just with Legacy, I mean, you know, armchair psychologist once again, putting my hat on.
I think that it'd be very easy for the roster to still have their mind in Overpass, still thinking.
Oh, yeah.
Every round you lose on Inferno, you're thinking, oh, this shouldn't do. We should have had the first match.
Without a doubt. I think without a doubt.
Just thinking, we would have had Dust too, just waiting in the wings if this did go this way. Now you don't. Now it is a must-win map, or Legacy will be thrust to the lower bracket in their opening game, and their shortcomings and the recent results following them everywhere they go. New year, same Legacy. And a very different BCG. A smile on Muteris. It warms my heart. Warms my heart. Muteris has been playing Counter-Strike longer than most of us.
Probably longer than Seguiwara's been alive. So
Yeah.
the new 16-year-old AWPer for Bait. I don't know if people caught him playing. How did that Bait result go? They won the first map, and then they lost the second in... Oh, they lost the series to NRG. Okay. Close the map of Inferno there, so not what Bait were looking for. And he didn't play well on the last two maps, did Seguikawa, so that's not great. I was just G'ing him up. But, it's going to happen. That's his first HLTV matches.
And his last name is Bible, which is pretty gangster.
Okay. His first name, I guess, is the equivalent of Michael.
I think so.
Yep. Okay, TeamSpeak issue. IT are on the case. If we need production, we can use Russia's TeamSpeak. I don't want to give the IP out on air. Don't want to dox it.
192.
But yeah, no, it is a pretty good place. Russia's TeamSpeak. We have a good time. He's not observing right now. I believe it's Chev.
Chevron.
Chev Meister with J-Raz.
Power couple.
Passion versus G2. That'll be the final game on the B stream for the day. That's exciting. G2, we didn't see them play. They opted to skip Bounty as well, so they've been boot camping. The team that I'm most interested in who skipped Bounty is Mouse. That's the team I'm most interested in.
Sense.
I want to see what they have been cooking in the lab.
Because they always do. They always, when they do have time away, they will come back with a couple of new, prongs to their fork.
Mine is more about what are they doing within the team to come out with a different attitude? Because, they've done the same thing over and over again, and they've only got the same results.
If I was there, if I had complete control of Mouse,
okay,
what I'd do is I'd put the whole team on a helicopter.
Helicopter.
I'd fly them out to a remote part of the woods or forest.
Okay.
I'd drop them in all together.
Yep.
And I'd say, I'll be back in 72 hours. And I'd give them a couple of sharp knives, some flint, and I'd just see if they could survive.
There's a movie.
There's a movie to be made about that, for sure. I mean, we'd get, a good camera guy.
This is Lord of the Flies, but intentional?
Well, not necessarily. We all know Lord of the Flies is a fiction, so maybe it would be a bit of an experiment. But I also just think, a lot of bonding. It would be good to see if any of those members of Mouse would survive.
Okay, so they would have to have roster changes
potentially,
in a way.
Yeah, involuntarily.
Okay.
But also, if they do survive, you come back as a more, well-gelled unit.
Okay.
If you've looked after each other, you've fed each other, you built a shelter together. That's just my idea.
I was just thinking send them to Thailand and make them do a Muay Thai boot camp for a month.
That's
shave all their heads and,
I see it. Honestly, we're both kind of barking up the same tree. We're both barking there. We're back. TeamSpeak's working 7-1 map 2. Let's see if there is anything from Legacy's T side. Now, this is recoverable. We've got the full guns out. It does have to start happening sooner rather than later.
The recovery needs to begin right here, right now.
Yeah. I love this top mid smoke. Limits info for the early CT start. Doomau has had a rough one. Got his first kill, though.
They haven't had issues getting banana control.
Oh, that's weird. That's tough. That's tough. 50 HP melts, as do the soles of his shoes. HE looks like
well placed.
Very nice. Chunky damage. They've really paid a heavy price for this early space. Meantime, top mid, Lato is going to be slinking through. They smoke the short side and have had no resistance towards Arch.
Double pit set up. It's tough for Electronic being on the balcony. If you can get one and fall into pit, that's ideal. Need the apps block, and now, and he has dropped. They've heard that, so they know there's one player pit side.
Okay. Electronic will use this opportunity. Lato starting his clears. They're going to clamp down. All in unison. Electronic, he gets his duel. He wins it out. He's ready for number 2 as well. Distracted by the spam. That's some team play. Profiting now. Nice tracking from Crazy. He's having a great time on Inferno. Nearly 3. Nearly had the transfer onto Lux as well.
Bomb will go down, but it is a number advantage retake for BCG. They've got the kit. They've even got a cheeky flash on Simple. Going to be very impressed if Lux and Sadzin can pull this off.
Sentry for the pit. Mutas can throw this from short. That will flush Sadzin out. But, again, it is an incendiary. Maybe it won't fully spread.
Flash on the short side. Where's that incendiary going? Aragorn still pulling it out. Throws it in. Sadzin takes the fight. Stands and bangs for one. Only Lux. Hoping to be overlooked. Times on the uncrouch. Aragorn with impact. Another BCG round. Crazy. I'm telling you, he's got two. Most of the time they come his way.
Yeah, and what I was most impressed about was his nade placement. Sure, he gets 2 kills, but the nade lands on the players who are softened top banana as well, almost completely removing them as threats from the round. HE lands, almost deletes the other 2. Delaying, great stuff. And then that incendiary does land in time. Flushes the pit player out even with a kill, and they handle business. And from strength to strength right now, getting fired the hell up.
Yeah, and understandably so.
Well, at least the difference from Overpass is Legacy getting the bomb down. So with the max loss bonus, they're able to buy. So they can keep the pressure on. But they're running out of opportunities with rounds right now. 8-1, and they're on the T side. They're turning straight into an A play. Electronic and Crazy both forward. This is going to be tough.
Very tough.
He's open. And it's not simple.
It is AWPing. Doesn't matter if Electronics already removed one. Gets Nissim. Swings on out for number 2. Just spamming smoke. Throws caution to the wind. Crazy's alone. Mutiris arrives library side, and he's not playing scared. He's open! It's Crazy! But you could have told me it's simple. Makes it look so. Double kill, 1 bullet. Buy one, get one free.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, yeah, and they're having a good time. I think this is the counter side of what people were expecting when they thought this team was going to rock up. It was going to be tilts, Simple Electronic chewing them out. Right now, they're just having fun.
Well, I mean, understandably. The expectation we had and the first half we saw on Overpass, everything was lining up to have expectations met.
Yeah, well,
this is the opposite of that.
They are ragdoll on Legacy right now. The best they can salvage T-side Inferno is 3, and it needs to start with Tech 9s.
That is a juicy feast available in VRS points. Getting closer and closer for BC Game. Molly mid hits the smoke, so Simple feels pressure. Electronic is in a position to report that mid is no longer a threat, or not currently a threat. Here's that Deagle.
Now that you know it's pistols, boys, just play an anti-force setup.
And they've lost one. Electronic with empty hands. Simple forced forward by the flame. Crazy. Couple of missed shots and a reload needed. Simple burst that Tech 9, and Dumau wins it out. That's a big kill from Dumau. He's only had a couple.
Okay, it's the Portuguese on the retake.
Has this trio got what it takes?
You're going to have to wait out the half-life of this Moto Smoke. You can go for it late. You do have kits. Double at bike. Molly would be great.
Yeah, it would be well placed. Mutiris is the one equipped with that, coming in from the other side. Throws it out. Nice shot from Aragorn. Forces them wide. Crazy hits the shot. Looking good. Looking spectacular. BCG make it look easy. The Saw trio raising the roof on the retake.
Give a nod to the Portugueses right there. That is phenomenal poise.
I mean, poise is a perfect word for it. Wow. Seeing that one again.
He's like, oh, I see his leg. Oh, let me just take a moment to line this one up. Incendiary lands, flushes this player late out a pit of Lato and just spinning around Aragorn. I love the sass coming from BCG as well. This is great. Okay, well.
It's been a long time since I've seen Electronic and Simple that hyped.
Yeah, well, when they're playing online games.
Yeah, it's a different vibe, isn't it?
They're in their bedrooms. Tough odds for Legacy, and I think that's fair with a 10-1 scoreline.
Very little to celebrate. Felt like that was a little bit of a way in to have a recovery of sorts. It's, you know, in air quotes, I think, at this point. Aragorn is going to be trapped behind the flames. He's going to have to commit to the sandbag fight.
Oh,
Dumau's just looking! Was worried about standing in the flames and instead gets brought down by Aragorn, who gets 2! The leader of men. Double kill. And a shot for Simple, he's never going to miss. Lato just swings on in to his demise. An 11th round handed to them. Just a moment's time, completely divided. Sadzin forward on B, Nissim forward on A. hoping for a misplay. Crazy hasn't given them many of those. 14 and 5.
Look at this. Electronic's going to be the thorn in between the two sides of Nissim and Sadzin.
I think he heard Sadzin's steps, so...
Ooh.
He's aware of the possibility.
Well, Sadzin has the gap right now. He's coming back.
Mm-hmm. One more of those, and he gets the exact fight he wanted. Well-placed crosshair from Electronic. And now Nissim's position and whereabouts noted. Crazy should have him. Tucked on the mini pit. How's your clear? How's your fragging? Good control of the spray for the first.
How to get the bomb, though. Midros, we got to stop him here.
Yeah, retrieval is going to be a death sentence. Tries to bait him out. Back turned and a headshot found. 11-1. BC game making a very strong case to start off Krakow right. Less than a month since this BC game roster has taken this constellation. Simple and Electronic. The year is 2026. And Simple and Electronic find themselves picking themselves up a first map win and now looking very convincing for the series. Legacy on their knees. 11-1 on the half. Chad Birchall joining me in the booth. Hope you're all having a lovely afternoon and evening.
Yeah, some really good team play, some great rifle work, some good retakes, a good game plan. it's hard to fault it right now. I think when you see this roster put together, it was a flavor of Falcons where it's, oh, let's just buy a core to make sure we can play these events. You see this, nobody think it's going to work.
Come on now, a double nade stack and a push. It's worked wonderfully to find Aragorn.
And you can't react immediately either. You're not set up for that with this pistol. It's just simple lingering over towards A. It looks like he might have to take some initiative to get them some space. But Duma has full banana control, and it looked like they were about to go into a 4-1, but Lado's heading back over to assist. So Duma stays on the line, Lado's here to help. Nissim porch side, Lux long, and Sanson in the pit. That's the setup of the lay of the land right now, with limited utility for the finishes. 2 smokes and a flash. Could just be long, Moto, go.
Nissim's forward position's got a lot of faith in the cover from
They're going to
Sanson.
wrap. They're going to wrap here. Lux is going to lose vision.
Ooh, Moto smoke as well. So what? You're going to linger? Maybe catch Lato first?
I think they've got maybe they're going for the mid to B. Okay, this is not an angle you're clearing.
Yeah, he should definitely have one here. It's going to be Electronic leading the pack. Oh, just looked away. He just looked away. Brutal. Dumal's here. A lot to do. Way too much to do. And he's just caught in the open. You tap a 1. You get that first.
They still have this Mutira smoke. They've actually used the top banana. Oh, he's flubbed it there. If they just drop that CT, that's round in itself. It's going to do the job. Barely.
Is it? He was thinking about running through. The spam doesn't connect and Crazy doesn't either. Okay, Lux versus Simple. He's not... Oh, he's not having any trouble, is he? That's a quick one. Nice shot from Simple.
Play the bomb, boys.
This is for everything. Yep, Simple's done. He wants to get this job over with. Lovely triple at a Simple, looking precise.
I don't think anyone's predicting this one.
No.
What a wild result this is. They are just ragdolling Legacy right now.
Even after Overpass, most people are expecting 3.
Yeah, I didn't think that it was going to be a 12-1 scoreline. Sure, maybe it could have been a hard-fought battle, but this was Legacy's turf. I think a lot of this has to be the mental that was shook after fumbling that of Overpass.
It was 10-2. In favor of Legacy on that first map, and they let it slip away in overtime.
Just such a short period of time, but they're going fast.
Yeah, they are. MP9, yeah, looks like it's worked out for Dumal. Mutiris on the trade.
When they went fast on the anti-eco on Overpass, it didn't work, Alex.
And Deagle's ready. This time he's connected on the second bullet. Not going to be going down either. The covering fire from Lato connects. It's up to Simple. The 1v4 clutch for the game. Starts off strong, removes 2. It's up against 5-7s. This is in Simple's wheelhouse. They are close, though. On the other side of that smoke. Walks right next to him. The smoke will fade any second. He's obscured. He's got the headshot. Simple in the clutch. This would be one hell of a close. One hell of an opportunity. Simple clutches up. He's here. He's here at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow. Announces his presence with one hell of a close, and BC game. They will take down Legacy.
Okay. That's a statement right there. One way to close. And we're all happy to have the man back on our screen. Took to the bench a couple years ago. Didn't love CS2. He's been trying to worry his way back to the top. A couple of stand-in stints, Falcons phase, but it's BCG. They've got him a roster, and he's brought them a win at IEM Krakow. These points for the VRS hugely important. But getting Simple and Electronic back on our screens in 2026 to deliver some of their best Counter-Strike, that's got me excited.
I think my main takeaway, sure, Simple clutching, but Aragorn, Crazy, Mutiris all having their moments. This core enabling the other 2, Electronic and Simple duo, to do their very best work. Some tenacity in map 1 and some domination in map 2. A 2-0. The absolute nightmare of a start for Legacy.
Okay, that was fun.
How do you not get out of your head? How do you shake that off? Either way, we get to hear from the GOAT himself. F, standing by with Simple.
Absolutely. So we had to after that last 1v4. So start with that last round then. You were feeling it.
It was 1v4, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just triple guy repicked me, fountain guy decided to pick, and at the end they played not together. So it's 1v4, yeah.
Yeah. Or they played not together, or they were shook because of the comeback on Overpass and then the way you play. Can you talk to me about the turnaround? Because you guys look lost a little bit, right, on Overpass?
Yeah, we played not that good on T side, and we lost a lot of control from toilets, and they had so many entry kills on us, I think. And it's surprising for me how we managed to come back. I mean, I believed after a pistol round, of course, but still, it's so hard to come back like this. And I'm very proud of each player.
Yeah, it's great to see you smile and to see that vintage Simple in the server. But can you tell me something about Aragorn and Crazy? Because it's hard to adjust for them, right? But they really flipped it.
Yeah, Crazy is more quiet guy. At some point, he just decided to take AVP. I'm like, oh yeah. How it's like he never took it on practice and he just took it and did double. And Ara is more like aggressive guy and he likes to take timings, to have space, and yeah.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure when Simple is in the server. And now over to the desk.
100%. And when he's closing out games like that as well, I mean, we have Taz up here. Can you just give me your reaction to this? Congratulations. This was a crazy way to close it out.
I was already thinking next round.
And I don't blame you. That was nuts. He makes it sound so easy when he's asked to kind of dissect it. Yeah, they misplayed it, I guess.
I think that with Sasha, like what I saw since we are in a team together, like looks so easy. Like how he controls, and a lot of times he's like in this situation, he's like, I think I can win this. Like it's like 1v4, he didn't kill anyone. I think I can win this. He's already like map in his head.
He has the sixth sense about it, right? He's just feeling it in a different way. Yeah, I've experienced it myself. It's incredible when it happens because he can just see it from a perspective that a lot of players doesn't. So he sees the opportunity, he seizes it, and he understands that when his opponents are giving him a little bit of his finger, he's going to take the entire arm.
100%. Talk to me about the Overpass comeback though, because first half, it was looking pretty rocky for you guys, right? What were the conversations in halftime moving into second half?
I mean, I think everything started when we changed what we had in plan. We had a little bit different plan after Pistol, but it's also for me a lot about giving trusting. So sometimes I will do a pet call, sometimes it will be Mutiris. So I think that it was important that this happened, like overall this Overpass T side, especially for our, confidence that we can come back from any situation. And I'm just not too sure what happened overall, but I feel like we just forgot about what is the most important part of Overpass, which is like control of the map. Like we don't need to be fast, we don't need to be scared. Like it's CT that they need to control long, they need to control toilets, underpass, like B-pop can happen. Like so, definitely something to study. But I'm just proud of CT, and I think that Dennis had a very instrumental voice in it. Like he was really good at giving calls, and he was very confident.
I wanted to ask you, first congrats on the win, but I also wanted to ask you about your thought process when you got approached to coach this team. You know, obviously it's a very strange mix of players, so what made the job enticing for you?
I think that it's a huge challenge when you look at it. I remember still, jokes that when Sasha played FPL and I was the guy who joined the stream, like, hey, sorry, take a breather from this, you're too toxic. Or, you see Dennis in some clips, and I also saw myself in some clips from different tournaments. And I think that it just created a very weird picture of people, and I think it's just I love challenges, and for me this was probably the highest challenge, the biggest challenge you can get, and I wanted to get back into coaching to prove myself. So if I can help these boys and also allow Mutiris and Aragorn and Crazy to do something great, I would be really happy.
I'm curious to think, like, because we've talked a lot about egos, because obviously you're coaching the likes of Electronic and Simple, and that has egos. But I want to turn my attention a little bit towards the Portuguese guys, because that's like maybe the ones that we don't put too much attention on, because the other guys have such a name. But how's it been to working with these guys? I mean, like, what do you feel like they bring to the table? How do you think like the combination of these type of players are working out so far for you?
I mean, from the beginning, I kind of saw that it can work. Like, I think that these guys are very skilled when it comes to shooting, and they're a little bit different, Crazy and Ara are a little bit different. Crazy is more of a quiet guy, more of he wants to understand what's happening on the map, then he can shine. And Ara is more like he strives in chaos. And I think it's a very good pair with Mutiris, who also likes to be aggressive as IGO. So you kind of have a very interesting mix where you have two guys who like to go forward, be aggressive. You have Dennis, who used to be also very aggressive, but now he's also trying to understand the game more, and Sasha with X Factor. And yeah, like I think it's a very nice bunch, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because you mentioned confidence and how it was important for you guys, and obviously you also put a lot of emphasis on building that culture and togetherness in a part of a team, right? So how challenging was that? How has that process been? It was a bit tough, a couple of online games, but you guys had a boot camp in between. How did all that go for you?
Honestly, for me, it reminds me a lot of 1.6 times when I played, when we actually treated every practice, every kill, every utility missed as end of the world. And it is kind of like you go to a boot camp or you practice online, like every round matters, every game matters, like every move matters. So I think that sometimes people are maybe too harsh on each other, but on the other side, I prefer this approach during practice and then having a full support during official game, because you are ready for the war, And for me, like it reminds me a lot of kind of Chicago Bulls with MJ, where he was very tough on everyone, but he was also making people better. And I honestly like this. But yeah, we are working on building this unity.
Just one final question, because I've obviously got to ask, we're in your home country. We can see with the banners as well, like you appear on multitude of them. What is it like now being back for the Winter Championships here in Krakow? Pretty much completely different role than when you were lifting the trophy. How is it to kind of reflect back on that portion of your career too?
I was super happy when I saw that we are playing here. It's like there is like two pictures that I like, so I was already feeling good. Overpass didn't seem like it's a good place at the beginning, but in the end we prevailed, and it's special. For me, it's special. Last time I was in Krakow, I think it was during Major, where we lost in semifinals. So at least would be nice to go deeper, to compete with all the best teams. And I think that Legacy is also a strong team, but they are extremely hard to play, especially for tier 1. So yeah, let's see what happened next. I'm just proud of the boys.
We've taken an incredible step forward today. Congratulations on the win. I'll let
Thank
you go
you.
and celebrate with the team and get prepared for the games tomorrow. Yeah, incredible stuff coming out of BC game. Lovely that we get to pick the brains of Taz. I love that you posed that question of why take up this challenge. It was pretty honest, like, yeah, it's a huge challenge. This is a huge task to undertake, and amazing to see just pure mental resilience in this one.
Yeah, and how they dominated Legacy on the second map too, right? There's obviously the flip coin of that is what a disappointing showing from Legacy, right? And a little bit, we spent a lot of time talking about BC game in the pre-game too, because of Simple and Electronic and all of that. But I mean, Legacy was at a local tournament in Brazil before this. They lost to Sharks, they lost to MIBR, right? Like they were the biggest favorite by far in that tournament. So I don't know if, looking how flat they were in this series too, outside of that one half of play, I mean, should we start getting worried about them? Are there deeper underlying issues with this team? And they have no more room for error, obviously, in this tournament, and then there's a lot at stake for them.
100%. I think it's totally apt to be kind of, maybe not sounding the alarm bells just yet, but when it is essentially 3 halves out of a 2-map game that are just disastrous for you, right? When you have such high expectations, this is incredibly lackluster from Legacy.
Totally. I mean, it could just be an off day, but the thing is that they started off so good.
Yeah.
We were impressed with how they handled that city side on Overpass, but whenever they started to get pressure, whenever they couldn't find the openings, then they just didn't have an answer. And it was the same kind of thing when it would turn into Inferno. I don't know if they couldn't actually reset coming into that game, because Inferno is a very strong map for them, but they couldn't get anything rolling. Obviously, you also have your opponents on the other side that is playing a really good game, and it was lovely to see Electronic and Simple being so hyped. I don't think I've seen these two guys be so hyped about a counter game in years, and that just brings back, some really good vibes and brings some good memories. So it's good to see that PC game could do that. But obviously, Legacy, they got to be kicking themselves for not putting up a better fight.
Yeah, of course, it's not just single elimination here. They will have a chance to redeem themselves, but not until we move on to more days here in Krakow. But final game on the A-Stream side of things for day 1 of Stage 1 is going to be NIP versus Liquid, coming at you after this.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Elysian and Liquid are about to start their journey here at IEM Krakow, and of course it is a big importance on this tournament with the VRS implications. You basically have to do well here in terms of the invites, and you have a stand-in, so what's your perspective on all of this?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, and like you said, it's going to be hard for us. This is like must win, must do good, but at the same time, you know, we know that it's going to be a grind, it's going to be a brawl, but we can't get too like in our heads about like having to do well, having to do this and that. So we're just going to take it game by game, and you know, we know that we have to do well, but we have to just take it step by step.
Sometimes teams with a stand-in do better sometimes, right? Because you could say that you can play a bit more freely. How with your experience are you going to be sure that you can activate Crimbo?
Yeah, I mean, I think Karim has been doing very, very good so far. I think he's been great. I think that he has like a lot of like good ideas. He also like reads the macro well and has, you know, things for his spot. So I think it's been very, you know, seamless for him. And now it's more about, you know, us as four for everyone else on the team. You know, we're comfortable with each other, and we just have to make sure that we're, you know, making it easy all together. Like we have to do like our part. Everything that we've been practicing so far, it's not like it all just goes out the window just because we have a stand-in. So I think that, you know, we have the potential to do good with him still. Like he's a great player, doing great. I think it's been very fun having him here, and we're very thankful for that. And yeah, we just gotta do our best.
Yeah, I love to hear it. We love to see Crimbo on the server, of course. Now, taking a step back and looking at you, it's been a whirlwind of 2 years, right? I think a lot has changed for you. Obviously, you're back at Liquid now, and you might have not hit the ground running as you would have wanted. I wanted to know, for someone who has had so much success as you and who has had such high highs, how do you work about resetting your expectations and making sure that, I don't know, you keep level-headed through all of it if it isn't lining up with what you had expected?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think that, you know, as you said, last 2 years have been very different. Every single team has been extremely different from each other, different expectations. Like when I was in Complexity, I was in a completely different situation. Most of the guys were, you know, a bit not as experienced. The expectations for us wasn't as high, and it was more about like raising those expectations to get it out of everybody. Because if you're expecting to go out, you know, last or not do well, then I don't think that you're gonna have that delusional confidence that you need to do well. And then at FaZe, it was different. Here, it's different as well. So it's always like a different situation that you're in. And I'm just taking it as it is for like each team. Each team like needs something different to do well with. Like you can't just, you know, be the exact same player and exact same person for every single team. And I'm just trying to suit myself as, you know, whatever this team needs. But yeah, I mean, it hasn't been like the most ideal of like starts for sure. But we just have to take it, you know, step by step and build something that, you know, we're all happy with.
I love that. I love that you said delusional confidence. I feel like when I see you on the server, sometimes that's what I see. You think you can go for every kill. You get a lot of them when you're shooting well. How are you going to make sure that for Krakow you're the Elige that we know and love?
I mean, I've been feeling really good this year. Everything's been feeling a lot better. I think that we've gotten like a better understanding of like how we want to play with each other, and I've gotten more into the groove of, you know, what I'm comfortable doing. Not only in terms of like what I'm actually doing on the team, but also like outside of the game of when I'm playing my best. Like I have a certain like routine of like how I like to, you know, do my work and how I like to get comfortable in the game. And I felt like a lot more free to be able to do that here compared to, you know, last year, and just trying to keep that up. And like, I mean, I am a little bit delusional sometimes with some of my peaks, but you know, that's good. So you got to take the good with the bad. Like if you don't go for all those crazy peaks, you don't have some of like the good entries, and you know, sometimes it's just finding that happy balance.
Absolutely. Delulu is the Sululu sometimes.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Liquid Liquid versus NIP, the final game of the day on the A stream here at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026. Janko, you've kind of been the resident, I guess, VRS
Sleeper?
master, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Maths was never my strong point. This is also an important one, right? If you're looking at one particular side in this match.
It's extremely important for Team Liquid, right? Because of, for reasons only known to them, they've decided to skip the Cluj event from PGL, which is also, you know, heavily important, heavily weighted in accruing points before the cutoff, right? And they're also a team that's not right now in a position where they'll get the invite for Rotterdam. It's Rotterdam, Krakow, and Cluj, the three big ones where you can get a lot of points because it's LAN, a lot of good teams, and a lot of prize money is going to be involved, right? And they really need to sort of almost go 2-0 here into stage 2 to be able to get those points to perhaps get into the invite bubble for Rotterdam so that they can be, you know, at the major ultimately.
Have you ever thought that Elige was delusional in your time? You played against him a lot.
I've played against Elige quite a lot. I don't know if he was delusional. He was always a very strong asset to look at when I was playing against him in my multiple times. I decided to beat his ass in the grand finals. I mean, I think Elige has always been like a mechanical, very gifted player. I think he's always been a very important piece to the whole Liquid thing from all the time when they were playing their best. I think that Elige is, I mean, he does make decisions sometimes that could be questionable. He's a guy that really likes to go for fights. And as he mentioned himself, is it always necessary? Is it sometimes not needed of him to do these kind of things? But he also recognizes the thing that if he doesn't do it, maybe he will hold himself back a little bit, and that will maybe limit him a little bit. So I think Elige has a quite good understanding how to get the best out of himself.
Yeah, and it's somebody that can always make those odds kind of work for him as well. I think that's what we love about Elige, which in the same vein is why when I look at this Team Liquid, I go, oh man, I really want you to achieve more. And obviously, I'm wishing Naf all the best with the issues going on at home for him. It is unfortunate to see them coming here with a stand-in just in terms of the current situation. Crimbo, though, I'm excited to see him back in the server.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit surprising how his time in Big ended. I think that was maybe more due to him wanting to move on and then get some new opportunities. But yeah, it's, you know, worst possible timing for Liquid. And also they're showing it Bounty, losing to Falcons with a stand-in, getting 2-0'd, right? Like that also, I'm sure, stunk for them. And I think it's a sign of some broader issues for Liquid as an organization, right? When it comes to going about putting their roster together, right? Like building this team. It feels like for the last year or two, it's been mostly looking at who's the best available player we could get, you know, and someone who can be very exciting individually, but not really paying enough attention. Okay, how does that fit in with the players that we have?
Yes.
It felt like for the longest time, there was no vision about their Counter-Strike division. Like, how should our team look like? Who do we want to be? And I think Flashy has been a great addition as a coach. I think he can definitely help a lot with that, being the assistant for Blade for a long time. But I mean, it's going to take a while to do all that, and then also you're wondering, they have the right pieces now, right? And do more change need to happen before they can get where they want to be?
I actually feel like Crimbo is a little bit of a mystery to me, because he's been some of the best that Germany has produced in Counter-Strike if we go back a couple of years.
Yeah.
Then he had a bit of a slip-off. He hasn't really been performing that well in Big. Now he's cut from the team. The rumors were that he would actually have a chance of going to Vitality. He also had a G2 offer, but he decided to stick in the reins of playing with the Germans in Big, you know. And
Absent 2.0.
yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, it's curious to think that what if he would have made a different decision a couple of years back? What if he would have said yes to go to Vitality or to G2? Would he have developed? Would he have become a player that was a force to be reckoned with? Because when he was brought into Big at that time, I don't even remember when it was, but I do remember playing against him in some of the first times. He was he brought something new to the German Counter-Strike that we hadn't seen for a while. He was a guy that actually would be really good at the anchoring, but also playing the flanking positions. And it just turned out, I think that personally, with him staying so much playing with Big, playing with Tabson, whatever kept him there, has only made him worse. And I think it's a good sign. I hopefully think it's a good thing for him that he has moved on now, try something different, try to go into a new team, at least get this opportunity to try and prove himself in a different kind of setup. And I'm curious to see if that's going to bring something delightful to him.
Just because I'm blessed with two people that have maybe been in the unfortunate situation to maybe have to be a stand-in in your time as a coach, maybe have to fill your coach as a stand-in sometimes. What does that actually do to a team? Because like we talk about the instability, maybe, you know, the fact that you don't want to move too many positions around, change too many strats just to accommodate someone who's very much temporary. What actually happens in the server when you're in this situation?
I think depends who's standing in for who. That's a big part of it, right? In this particular case, Crimbo standing in for NAF is one of the least bad options, right? In terms of you have your IGL there who can still do all the calling. You have your Opper there, and that's just about Crimbo slotting in, learning the playbook as much as possible, right? But even if he doesn't, learn everything, sure, you can always say, hey, Crimbo, in this round, I need you to do this, and that, and it comes down to that. So I think in the grand scheme of things, it helps that it's just, a player who doesn't have a ton of responsibility team-wise. Like, you're playing on the side of the map if you're NAF, and you need to react to what's going on, and that's what Crimbo's going to have to do.
Yeah, and I think that can actually play into Liquid's favor. I mean, let's just be honest, Liquid has been a shadow of themselves ever since the glory days, and they're still trying to figure out how to get back to that. And sometimes when you get a stand-in, we also saw that with Falcons when they played with their stand-in at Blast Bounty. Sometimes it actually creates another perspective of what you're actually dealing with. And having a stand-in that come in kind of alleviates some of that pressure you might have built up. It alleviates the thing that you don't like. The expectation from yourself, but also from the outside, is a little bit less. And it actually sometimes frees up some of these players that maybe has put themselves a little bit in too much of a box, where they don't actually go for the intuitive plays instead of playing the correct Counter-Strike. I'm not saying this is going to be the case for Liquid, but as you mentioned, Janko, it's more like the macro idea of the team is going to be taking a little bit of a hit, but it's more come down to the micro decisions that Crimbo is good enough to make this kind of decision. And sure, he has to react accordingly, but he doesn't have to know the entire playbook of Liquid. It's not needed of him. Like, as long as he knows a couple of set executes and the overall idea game plan, then they're perfectly fine.
Speaking of changes in rosters, I think this is a perfect segue into NIP, because we look at the last couple of years, there have been so many changes on the Ninjas in Pyjamas roster.
Yeah, but they've actually been able to turn their organization around, starting with last year, right? I mean, you look at the plethora of players that were on the lineup, and we joke around, your time on NIP doesn't count, right? Because all these players, once they got discarded by NIP, went on to do great things. Obviously Brolin, a big one. Rez rejuvenated his career in GamerLegion, right? Headtrick in Bait has had success, and there's a bunch of other names, LNZ, ZTR, right? And so on and so forth. But they've managed to find stability, got in a veteran leader in Snappy, right, who's used to these sort of situations. They completed the roster with some talented players throughout last year, were making moves. Even the Cairn move, that happened in the summer. It was just while his contract was played out that they were able to get him for free, basically. So making some shrewd moves, not being the laughing stock, of the scene anymore when it comes to how they handle their business. They had a couple of good showings, at some of the tier 1 tournaments, not on a consistent enough basis to really break through, but after a long time, NIP fans have something to be hopeful about.
It's been very difficult for NIP. Like, finding their footing has probably been their biggest issue, like constantly changing players and everything. I think the signing of Snappy was really good, and also for them lowering their expectations by maybe getting a team that consisted more of talents, and that is specifically where Snappy excels, because we all know what he did with the Ents guys. He brought them from, I wouldn't say a bad team, but a mediocre team to a team that actually fought for trophies back in the days. Then he had a stint into Falcons where I also got to play with him, and that's where it kind of slipped away for him a little bit. Like, he got to work with better players, he got to have more expectations and everything, and I don't think that was necessarily a good thing for Snappy. I don't think that's where he excels, because he is much about getting his own system to work. And it's like in a theory, like when it comes to Snappy, he's a guy that wants to create and wants people to believe in that system. And the greater players are more likely to see that, sure, we want to work in your system, but we also want to be working off your system. And I think that Snappy has really found a good footing in this team, where he can actually bring the talent in and actually make them work in his system.
Okay, so you say like the younger, more kind of fresher players, I guess, are more his...
Exactly, like the ones that are like, that are fresh off the street in some sense, the one that he can go and say, I want you to do this because this is going to work, and I want you to do all these kind of things for the team, and
they won't second
and they won't
guess
believe it. That's what I mean, right? Yes.
In terms of just Snappy's history as well, we were chatting a little bit about it yesterday, because obviously, not forgetting, he is Danish, but it felt like he was never really the first pick, like back in the day for like the top tier Danish teams. It always felt like he was perhaps a little bit of an outsider. Is there any truth to that, or what was the whole situation with him? We're talking back pre-CS2, pre-CSGO times.
I think the main issue when it comes to that type of players, in-game leaders in Denmark. You know, we had Glaive and Astralis, and no one couldn't really overtake his position, no matter how much they actually
And there's
tried.
this guy Carrigan.
That's what I mean. Carrigan was there as well. So Snappy has always been like, he even had MSL at one point, right? So he was probably like the third or the fourth wheel of in-game leads to be picked inside of Denmark. And I think he realized that he was probably better off by trying his luck somewhere else and going international. I think that's also what Carrigan has done. I don't think Carrigan has played in a full Danish team ever since I got to play with him in Astralis. So I think they all figured out that there's no way that I'm going to be able to compete with Glaive and with the guys in Astralis. So now I'm just going to try and see if I can find another successful path somewhere in the international roster. And I think that Snappy has always been an in-game leader that has been thriving when obviously, as I mentioned before, with the talents. But as soon as he gets to where people expect too much of him, I wouldn't say he crumbles, but that's where he starts to find a little bit of issues.
It's the pressure, right?
It's also the pressure.
The pressure of the expectations, right? Because it's much easier to be on ends where you have, you know, inferior roster in some ways, less firepower. You're doing more with less, and everyone's rooting for you. You're always the underdog. Well, now even in Falcons, you were the underdog in terms of maybe the firepower and whatnot, but because of the acquisition, because of the expectations and everything around the Falcons organizations, like there's a ton of pressure that comes to that, and it's a part of the game. It's part of being, you know, just a player, but even more so when you're a leader, dealing with that, harnessing it, and finding a way to get the most out of your players, even with that pressure.
Where are the expectations for NIP now then?
You know, the expectations are getting to stage 2 and challenge some of these top dogs, right? Like show that you can compete, because at times I remember that Bucharest event that was in between Star Ladder and the Major. I mean, you're considering them, maybe they can go deep in the playoffs, maybe they can lift the trophy there. They were 0-3, right? And there were things leading up to the preparation. Snappy had to take some time off, exist as well, you know, and so on, which hurt their preparation. But even with all of that, look at this roster, kind of like Wrinkle. I mean, he's the X factor with the op, can really pop off sometimes. Kaspersky has been mechanically incredible. I mean, you know, one of the best highlights of last year. Shush, that stable anchor, Rock and Karen, also the new addition, you know, very skilled player. And all of those pieces together with a veteran leader like Snappy's, where you're thinking, all right, like they can put it all together. There's actually something there.
What was the best trait of Snappy when you played underneath him?
I think he was a good leader. I think that's like he takes a lot of responsibility in terms of if the game plan goes wrong or if he makes like a bad call. And he's a guy that at least tries to go and have a conversation with his players about what do you need of me and what do you need to actually perform the best. And then he tries to find that kind of space inside the team. Surely he cannot like, you know, accommodate to everyone because you know there's only a couple of rounds that has to be played. But for him it's about the responsibility. And I think with this roster right now, I know for a fact that I've been talking with him that he's confident in his roster. You know, he finally feels like he's gotten a roster where the roles is also fixed. He actually believes that everyone that he's gotten into this roster will bring something to the team. And the signing of Karen is probably also his saying. You know, he's always been really good at trying to find the best and positive new talents, bringing out. It's always been his trait, and I think it's some of his best traits is to go out and look for this new kind of guy where he can slot that in. And I think it's going to be an interesting prospect where you both have Snappy as being the experienced English, you have Shush, and then the rest of the guys is going to be the experienced ones that's going to bring a little bit more firepower.
That kind of perfectly segues me into something that you were talking about on Talking Counter. There was an interview with Shue recently where he said, truthfully speaking, there will never be a moment where everybody's feeling 100% comfortable on the server. You guys have some interesting thoughts about that. I wanted to pose that question to you and just think back to, you know, your Astralis time, Vitality time. Is that actually true? Like, are you ever all at the same time 100% happy and feeling good on the server? Is that not a red flag to say that?
I mean, I think it's just the truth in that sense that whether it's like an execute or it's a situation where you have to sacrifice for the team, like you need to make that kind of space, and you know that it's not a favorable duel that you probably have to take, but you have to create a space for the team. And it's about finding that right balance, and some people are okay with having less good situations or less good rounds, but some people, they need that to feel that confidence, and if they don't get it, they will just fall flat to the ground, and that's like the big issue, right? I mean, I can talk for myself. Like I've been a player that always needed to have like a specific move. I would go make my own move, and it's needed for me to feel like I'm actually contributing to the team instead of just being the cannon fodder. And you only have so many rounds in Counter-Strike. You can literally only have a certain amount of rounds, so you need to limit it. You cannot just always say, now you should have round, but it's also you also have to play into what is actually important for the team. And that is where you as an individual sometimes have to take a step back and feel like, it's okay, I don't have the best game right now, and it's okay, I'm not feeling confident, but the team is winning.
The problem is when you don't have a player who's willing to do that more often, right? Like sacrifice himself or be in a bad situation, in a bad position. I think that's the issue with Team Liquid. They just have too many players who have the need to do something, to, you know, whether it's to feel useful or whatever, and that comes to how the roster is, and I think that's where the quote in the interview comes from, right? Like they understand it, so everyone's giving up a little bit in order for the team to function, but it's hard to find success when that doesn't come naturally.
And like, it's also important that it takes turns, because if it's always the same guy that's the scapegoat that's supposed to go in and rush and die like a madman, you know, that also tanks his confidence. The best thing is if you could actually have turns. It doesn't matter if it's Saiwu, it doesn't matter if it's Simple or whoever it is, like someone has to go first. Whenever you're in the position to go first, you go first and you count on your teammate to trade. And that's just how the ecosystem of Counter-Strike works. Sure, you do want to have your star player go in and have the best possible situation, but just because it's him, he also needs to sacrifice so everyone feels the same kind of.
Yeah, 100%. I think it goes back to what you were saying about the kind of the identity of Liquid, right? When you're making these roster moves, when you're getting certain players from all these different areas, it needs to build to a bigger picture. And I don't see that at the moment with Liquid.
And maybe they're another team that wanted to change something during the break and couldn't, right? I think there's a number of teams that want to make changes. It couldn't transpire, but interesting bit is they did play at Bounty, you know, in the online phase, and it was Elige having a monster performance on that. Ancient decided it really propelled Liquid over the finish line. NAF also had a pretty strong series, right? So now you're wondering, you know, with that extra wrinkle in their Crimbo as the stand-in, will that put a spanner in the works? Will NIP able to get a different outcome this time around?
As of right now, it just looks like we're going to get the exact same. We do actually get the answer ban off, so it is a little bit of a deviation. We actually get to see a newbies this time around.
Maybe. Right. If we get to 3, if we have our first 3 mapper,
that is a good point.
I'm crossing my fingers. That would be awesome, though. I hope that we get to see another Elige Masterclass. I mean, so on LAN, that would be great.
Snappy was kicking himself for losing Nuke last time. It's just been 13 days since they faced off each other, and they did actually manage to throw away Nuke. So I know he's probably going to make some changes. That's very likely for him to do, so it's going to be interesting if it's going to be the same kind of...
It's not often you see teams trade their map picks, and then when they meet the next time, only 2 weeks later, they don't change their picks. You know, like they're still stubborn in that way. Liquid Mirage has been their by far best map ever since Flashy joined the team, and we'll see. Anubis one is interesting because Shui didn't play it in Mouse, but Liquid liked it when he joined the team, so he worked his way into it. But now also Crimbo as a stand-in. How will that all work out? I think it's gonna be messy if we get to that decider.
Given the stand-in situation and VRS as well, who do you think the pressure is on most to be getting out the gates hot here?
I think it's on Liquid still, right? The stand-in situation doesn't alleviate as much the big picture stuff when it comes to them.
Yeah, I have to buy into that one. I think that Liquid is obviously with the VR situation brings a little bit extra. Sure, they do have a stand-in, and maybe that would loosen them up. But at the same time, I think that NRP is also looking for revenge from last time.
So much on the line as we are ready to dive into our final game of day 1, stage 1 here in Krakow. It's Liquid versus NIP.
Yeah, very interested to see how this one goes down. A rematch from Bounty not too long ago, and that stand-in caveat. Desk says the pressure's still on for Team Liquid to try and replicate that result. I'm intrigued to see Crimbo back in the server.
I want to get Cap Guy back out here. I don't know if people caught that during the Desk segment, but Cap Guy was getting them hyped up. So whoever Cap Guy is, whatever source you're bringing, let's see if it pays off for Liquid.
Categorically, one of the quietest rosters in Counter-Strike of Liquid, made the loudest noise in their pre-match huddle.
And you need to against Snappy, because you know he's going to be yelling. Ken likes to get fired up. Wrinkle makes some noise. And he takes yard with the P250.
He's a fun player to watch, especially when he's on. Yanko highlighting that he can definitely have that X factor at times. He's been flashed and found. It's Ken to take him down. Ultimate overlooked. He's got a lot on his plate. A little too much, if you ask me. Snappy will finish off the job, but he was exposed. So just going for a yard and fight has resulted in a 2v4.
All right, well, it's Crimbo and Nerds with the dual Berettas that were dropped across. They were facilitated with these. Now, if they can put themselves in a strong position where they just need to focus on one angle and they can unleash and get a multi, there's a chance. But divide and conquer up heaven. Need this one cleanly, Nerds.
Yeah, it's not ideal for him. He's been spotted out.
Unless they go vent to top, Crimbo is in a strong position still.
Yeah, this is the range. Oh, distracts. And he destructs. Takes the first. Overwhelmed by Kaspersky.
Dropping the vents, it's Nuts in the clutch, looking very good for an NIP pistol. They spot him out, connect a bullet or two. They're not playing scared here, the Ninjas. Nuts knows the odds are against him.
Okay, tough one there.
And he is. He's got full eye contact across.
Snappy's fun.
I loved hearing Peter talk about Snappy playing under him. Great question from Freya. It's just this insight of like responsibility. I'm not surprised to hear that, but it definitely affirms the characterization in my head I have of Snappy. Tries to facilitate all of his players and make sure they're in positions to play their best. I'm also a massive Shush simp, as you're familiar.
Yeah, he's a good role player as Shush.
He does his job.
Well, they're going to go up against the Force Spy, and I was talking to Liquid yesterday on the media day, and Nertz was very happy with the buff to the MP7, so he's wielding that as Crimbo sets them up with a flash through ramp. They push and nobody's home towards lobby. It's all 5 going for yard routing right now.
Shush will be reporting, trying to count and you discern how many different steps he heard, how many different players have occupied that lobby push to inform his boys.
I said 5, make it 4, and well, they have 2 players down here on the lower deck. Elige, good off angle here.
It is. Able to punish the double doors. This time the single door opens first. They dribble out the smoke. Elige is distracted, and he leaps to his demise. Kaspersky's handled it well. Snappy controls the MAC-10 nicely.
We'll lose everything here.
Yeah, looks like it. No save, no second real bite of the second round force.
Yeah, if you're keeping like 4 of these, okay, it feels a little bit juicy, but now you're pinned in towards ramp. It's Crimbo already backing off towards CT spawn to hold on to Scout. Shui might go undetected, so Shush, unless he's extremely careful, could be giving over a Galil. Now, never mind. Noted now.
Gets one.
Yeah, Shui's done well, but I don't think he's going to be getting away with any more.
He's actually
out.
Slipped.
Okay.
He slipped for a backstab. He might take Shush here as well. 3 of them thinking he's behind the box.
He's gone.
Wait, what does that mean? Where is he? Where's he gone? Caught with a knife out. Damage from Shui. Oh. Nearly had a 3rd there.
I can't believe that. Shush was so certain that he was still behind the box. He's picked the perfect timing, and what was looking like a pretty meek save turns into an awful lot of damage. So they end up taking 3 with them. Shush and Kaspersky will carry their goods through to the next, and Shui has a smile on his face, but 2-0 reads the scoreline for NIP.
That was disappearing act. That must have been, I mean, you don't see that every day in Pro CS, like straight up misinfo to that extent. 3 players expecting him to be behind the box, and he leaves with a whole lot of extra cash as well. That was 3 $600 kill rewards. Don't think that's going to lead too much into this round, but perhaps the next.
It will hold ultimate into the next, bringing out the AWP. I think if you can get 2 to 3 kills again right now with these light upgrades, that's a success for Liquid. You've limited NIP's finances. You go into the first rifle round, you should be feeling pretty comfortable that you can reset them or force them to a bad force after a round win. And shout tag.
99 onto Crimbo. Ultimate's Deagle, Traps walks into Shush.
Okay, 2 of them are softened up and Snappy's dead.
There's definitely a conversation about that damage you were asking for, maybe even more.
Yeah, and the fact that Crimbo is on the scout, right, he can peek into these angles from range, so if he can do some more damage before they turn into a sight hit, this could even be snatched away by Liquid.
And just looking at Nertz's position, if you do try walk out hut, feel like you're going to lose a body.
He's feeling pressure now, rotation up heaven.
His main move first. Elige is going to be responsible, but it's not going to be a fun fight for a MAC-10. Dropping into the site, Nertz has been spotted, Elige unable to provide help. A missed shot from the Deeg and won't get many more chances.
Okay, looked good for a moment, didn't it? There were some threats available, but NIP pounce, and now it's about residual damage again. Shui, I don't think he's going to get as much done. Crimbo can hold on to the head armor. That's nice. That's very nice. For Shui, he should look to find a kill or 2 on the way out the door. So this is a clean start with the pistol and the conversions for NIP, and the rifles will come out into the next. And a good point from Yanko there on the desk, the fact that this head-to-head was only 2 weeks ago, and they've still stubbornly picked into their map choices that they traded last time. So I guess they're going, okay, we didn't play to our full potential on those maps, or there was a couple of clutches that went against us, as Shui is going to snatch away an AK. No, he's not. All right, well, I thought he was heading for the hills. Yeah, well, he did. You got a kill. All right, Shui drops ultimate the AWP. I think this is where we might get to see some signature Snappy. Right, there's a MAC-10 in the mix that's been dropped across. He's got that in his hands. And we know that if they can, they will. disrespect the top site. Snappy loves a top pop.
Yeah, especially when you see that Mac 10 on him, you get excited. Yard smokes, though, are going to be thrown out. Looks like it's not going to be anything straight off of the rip. Shush starts off with a little early biff. Head-to-head with the Legion. Actually, catches flag. Thought it did connect through the vent. Nuts actually dropping in, so really doubling down on this potential for secret aggression. It's going to see the rotation, immediately acknowledging the potential behind this wall of smokes that's just now going to be pluming up.
Alicia's dipped down to B, so he'll be dealing with Secret.
Interesting variation of the three.
Yeah, it gives that a potential to walk through to credit card, main, or slip towards new box. So plenty of options. As Elijah will be batted away from Secret. Deep door smoke. You like that if you're nerds. So well thrown. This feels like a little detail, and it's Can tickled with this yard control. Still very lobby-centric. Elijah playing on the pixel angle for the block with the smoke, and well, he didn't spot anything, but clearly feeling the pressure.
This top site, is it susceptible though? Looking at the setup right now, Nerds and Shuey are going to have a lot of work to do.
Crimbo's here as well from the heavens, right?
You're right, okay.
So it's 3 rifles strong, AWP holding ramp, Elige under. Your biggest problem...
And you just re-smoke Squeak, so Nerds can play this ridiculous position.
That's why Shuey's looking heaven, because you're worried about the wrap heaven. So this is a turtle setup. Ultimate also probably feeling a little bit hot and heavy right now, knowing that he could have been flanked. But here they come.
Right. Shuey, primed and ready. Nerds, looking for that first contact. It's Shush's shoulder, didn't spot him. He's going to have multiple NIP players above him. Gets himself one. It's double out of Shuey from the hut position. Kaspersky caught, should be caught on the way up. Elige finds him. Job done. Round 1, Liquid on the board, first buy.
Yeah, it looks so sketchy there for Nerds for a moment, didn't it? In transition, he could have been caught by a timing, but the fact he gets top hut and then takes first contact, they're not expecting 2 players top hut. Shuey's able to prop it with the double and sets his teammates up for success. So they will grab the first rifle round.
Yeah, you can see that. Look, no one looking for that first fight.
It was a stressful round, though. Right, because they're playing without a lot of information. Elige was down on B, he was doing the jump spot. They had the AWP on ramp, but they had completely given up yard. So that is quite a stressful setup they were in that is very brittle, could fall apart at any moment. Need this one to break the money of NIP. You can see them lacking a bit of util, but we'll get down the straight line smoke wall.
Not going to hit that pixel head of Kaspersky. Drops off of main. Smoke wall would have facilitated across to Secret.
Ooh, that one clear from Elige has stunted them, and they don't think they've got the half-life on the smokes to get across, so backing off, rerouting. There is Nerds down towards B, and he's actually giving a lot of space again, so they're giving NIP a lot of room in these scenarios. This is a type of match with it being a head-to-head within 2 weeks that the mind games are in play.
It's curious to see if NIP can find a finish with, what, 2 flashbangs and a single smoke.
This top side doesn't look very strong right now. Redeploy of Squeaky just in time.
One's ahead. Ahead.
Oh.
Big headshot from Shush on the entry.
Elige on his own.
Yeah, he's got so much work to do, and he won't even get started. Save secured, diligent smoke, shot through, doesn't connect.
Okay, so the read of the situation there was not on point with the actuality of what was starting to unfold.
But how satisfying is that for Snappy to call everyone back to lobby and it's that cut and dry? It's that comfortable.
Well, Shush sees the smoke coming, decides to play ahead of it, right? If he decided to peter back and give over that room, you're locked out, right? So that's all on Shush, in my opinion. And then we can see it's Elige on his own. That's tough. If he gets one, he's definitely traded. They'll be scaling up. They're taking site control.
And, you know, that's kind of what Peter was talking about on the desk as far as, you know, if you see the opportunity, if you have the opportunity, it doesn't matter who you are and what role you're playing, you've got to take it. Shush does. And it leads to, you know, overcoming the defensive positions.
Oh, just quickly, I haven't noted this, but I just had a gander. Foot versus 3D Max. The winner of that is taking on BCG tomorrow. But they're playing their second map, which is Anubis, and picked by 3D Max. So we've had teams playing the new Anubis online, right? It was definitely part of some of the qualifiers. So we have seen it play, but not here in Krakow. So will be exciting to feast on that one.
Well, we have it as a third if we're lucky.
Yes, I know.
If we're lucky.
I'm just on Anubis watch.
Yeah, 100%. I'm very curious to see it returning to the map pool. Doesn't feel like that long ago we had it.
No, that's the thing. It wasn't at all. So only out for 6 months.
Flashy, fresh fade. Coach of Liquid, and obviously, you know, trying to replicate a result, but without NAF. Sure, it's the same head-to-head, same similar maps, up until that Anubis third.
Yeah, this is another thing. I'm not sure if I was being trolled during the lobby content, but when I was talking with Nertz and Crimbo, Nertz made mention of, oh yeah, you know, there'll be some new positions. I'm like, really? I just thought you'd just plug Crimbo into NAF spot. So he could have been trolling me.
They like to do that.
They do. There are some players who love to get a little bit, and also it's good. You know, you put it out in the media, people start second guessing. Which
actually, yeah, it could be a tactical.
Okay, they want yard info, right? Oh, Elige, you better get out of there.
Yeah, but that is lovely from Ultimate. Anticipates a reaction off of Elige being spotted in its wrinkle that's taken out of the round early. Ken goes kind of committed to that fight, crouches into it. And Kaspersky, yeah, he tried to take a risk, tried to play ahead of that smoke, and results in a 2-on-5 that's already looking like a done deal.
I can understand the choice with the main push from Ken. Because Elige is spotted crossing secret, you're thinking, okay, maybe there's a gap and I can exploit the door guy while he's worried about the lurk smoke. Shui does very well there to pivot from the bomb boxes, essentially. The ramp push is out of desperation that you're now in a 3v5.
Yeah.
You're hoping that you can capitalize on a gap. You know that the AWP was noted outside. Maybe you can get a head-to-head that's favorable against the ramp rifler. Crimbo says no, shuts the door, and now it will be the save back on the other foot. Liquid will be holding to just a 2-round gap at the moment. You think Snappy wants the AK, do you? MC's on the 1s and 2s here. Well, Chev's on the 1s and 2s. MC's on the context.
The 4s and 5s.
Yep. The boot scooting baby. Well, this will be a lengthy save.
It will. So, as Yanko was highlighting, they traded picks.
Yes.
As far as like Nuke was picked.
That's why Yanko's saying it's surprising to see neither team changing their map choice.
Yeah, interesting. So NIP's Nuke pick went Liquid's way, and vice versa for Mirage.
Yeah, they split pistols. I think clutches were actually in favor of NIP in that game. Opening kills were just in favor of Liquid on that Nuke game, 12-11, if I remember rightly.
But so soon to be back in the same head-to-head, it does add that interesting layer of kind of mind games, as you've already highlighted.
And there's a few as well that have taken place in Bounty and now again in Krakow. And obviously, when these invites go out, the teams are going to be... Actually, I was going to say seeded in, but the way it works for Bounty is it's a whole low seed pick situation. So it's a completely different story. I'll put that one back in my pocket. But let's focus in round number 7 with those saves. There's enough money to go around for another buy. The cash of util left for Snappy. He's just going to have to lob out the smoke walls.
Loving Elige's stubbornness. He really does want to remain with info behind the smoke wall.
Yeah, that's the key. Info, right? I think this is because then they're no longer going to have to play in the black box. If they know that they are not crossing secret behind these walls, it's going to inform the rest of the setup. Sure, he's disconnected, but everyone else is on high alert.
Ultimate going to need that smoke, hoping to set Elige up for success. An Incendiary trying to delay, trying to imply that they don't have answers. He spotted something. Yeah. Elige on high alert. Sticks around, overlooked, transfer for 2. More than he was worth, does very well, does Elige.
Okay, well, that means Crimbo has to rotate down to B. Surely Nertz is going to be late down the vent.
Risking the vent. Just in time. He's going to have a chance here. And the pathing is actually going to...
But he might think it's clear.
No way. Oh, he actually really will. They've slipped single door. Now, a sound cue is required. Nertz will be able to react, open the door, throw the smoke, get the bomb down. Fake. Okay, confirms Nertz's position, hoping Shush can catch a reaction. It's Shui, not rushing to get out of there. Oh, it should be good, and is locked in. Well handled by Shui. They try and pivot up from that B site up the vent. Doesn't work out. Jobs are good.
Some slim margins there with those repositions and tuck-ins, so very, very close, but Liquid will grab the third now. Snappy might just want to hold on to this one again. Will Exist take a bit of a timeout. You can see him fanning himself in the background there.
Yeah, it is nice and warm in here.
Well, we're essentially in the rafters.
Yeah.
So hot air rises.
I see you. Okay,
Can it be as hot down there as it is up here?
Yeah, but I don't know about you, but also playing Counter-Strike gets you mighty warm. Gets the...
it does get the juices flowing.
Gets the juices flowing, gets the blood pumping.
Without a doubt.
Crazy little bit of timing around here.
Yeah. And Nertz down the vent as well.
That was ballsy. You know, as far as Counter-Strike fundamentals go, there was probably a very slim margin where he could catch that timing. He did.
I think the NIP need to make sure that they don't let their frustrations get out of control. This is T-side Nuke right now. You've got 4 rounds already, right? Liquid is still trying to catch up. If you get 1 or 2 more rounds by halftime, you've done a great job. You're in a strong position. Sure, pistol required, all those details, but...
Okay, he had the AK, so aware of it.
Kaspersky wants Snappy to die.
Yeah, he's just...
In-game.
In-game, of course.
I also wondered, right, we have the MP7 to monitor. We obviously have new Anubis that I want to get. I wish I should have whacked it on the B string. But then you've also got the factor of the Incendiary and Molotov bouncing off of players now. So you might see players intentionally blocking those key pieces of utility to ruin executes. There's some fun details available. Ultimate, does he have support? How close is Crimbo? Not close enough. Ultimate's going to take the shot, fall back. Opening incision made, 60 seconds on the clock. This saved AK now chucked over to Kaspersky. I'm going to try and swarm hell. Alicia's in a perfect position to farm them right now.
Gets as far back as he can. Look at this guy. Oof! Quick reactions as well. Ken goes down. That was the low HP player, but he's just tapping heads. That was the armored Kaspersky. He gets away after the dink as well. Look at Crimbo just hunting. He wants the frag.
Beautiful. Okay, all 5 staying alive, right? This is boding quite well for Liquid now in terms of their CT haul. They have 2 more rifle rounds, even if they end up losing this next one available. Alicia doing a bit of talking here. Tactical timeout taken. So it was talking about Exist getting on the mic. No point taking that going into the eco with the saved gun, but definitely plenty of conversation to be had now. So if you've noted that Alicia's are playing ahead of these smoke walls, do you want to go outside and try and limit that, right? Are you going to expend a lot of players in utility to make sure they don't have that info? Or do you want to change it? Because if a CT side wants to play forward for information, it weakens the other areas, right? If you're the yard player, that's why you like starting main. Because you have 2 guys go up heaven, you've got your AWPer that maybe will start outside for a silo pick, or maybe he'll cheat close to ramp. Your outside rifler can start close main ready to help with the A-pops. But if you're playing red, if you're pushing towards secret, if you're pushing outside under silo, you're disconnected from that. Sure, it's to get the information, but if NIP make the right call and they're going for that type of a move, other portions of the map can be susceptible. So this is where the mental warfare from the coaches and in-game leaders comes into play. So what is the call from NIP? Galil's aplenty, 1 AK, 1 Tech 9.
Ultimate's going aggressive.
Yeah, so this is it, right? They're out of position right now. So if it's a top pop, look at A, Alex.
It's looking very vulnerable, Chad. Okay, Shuey, he's backing away. They'll have to play for the retake. Never mind, the body's collapsed. Wrinkle's taken down a teammate. Should still be their bomb site. Should be the operative word. Wrinkle gets away with 1 point of health from the Nerds spray. Never mind. Smoke vision from Nerds perfectly tracks Wrinkle.
Oh, no.
Snappy's a dead man. Oh dear.
Haven't even planted the bomb yet. It's gone down the vent. What looked like a great top play. He'll be able to get this down on the B site.
Kern is so disconnected. Like, it feels like it's
they don't know it's B.
Separate adventures right now.
They're still going to assume it's the A site. Ooh.
No.
I heard the vent drop. Okay.
Crimbo.
Both down secret. I don't know about this.
No, I don't know either, Chief. You're going to have Ken as well, who's just going to play his life. They'll play 2 1v1s here.
There's so much to worry about. Vent, single door, double door, ramp, insight, clock.
I think they've done enough.
He has a smoke.
Very hard. Next time Ken pokes his nose out.
Oh, they're past.
Okay, double doors, time.
You got to save, boys.
Get out of there. Taking a little too long about that one.
Wait. No way.
He can get away with this.
He's going to get it.
5 seconds. Oh, denied by Ken.
What a round. What a round of Counter-Strike that was.
That's proper Counter-Strike
Had a bit of everything, didn't it?
Wow. The vent pivot, the ninja attempt, that's spicy.
Some color commentary that turned out being bang on, and then it wasn't. And
It wasn't. Oof.
All right. Well.
That was the team kill. Poor guy was blind. Wow, that was up and down, left and right. That was unusual.
A pure roller coaster of a round. Yeah, there we go.
That's Ken.
We know he likes to make some noise. Snappy's got a sidekick in that department. As mentioned, there is finances for another Liquid buy, and they've got 1 more after this just.
Ultimate actually might set himself up with the smoke break. Wow, that was a little too easy. Ken was solo yard. A dink from the Galil of Shush.
Push had an AK, hasn't he?
Shuey on notice.
And Nerds has got full secret control right now.
What's that? That's the bomb. The bomb playing the fade. Goes down. Trade important. Not ready for the AWP. Never mind. A little circle strafe bait. Now Molotov will deny. He's got a little bit of a gap to try and work with, but a man advantage for Liquid.
You can give ramp over because you know Nerds is down towards B. So you don't have to fight for this if you're ultimate.
And he won't. Elige is there.
As well. Okay, so 2 players down here. Elige is going to take the fight.
Little uncrouch, spotted out by Kaspersky. Amplifying the pressure onto Elige's shoulders. He's unable to bear it.
Nerds just searched up Secret to see if Yard was clear, so he couldn't help Elige.
Quick, though. He is quick.
Yeah, but now it's going to be pitter-patter, right? This isn't together. They didn't set up a crossfire.
But if he can maintain this doors side, it's going to make the retake a little more informed. They all mount group up. Low HP on Shui. He's going to be screaming, trade me, but a fight's coming their way. Ooh, important from Ultimate. Gets the shot. They're all very much low. It's just Nerds with health. Wrinkle and Kaspersky have got a 2v3 available, and it's taken shape before our eyes. Into the clutch is Nerds. Can he tame the stray? Yes, he can. Job done. Round 1, Liquid 5.
Okay. I thought Nerds was going to stay connected with Elige that entire time, but it all works out in the wash. He wins the clutch. It's fine to bait your teammates if you win the round.
That's right. That's a quote.
I think that's actually a Nerds tattoo.
Yeah, he's
right?
probably got that on.
I've seen him do it more than once.
Yeah, we had shared the shuttle with them from the airport. I think Nerds subscribes to Carrigan's law. It ain't baiting if you win the round.
Yeah, okay, well, a couple of nail-biters around here in back-to-back fashion. 5-5. Liquid would love the lead going into the halftime
Surely.
break.
Snappy's the in-game leader, and I see Tech9s and Mac-10s. Surely there's some pace going to be thrown into the mix here. This time, Ultimate not going to get the open arm, but Elige will instead. Cairns not having a great time in Yard.
And now it feels like if you just pop top, it's...
Telegraph, predictable.
Exactly, because they have full info on Yard. So, at this point, you need to change the plan.
Crimbo's going to be tested here.
He's got support. Flash is lined up. Snappy's got that cocked in hand.
Yeah, Ultimate's in a real prime position. It's going to be hard to see him not getting anything here. Would be one hell of a flash. Nails it. Not blind at all. Crimbo with the multi-kill. Gets all... I was going to say 3. It's just the 2 of them.
2.5.
Chipping
We'll
in.
give him that. But well done. Like, get the opening kill, read the rotations, have the support network there for your ramp player. And the money has been the real conversation for NIP down this stretch. So Liquid can take 7 at halftime. We're looking at 2.9 on the high end, 2.5 on the low. So NIP are going to be in the same type of territory with Deagles and Tech9s again. Maybe a couple of MP7s. No, we're not seeing enough of them. I'm saying that, I don't actually want to see more.
What's wrong with the MP7?
It's just, as a purist, SMGs already kind of make me feel a little bit weird.
I understand, but this is not like an Org Krieg situation. This is just a different looking gun.
Sure. Well, there is one.
Gun.
Ken got one.
Yes.
He heard me. He didn't really, guys. That was a joke. Not a very funny one.
My favorite introduction of Ken was over at ESL Pro League.
Smashing his mouse?
He did do that,
yep.
And that was funny. But my favorite part was him describing his style of play as shock a cockroach. When you turn on the lights and all the cockroaches go running.
Well, with him and Kaspersky, that's pretty exciting, isn't it?
It certainly is. Wait, Crimbo's gone for a laggy one. Ultimate's found first blood, holding for the heart. This is shaping up nicely. Good catch from Ultimate, catches the tail end of the assault. It all falls apart, and Liquid will be leaving this half with the lead. 7-5, first map of this series. Liquid making it work with a stand-in. Crimbo steps up, NIP 5 to work with. Good evening, Counter-Strike fans. The fun continues. We've got ninjas in pajamas on one side and on your screens, taking on Team Liquid. Crimbo in that Liquid jersey. I think blue might be his color, but he is standing in. Now, on a family emergency, we get ourselves situated for this one. It's an opening game. And it is a bit of a kind of a familiar head-to-head, of course, just 2 weeks ago in Bounty, seeing these teams clash, and a similar map pool.
Let's see the power of Cap Guy, if he can...
Capman.
He hasn't been able to talk to them since before the game got started, but they were seeming pretty fired up. Crimbo faking top with that molly thrown in. It's Yard, so they've drawn Can away from main. No one's spotting.
This is brilliant. Everyone's down.
Wrinkle is ready to address this.
Oh, his pre-aim for that wide swing was good. Doesn't quite nail the shot. He'll tuck in and anticipate the double peek. Oh, too much to track. Does very well to find a Liege, but Snappy overlooked for a moment. Ultimate should have him. Doesn't. Traded by Nerds.
Still pressure. 2 more down from ramp as Shui's in top. He'd probably be calling Nerds up the vent. Mate, this is clear. Get on in here.
And the bomb's on its way.
So right now, both Crimbo and Shui are worried about pushes. So Crimbo up Heaven, has to worry about them coming up the ladder.
Feels like they're going to have such a tight post plant as well, with Heaven already under your control.
I feel if Nerds can get backside and plant for Crimbo, he can play clutch in this situation.
So Kaspersky's going to try vents. Does he do that first, or is he going to be the last man moving? Shush is coming towards Heaven.
Oh, this is huge from Shush.
Oh, but playing a bit too far ahead of
Yeah,
it.
I don't understand. Oh!
What is that? Running headshot onto Kaspersky at range. Shush was coming. It's lost its potency.
I think Ken definitely should have waited in that situation. The fact that Shush was going around, Ken should have just chilled. I guess so much happened within that round, right? Door was blown off, main smoke, top hut molly, selling the top play. Straight down, and then the trade's favorable for Liquid here.
It would have been really nice,
Shush is
and obviously
beautiful on the
hindsight.
vampire.
Oh, this one, yeah, was crazy. Gosh, get to see it. But like, even if Ken had just had like that, poked his nose like a groundhog and gone back down, you confirm Heaven's occupied.
Yeah.
Shush gets the kill. Sure, hindsight 2020. I'm sitting here in the luxury of the caster booth.
He's obviously inexperienced. We've seen the firepower that he can put out there, so...
Oof, okay, bullets exchanged, but more lethality from the AK headshot.
It's always going to be difficult, right, to be able to win that round, considering what we could see. Now, down a man early, Nertz is low, trading out guns, and they've hit the brakes. So Liquid have gotten the map control that they were hoping for. Now they're pausing and waiting for CT reaggressors, right? In this moment, they've lost Yard, they've lost secret control. So do NIP pair up and try and push lobby, take back some space, trade out on the chessboard. Second wave of Yard utility now. This is a top wrap.
Kaspersky close. Shush in the hut, does very well, removes ultimate. Damage onto Kaspersky converted. Nerds does well. Team kill though, put down by Shui. Ken thought he had something, but Crimbo holding for that push. Second round force not going to convert NIP. Put themselves into a bit of a financial hole.
Crimbo has been a safe pair of hands in these situations. So that was a very necessary kill from T-Vent on the player flying up. So right now it is just going to have to be an NIP light buy. There'll just be Deagles 5.7s equipped upon. And that should spell 10 rounds. Nice opener. Very confident from Nerds. Elige with the MP7.
He's a believer too. I do think his view model makes the guns look even cooler. I will say that.
No skin, of course.
No skin.
Of course.
Oh, Shush pays a heavy price for his attempt on the squeak duel. Doesn't hit his shot. Multiple bullets now lodged in his Kevlar. Oh, but Kaspersky further forward. How's Crimbo's cleared? Good awareness, great shot, and job done.
All right, that's round one. There's just 2 more to find. Winner of this will play winner of Passion UA versus G2. That's going to be our final game going down on the B stream. But Foot versus 3D Max is still underway on New Anubis. So I hope everyone's tuning into that. Foot quite an exciting prospect. What was the Na'Vi Academy plus Lonks?
Lonks.
They've had a decent amount of time to start piecing things together, and there's some really fun pieces in that team. Okay, Snappy. Does the old man have some digs? No, Ultimate mops that one up, and all 5 staying alive. 2 of them being SMGs. Does that translate into a poppier call from Shui? So 10-5, just 3 rounds for Liquid, 5 to draw back for NIP to tie things up. Good awareness from Crimbo again. Now, these type of rounds, they can get out of control very quickly at this level of CS. Okay, the biggest issue with these SMGs is they're on Ultimate and Elige, and both of them are at the back of the pack. So that does remove anything immediately fast, but doesn't stop a pop. But Elige is headed towards Yard, so happy to use this against the rifles, which 3 of them don't have head armor.
And this time going to catch Elige. Little taste of his own medicine this time. With the swap of sides, the role reversal. Snappy is really in trouble. Immediate dink. Concedes the ramp space, and wait, they're getting cheeky.
Oh, it's fake?
Sir?
It's not a... I thought it was intended team play.
Play in front of it.
Right?
Yeah.
That just...
Okay, that's nice control of the spray. He actually takes out the main player.
This is what Nerds does best. Once he gets a little bit of space and can burrow in, he's such a nuisance. He's great at reading the rotations. Wrinkle going to push Squeaky.
Oh, that's surely the death of Ultimate if he goes any further. Nice trade, though.
They heard the scope. Surely they heard the scope.
Too easy for Wrinkle. Bomb's lost.
I think it would have been communicated to him.
I think he knows. Well, he suspects that the frag's coming his way, but Crimbo just a lovely swift headshot and a clutch available, finding himself the bomb. He's got a smoke.
1v1 here.
And it is a 1v1 on the site. Kaspersky Heaven, and he's the healthy one. Does he walk out? Yes, he does. Brings the fight to Crimbo.
Brave from Kaspersky, right? In this situation, he goes down. Snappy's on 10 HP.
Yeah, he's playing for the round there.
That's a wild move. Unable to scavenge the AWP back for Wrinkle. Not sure he's able to get an AWP out of this. So Wrinkle will not be operating with his weapon of choice.
Nice shot.
Ultimate had just bought into an AWP. He's sold back. So going rifle heavy. Where is he? He's sold back again. No, he is going the AWP. Okay. He bought the AWP. He sold back. He bought the AWP again.
Will they, won't they?
So they are going in with the AWP right now. Crimbo, 17-5. It's like he never left.
Definitely looking comfortable.
You'd hate for Wrinkle to find a head-to-head against Ultimate in this situation, wouldn't you?
Would be suboptimal. Kaspersky as well can lend a hand. Starting secret. Respects the flames, and frags have been found. 2 bodies down. Wrinkle one of them, can the other. Oh, Shush is playing a dangerous game. He's actually going to tuck him in. Yeah, he's exposed. This gets so awkward, so fast! He's pulled out the nade and Nerds jumps on him. All right, Liquid. This is convincing on the T side. The fights have come their way.
How did Can go down? Was it
yeah.
Crimbo through Squeaky? We'll find out in the replay, I'm sure. Kaspersky, 40 seconds in the right place.
Good angle for this. Should have ultimate. Perfect positions from Kaspersky in a 1v3.
He can win this.
He certainly could, especially because they haven't really given up on Heaven. He's in the right place once more.
Elige's crept out.
Bomb was planted, and nice hold from Elige. Needed that.
That's annoying. I think Shui must have silent dropped there. No audible coming through. But right now, 11-6. Money in the mud. And this map could be done.
Yeah, brutal for sure. You can see he was in like 2 mines. I think he wanted to make an aggressive play and kind of thought twice about it. Caught on the fade of the smoke.
Well, I said I was sure we'd see it in the replay. I lied to everybody at home, and that's my fault. Won't happen again.
Unbelievable. But this is on track to be more convincing. Liquid winning the previous Nuke in head-to-head fashion, but it was a very close game. In fact, Snappy believing that was probably supposed to be theirs. This one, however, is slipping away fast. 2 MP7s will be in the mix. We've got Shush and Kaspersky with the slightly buffed SMG.
Yeah, I thought that the pressure's off Liquid a little bit because Naf's not here, Crimbo standing in, but then there's also the VRS pressure because now they're considered a European team, and it's only top 17 European teams qualified for the major, and there's only a handful of events, and they skipped Cluj. Oh, Ultimate saw him, and
He's Neo.
Well, he had 2 chances, one partially blind, the other on a jumping target.
Yeah, a new lease of life for Shush. Where's Elige going? He's, yeah, exposed. It's one of those where he's poking out the smoke. Grey screen for him. Ultimate at least finding Can for the trade.
They're burrowed into warehouse now, so this is conventional wisdom. Says lobby aggress.
Looks like that's exactly what Kaspersky wants. Makes his move. Crimbo, an incredibly passive lobby hold here, just to be kind of a beacon. To confirm lobby is lost, might take a passing glance. Kaspersky could be caught. Yeah, okay, confirmed his presence, puts him on half health. They know they've lost lobby, they don't have numbers. Got 40 seconds as far as those numbers are concerned. Wrinkle, good position, really good position, but nice find from Nerds. Takes down the biggest threat, the rifle's gone. Seems 12 getting more and more imminent. With 30 seconds for the T side and that number advantage to convert.
He's dead from heaven. Oh, Shui.
Oh, he'll get a freebie up the ladder first, then the flank converts. Just as easy as that. Liquid 12, NIP 6.
All right, I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's looking like a well-oiled team. That's not something we've said about Liquid for a while. I understand it is against NIP, but I still want to highlight this stand-in factor.
Didn't see much, actually. I was mistaken. I thought it was one of those where he's really poking out, but Elige just caught edge of the smoke.
That's another bad buy to defend their honor. This one could be quick.
3 FAMAS, a scout. Rough start for NIP's campaign here at IEM Krakow 2026. Jump spot tags up Elige. There's an opening kill. Kaspersky tried his hand at aggression and is met by an AK, holding lobby down. Oh, that's a really well-placed spam. Has Crimbo tagged. That FAMAS will find its way into Wrinkle's hands. Smoke break, he is still playing for fights, and oh wow, fair play. AKV FAMAS, he brings the fight and wins it. That is a huge clawback.
Oh, they've just dotted the smoke all across yard, but nobody's actually using it. You already have one individual down towards B of Ken, so he's going to have to address the possibility of secret, but they're still just grouped up in lobby, and I think Elige might want to join them. 60 seconds left on the clock, util advantage, HP no, but weapons are with them. Shush up in the rafters, a very powerful position if they do walk out into A. I think he's got one, if not more. And Snappy's going to feel the pressure now, so he'll drop down and join Ken.
And by seeing Ken, he actually is emboldened to keep fighting for this. They're expecting it Snappy solo to be backing away. He stays in this kind of limbo position. Half left, half still there.
30 seconds.
Yeah, if he finds Wrinkle though, that's the floodgates open. Headshot provided by Elige. Shush got so much to do. Does well for the first, but more required. It's an ultimate quick flick up. Snappy from heaven. Bomb should be going down.
Oh.
Nade arrives at his face. 60 health to work with, and it's finished off nicely. Second kill from the ultimate AK. And just Ken doing what he can. Crimbo caught by the timing. Finds the first in the clutch. Upgrade found. Progresses forward. It's held by Shui. Convincing start to the series. Nuke picked by the Ninjas. Taken by Team Liquid.
Is Crimbo the solution, right? Plug this guy in. He gets himself a bag of frags 19, but it's the scoreline. Everybody doing what they had to there for Team Liquid. That is a dominant victory. Now the question is, will it be the same as last time to NIP take Mirage? Guys on the desk, what do you make of that?
NIP once again picking into Nuke, and Liquid once again going home with it. I guess no NAF, no problem for this team. Liquid, Crimbo looking hot to trot, but on the other side, if you're snappy, you touched upon it before, Dupree. He said he thought they should have won this last time around, and when you lose even more unconvincingly, you're going to be kicking yourself.
It only got worse from the latest matchup. So, of course, he probably needs to kick himself a little bit harder this time around. I mean, for the likes of NIP, it just looked like the communication was very much off from the entire game. It just looked like there were so many opportunities that was even missed, or it just looked like they were not on the same page whenever they went for the retake or whenever they had the X and X situations. There's multiple occasions where they actually had a guy coming from a position and then someone else just decided to go in beforehand, and then they would just lose the situations too much. And obviously, whenever they went onto the CT side, economy wasn't on their side. They constantly had their SMGs up, and they never really found their footing.
Yeah, and it's also just maybe miscommunication at times, lack of awareness too. You know, that reset round in the second half, Cairn in main gets killed by Crimbo from door, like from lobby, really, in a way. And I'm not sure that it's, you know, the smoke has cleared or not, or that that's not covered, and the outside defense falls apart due to that. And when you lose pistol, like that reset round is really important. I mean, it's off the back of that, really, Liquid was just able to close out the game comfortably.
I mean, massive shout out to Crimbo as well. We were kind of singing his praises and maybe, you know, spreading a bit of our grievances of why haven't you spread your wings and gone to an international team before this. It's incredible for him to show exactly what he is made of, what he's capable of on this roster, and I hope, alongside you, Dupree, that this kind of sparks something in him to maybe think, hey, maybe this is step in the right direction, future for me as a player.
There's absolutely no doubt that Crimbo had a big saying in this win, and he played a lot of situations correct, and he's also just in those positions where he feels comfortable, his positions that he's been playing before, so it's not like he's thrown into something that he's totally uncomfortable with. It obviously also just alleviates a little bit pressure of Liquid that, you know, that they had their stand-in being able to play in such a way, and for him to find a footing so early on in series, sure, I do want to be having more like sample size of what's going to bring for Crimbo, but if this is what he's going to showcase inside of a new, I wouldn't say system, but a team where there's a little bit maybe new energy or alleviated pressure, then I think he's in for a treat, and it's a good showcase for him as an individual coming to a tournament like this and having this kind of a performance from the get-go, and that is what you want to be doing when you're teamless, that you want to be showcasing that, hey, someone else should be picking me up.
And we talked a little bit about this with Simple, you know, just being here and cherishing that moment. I mean, Big last year wasn't in a much better state, right? Like Crimbo didn't get a lot of opportunities to attend Tier 1 LANs like he did in years prior to that, so I'm sure this is a great moment for him to also just be back in this sort of an environment, competing, you know, at an IEM and really getting an opportunity to showcase what he's capable of, like Peter said.
Maybe for viewers that have kind of only been tuning in within the past year when I guess Big haven't been so relevant in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, what makes Crimbo one of the best exports from Germany as of late?
I think it's just, you know, his skill, like the firepower, the game sense when it comes to those lurks, and the firepower when it comes to the anchors, right? Like that's what's most important in those positions, for you to know what the best play is, to not overextend at times, you know, ramp, nuke. All right, if you're in a man advantage situation or you have good info, like you just need to not die, you know, just get the info, fall back, all that sort of thing, and he's been very good for Liquid on this first map.
There's a lot of good combinations coming out of Crimbo. I think from my time playing against him, he's in Vitality, we actually had this saying that we felt like he was baiting a little bit too much. He was actually having this, he had too much of a passive playstyle even when he was playing on the sides or when he had to go for the lurks. Like, he would sometimes not catch that kind of timing. He would maybe wait to a little bit too long, and I think that it's for him, it's also about finding the right balance of when to being passive, because we did also see in this game that he would be sitting on roof waiting for them to push lobby, you know, but that made sense because it was a partial buy. He understood that that was a given situation where he could pull off that kind of play, but if he would have done that in a buy round and they would have lost all that kind of, you know, positioning, then that could have been a bad turning around.
I have no use for you staying alive on roof.
That's what I mean.
And holding the flank from roof in a gun round, bro. Like, if that happens, if we die to that, let them have it. Exactly. You know, like, you need to be in a position where you can influence the round, and he definitely had a lot of influence on Nuke.
I know, very small sample size, only one map here in Krakow, but this feels like a very stable version of Liquid, which isn't something I'm all too used to saying.
Yeah, and it doesn't have necessarily, it doesn't have to do something with Crimbo being there instead of Naf. It might just be something that they've discussed after Bounty, right? And probably what they felt was the main reason they ended up losing to Falcons in that game. So trying to adjust that, no matter, you know, which roster they're fielding, I think is very important for them.
Yeah, we know what the players of Liquid can bring, that how good Elise can be, but also how good Nerds can be. And Nerds obviously was brought into this team as I wouldn't say a talent, because he had already proven himself, obviously, but he was brought in to be this prospect to really bring Liquid forward, and has found a little bit of struggles. I don't think he's been finding the same type of consistency as he did back in Ends, and I think it's still a matter of how they unlock his potential, because there's no doubt that he's going to be very instrumental to how they work and how they should be functioning. And then the other side, this was a good showcase of what Liquid can do, but this is just one map. You know, they haven't won the series yet. There's still plenty of to be doing, and there's still so much forward for Liquid. Just this one showcase doesn't really fix their issue. I mean, it doesn't put me in a position where I believe that Liquid is now moving in the right direction.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's entirely reasonable. We just got to see some pictures from both the squads outside, having a little bit of a talk after map one. You've obviously been in this situation with Snappy maybe more times than you would like coming out of a map loss. What does he normally do with the guys? What's he saying? Is he like a typical hype man? Is he very much more focused on the game and the preparation and forgetting the issues, moving on to the next map? What's the way up there?
He usually has to come out with some kind of frustration. Not that he's yelling at people or being an ass or anything, but he needs to go out and at least make people confident and sure that this was not good enough. You know, that's a very typical thing for an IEM leader, but he's very different from maybe how Apex does it. Snappy is more like he goes out, he wants to be a little bit frustrated, he says that it's not good enough, but then he kind of resets and then starts thinking about for the next map where he really wants to empathize on the things that did not go well for him. And in my books, this would be communication, because that's what I feel like slipped the most, at least from the outside when you look at NIP, that the communication was not on point. Maybe there's a bit of nerves because this is, you know, a big tournament. They also need to prove themselves. There's a lot on stake. They also want to get this type of revenge. They need to get back onto track to see if they can actually do better, because what they just showcased was not good enough. But Snappy obviously has a lot of saying, and he takes a lot of responsibility. He might even say that, I know that I might have called a bad half or whatever it was, but it's obviously up to the whole team to step up the things.
I guess like a second prong of this as well is not only have you just lost again to a team that you played literally last week, you dared to pick the same map and you lost even worse. Like, I'm sure you've been in so many situations where you've gone into a rematch and I guess the saying goes, like, you learn the most from a loss. Clearly, maybe you can learn something, but actually implementing it, right? Like, how frustrating is that as a player when you've gone 2 for 2 for 0-2, I guess?
It's frustrating, but also coming into the game, they probably felt very happy about the veto, because if they wouldn't have continued having the same maps if they weren't confident in the things. But now they obviously they probably tried to make some adjustments, or at least remind themselves of why did we lose last time. And if they made the same kind of mistakes, then that's obviously a factor that's going to frustrate them a lot. It's important for them. They're also going to be saying that, hey, last time we did lose Nuke, now we're going to Mirage, we beat them last time, let's just recreate that thing, and then hopefully we'll see if they can bring it to Anubis and actually turn that into a victory.
Yeah, I think for NIP, obviously getting 2 gun rounds on your T side of your own map pick, not going to feel happy with that, but what they have going for them is, hey, they won Mirage last time, so maybe that helps a little bit with the confidence and whatnot. But yeah, absolutely, I think the frustration comes from they haven't been listening to each other, it feels like, in some situations. You know, like a guy is coming something, but his teammate is just way too focused on the crosshair and not on the actual situation, and that has to improve on Mirage, because this is where, you know, you really see the impact of Flashy coming from Na'Vi and Blade and how strong their Mirage is. Like, you can see that they have a lot of different things they're able to do. This is where Nerds gets activated a bit more and is able to find impact, and they've just been pretty strong on this map.
Anything else you want to see continuing for Liquid coming into this one, given the whole VRS circumstance and how much pressure there really is on them, right? All stand-in situation aside.
Yeah, I think obviously Ultimate had a good map, right? And he's been a big talking point when it comes to this team Liquid and his inconsistencies, right? So if that, you know, alleviation of pressure to some extent is being a positive for him too, to play with some more freedom and not worry about the consequences of a bad play, which is a big part of it, it's definitely a bonus.
Flying start for Team Liquid, and their map pick does indeed lay in wait. That's Mirage going down after this short break.
Hi, This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Nosh just said you're one of his best friends in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we play a lot of phases together, actually. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you carrying him more often, or is he carrying you? What's happening?
Sometimes. After the update with the MP7, I might have stepped down a bit more.
Okay, yeah, well, we were just discussing that. It's going to be running rampant. Now, listen, we haven't seen you for a while. Obviously, not part of Big anymore. What's been going on? What have you been up to?
I mean, I've been fixing some real life stuff. You don't have the chance to when you're traveling every time. And yeah, besides that, I've been playing Faceit and Counter-Strike all the time. I want to be back on the server.
How long ago did Liquid message you and say, hey, we need a player?
5 days ago? 6 days ago? Yeah, it was really sudden.
Yeah, okay, so it's all happened very quick. Obviously, Naf not here. You're going to be, well, he was just saying there's going to be new positions. Is that true?
I mean, in some maps, yeah, and I mean for me personally as well. I mean, I've never played an international team before. I was always with Big, and before I was also on German national teams. But yeah, like from playing Faceit or playing with him or his friends, you know, you're kind of used to talking English and stuff like that. And also, it's nice to also know some of these guys here, so I'm feeling really comfortable.
Okay, and out of this opportunity to get to play with Liquid here, you know, there's a lot of tough teams in this event because it was top 24 from the global VRS when the invites came out, so everyone's hard. Like, you look at the bracket, there's no easy game. But for you, who I guess you're looking to get picked up by a roster, right? So what are you hoping to achieve at this event, right? Personally, I would imagine.
I mean, just play my game, just showing everyone that I still got it, and yeah, enjoying the time here, and I think we can do some damage.
Okay, well, good luck. Good to see you, man.
Thank you, man. You too.
Are you guys ready to be interviewed? Shush?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You can ask Casper if he's ready.
Yeah, Casper, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a big event for you, knowing that you're from Poland and this is the biggest event in Poland that there is?
I mean, yeah, it's for sure nice. He's gonna be playing in my country, and I wanna play like in the arena here with like Polish crowd.
Yeah. I mean, they will all be cheering for you. And how are you doing? Not Polish, but also important today.
I'm doing good. I've been excited for this event. I don't think I ever played in Krakow as well. So I'm excited to be here, and I want Casper to sit on the big stage as well and enjoy it.
So there's like extra motivation just so you want to have Casper out?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I know you didn't have the best start to the year. Is there anything you want to say about, you know, the games that were lost?
I mean, I think overall we played decent and we showed that we could play, but we just needed more practice. And I think after that last bounty, we got a lot of practice in for this event. So I'm just ready to show that we can actually play some good CS.
Yeah. Awesome. What do you think about the Anubis changes?
I mean, I played it a few times, and I don't think it's like so big change. It's not gonna change like the map so much, but I think it's like it's good that they change something. So like people need to think about new meta and this stuff.
Yeah. Do you think it's any better for the CTs or not?
I mean, I think it might be better to City, but also because of the economy update when Anubis was not there. So I think it's gonna be like City will have more chance now on Anubis.
Okay. What do you think?
I mean, I agree. I'm pretty sad that Train is gone though. I like Train.
Okay, thank you very much. I was like, is something else coming? I like Train.
I like trains.
Okay, let's go.
I mean, Kaspersky, he did have, you know, as they talked about on the desk, one of the highlights of the year on Train.
Yes, I agree. That was a fun one.
That was a fun one, but no more Train. We're off to Mirage. Liquid picking up the first in the series, convincing, more so than the last head-to-head, which was very recent. Let's see if they continue to trade maps. NIP, will they take Mirage again?
Yeah, this is interesting, right? When you look at NIP's amount of Mirages on record in recent time, there's not an awful lot. They also play Shush and Snappy on the extremities on the CT side. Shush will be anchoring A, Snappy anchoring B, and then they're Young picking up experienced rifling and AWP core towards mid.
Snappy got an awful lot of work to be done. Nice little clothesline USP headshot. Catches Nerds crossing, and they will push in with the Glocks to force that fight. Nice find back from Elige. It looks like Crimbo's going to be getting that bomb planted just in time. Covers there. Crimbo's alive. Kaspersky's coming, but Ken on that ramp flank as well will be able to chip in. Catches a nice headshot, removing Crimbo. Gets really uncomfortable for Liquid. It gets uncomfortable for Ultimate. And Liege looks like they have a high idea as to where he's coming from. They'll find him. The only frag being that of Elige's. NIP take pistol.
Well, they should have done more there with that situation. I think Ultimate getting a kill changed the dynamic of that round, but the smoke on the bomb is going to make things difficult regardless. This is Ken on the flank. Nice shot from him onto Crimbo. And then at that point, yeah, this one comes in. At least you have stairs control. Elige might be able to try and play through because you can see the fade of the smoke. Just absolutely no hope. But bomb does go down. So, yeah. At least he wasn't playing jail. Nerds, we had a conversation about that too, didn't we, mate? They're going A again. Oh, they've changed their anchoring spots?
Shush.
Oh, that's right. No, Shush is a...
Shush is dead.
That's what I just said.
Shush is dead. Wrinkle's going to have to pick up the slack. And he's got a lot of work to do. Okay, looking good, looking great. Elige already found himself top stairs, bombs going down. Is this it? Is that already going to be a Liquid second round force conversion?
I think so.
Wow.
Snappy's lingering.
Well, that'll seal the deal. Nice shot from Ultimate at range.
See, when they're facing him, he can shoot him.
Yeah.
But when they're just looking the other way, he doesn't, there's something about it. I think he feels bad for them.
Yeah.
He goes, that's when he's little Tim.
So honourable, he needs them to face it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not a fair duel otherwise, is it?
Exactly.
Okay, well that all happened very quickly, didn't it? So Liquid respond.
So they started with like only one A, Shush trying to look for answers ramp. I think he wasn't playing for a fight so much as info, and he just got owned.
Yeah, and I think this is interesting, right? So Pissed Round was A-based. The Force Buy was brute force onto A. Let's see what happens going into round 3. They know that 1M4 is saved with Kaspersky, excuse me.
Here it is. This is the fight. Crimbo. Ooh.
They're essentially contacting out ramp, right? So Shush goes down. Elige quickly mantles across, denies any way back in. Util's already in the sky, and that one from Ultimate will seal the deal, as it will be the Force. Okay, so they're going to play for middle again by the sounds of things. Maybe jumping out underpass.
There's going to be lots of bodies up top. Shui knows what's up. The nades make it all too clear. A very long-range MP9 frag from Shush actually keeps us level. Third round of play. Crimbo looks like he might be activating quite quickly here from the Palace position. There's Wrinkle beneath him. Shush could expose himself. And there's info. Okay, never mind. They've worked it out. They've spotted him out. Mid the next focus. Snappy is committed.
Okay. He's all in.
He certainly is. Crimbo already caught his teammate as well, so partner in crime gone. Nice tame of the Deagle.
Oh!
Hang on a second, it's going real down to the wire. It's a 1v1. The low HP of Shush, he's got a kill with the 1 HP. And he's going to concede the bomb. He knows it was there.
He knows it was Palace as well.
Oh, he's playing this right into his...
so noisy.
Crosshair.
Oh, spotted!
Yep.
Spotted!
Oh,
Run away!
God, 1 HP, jiggles it.
Okay. Well, the round can reset from here.
This is spooky now. This is spooky.
Look at Crimbo. He's just still worried.
What am I supposed to do?
Right? He's so worried that he's just hung around. But Shush is for the hills. He's completely rerouted. So Crimbo is going to spend so much time worrying about Shush being up close and personal.
I mean, brilliant. I have to say, I mean, this Shush Simps rise up. This is brilliant.
So bombs on shore, likely to pick this up and finish B and then round over.
Yeah, because he's here.
At this point, Shush, you have to stay B.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
Trust your gut.
You have to. Crimbo's, he's not even...
Is he going to not plan?
There's not going to be time. It's over. Round over.
What a clutch from Shush! A very unusual flavour. I can't quite believe he's pulled that off.
Okay.
So the fight in mid, like we kind of...
Snappy jumped out the window, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Well, that's right. And Crimbo caught Con.
He caught Wrinkle balcony.
Okay, and then we saw the Snappy Deeg. Did you lag out? Did you lag?
See, I like that because there's certain players that might get painted with a bit of a baby boy brush. And if you can get under their skin, Alex.
That's the kill. Especially, I mean, yes, I agree. It is part of the game as far as targeting specific players that are more susceptible to the tilt. Shush plays that well, but Crimbo doesn't play it at all.
Yeah. Wanting Shush to make the mistake, but when you have two players that are happy to wait for
what blows my mind, dude, is that he spotted him on the pixel and then with 1 HP goes for another jiggle. It could have been over right there and then.
Okay, so save the AK. They're able to get out 2 more AKs, but without head armor. A Deagle for Shush, who does have head armor, and a Take 9 for Nerds, who also has head armor.
So they won the pistol, they lost the second round, and have managed to win it with a Shush MP9 1 HP 1v3, obviously.
And now Wrinkle has an AWP.
Could be good.
Could be great. Well, not where he's started with the AWP.
I have to respect the confidence for that FAMAS burst, hoping to just catch a stray bullet to the head. Bit of chip damage there onto Nerds in the B apartments from Snappy's HE.
Oh, no vision.
No vision. They're going to pincer short.
They
really nice.
Trying to punish Snappy here.
Spursky will be there to lend a hand. It's not going to be comfortable for the two of them. He's been spotted out. Throws a block smoke. That will help Snappy lend a hand. Pressure applied. Snappy tempered in his approach. He's been spotted. Fight was brought to him. Didn't have the drop on anyone. Bomb will go down, and seems like it should be a liquid round. We're just going back and forth.
Trading blows here. That seemed like it came way too easy considering the level of investment and limited utility.
Yeah,
like
really.
The fact that they were able to just get mid-control, smoke off connector. Wrinkle has no way to assist in that situation. They just were in slowly for the B split. Kaspersky is able to get there in time, but Snappy can't contribute. Round done. Good call from Liquid. That's what that comes down to, right? Is the round that they decided to execute in that situation. Now you ask yourself, is that from the prep work? Is that a Shui call? Is that Flashy? Is that Damaz Derova? Is that Cap Guy? Is that Joker Steve? We'll never know. It's got to be one of them.
Oh, you see Shui fumble the thing, fumble the strafe apps, and just decide right now, you know what, I'm saving mid, guys. I'm saving mid. We'll be fine. Right, who's going to win the first consecutive round?
I don't know.
Because they saved an AWP and an M4.
Exactly,
like, this is,
it's still pretty juicy. We're into the gun rounds.
Yep.
Kind of.
In a way.
Asterix.
Oblix. Get a fix. Come on, Ken. He's feeling himself. Look at him. Just running up the guts of mid with a little support. It's FAMAS v a 69 HP M4.
I think he wants to back up, doesn't he?
Thinking about it. Ooh. Right between the wickets and the shot. Ken's on lock in mid. Liquid just ripped out of the round. Ken, a solo bolo adventure.
Thought after he copped that nade, he was thinking of getting out of there, but hangs around and essentially wins the round with that maneuver alone. Sure, the smoke break, the draw of the sight lines, and Ken's going to grab a fourth. Can he grab the ace in this one? Over towards Palace's Crimbo.
Crimbo might be a little too far away.
Well, if this is anything like the 1v1.
We've got a 60 seconds to chat.
Yes, okay.
B-Stream, Foot were playing versus 3D Max on Anubis, which was the second map of that series.
They had quite the lead.
But it does appear to be going to a third.
Okay. Well, that's lovely. There's still another series to go down on that stream.
Yeah. Well, we've only had 2-0 so far here on the A stream.
I think Yanko said that if ours finishes first, he would like production to put a 5th game on the A stream for the day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what he was saying when I spoke to him last.
Yeah. Sounds like Yanko. It's going to be a stream team. It's Donna, Owner Pixel.
Okay. Oh, we're making a match. I thought we were just going to put G2 Passion on.
No.
We're doing a whole different match.
Oh, yeah, no. Yanko wanted a whole new map.
I see.
Yeah.
Aha.
That's why Rush and J-Raz are sticking around.
Are they on the other team?
Yeah.
Team Observer.
They're against
J-Raz, Chev, MC, Rush.
That's a pretty strong team.
It is. It's not a bad team.
I don't think Owner and Donna would stand a chance.
Whoa, I think Owner will be getting very upset about that, but it is true.
It is true.
They would not stand a chance.
I've been carried a few times by MC and his friends.
Yeah.
Rush being one of them.
I think MC and Chev, not alone, they would need...
No, but I feel like Jay would be enough of like a role player. He could throw the flash. He could like be...
Or Jay's, you putting him on a side, he's getting you 2.
Oh yeah, anchor of the year in that fictional match we've just made up. But we did fill 60 seconds, and we might have to do another 60.
Okay, so let's put out the stream team. Owner, Donna,
Dima.
Okay, Dima's not bad.
He's good.
He's not bad.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, oh, I see what you're going with. I'm going Australian. You're trying to... Okay, fair enough. Who else are we putting in there? Are we keeping it in the Ownerverse?
We could keep it in the Ownerverse.
So then we could give him JL if we're keeping it in the Ownerverse.
Okay, fair. But then... that would make it a fairer fight.
Yeah, it would.
We need another. We need one more for that. Let's keep it. Let's put JL as a penciled in.
Oh, okay. Well, we still need 2 more then.
Oh.
Or penciled in, or is he in?
Owner Donna Dima.
Yeah, then 2
JL.
more. Yeah.
1 more plus 1.
Who else is?
So who's a streamer? Who's
Lando Norris has been commenting on his streams sometimes. We could bring Lando in.
Lando's, and that would get
is
the viewership.
Is he from Star Wars?
Yeah, Lando Calrissian.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
Right? Han Solo's best mate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Han Solo. Okay.
So that's their 5.
And then we've got
J-Raz, Rushley, MC, Chev.
That's 4.
And we need a 5th for them.
Yeah.
Could we use tournament management Michał Slavinsky?
I like that for flavor. I was thinking Chad Sponge Birchall IGL.
I'll have to cast the game.
No, Yanko's organizing this. He wants to do the whole thing.
Oh, so Yanko's going to cast.
The Yanko show.
It's Yanko Dupree Freya cast.
Yes.
I see.
Now, honestly, I know this is a complete hypothetical, but I'm actually starting to get into it.
Are you observing?
I'm purely observing, yeah.
Okay. And what's the match for? Charity?
It's for a charity I've just created.
Okay, yeah.
It's for the Machine Wants to Buy a House Fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we raise funds.
We raise funds so I can buy a house.
Whatever, and it's a best of 7, and Owner will stream. Whatever funds Owner makes over the best of 7 goes to the Buy Machine a House Fund.
Yes. Okay. And I think, like, verbal contract, Owner kind of agreed already. So.
He did?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I heard him say ja. At least once.
Ja, das ist wunderschön.
Ja. Alter, Krimbo.
Junge.
Die Gesicht. Echt?
All right, guys, if you are just joining us, you've just turned into the Variety Hour, but this is a technical timeout at IEM Krakow. No one can say anything. You got to be, besides Snappy, who can talk.
He's allowed to talk to the
because he is trying to fix his problem. He has a problem. We don't know what the problem is.
I will say, seeing the phone on standby, it's perhaps Steam related.
Okay, lag is what's been...
one of the most generic things you can report.
Well, that's what I mean. Well, my computer feels a bit chuggy today.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but like when you've taken a couple of weeks off the PC, doesn't your PC just feel slower?
Yeah, it does.
What's going on?
Like, that's why I'm trying to get a new one.
Yeah. Good luck at the moment.
When we do the show match before the Buy Machine a House charity match, we're buy Chad a new PC show match.
Tell you what, mate, if it goes 7 maps...
Oh, you'll spot me one?
I'll spot your PC.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. As long as you make it entertaining.
Yeah, no, of course. I'll draw it out. Don't you worry about that.
Thank you. Oh, I like that. I like seeing headphones on ears. Usually means we might be getting a 5th man into the NIP third of the server. So if anyone did just join and are obviously wondering what on earth these idiots are talking about, fair. Secondly, Chad Birchall is about to break down what you may have missed.
So far it has been a back and forth account on map number 2, where the pistol round was won by NIP, but an immediate force buy back with a contact play onto 8 from Liquid. A shush clutch with an MP9 and Crimbo... I think lagging out, as Snappy put it.
Right.
Sitting idly by. And then a perfectly played B split, obscuring the vision of the AWP. And then what I guess was a gun round with plenty of SMGs, NIP Strike Back. That is the one with Lando Norris.
Yes, Lando Norris.
NIP Strike Back, the 3rd movie.
Pretty good.
But apparently the tech is just still happening. So the recap was in vain.
How's your Star Wars knowledge?
Weak.
Weak, me too. But like... So Leia, right?
Princess Leia.
Princess Leia.
Okay, I thought we were layers.
Sorry,
of Star Wars.
no.
Okay.
Princess Leia. What was she actually Luke Skywalker's
twin sister?
Twin sister.
Wait, weren't they twins?
Well, sibling. Yeah, let's go sibling. Let's keep it nice and vague. But they were siblings. Was there a sibling romance in Star Wars, or am I making that up?
I think.
Was there tension between?
I think there was tension.
Okay.
Because we didn't know that they were siblings in the beginning.
And they didn't either.
Well, no.
Right. When did we find that out?
I think definitely the 2nd movie.
Right, which was the Return
The Return of the Jedi?
I have no idea. I need to watch them again. But I wanted to check that, and then Han Solo, he's not related to either of them.
No.
Okay, just making sure there wasn't some crazy triangle going on here.
There was a whole Jabba the Hun situation as well.
Jabba the Hun.
Yep.
Yep.
He had a whole situation going on.
He did. He certainly did. And then there was that Sarlacc pit.
Yes.
Where,
One of my favourite pits.
Yep. Second only to Inferno. Looks like we're ready to get Counter-Strike back underway. You'll be very happy to hear.
Live long and prosper.
Oh, I love that
they
bit.
say in Star
love
Wars.
that line. I love it when Chewbacca says that right before they destroy the Death Star. Sorry for the spoilers.
The movie's only been out for about 40 years, I think. So,
Darth Vader kills Snape.
all right, just Lige is he's de-sweating his hands there.
Does he go for the towel method or the paper towel method?
Can't
That's
see
the
from
question.
here. I think a towel would be
Because
more
Antares, he
sanitary.
opts for the paper towel.
He does, yeah. All right, well, it's an
what is
A fake. They're going to leer out Palace, and the bomb is going to go B. Elige, are you going to play through this with the flash? You are?
I like this from Elige. Gets past the sightline of Ken, might lead to an overlook of his position. Ultimate should be traded. Ken's position noted. Is it convincing them? Yes, it has pulled the defense off of B. The bomb site's open for business. Wrinkle, an opportunity with the orb. Oh, gets caught. Big headshot provided by Crimbo. He's definitely no slouch. Top of the tables, Nuke. Top of the tables here on Mirage, and impacting the openings as well. That's going to be a convincing Team Liquid round.
Is that a face-it call? All right, they've gone
Feels
Crimbo and
very-
Nerds. You guys play face-it together a lot. We'll let you guys try and explode B while we fake A.
And it was a
And it
convincing fake with Ultimate's first frag. Elige being committed deeper into the site.
You see this? He delays the plant to assist for that kill.
Yeah, that's respect. You know, it's very easy to think, okay, we've got the site, my job is to plant now.
Yeah, you're unhappy if you're the anchor.
grimace.
Yeah, because your team fell for the fake.
Yeah.
There wasn't enough behind it to justify. This is why you want your teammates to call numbers. That's
Yes.
one of the keys.
And there's a nice one. Removal of 2 numbers. Crimbo and Nerds concede as Elige getting cheeky. Forward position from him. Kaspersky not lending a hand right now, so it is a snappy Elige one-on-one.
No one's broken so.
Oh, wait.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, he's past the sightline of Wrinkle. There's a world where Elige gets overlooked here. Drops in. Shui's bringing the bomb. Snappy. Nice find. Good position. Makes it work well. Elige and Ultimate are not giving up, but Wrinkle, he may very well have sealed the deal. It's Ultimate with his sniper,
go,
known
Lil
to have
Tim.
a clutch in him. And Wrinkle, oh, he doesn't go down. Opts for the rifle for the attempt. 3 bullets is insufficient. Opts for that reload, but that noose is tightening around his neck. He's got the off angle from Shush to collect. He had the apartments closing down on him, bearing down on his position.
So 7 straight rounds, no one yet to break serve.
Yeah, we haven't had a consecutive round from anyone.
Okay, so Elige back in with the AK no head armor. Nerds can go AK head armor. Shui and Crimbo are working at 1.4 and 1.7. Ultimate can get a Galil. It's still enough to be scary, and it feels like they've won rounds with less, so this is just an A-go. Top mid smoke to keep the triangle distracted in middle. Shush on A, can they catch a timing?
Oh, that's such a nice HE if they were committing deeper. Look at that, 60 damage.
And now they know it's not mid, so they're able to fortify A.
Ooh, and a nice sitter right there for the taking. Ken has removed Elige. It's a weird smoke. Ultimate's going to try and investigate further forward of it. Spam looks great onto Shui's plant, but they don't commit. Kaspersky unable to finish him off. Good find, though. Shush sticks around to try and catch that fight for CT. He's played it well. Sure, you got the bomb plant, but you're not going to get anything else. NIP will find it, and there we have it. It only took 8 rounds.
Yeah, and you can understand the back and forth nature of all of this, but this is just pushed Liquid's loss bonus building very late into the game. So this is a horrible spot to be in right now. I think you go for the eco now and you full buy into the next. So you're essentially not only giving over consecutive rounds, it's likely to be 3 rounds, and an opportunity where NIP can keep as many bodies as alive as possible, and they just kept all 5 in that situation. So this is good. This is good for NIP to push us to the 3rd and Decider of Anubis. Tac timeout called by Flashy. And I think it's just to discuss the financial situation. You understand you're always going to lock horns like that when it's so back and forth. There's no way that you're just going to take an eco in the earlier piece. You're always going to keep contending. So now you have to swallow your pride, take the lightest of the options, and probably give us our easiest round so far for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be feeling very good for NIP. Just finding that one so convincingly. You've got 4 AK-47s and an AWP on the CT side of Mirage. It's certainly shaping up to, once again, go the distance as it did in Bounty.
It looked like there was a couple of ideas being flirted with by Liquid in Spawn. You saw HGs being invested upon, maybe for window, a couple of pistol upgrades, but all in all, it'll just be 3 Deagles, 2 Glocks. See if they're able to search and find some heads. So Ken calls mid-space taken.
Did look like that was going to be lethal. Obviously unarmored from Shuey, only takes a couple of bullets. Job done from Ken. And Kaspersky as well wants his eeks.
It is crazy, right? This setup, when you have Ken, Kaspersky, and Wrinkle as your mid trio, they are your firepower in NIP, but they're also your 3 most inexperienced players. So you have the firepower in the right place, but some teams like to play, let's say Vitality, play Apex connector because you're able to read the flow of the game. So you're needing to put a lot of trust in your pieces if you're snappy. Because Shush, the next most experienced in the team, he's playing the other anchor position. So you really need, it's hard to micromanage that from the other side of the map.
It's probably just mostly through the cycles of like repetition, right? Like you build trust in their understanding of the approach. Shush is bringing aggression into the mix, and it's Shuey that feels the brunt of that. Cheeky underpass push, able to vacate. Top mid an attempt from Liege. He turns tail. It's ultimate onto Ken as a response. He found him towards connector.
Remo's got some room.
A lot of room. Jiggle down, quick tap. Wow, finishes off Shush.
CT's the problem.
It is, and he's trying to mantle up. It looks like he's going to be booked by Wrinkle's AWP.
Bomb's coming back through Palace. This will be tough to get past. Wrinkle's made some room.
Yeah, but Wrinkle's not looking at Palace right now. He's going to get tighter on the line. Going to have to be one hell of a flick up. He gets the telegraphing of the smoke being thrown.
So worried about jungle.
Flashed off the line. Good find from Kaspersky. Lovely little back and forth from Wrinkle and Kaspersky on this A defense. Bomb lost. Weird, dynamic. Good find from Elige regardless. It's Kaspersky caught by Elige. Precision on display. Liquid's rifler has opened up and secured an A site. Snappy to clutch. Not looking pretty. He gets the first. Damage was inflicted. Nade not going to finish off Elige. It's Crimbo, however, on 18 points of health that should be able to track Snappy's movements.
They've got money. Yeah, he's still going to opt for the save here. So they 1,400 loss bonus going into the next. They won't have any issues buying into the next, but I think he's considering down the stretch is Snappy. I think that is a scenario where Elige bailed them out in a big way.
Yeah.
Crimbo was so focused on jungle control, and Nertz was already lurking con. Crimbo, in my mind, should have helped them worry about the CT control, because 2 guys coming out of Palace, that's never going to be fun. It was fortunate Elige lit them up with 2 there. Crimbo was trying to track this down. He's not going to get to Snappy in time, so he will be able to...
Ooh, gets him in the last second. It's not the massive, like a huge frag, but it's going to feel nice. Snappy wanted to have a little extra cash down the road, as you highlighted. It won't have the AK either. Denies all of them.
Yeah, I think to give the AK to Ken or Kaspersky there, that would have been a nice boon to be able to take these mid-fights as well. So that's actually a huge hunt from Crimbo. Crimbo did the hard work to buy them the room. Oh, mate, Snappy is going to be spewing.
Frustrating death. Ken caught through the smoke of Ultimate as well. Oh, this is quick. This is a different pace completely. Look how quickly Shuey's up short side. Kaspersky eats the flashbang. He's caught with his nades in his hands. Ken just the one, but Liquid storming to an early advantage. What you got, Shush? He's got everyone surrounding him. Nertz is going to be overlooking this. Never mind, caught a whiff. Frustrating death for Shush.
Yeah, nice pace change.
MP7 kill. He's an early adopter.
And once you just sweep the trio around mid under the rug right there, it's like, well, we know Snappy's A, we know Snappy's B, we know Shush is A.
And they've managed to stabilize. I mean, it did feel like quite the condemnation when you lose after that forced by war.
And they're on track right now for 6 of their own before the halftime break, as Nertz will take away the final weapon on the board. And now you've got 2.3 on Wrinkle, 4.2 for Can, 4.7 on Snappy. So three of them are in rifle range. Shush is probably in... Oh, he's gone for FAMAS. I was going to say SMG range for utility, so still a rifle technically. They are able to get an AWP in the hands of Wrinkle, so it could look worse, to be completely honest with you. So they've been able to scrap something together. Devoid of a defuse kit, though, so is it going to be Pacey again out of Liquid for the final round? First half, second map.
Could catch something. Oh, just a little flash of flesh. Spots Shui's descent.
Back to a more tempered tone as well. So B fake, but they know that it will not be the B play. So Wrinkle will call this clear, and the information flows for Liquid that was all in vain. The pieces might not move as they had intended.
Ultimate sweeping through. Doesn't spot the header. Kaspersky with one. Traded by Ali. Shui pushing forward. Ken will be traded out. It's a big find from Ken to put them back into the 3-on-3, but Elige in transition was trying to bring the bomb across, instead caught by the MP9, dropping into underpass, just constantly pestering them is Snappy.
This is tough. How are you meant to go through con with the AWP here?
Oh, when you've lost another, Shush from the forward position of Palace has caught Crimbo. Yeah, this is not looking comfortable, not looking winnable. Shui dire straits in the 1-on-3. What can you do? Snappy last seen underpass is rather cheekily repositioned to be on the other side. Might very well just present his back here. Lovely. It's positionally sound, convincing counter-strike. Will we need the third map of Anubis? You'll have to find out with us when we return from the break.
Does history repeat itself? Just 2 weeks ago, Liquid and NIP went head-to-head during Bounty. They traded map picks, and we're on course to do that again. Liquid dominating them on NIP's map choice of Nuke, but a 7-5 half, it's still anybody's game. Liquid now switch to the defense. You're at IEM Krakow 2026, Stage 1, Day 1, Game 4 for the A stream. Let's get this one underway, shall we?
Crimbo's looking right at home. Hasn't really had too much catching up to do. He's immediately been able to be a thorn in the side, a big part of their victory on that Nuke.
Alex, this is a good setup for an A-pop.
It is.
3 players here.
Berettas hoping that someone else can take that first fight.
Well-timed block smoke.
Oh, they're going to run through that. Straight into Elige. Engages. Does well. Finds at least one. Makes it 2. Jobs are good. And Elige just racks up a triple. He wants the 4th. He's coming. He's unloading his mags. And that is a quad kill. Big pistol out of Elige.
All right. Well, trading pistols here. Both teams picking up the CT side. But if we get another half with 4 spies back and forth, I won't quite believe it. The difference this time, NIP not getting the bomb down. Their second round force is going to be a whole lot weaker than what Liquid's was. No rifles in the mix whatsoever. This is going to be pistols aplenty, as Elige was putting his on display. 3 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles, a light smattering of util. That results in a window smoke, a top cat smoke, and it looks like another A play with a lurky piece of Ken. They have enough util to go for another execute. Okay, so we're going jungle smoke, CT smoke.
This is dry.
Oh, I have 3 smokes, never mind.
Whoa, up in that range. Bit of a coin toss. Elige's drawn first blood. Now they make it clear they want to get that bomb down on A. A smoke break gets the bomb across regardless. That's important.
They have to fight CT.
They are. Flash is coming through. Should we turn away? Not bullets. No bullets.
Oh!
And a team kill. Gets bad to no. Both. Oh dear. Quick one. Quick one. It's all a catastrophe. Elige can't finish it off either. Okay, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Ultimate's going to save him. A composed double required. Will he clear him out? Yes, he will. Oh, okay. Where's Snappy? Where's Snappy is what Elige is saying, and he's found him in time. Chewy with a very deep sigh of relief.
Yeah, maybe take the time out.
Leave me alone, man. Why are you shooting me, man?
Oh, at least they're having a good time with it. No one has a sour face, smiles on the face.
Well, they did win the round, Chad. It's much easier to not be sour.
Yeah, fair.
Bloody hell. Oh, you don't laugh, you'll cry. That was such a funny sequence. He gets his, backs away, tries to help. Crimbo wants to get involved. It's funny. It is funny. Fair enough.
Yeah, the problem is he's surging because he gets the TK and he's like, now I have to get this kill. Yep. And doesn't. Oh, they forced again. That's classic Snappy.
Here we go.
It's classic Snappy.
5 Galils.
Oh, 4 Galils.
4 Galils. Galol.
3 Galils.
Oh dear. Snappy got a heavy dink. No one's looking. It's too easy. It's exactly what Liquid. Oh my god. It's exactly what they wanted. Fights where we have better weapons and we can shoot.
That's where Snappy's style, right? You live or die by the 4 spies. And we've spoken about this many times before. I don't mind it because you put them under so much pressure last round. The fact you lose your opening kill like that, though, that one sucks.
And I mean, Elige is jumping out the window. Who is that? Who is pretending to be Elige? Because that's an unusual amount of aggression. It's good to see.
So that was worth 2.
Yeah, and I love it. Elige has definitely got pep in his step. He's definitely feeling the game. Feels comfort, feels like he can play it his way. 16-10. Elige has definitely turned up the heat on this CT side. Of course, a 4K in the pistol. Continuing where he left off.
This is going to be very tough for NIP to get back into, and not just this round right now. Obviously, some upgrades. Light.
This feels a bit risky, but I think I managed his... No, he wasn't.
How about this?
How is that for risk?
Hello.
Oh, go on. Oh, go off. Pop off, King. Triple kill out of Elige, handles the Tech 9s. They ain't giving you all that space. You think we're going to give it to you?
I think that would have been the talk during the halftime break. You know, they had a lot of energy. They were happy to take fights during map number 1, and it feels like they're happy to do more of that now on the CT side. That type of confidence, sure, it's against an eco. It could go very wrong very quickly, but the fact it doesn't, it will probably embolden you to make more of these styles of plays. Tactical timeout called by NIP. And still emissions looking to go into the buy for rifle round number 1. They did have a 5 Galil round, so I guess it's rifle round number 2.
Thank you.
Snappy has a scout, though. Everyone else with the AKs, there's plenty of util. I'll say it again. Snappy has a scout. He's not the AWP for the team. Snappy has a scout.
It's the in-game
Oh,
leader
is he
scout.
gonna...
Oh, is he using it for just the lineup?
Is he gonna sell it back?
That would be geeky.
Well, we're catching this... Oh, there you go. You got it on the over-the-shoulder cam.
So he has the scout still. Maybe just...
But he'll have time to sell it.
A refund after. Gets the perfect pixel for the Insta, and then... refund?
Okay.
Ah.
All right.
Cheeky.
Wow. I was going to say, it didn't make any sense that he had a scout.
Neither does that. The Ultimate gets away with his life. How many did he spot? Tags up Kaspersky. Elige is really playing his game.
And it's a fake molly behind him.
Yeah, Snappy. Caught off. Does very well. Could have got 2 there.
Love the move, though.
Yeah, very aggressive from Team Liquid. Right out of the gate, just bringing the fight, trying to destabilize NIP.
His teammates have to take some space, right? Nert's short holder. Elige con player. You need to take some room off of that.
Hello, Kaspersky's been spotted on his progressions. Ultimate's going to have a nade with his name on it. Little burst doesn't connect. Incendiary trying to delay. Swings on in. Nice tap. Oh, Ultimate's rifle connects twice. It's Wrinkle that finally brings him down. Anticipating that reaction on Nerds. Is he going to go bench or no? Slips away. Nerds actually advancing. He's read this quite well. We'll tuck into ladder and he's perfectly positioned. Shush going all the way back apps, but I suspect he's going to lose his teammate before that becomes a conversation. And the bomb as well. Big fight to be found, and just like that, round falls apart. Shush unable to do anything from apartments. A 10th for Liquid.
Someone in chat was asking why Snappy needed a scout to do that. That specific lineup, the way that it lands, it like pops immediately. It doesn't bounce.
It was, you saw it actually, like perfectly bounces off the floor or off the wall straight down to the floor.
Yeah.
None of that like.
So it detonates quicker.
Yes. Off of that little angle. Geeky.
Something they saw Fallen doing. I think it was Fallen. It could have been Molodoy. Either way.
A Furia member.
It was, yeah. And then there was a whole thing of people saying, yeah, this was on like the Chinese TikToks and the whatnot. All right, well, 10-7. Was Elige just calling the round, or was he saying something Spirit?
It sounded like it.
Well, it makes sense, right? Because your mid-core, which is going to be ultimate, he's doing it, Kaspersky's doing it this time. But Kaspersky lined it up, and then, oh, what's happening in game right here? Okay, he had it lined up with the scout. He then moved his crosshair, and then they couldn't do it. So I think they had to change their round.
Okay, suboptimal, especially when Snappy's clearing out his sensor. And look at this from Elige. Straight strides up mid. Does he get across undetected? I'm not so sure. I think Wrinkle's very cognizant of the possibility. Does have a Molotov. Could fight for this, force this fight. Elige, what's your reaction? Down. Nice find. Wrinkle manages to manufacture an opening kill in a must-win round for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Mid-control is theirs. Ken and Kaspersky confirm it. You replenish the window smoke as you path towards the unguarded site. Just Ultimate's AWP here. 3 members disconnected from this. They're going to try and boost and sweep through middle. Maybe you could find the head-to-head you're looking for. Trying to catch that timing on the progression.
They've just thrown the A util, though. Do they brute force the A ramp smoke? Or they will let the mid players go first?
Ultimate's got so many ways he could go wrong here. Palace could find him if he uncrouches. He's trying to be aware of all of the possibilities. Connector, the black box as well. Ken spotted bench. 35 seconds.
Still all on ultimate.
It is. Just a question of who he gets. Okay, now he's dead. Yeah, perfect.
Well handled. Good understanding. And now it'll just be the save. So 2-round gap. And that one all starts off with a Wrinkle opener. He's going to be able to rip the AWP out of the cold dead hands there of Ultimate. So he gets him that one. And the money situation for Liquid, they will be able to buy into the next.
So I'm curious, as far as the kind of reaction you'd want out of your dream Counter-Strike player, you know how Elige has been playing hyper-aggressive, he's been doing these pushes underpass dry and fighting up top mid. This is the first time it's kind of not worked out, right? Solo push top mid, you molly out, you give up the opening kill.
in your dream Counter-Strike player, what's his reaction to it not working this one round? Does he keep going, or does he actually just go back to default, kind of playing off of teammates, crossfire, blah, blah, blah?
So, in like the thought process of all of this, right, is that aggressive move didn't work, but you're questioning what type of approach NIP are going to go for. Are they going to go for defaults where we want to be able to pick them off one at a time to make it so that their round finishes are hard? Yeah. Or do we now think they're going to move into something site-centric? Because if you think they're going to go into something site-centric, I don't have any issues with him going mid on his own.
Get answers, yeah.
Because then he can be fast on a flank.
It tracks. We've got Wrinkles AWP in the mix. Ultimate 2. Oh, they've got fast A smokes. I know those lineups. That's a quick A double smoke. Stairs and jungle. Top mid is blocked. Kaspersky applies pressure. They leave the bomb T spawn and start 3 probing ramp.
The key for me is Nert's short player being balcony. We see this a lot, this Joker play.
Right.
Ultimate has a lot of information in middle. Elise just has to worry about the crawl, close connector, and through underpass. And well, Snappy will be through underpass. It's going to come down to the timing.
Awkward for Ultimate, but a little weirder for Nerds. Shush beats out the duel. A looking very vulnerable unless Elise can have another moment. Oh, he can! The precision from this AK, the perfect player to have it in his hands. Vulnerable now. Ooh, gets away, covered by Shui. Liquid have clawed it right on back to a 2-on-4. Elige, the hero of this map. Snappy hears that Shui reload and actually catches the timing through the smoke, but is there cover from CT? Snappy could walk his way in. Yep. Ooh, that's an awkward one.
Just wide enough. So that should be round save. Kaspersky, what are you meant to do in this situation? 1-on-4 scenario, no room, behind a smoke. You've got the bomb short, but you have to tip of the hat there to Elige. Ken was so laser focused on trying to deal with Elige that he gets shot in the back by Shui, right? Shui's normally the A anchor.
But
so
I don't know, maybe I've mischaracterized Elige in my head, but seeing him go for the second fight, the one where he swings ramp off stairs, I'm like, ooh, is that new? Is this a different Elige?
I think there has to be a point when they say to Elige, like, John, you're such a good rifle, we kind of need you to win these rounds. He's on a heater right now. He's 21-12. So he is hitting shots, which normally that type of confidence is why you see players going for these plays.
That's the kind of
because
play
every choice you make works.
Like, that's what Donk does.
Right? Exactly.
Doing what Donk does.
Yes. So this one right here, Ken was so focused on dealing with Elige, he should have known that there was an A piece because Shui was still alive. Nerds died balcony, sure, but you have a piece of paper that's written there that says the positions the players play.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, I think that's why you're seeing such animation and frustration from Ken. I think he's that bloodlust got the better of him.
Well, we know he's a lad that does get frustrated, right? Back at EPL, he smashed his mouse and then Kane blamed ESL that they didn't provide him his exact mouse.
Yeah, how dare they not have every single mouse a player plays with on standby.
Wait, can we get this, please?
Yes, this is what we're talking about.
So everyone at home,
go.
he lines up with such a particular lineup that you have to use a scoped weapon to be able to line it up to throw it correctly.
You don't touch your mouse. You jump, throw, refund.
Okay, so perfect.
And here it comes. You can see how quickly it plumes.
There you go. So by the time you're scaling out middle, window is already completely smoked off. Mid doesn't have any vision at all.
Unless, I don't know, a CT like Elige just goes running, looking for the fight. Tip of the head spotted. Is that enough? I think he realizes he's going to be vulnerable. Nerds provides the cover for the short retreat. And he takes the fight head on. Snappy just strafes to his demise. Lovely, aggressive mid setup between Nerds and Elige.
And now it's there's no space, no trade potential, no response. That's a good one. Nade lands at your doorstep.
Rough.
It is very rough.
Replenish, window, give some space for Kaspersky and Ken's project. Are they boosting?
Might have to. You need to manufacture a way in somehow.
That's enough from Elige. Oh, he's even going to play the smoke just on the very edge. Could have a frag here. Oh, come on, Elige is doing it. This is the Elige we're always talking about. He's actually in the server, present and correct. Looking his best self. Ultimate going to be kind of forced to hold ramp and check on con. Timing everything. This time he's going to hit the shot on the ramp swing.
Gotta get this out right now before they get a kill, but Shui, Crimbo, and Nertz combined have 23 kills. Elige has 22.
There you go. Man is in the game. Plugged in. Feeling himself. Elige even chipping in with some damage that Nertz will capitalize upon. And it's Wrinkle from his shot on the swing of the stairs. Will it be 5 alive?
This one could be done, huh?
Certainly looks that way. Wrinkle's not looking likely to bring that all through to the next. Finance is battered and bruised. Shui unloading a mag into a corpse. And looking for that 2-0 start to IEM Krakow.
Yeah, it's been a great CT side, right? From the pistol that it was all 5 staying alive. Elige multi-killing 4 frags there, and since then they've just been running with this. They've dropped 1 round so far, and that was when Elige, the man who's been delivering all the pain, got caught top mid by Wrinkle. So if you can't do with Elige, you're not winning rounds, NIP. You're about to go down to the lower bracket. At least the smoke's cool.
The smoke is cool.
The smoke is cool.
Biggest takeaway. How cool is the flash from Snappy?
Could be the coolest.
Let's find out. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Ultima's not dead though, so not the coolest. Oh, shush. Left a little worse for wear there.
And everyone's already responded to this. 3 stuck in connector though, so this is tough.
Weird one. Never mind.
Another TK. Oh no, wait, never mind.
Never mind, but 3 through the con smoke. It was just a nade break. Now, a new approach to commentary I've been working on.
It's like mumble rapping.
Yeah, exactly.
Mumble casting.
No one knows what it means, but it is provocative.
Yeah, and we're enjoying this one. Shush, 1v4. He's going to be dealt with in a moment's time.
Don't write him out just yet. Man's on a mission. The 18 HP 1v4. 2 of them holding.
Oh.
Little elevation. Catches a flash of flash. Ultimate will close. Liquid 2. NIP 0.
Well, in the rematch from just 2 weeks ago, it's the same result, but done in a different fashion. This time, not going to drop Mirage and confident stuff. Crimbo, the stand-in, hasn't been in the server since October last year. They needed a replacement for Nap, and this guy's plugged in. Sure, the Elige show was what was on display on Mirage.
I want him having the same breakfast. I want him waking up at the same time. I want him wearing the same socks and pants.
Yeah. But
exactly the same, please.
I want to give Crimbo a bit of a nod there. He was great on Nuke, definitely a force, helping them get across the line in 2-0 fashion here today. Unfortunately, on the A stream, we didn't get to see New Anubis, but we do have Liquid as the victors, and they will play the winner of Passion or G2 tomorrow. That'll be our final game going down next.
Looking forward to that one. Interesting to see what form G2 will bring into 2026, but for NIP, that's tough. Back-to-back losses versus Liquid, an opening game that doesn't go your way, and it sounds like Crimbo, the star of the Nuke show, standing by with Efya.
Absolutely so. Crimbo, imagine that. You stand in, you haven't been in the server since October, you're playing with Liquid, and you put out such a performance. Tell me how you felt in the server today.
I mean, I feel great, like just being back here and playing CS, doing what I love. And also with the guys, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. You did get team killed, I believe, right? So what happened there? What do you have to say for yourself?
Me? Yeah. Nothing. I think it was a good game. Yeah, the team kill, I killed 2 teammates this game.
Excellent. Well, how was that?
Was fine. We know we would won anyway, so.
Yeah, I think you had a funny interaction after, or not? How has it been generally with him?
Yeah, we are a bit goofy around here. Also in the game, I like it. We are just enjoying the time, you know. It's amazing to play here. Everyone is enjoying it. We know we have nothing to lose, and yeah, it's feeling good.
Yeah, for sure. Tell me about maybe the hunger for showing what you're worth, because a lot of people have always said Crimbo is such a prospect. It was big for such a long time, and maybe he would have fared better in other teams. So tell me about really wanting to prove yourself here, even though you're just a stand-in, but it's a very important stand-in position.
Yeah, that's what I also said to chat when we were talking at the lobby. I just want to show everyone that I still got it. I also have the same hunger because I didn't really achieve anything, to be fair. Yep. And yeah.
That's it. I think you've achieved a lot in what you've shown, but there's just so much promise. So tell me then, what are the dreams of IEM Krakow? Because there are some very famous CS histories with stand-ins at big tournaments, including IEM Winter.
Yeah, that's true. Like, of course, it would be a dream for me to go to playoffs because I haven't been like to a big IEM like Krakow, Katowice, or Cologne playoffs yet. So that would be a will be a nice dream there. But yeah, we'll go game by game. We are enjoying our time. We're putting all the effort in. And yeah, we will see where it goes.
We'll see indeed. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Sehr geil gemacht. And we're going to kick it over to the desk.
And there it is, Liquid 2-0 NIP in their opening game here at stage 1 of IEM Krakow 2026. We talked about how important this tournament is for Team Liquid, right? Skipping Cluj to get that invite for Rotterdam to be able to make the major, and they get off to a flying start here, 2-0ing NIP after Mirage.
A very good showing for Liquid. Like, they showed up in not just being individuals, but also team-wise. They looked like the better team, obviously also coming out on top on this one. I feel like NIP simply just had a lot of things that didn't really seem to be working their way. It seemed like there was a lot of issues on their side. One thing is like the communication part, but also just the individuals didn't really show up. NIP is obviously looking a little bit dire. It was a very bad day at the office. That's for sure.
Yeah, individually didn't show up as much, you know, especially from the side of Wrinkle on the CT sides, right? That opening presence is what you would have hoped to get a little bit more out of. But I think also T-side, just very, very poor in that department. Only, 3 gun rounds over the course of the series, really. That's not good enough. They struggled when Liquid was pressuring them and they were playing aggressive towards middle, just couldn't really find the solutions, and yeah.
A big issue on the Nuke side, obviously. Crimbo, gotta give him some credit for what he actually managed to pull off, being the stand-in, giving such a great form from him, and having been on the server since October, and then moving on to Mirage. It was the Lee's show. Like, he just showcased once more how good of a player he is. When he actually really feels the game, he's going for all these plays. He decides to go, and he just kept swinging in mid, keeping being a nuisance for the likes of NIP. And Elite just single-handedly, in some department, actually won Mirage for Liquid.
Definitely want to give props to Crimbo in this as well. What do you predict for the future of Crimbo now that we've seen him coming back in, what has it been, like 3 months, Chad was saying, since the last official? That's pretty wild.
It is pretty wild. It is, and he mentioned it himself, you know, we also empathize that for Crimbo, this is for him to kind of go out and sell himself. You know, he wants to make sure that everyone remembers him and showcases what he can bring to the table, because he wants to get a new contract, and the best way of getting a contract is by killing people in Counter-Strike. So obviously that is what he's doing as of right now. And
nice, good that you said in Counter-Strike.
In Counter-Strike, that was the important note, right? But no, surely Crimbo, a great showing today. It was also good to see that it wasn't just like a one-time showing. He also had impactful moments on Mirage, but obviously a great day at the office.
Yeah, he wasn't playing like not to screw up.
Oh no,
he was playing with confidence, you know, going for plays, understanding what his role is in some of these rounds, and that's great to see. I think even if he has, you know, that's the way you need to approach it, and whatever the outcome ends up being, that's the right way to play. And great for Team Liquid, similar to BC Game in the sense of they really need momentum at the moment. They don't have too much going for them, especially with the stand-in situation. So getting this win straight off the bat is going to be huge, but as you can see here, it's not going to get any easier with Passion and the winner of the Passion G2 game waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that's going to be a wild one. Any big upsets in terms of today's results? I think the Aurora Paravision kind of makes sense in that side of the equation. I guess the fashion that BC Game dispatched of Legacy is probably the biggest surprise of today. What do you think, Debris?
Yeah, I think the big storyline for me today is definitely like BC Game at Esports. I mean, like they definitely came in and probably broke our expectations. I mean, I had my worries when I got here, seeing that they were going to be facing off against Legacy, and they did start off in very good form for Legacy, but they definitely turned it around and showed a completely different vision of themselves. So that was great. And apart from that, I'm also happy to see Astralis with the new international lineup getting off to a good start, and I'm only excited to see more of them.
We get Nitro taking on his old nemesis of Astralis, but it's not the same. One of these things is not like the other.
This is where he will get his revenge.
It doesn't count anymore. Come on.
Well, that's not what he will
doesn't
think.
count anymore.
But I mean, that was the biggest upset maybe of the day in some sense. bait falling to energy, right, and dominant fashion on the final 2 maps. OC had an incredible series, you know, coming in for Exotic. So we'll see if that was just a flash in the pan, or if maybe a sign of things to come.
Schedule for tomorrow. Obviously, we're yet to see actually G2 taking to the server, because there's been quite a number of overtimes going down on the B stream. That culminated in 3D Max versus Foot. 3D Max just about getting the edge just a couple of moments ago. Passion UA versus G2, though. Yanko, you worried at all for G2?
I mean, a little bit, right? I mean, I don't think they are a lock to win that game. I think they're a favorite for sure, but they haven't played unofficial yet this year, you know, and that was strange considering where they are with the VRS to skip bounty and whatnot. We'll probably get into that tomorrow, but, you know, there's definitely upset potential there, but yeah, G2 the favorite in the matchup.
Well, that does wrap up the proceedings for the A stream side of things, so day 1, stage 1 here in Krakow. But one more game is going to be going down, as we were just mentioning, Passion UA versus G2. That's going down on the B stream, so we'll either see you tomorrow or maybe see you over on the B stream.
Oh, we're not cutting that one?
No.
Times are changing, but I know I'm gone. That's why my blood driving me on.
Now with no information, he could be anywhere. Back time, but he flicks in time. 4 kills and all the glory for Woxic.
When that time comes,
Safe bet. Break on that smoke, and Fuzi's delivered yet another opening kill.
Oh, it's getting hectic now.
On the B rotation, an important pickup for Fuzi. And
when the earth shakes,
Is he really gonna do it? That's gonna really sound. And that's 0-7. James Bond's getting knifed in the back. Ooh. This is like the opposite of Overpass.
Yeah, okay.
Either the covering fire from Lato connects. It's up to Simple. The 1v4 clutch for the game. Starts off strong, removes 2. He's obscured. He's got the headshot. Simple in the clutch. This would be one hell of a close. One hell of an opportunity. Simple clutch is up.
Oh yeah.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
and it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?